Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. When 16-year-old Carol Hutto got a phone call at 7:45 p.m. on December 13, 1976, it made her happy and excited. She hurriedly informed her mother, Norma Hutto, after the call that she would return in roughly 30 minutes after visiting a nearby store that was just a 10-minute walk away. Her mother had no idea that it would be the final time she would see her cherished daughter. After that, Carol never came home. It took 24 agonizing years for the truth to be revealed after interrogation. Who might have made the enigmatic call? What caused Carol to vanish without a trace? We'll examine the 1976 cold case of Carol Hutto, a mystery that remained unsolved for an incredible 24 years. Carol vanished from Largo, Florida, a vibrant city renowned for its sunny weather and welcoming community. With a population of more than 82,000, this city in Pinellas County offers a combination of urban conveniences and stunning natural surroundings. Largo offers a wealth of enjoyable activities and a rich history. Both local residents and visitors find it to be a welcoming environment. However, a crime that occurred here in 1976 altered everything. Let's go back in time to February 6, 1960, when Edward and Norma Hutto welcomed a lovely little girl into the world in the small Florida town of Largo. Carol Dean Hutto was her given name. Everyone in the family lavished her with love and care because she was the youngest. Carol was adored by her classmates at Largo High School, where she grew up, thanks to her kind and compassionate disposition. Carol came from a large family. Although not much is known about her half-brother, Jerry Errant Hutto, it is evident that Carol and Jerry had a unique and intimate relationship. Jerry always made an effort to grant his sister's wishes because he loved her very much. Jerry's strong sibling bond was demonstrated by his willingness to do everything Carol asked for. In addition to Jerry, Carol had two sisters, Melinda Darlene and Pamela Beal Hutto, and two brothers, Maurice Barnett and Frank Hutto. Carol was a girl who made her mother and her family happy. Attending exhilarating NASCAR races and amazing wrestling fights were among their favorite hobbies. Her mother remembers her as a devout Christian who was selective about who she hung out with. Unfortunately, Carol never had the opportunity to live out her aspirations, despite having a big heart full of adventure. Carol Hutto, her mother Norma, and her half-brother 17-year-old Jerry Irwin were at her Corvette drive home on December 13, 1976. It all appeared to be a typical evening. They were all having a good time, laughing and telling jokes. Jerry was getting ready for a date, while Norma was busy making dinner for the family. But as the house phone began to ring, their evening took an unexpected turn. When Norma went to answer the phone, she saw that it was Carol's buddy. She gave Carol the phone, and they spoke to each other for a few minutes. However, Norma abruptly canceled the call when she returned. Curiously, Carol's mood abruptly changed after the call. Norma noticed that she was getting really enthusiastic and pleased. Carol rushed to her room, straightened her hair, and looked in the mirror to see how she looked. After 15 minutes or so, she informed her mother that she was going to a neighboring store, which was only 10 minutes' walk from their home. Carol was almost out the door before Norma could ask the store what she wanted, but Carol promised herself she would return shortly before she left. Jerry, Carol's half-brother, likewise said goodbye to Norma and left the house for his date. Carol could generally walk there and return in 20 minutes or less because the store wasn't that far away. Norma therefore anticipated that Carol would return home in 30 minutes, but an hour had gone by and Carol had not returned. Carol was taking longer than expected, and Norma began to worry whether she had run into her friends on the way and was conversing with them. However, when Carol hadn't returned after 2 hours, Norma's anxiety increased. Carol had never missed her curfew before, so her disappearance was worrisome as it was growing dark outside. When Jerry got home at around 10 o'clock at night, Norma, who was rather worried, asked if she had seen Carol. But Jerry had no idea where she was, and neither did Norma. Jerry was even more concerned when he found out that Carol had not come home since she left. He should go out and find her, Norma insisted. He began searching the streets and yelling her name, but got no answers. The store employees said they hadn't seen Carol today, so they raised the alarming subject of where she might be if she didn't go to the store as planned. He even went to the store next to their house, where Carol was meant to go. Unfortunately, Jerry came home and told Norma that he had been unable to locate Carol. They chose to wait until morning in the hopes that Carol would return home by herself, despite their worries. But when the morning sun came out, Norma's anxiety increased because Carol was nowhere to be seen. Norma made the decision to report Carol missing to the police without further delay, but the police told her that they couldn't declare Carol missing because it had been less than 24 hours since she vanished. At this point, they also thought about the likelihood that Carol had fled her house. However, Norma was not prepared to believe that Carol would ever run away from her family or leave her house by herself. She was convinced that her daughter had suffered a terrible fate. Norma and Jerry didn't want to wait for the police to take action because of this. They made the decision to act independently and actively look for Carol on their own. In order to find out if anyone had seen Carol the night before, they went around their area and spoke with neighbors. No one had seen Carol returning home that evening, although most of the neighbors recalled seeing her when she left at around 8 p.m. To see if Carol had spoken to anyone or visited any of her friends' homes, Norma and Jerry also went to each one, but they were unable to locate her. Norma was profoundly impacted by Carol's abrupt departure, and the community as a whole rallied to lend a hand in any way they could after learning that their little Carol was missing. Meanwhile, Carol was being vigorously sought for by the police. To find out if Carol had gone to any of the doors that night, they looked both close to and farther away from her home. Regretfully, nobody was able to verify that they saw her at any of those places. The store Carol was intended to visit had a security camera outside, which the police observed. But after watching the video, they were unable to discover any proof that Carol had been at the store the night she vanished. It was difficult to follow Carol's travels since security cameras were not as widely used as they are now, and only a small number of stores had them installed. However, a fatal discovery was made very quickly. Under strange circumstances, Carol's half-brother Jerry discovered her dead body on the evening of December 14, 1976. Desperate to find Carol, he had been scouting the area alone. He followed his search till he came to a building that was still under construction at the end of the block. This structure was beside a lake at 418 Imperial Drive. The body of Carol was found there, according to Jerry. How exactly he had found her in this particular location was still unknown. Carol's partially undressed body was discovered floating in the ocean. For Jerry, this was a startling and extremely unsettling sight. After reporting the discovery to the Largo police right after, he had the challenging duty of going home and telling Norma the devastating news. It was immediately clear that Carol's death was not an accident when the police arrived to carefully remove her body from the lake in order to preserve any possible evidence. Her injuries and the concrete block that was used to drown her suggested foul play, meaning that she was killed on purpose and that someone tried to conceal her body. Her body was dumped in the lake after the authorities concluded that the attack had most likely taken place in the abandoned construction house. Carol's watch was a key piece of evidence. It was stopped at 10:36 p.m., suggesting that the murder occurred sometime between 10:30 and 10:45 p.m. Some disturbing details emerged when Carol's lifeless body was sent for a comprehensive autopsy. Carol was strangled, which probably caused her to lose consciousness but did not immediately cause her death, according to the coroner's findings. She had also had a serious injury after being struck in the head by a hefty item. In addition to the upsetting discovery, Carol's thigh was severely burned. An even more horrible detail was revealed in the medical examiner's report. Carol was still alive when she was tossed into the water and smothered with a huge slab of concrete. She stayed aware despite the terrifying situation and eventually passed away from drowning. 3 long hairs that belonged to the same individual but appeared to belong to someone else were also found by the coroner during the examination of Carol's body. A 4th hair was discovered on Carol's blue jeans. It was unidentifiable and might have belonged to the murderer. This finding could have been a significant development in the case. However, the hairs were carefully stored away, awaiting the development of more sophisticated techniques that could assist identify the person guilty for Carol's unfortunate death, because there was nothing that could be done with them at the time due to the limitations of medical science in the 1977. Because Jerry Irwin, Carol's half-brother, was also outside on the night Carol was killed, the Largo police briefly focused on him. The police found that Jerry was finished 30 minutes earlier than he said, notwithstanding his claim that he was on a date. They began to question what he was doing during that interval. Why didn't he come home sooner? The restaurant he visited was only approximately 8 minutes away. Since Jerry was unable to offer an alibi for that period of time, the police began to suspect that he was involved in Carol's death. He was the focus of their investigation, but no conclusive proof was found. There was no evidence that Jerry could have harmed Carol. Carol's mother, Norma, was certain that Jerry loved his sister dearly and would never harm her. Even though they were suspicious at first, concentrating on Jerry didn't help them discover the truth. Jerry was eventually exonerated by the police, since they were unable to locate any additional evidence against him. The police worked hard over the next 18 months to follow up on every lead, but they were unable to uncover any information that would help them solve the case. Thus, the inquiry continued in circles. The case became chilly as time passed and the investigation lost steam. The Hutto family was left with burning questions as a result of this. What actually happened to Carol on that pit bull night? Who was to blame for her passing? Along with losing their cherished daughter, they were also frustrated that justice had not been served for her. The murder of Carol remained unsolved for over 2 decades until a chance event in March 1994 gave the investigation a new perspective. Due to a work injury, Officer Brad Hoyes was forced to spend his desk duty looking through cold case files. He discovered the disturbing circumstances of Carol Hutto's murder case while going over the lost files, which rekindled an old inquiry. Officer Brad felt that there were undiscovered aspects of the case that hadn't been fully examined in the first 1976 investigation. His instincts led him to take the risky step of reopening the investigation and retrieving the evidence box that had been stored for years. He found Carol's personal diary among the materials. In the hopes that the diary would have the missing parts required to solve the riddle of Carol's terrible demise, Officer Brad found promise in those pages. And it starts around a month before she passes away. Carol wrote about her covert relationship with her classmate a few pages into the diary. Carol was 16 years old at the time, which was in 1976. The 17-year-old James Brian Kuhn, also known as Jimmy Kuhn, who was born on July 20, 1959, was the object of her intense crush. At Largo High School, where they were both juniors, they would frequently converse with one another. Although there were rumors of their intimacy circulating around the school hallways, they decided to keep their distance and never publicly recognized it. Kuhn requested that Carol keep the connection a secret, because his family was very strict and they wanted to keep it a secret from everyone. Carol also said that she was deeply in love with Kuhn at one point. When she finally reached the line, "I met Jimmy at the lake. It was just too personal, you know. I mean, her body was discovered there, and we think the murder was committed directly next to the house." Kuhn was also one of the people that showed up at Carol's burial looking truly sad and not at all like a suspect in 1976 when the case was first being investigated. As a friend of Carol, Kuhn was also questioned. He stated that he was at home the entire time and that he had not seen or spoken to her on the night of the murder. When cold case investigators re-examined the case in 1994, they discovered a contradiction between Kuhn's claims and what the Hutto family had initially informed the police. They disclosed that Carol had gotten a call from none other than Jimmy Kuhn on the fatal evening of December 13, 1976. Kuhn had a daughter by this point, and he was 34 years of age. After graduating, he went on to serve in the United States Navy, where he was highly successful. His service as a submariner assigned to the U.S. Naval Submarine Base in Connecticut shaped his military career. Detective Sergeant Mike Short, 43, of Largo, was personally involved in the case. He assumed the lead in looking into Carol's murder after learning about the case because he and Kuhn had gone to the same Largo High School. He was accompanied by Lieutenant John Carroll, now Deputy Chief of Largo. They took a risk by unexpectedly traveling to Connecticut, where Kuhn, an 11-year veteran of the military, was stationed. Kuhn's story took a significant turn during this encounter. In a reversal of his previous claims, he acknowledged that he had seen Carol the night before she vanished. He acknowledged that on the night Carol vanished, he had been with her. That admission was important. But the next day, Kuhn had a change of heart. He refused to participate in a polygraph test, sought legal counsel, and declined more interviews. The lack of sufficient evidence to conclusively establish that Kuhn was the murderer of Carol on the evening of December 13, 1976, presented a problem for the police and prosecution. Since Kuhn might be exonerated for anything less than first-degree murder, it seemed improbable that he would be found guilty of first-degree murder given the statute of limitations. But there was something even more fascinating in the evidence box. Detective Mike opened the box and found a set of strange hairs that had been taken from Carol's body in the crime scene and had been carefully preserved in the late 1980. The use of DNA testing to determine a person's guilt or innocence in criminal investigations was a turning point in forensic science. As the 1990s went on, the focus moved to looking at mitochondrial DNA, which is found in tiny structures inside human cells and has a higher chance of surviving over time. In light of these developments, Mike was keen to perform a genetic analysis on the hairs in the hopes of identifying the real culprit. But something was wrong. A sample of Kuhn's DNA, which was essential for the tests, was not available. The police required a valid search warrant to get Kim's blood in order to gather this crucial piece of evidence. They made the strategic decision to move forward with the goal of spending as much time as possible with the suspect. Detective Mike made the decision to enlist the Naval Criminal Investigation Service, or NCIS, as reinforcements in 1998. They believed that Kuhn might become uneasy and make a confession as a result of the naval officer's presence. Detective Mike stood outside the police interrogation room on July 15, 1998, as Navy investigators Dave Early and Tom Asimos sat down with James Kuhn, their murder suspect. They first took Kuhn's blood sample for additional testing after securing the required warrant. Then, in an effort to reassure and console Kuhn, Asimos and Early started talking to him. In order for him to open up and progressively disclose the truth, they wanted to establish trust. The NCIS officers were now certain that Kuhn was about to reveal what had transpired on the evening of December 13, 1976. Unexpectedly, they were able to bring Kuhn to tears as he brushed away his tears and eventually disclosed the tragic truth about how he killed his girlfriend, Carol Hutto. Despite the lack of concrete evidence, the seasoned cold case investigators weren't persuaded by Kuhn's honesty, despite the fact that he seemed distressed. Carol's injuries, especially to her head and neck, were not consistent with a straightforward mishap like tripping and falling. Rather, the nature of these injuries suggested strangling, forced trauma, and bleeding. Though he insisted it was an accident, Kuhn had admitted to being the cause of Carol's death. He accepted responsibility for her death, claiming that he did not assist her and that he tried to hide her body and the evidence. Kuhn was consequently arrested and held pending trial. But he gave a different account of what happened the night before his trial. In his other account, Kuhn first stated that despite his desire for physical contact, however, when Carol objected, the conversation changed course and turned into a physical altercation. Carol began to scream and retaliate by striking and scratching him. Kuhn hit her with a 2x4 piece of wood and even tightened his hold around her throat because he was afraid her cries would attract attention. Carol collapsed to the ground, senseless, as he finally released his hold. As a result of his uncertainty and terror, Kuhn decided to conceal her body in an effort to make it seem as though someone else had attacked her. He also burned her thigh in an attempt to cause confusion. Detectives reached the same conclusion in Kuhn's various renditions of events, regardless of the specifics. Carol was beaten, dragged to the water, and flung face down. To keep her body submerged, a concrete block was used as weight. It's interesting to note that Kuhn's second story seemed more credible and fit the evidence better. The circumstances surrounding Carol's unfortunate fate and the physical evidence seemed to support this version of events. On February 9, 2000, the day of the trial, the prosecution sought to convict Kuhn of first-degree murder. Although his attorneys admitted that he was partially responsible for the act, they maintained that manslaughter or perhaps third-degree murder would be a more appropriate punishment. After receiving the case, the jury deliberated for just 22 minutes before rendering a decision. Kuhn was convicted of murder in the first degree. The fact that the offense was committed in 1976 gives Kuhn the opportunity to enjoy freedom again. Judge Philip Federico of the Pinellas Pasco Circuit Court interpreted the state legislation of that year. After 25 years, a person convicted of first-degree murder may be eligible for parole under these provisions. It's interesting to note that Carol's mother, Norma Hutto, felt compelled to speak to Kuhn at the sentencing, even though Kuhn declined to do so. Norma went on to add, "James Kuhn, you took the trust Carol gave you and you used it for your depraved wants." She also mentioned how Carol had trusted him and called him out. She brought up the fact that Kuhn had attended Carol's funeral disguising his true motivations by acting like her friend and feigning distress. Norma expressed her wish that he would never be released from prison and that he was unworthy of a fresh start, pointing out that he had denied her daughter the opportunity. A hopeful mother, Norma had a bright future in mind for her newborn daughter, Carol. She looked forward to the day Carol would graduate from Largo High School with pride. She envisioned her 16-year-old daughter in a gorgeous white gown, walking down the aisle to begin a happy life with her husband and perhaps even starting a family. But all of those hopes were dashed in a single night, and it was fervently hoped that Kuhn would never be allowed to leave prison. Let's now discuss Kuhn's case. Do you believe that he truly felt regret for his actions, and do you think that he deserved a life sentence? And do you think Kuhn's behavior with Carol was premeditated or just an accident? If you have any specific sections or sentences you'd like to clarify further, please let me know. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Any life may be wrapped in a lovely wrapping, even the most embarrassing ones. You will undoubtedly feel pity and sadness for the unfavorable character if you tell it calmly and portray him as a victim of his circumstances. The truth is that a lot of bad individuals are charming, strong, and crafty, and we honestly think that they weren't always nasty, since they frequently created these situations, and we unconsciously justify their egregious actions. However, we won't defend unlawful behavior today, and we won't cover for anyone. You will choose for yourself whether their actions are justified after reading about this case. A neighborhood person made a spooky call to emergency services on April 4, 2015. He had gone into a friend's living room to turn on the lights and check on him, but when he got to the second floor of the room, he discovered blood all over the place. A scared male voice shouted into the dispatcher's phone. According to the victim's acquaintance, the injured man was not breathing and everything was soaked in blood. Charles Taylor, 59, was brutally murdered in Montgomery County's unincorporated village of Alette after police arrived, shocking the population. The crime scene resembled the set of a horror film and appeared to be the source of nightmares. The couch where the slain guy was found was fully covered in blood, and there was blood all over the carpet and paintings. It appeared to be a grudge drama due to the savagery of the act. After all, the assailant undoubtedly intended for Charles to suffer from excruciating anguish in addition to his death, repeatedly stabbing him with a sharp knife. The fact that Charles's bloody body was found upstairs in his room and that the house search revealed no obvious evidence of forced entry indicated that the criminal was familiar with the residence and had taken decisive action. Charles Taylor died as a result of 31 stab wounds and blunt force trauma to the back of his skull, according to the results of the forensic medical investigation. Charles Taylor was regarded as a generous and compassionate man. He had a wonderful relationship with his adult son. He loved Amanda, his daughter-in-law, and his 2 grandkids. People see this aspect of life and make judgments regarding the health of the family. How rich, how evil. They describe the family as a healthy family. But did the Taylor family actually live like this? Let's investigate this unpleasant family situation. Because there were few leads available to the authorities, the initial inquiry proceeded somewhat slowly. They began searching for Charles's associates, but they were unable to locate anyone with the intention or motivation to hurt him. They quickly discovered the attackers identify after the theory that it was a member of Charles Taylor's family emerged. That's actually when investigators were fortunate enough to be contacted by a crime blogger who had pictures of Amanda Taylor taking selfies next to Charles's dead body. The wanted list now includes her. On March 27, 1991, Amanda Barbara Nicole Taylor was born in Christiansburg, Virginia. Not much is known about Amanda's early years. The only reason it was challenging is that both of her parents served time in prison. After meeting Mariah Robach, Amanda created a lot of troubles for herself, which led to the start of her youth. Amanda started living an illegal life. Together. According to Montgomery County Sheriff's records, On October 23, 2005, when the sisters were only 12 years old, they got into a lot of trouble. Amanda and Mariah were charged with unlawful use of a motor vehicle after they fled their home and got into a car. Amanda was accused of unruly conduct at her middle school in early April 2006. She screamed that she would kill everyone there since she detested the place and everyone in it. This is just a small part of Amanda's police station record, and this incident undoubtedly went beyond the bounds of typical teen drama. Amanda started dating Rex Taylor, who was 2 years her senior in 9th grade. On March 27th, Amanda and Rex were born on the same day. Both of them interpreted it as a divine sign. When Amanda learned she was expecting a child, she quit school altogether. She married Rex and they had a son shortly after. However, her criminal impulses persisted after becoming a mother. Additional run-ins with the law also punctuated the years of her married life. Amanda Taylor's police station reports increased rapidly. So had a criminal record for possession of a controlled substance, a conviction for alcohol possession, multiple domestic disputes, and another attempt to flee after stealing a car. Rex Taylor, her spouse, was not from a perfect home either, and Rex battled addictions and the depression they brought around despite their love for one another. The young man developed an addiction to illegal narcotics at the age of 15. The couple eventually had a baby, and at first it appeared that Amanda was still in control and had become a perfect wife and mother. However, she was a little different from other American women in their 20s who have tattoos, piercings, and undoubtedly post daily selfies on social media, as well as the family. Amanda and Rex's relationship was everything but typical. The pair addressed letters to well-known serial killers while they were inside and studied their biographies obsessively. Amanda started to fantasize of turning into a criminal herself, but tragedy befell the family before Amanda could fulfill her dreadful ambition. Amanda's fears about her husband's infidelity overshadowed the couple's complex relationship. The pair finally parted ways in April 2014 when their paths diverged. After moving back in with the family, Rex started using illegal drugs once more. He had hanged himself on his son's 7th birthday, and his lifeless body was found in a shed on the property 4 months after the transfer. Amanda briefly stayed with her mother and friend Mariah Roback after losing her cherished husband. She made friends with Sean Ball, another Roback family member, while she was staying with her friend Mariah. On their joint birthday, March 27, 2015, Amanda visited Rex's grave and made an attempt to commit herself. Since her behavior and mental processes were obviously abnormal and could endanger herself and others, she was rescued and taken by force to a mental health facility. Amanda was promptly sent home, however, in spite of her mother's demands and entreaties for extended care. Due to her unstable personality issues, things appeared to get worse when she was discharged from the mental health facility. Thus, Amanda was asked to leave by Mariah and her husband. Mr. Ball, who had fallen deeply in love with Amanda, was also expelled. Amanda's late husband, Rex Taylor, served as the basis for her intense urge to kill during this time. When it appeared like her only true friends had abandoned her, she wanted to honor Rex and make him proud of her, and in order to do that, someone had to be expertly killed while he was still alive. Additionally, Rex had a fascination with serial killers that had long transcended his hobby status. During his lifetime, he was proud of the close friendship he had with criminals. Imagine discovering an envelope addressed to you from a well-known serial criminal who was arrested in 1980 when you go to the mailbox one morning after leaving your home. You are relieved to discover a birthday card for your little child and a handwritten note inside the envelope rather than any eerie keepsakes. Some would contend that getting such a message would be just as terrible as getting a strand of hair or a severed finger. In any case, it would be unusual for most people to get anything in the mail from a serial offender, but Amanda and Rex Taylor's family did not. Some terrible disclosures of earlier social media posts under Amanda's account have proven Amanda's fixation with crime, as well as Rex's behavior in his desire to communicate and receive experiences from renowned serial criminals. Amanda praises a number of criminals in a number of blogs for their heinous acts, such as Timothy McVeigh, the mastermind of the biggest terrorist assault in American history, and Dylan Klebold and Eric Harris, 2 young men who planned a mass shooting at Columbine High School. She naturally chose to begin her career as a criminal with a vengeance, since she wanted to be one of those vicious criminals she so greatly admired. After a while, Amanda blamed her husband's death on Rex's father, Charlie Taylor, saying that he had not assisted Rex in kicking his pill addiction but had instead acclimated his son to illegal substances. The cold-bloodedness and cynicism with which Amanda exacted revenge on her father-in-law, Charlie Taylor, will chill you to your core. She required a helper who would support her acts without reservation. She needed a willing accomplice to support her if she felt threatened, and Amanda already had one. Of course, it was Sean Ball, the man she was in love with. She was worried that she wouldn't be able to do it alone the first time. It was only a matter of time until she would take over him. Amanda quickly found the eager accomplice she sought in Sean, but since he didn't know what he was getting himself into, Sean and Amanda came up with their evil plan with military accuracy and carried it out. At precisely 3:27 p.m., the time that Rex and Amanda were born, Amanda and Sean visited Charles Taylor's run-down house in the neighboring town of Ironton, Virginia, on a spring April afternoon in 2015. In order to fill an Easter basket for her cherished grandchildren, Charles had to pay her money. After a half hour of pleasant conversation, Amanda suddenly sat down on the couch beside Charles, as if a switch had been flipped in her brain. Amanda's actions took a significant turn. After she started viciously stabbing Charles with a knife, Sean struck him in the head with a tire iron. Then, after shocking Charles, Amanda drove the knife hard into his chest once more. She seemed so angry that she was unable to see anything around her, and Charles simply stared at her and said, "What are you doing?" He reached out and grabbed her hair as she stabbed him, but Amanda kept stabbing him, and he kept screaming. Amanda Taylor used a sharp bayonet knife to stab her father-in-law, Charles Taylor, 31 times. She wanted to feel his final breath and wanted him to know that she was the one killing him every time she looked into his eyes. She desired Charles's death as a form of retaliation. The whole room was covered in blood, and she halted as her anger started to fade. Amanda didn't stop there either. By snapping a photo of herself close to the body and sharing it on social media, she went one step further in her extreme behavior. A frightening phone call with Amanda's voice on the other end of the line came to Amanda's mother later that day from an unidentified number. She broke down in tears as she told her mother how much she loved her and how valuable all she had done for her was. She also revealed through sobs that she had done what she had to do, and it was a terrible thing. Her mother could feel it, and she knew that something horrible had occurred. Amanda resisted her plea for her daughter to return to Christiansburg, saying that she and Sean were en route to Pittsburgh. It was well known that Amanda was in a downhill spiral, and it all began nearly 8 months ago when her husband, Rex Taylor, who had battled depression and illegal substance misuse for years, committed suicide by hanging. When authorities looked at Amanda's social media profile, they were taken aback. It was obvious that she took great pride in the crime she had done. The police issued a warrant for her arrest in the hopes of a speedy settlement, but Amanda and Sean had already made their getaway by then. As though they were planning a fantastic vacation rather than being on the run, Amanda and Sean chose a really picturesque escape route. They traveled from Virginia to North Carolina along the Blue Ridge Parkway. According to the photographs taken at the crime site, which depict the heinousness of the crime, the authorities were quite concerned that the killers would carry on killing, and they were correct, because Amanda didn't stop there. Amanda's sins would not, however, go unpunished. She did not mean to conceal her act, nor did she intend to punish herself after doing her intended crime. She started posting on social media shortly after she and Sean Ball left on the road, accepting responsibility for the murder and claiming that she did it for her husband. However, Amanda and Sean were more than just fugitives. After committing her first crime, which Amanda believed was ideal, they were now following their next victim. She was unable to stop. She had to continue killing. They took out cash at a gas station, filled up the car, and drove on to Tennessee. After tasting blood, Amanda was determined to carry out her wish to commit another crime, and she would come very close to doing so despite Sean's best efforts to persuade her to stop and simply go on the run, hide, and lay low. After stopping at a Fleabag motel in Tennessee, they restocked on ammunition at a sporting goods store. The following day, they departed to grant Amanda's bleeding desire after spending the night in a motel by the side of the road. At a rest area on Blue Ridge Boulevard, Amanda spots 2 young girls who might become her next victims. "I'm going to bring these girls in so we can shoot them," she said to Sean. He agreed that they needed money. Amanda walked outside to guide them to the car, but Sean wouldn't shoot them when she brought them inside. Amanda was enraged. She returned to the vehicle and drove off. She was unable to control herself, so she halted the vehicle in the driveway and attacked her accomplice. She was now aiming for Sean. After taking a handgun from the glove box, Amanda exited the vehicle and went to the passenger side, where Sean was sitting with his eyes closed in fear. She had gone so far. She was so enraged that she pointed the gun at the random jogger in front of her and squeezed the trigger. Fortunately, Amanda missed, and Sean opened his eyes and regained consciousness when he heard the gunfire. He noticed that the revolver's muzzle was aimed at him. Amanda claimed that she wanted him to understand that she was simply using him for the car and the pistol before killing him. Then she fired, striking Sean square in the face. Amanda left Sean bleeding on the side of the road from the gunshot wound after taking a photo of his wounded face to share on social media. She was now running by herself. They possessed firearms. They had already purchased magazines and ammunition for the identical weapon and had taken them from a relative's home. The police captain was aware that they appeared to agree on the course of events, which would begin with Charles Taylor's murder. Amanda kept posting notes while the police pursued her. She disclosed that she killed Sean in a field during a traffic check in her subsequent social media post. Amanda shared a photo of a silver revolver in her lap along with a comment on Instagram. It resembled a suicide note more than anything else. "All right, that moment is coming up. I will finally find peace when I find my hubby in hell. I know you will give my lovely kids the life I could never offer them, and I love you, Mom. I'll be free at last." In an effort to find Amanda, the police were keeping a close eye on her account and recording surveillance footage from patrol stations along the white SUV's path. It also aided authorities in pursuing the criminals as they fled in it. Amanda was located by cell tower signals, and officers from the North Carolina State Highway Patrol saw the white SUV traveling east on I-40, close to Asheville. No matter how much she ran, she attempted to stop. She refused to give up easily. The police were ready. They were aware that she was dangerous and armed. Later that day, another grim social media post that read, "Okay, the time is about to come when I find my husband in hell and finally become one with him," further solidified this truth. Amanda appears arrogant in her photo, as like she is pleased with her accomplishments. Eventually, all the commotion and devastation stopped after a 2-mile stretch of spikes that had been placed deliberately in Amanda's route. Amanda was arrested. Amanda was handcuffed by police after they dragged her from the automobile at around 8 in the morning. Paramedics discovered Sean dead by the side of the road. Amanda feigned indifference to the proceedings in the interrogation room. Before Captain Robert realized it, she was messing with her hair and drinking a soft drink when another detective entered. Amanda gave up her right to silence and admitted to everything when questioned. She appeared to feel completely at home. Amanda found out that Sean wasn't dead after speaking with the investigators. There were no markings on him other than the fact that the bullet had passed right through his jaw and made him faint from the pain. Amanda then made the heartbreaking admission that she wished to be put to death. "Is there anything you can do? The death punishment alone is what I would want." In the interrogation audio, Amanda claims, "I kill people. I'm worthy of dying. I'd be better off just leaving. If I could just get the death penalty and go, it would be best for my kids." In a startling turn of events, Amanda later found herself apologizing and entering a not guilty plea in front of the court. However, during the trial, Amanda detailed her crime and maintained that she had done the right thing by killing old Charles, who had stolen Rex from her. She claimed that after being furious with Rex for harming her, she became even more enraged with his father. Amanda said that she wished for Charles to experience the same suffering that she experienced. She claimed that she killed Charles because she believed he was responsible for the death of her husband Rex, to whom Charles had allegedly given illegal substances. Amanda claimed that the instant Charles mentioned Rex once more, she turned to him and began stabbing him, which made her feel more alive than she had since Rex had passed away. She acknowledged that the times when the knife penetrated her father-in-law made her very happy. At last, Amanda let out all of her pent-up resentment and rage. Captain Robert New stated, "She did it to get attention, and by not pleading guilty, she got the opportunity to talk about the case." Amanda gave an awful explanation. She does, after all, liken the sensation of the crime to a pleasant recollection. The jury heard testimony during the November 2015 trial about Amanda's 31 stabbings of Charles and her intended targets, chest and face. The jury found Amanda Taylor guilty of first-degree murder in under 30 minutes. She received a life sentence. She was described as the height of depravity by the judge. Sean Ball accepted a suspended 60-year sentence as part of the plea agreement. After serving 41 years in jail, Sean acknowledged that he is not deserving of pity and that he is deeply sorry for his actions, but he still has to live with the shame of his actions every day and wonders why this happened in his life. As part of a plea deal, Sean Ball admitted to second-degree murder and was sentenced to 41 years in prison. The 60-year term was suspended, but Ball was required to serve 41 years and 1 month. Amanda recently lost her appeal of her conviction. She stated that if necessary, she intends to appeal her conviction to the Supreme Court. Amanda became famous as a killer selfie taker, but she obviously did not turn into a serial criminal. In a phone interview from prison for a popular show, Amanda Taylor made a devastating admission. She responded, "I was just really excited and thought I wanted to take a picture so I could post it and show everyone it made me really happy," when asked why she shot body selfies. Lastly, she stated that she did precisely what she wanted to do and that she has no regrets whatsoever for what she did to Charles Taylor. In an incredible phone interview with a local reporter at this period, she likened the experience of getting stabbed to going on a roller coaster. She compared the nerves and the sense of freedom to my first roller coaster ride, and that's exactly how I felt. I had no intention of doing it. You don't see it in the movies. It is truly an animal phenomenon. Amanda Taylor wants more after committing a horrible crime. From an early age, Amanda Taylor was regarded by many who knew her as a very evil and gloomy woman who was obsessed with crime, murder, and serial killers. Pictures of strange death scenes were all over her social media accounts. Amanda Taylor is one of the few women who has ever gone insane, and it frequently wasn't meant to be. Her loved ones made every effort to keep her from going insane, but those who she turned to for support chose to ignore her. Amanda is now being held accountable for all of the devastation that inspired her. Amanda Taylor's desire of becoming a well-known serial killer came to an end in this way. Admit it, when we look at horrible heroes and learn about their past, we unintentionally attempt it on ourselves. We all go through different stages in life, each with its own traumas and experiences. Have you ever had the urge to murder your neighbor because he parks in your space or plays loud music at night? However, they advise rethinking the narrative and simply shouting in the woods or by the lake. It restores moral equilibrium and soothes. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. You. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Sometimes it is hard to embrace the truth, so people make up a lie that they genuinely start to believe and persuade others of. Truth is something that exists in reality and corresponds to the actual state of circumstances. To celebrate the new year, 11 young men and 1 girl gathered in a hotel room. You'll think, strange collaboration, and you'll be correct. But hold on, one information will totally alter your perspective. Since all of the men at this party belong to a sexual minority, the 12 friends who got together to celebrate the year 2021 did so with great joy. In fact, they celebrated so well that on January 1st, the company had to take the only girl to the hospital, where doctors declared her dead. However, who was she? How did she pass away, and did anyone face charges related to her demise? However, everything is in order. You'll realize why we began this story with the idea of truth, as we dive into the previous party, practically minute by minute, and learn what transpired on that fatal night. Thus, John Paul de la Serna arrived at the 4-star City Garden Grand Hotel in Manila, the Philippine capital, around 11 a.m. on December 31, 2020. 9 additional men booked into rooms 2207 and 2209, which were on the same level, during the day, and Christine de Serra checked in later. Shortly after midnight, John Paul Kalili, the hotel manager, joined the merry company. The focus of New Year's Eve night was dancing, having a good time, and drinking a lot of alcohol. When Rommel Galida awoke at approximately 10 in the morning, she saw Christine dozing off in the bathtub. He wrapped a blanket around her and returned to his slumber. She was unconscious and starting to turn blue when he woke up a few hours later. 3 friends and hotel employees drove Christine to the hospital, but when they arrived at the emergency department, the physicians just declared her dead. The only girl was dead in the morning after spending the whole night in the hotel room with the 11 guys. News. The public was outraged by the crime's headlines. Since it was clear what a bunch of young men and 1 female could do all night, everyone had the same idea of what the story would be about. The investigation's task was to determine what actually transpired on that New Year's Eve night and the cause of Christine de Serra's death. Born on April 13, 1997, Christine Angelica de Serra was raised in Barangay San Isidro, General Santos City, into the prosperous household of John Nestor de la Serna and Sharon Rose Faba de la Serna. She developed into a bright, independent, and gregarious young woman. For her 3 siblings, Monica, Chloe, and JJ, Kristen was a devoted sister. She relocated to the bigger and more promising city of Davao, which is located on the shores of the bay of the same name. After completing high school, she enrolled in a university there. Christine was active on social media, danced, modeled, and studied hard. In addition, Christine was the pinnacle of knowledge and beauty. She received a Bachelor of Arts in Communication, Arts with a major in Media Arts from the University of the Philippines, Mindanao, in Davao City in 2017 with honors. The girl has taken an active part in both acting and modeling. She faced off against 8 other contestants for the title of Ms. Silve Davao 2017 in the Davao City Mall run by the New City Commercial Corporation. In June 2018, she placed 2nd. From September 2017 until January, she took part in the yearly fashion show. She served as a marketing consultant for Gaisano shopping centers in Davao City, General Santos City, Tagum, Toro, and Digos in 2019. Christine has had a rich and satisfying life. Her life's ambition was realized in February 2019. She relocated to Manila in order to begin working for Philippine Airlines subsidiary, PAL Express, as a flight attendant. Desserts from Christine. December 28, 2020, was my last flight as a flight attendant. Since Christine's passing was widely reported, a lot of debates and theories were developed among the community. At first, authorities believed that Kristen was probably murdered and abused by a group of men she was hanging out with on New Year's Eve. Makati City Police charged 11 men with assault and murder in the early stages, despite the lack of autopsy results and a toxicology report. The case was deemed closed by the Philippine National Police. Suspects were identified and charges were brought against those arrested. Although 3 of the partygoers were arrested, after turning themselves into the police, the forensic medical report provided the primary explanation for Christine's death. On January 3, 2021, Forensic Medical Officer Police Major Michael Nick S. Sarmiento oversaw the autopsy of Christine's remains at the Rizal Funeral Home in Pasay City. After the body of Christine de Serra was examined, a forensic report was released, concluding that the ruptured aortic aneurysm was the cause of death. But it also noted a linear abrasion on the girl's right thigh, along with bruises on her right arm, right thigh, knees, ankles, and right foot. During the genital examination, deep-healed cuts and abrasions were also noted. A special investigation team was established to investigate the crime according to the National Capital Region Police Department. However, Christine's family refused to believe that a lively young girl could pass away too soon from natural causes. The family of Christine de Serra revealed at a news conference on January 5, 2021, that they had read the autopsy report indicating that she died from an aneurysm. They did, however, claim that the autopsy was not complete and asked for another one. The deceased's parents have been attempting to figure out how Christine's aorta was torn. After all, the aneurysm was caused by violence or abuse, according to the police and the de Serra Family Council, so it was not a natural death, and the offenders ought to face consequences. All 11 of the guys who spent the night with Christine were recognized by the prosecutor's office. She worked with some of them. Christine was meeting other young men for the first time. They were friends of her friends. As it happened, this party was started by Christine. She organized this party with her friends and had reserved the hotel room herself a few days beforehand. Although she was aware of her daughter's friendship with men, her mother Sharon never voiced any opposition. In their family, it was accepted as normal, since Kristen had always found it easier to interact and form friendships with men. It also became customary for her and her pals to meet up because they rarely took holidays at home. Kristen was able to call her family shortly after midnight each year to wish them a happy new year and to let them know about the event that was going on at the Makati Hotel. The family was able to observe Kristen's pals in the festive setting during the video conference. New rumors regarding the abuse claim have surfaced, though. The authorities were able to piece together the events of the case virtually minute by analyzing the hotel lobby footage, which served as the primary evidence of the occurrence. Note that Christine DeSera reserved room 2209, which was the designated location for the party. In the late afternoon, the major action starts to take place. Christine moves from room 2209 to room 2207 at 11:21 p.m. The company goes back to their accommodation around 11:38 p.m. At 2:50 a.m. Christine goes last and is seen holding her shoes in a glass. Christine enters room 2207 while holding Valentine's hand, a new acquaintance. A hotel worker brings an extra mattress to room 2209 at 2:52 a.m. and while they are at a neighbor's house, and Valentine goes with Christine to her room. Valentine is clearly intoxicated based on her demeanor. She is carrying a bottle in her hand and has an overly easy walk. The couple enters around 3:15 a.m. after the companions pause at the door and Christine gives Valentine a short kiss before the man swiftly pulls away. 6 minutes after Christine had rushed out of her room and into her neighbor's room, one of the guys departs. He goes to 2209, presumably to give his pals a call at 3:22 a.m. In the next room on the right side of the corridor, Christine DeSera is seen talking to another man, while two more males pass by. She appeared distressed. After giving one of her friends a sudden embrace, Christine and her friend vanish completely from the camera's field of view. John Della Serna is seen escorting Christine back to the first room at 4:13 a.m. The camera catches Christine at the room's entrance once more, at 4:22 a.m. At 27:07, what brought her back there is unknown. After she nearly collapses, a man who resembles John Della Serna grabs her by the waist and brings her to room 2209. At 5:05 a.m., Christine appears to be somewhat inebriated. As Christine flees from a man who resembles Louis de Lima, the camera records her giggling. Later, they are outside of room 2207. At 6:23 a.m., Christine walks inside room 2209 with him and appears normal. For the final time, Christine appears on video alive. She is cognizant as Valentine carries her from room 2207 in his arms. Although the night was undoubtedly filled with events, the most significant reality is still hidden behind the scenes. The party went on until dawn, at around noon when Christine was discovered comatose in the bathtub. Her buddies continually tried cardiopulmonary resuscitation while carrying her to the ground. They tried unsuccessfully before calling the front desk for assistance. The head of security and the hotel management entered the room a few minutes later. Christine was lowered to the hotel's first floor using a wheelchair. Christine was escorted to the hospital by Romel Galita. Regretfully, the doctors simply mentioned the girl's passing. Romel delivered the dreadful news to Christine's mother over the phone, despite the fact that it appears to be a fun party and that it is difficult to fit so many people in one room. The investigators suspected that the young people were using illegal substances to increase the effects of the alcohol, as they frantically moved from room to room throughout the night. Some of the inmates stated, when questioned, that just whiskey and tequila were used during the party, and that no other illegal substances were present. It is important to note that the investigation's initial focus was illegal drugs because, according to one of the detainees' testimony, Christine had concerns about the drink's composition and hypothesized that someone might have added an unidentified chemical to spike them. Guests were instructed to bring their own food and beverages, it turned out, though the post-mortem report indicated that neither alcohol nor illicit narcotics ingested the night before her death would produce this type of aortic dilatation or defect. There was conjecture that Christine's drink was poisoned and might have caused the aneurysm that ultimately resulted in her death. Since there were no illegal substances or evidence of them in the room or the suspect's personal items, the substance information was ultimately deemed unsubstantiated. The 2009 search for possible evidence in the 2 rooms and the adjacent room did not produce the expected results, which at least partially demonstrated Christine de Serna's brutal death. When questioned, Mark Rosales and John de la Serna declared that they would never harm Christine and openly acknowledged their unusual orientation. John further disclosed that early in the morning, Christine was already throwing up, so they had to take her back from room 2207. According to Romel Galita, he discovered Christine in their room's bathtub at around 10 in the morning. Assuming she was asleep, he just covered her with a blanket. However, he discovered the girl was blue and not breathing around midday after he woke up and went back to wake her. He hurried to his pals for support. She was taken to Makati Medical Center per the hotel's recommendation, where she was declared dead upon arrival, allegedly as a result of an aortic aneurysm rupture. The Makati City Police were notified of the death by the hospital. By that time, other men from a nearby hotel room had departed. In a separate statement to the public on January 4, the Philippine National Police stated that, despite some missing information and contradictory claims, the case involving Christine de Serra is nearly resolved. According to Police Chief Debold Sinas, 3 individuals have already been identified and taken into custody. The Makati City Prosecutor's Office ordered the release of the 3 males who are in detention on January 6 owing to a lack of evidence, even though other suspects were still being sought. The prosecution maintained that there was not enough evidence to prove Christine had been molested. They added that the police have not yet established that Christine de Serra's death was due to abuse, even if it occurred. In addition, Christine was an extra lady at the party, which was a get-together of males with unconventional sexual orientations who were all flirting with one another. Most of the people at the party, including Romel Galita, were Christine's co-workers and stewards, Sarah, at PL Airlines, demonstrating her familiarity with these individuals and their sexual orientation. The Makati City Prosecutor's Office opened a preliminary investigation on January 13, 2021, after an official autopsy verified that the 23-year-old's cause of death was a ruptured aortic aneurysm. Additionally, the prosecutor's office demanded that the police make public the findings of the victim's toxicological report, histopathic research, and DNA analysis. The claim that her daughter was not abused, however, was disputed by Christine's mother, Sharon de Serra. She stated during an appearance on a news program that a gang of men were abusing her daughter. If you're a mother and you see Christine's body, you'll likely understand the suffering she endured as a result of them. But my daughter is no longer able to speak because she is no longer alive. During the TV show, the woman voiced her opinion. As proof that the autopsy report was erroneous, Sharon pointed to the cuts and bruises on her daughter's body that were not included. Later, Christine's relatives stated that they wanted a second autopsy to refute the authorities' initial conclusion that she passed away naturally. The foundation was bruising and injuries that weren't noted in the initial report. Brick Reyes, a family representative, stated that there would be enough proof of Christine's torture from the wounds on her arms and legs, as well as from her remains. Additionally, according to Rick Reyes, they think the young lady was assaulted and drugged before to her passing. During the New Year's Eve celebration, Christine, who was already drunk, claimed that her drink appeared to have been tampered with. According to Christine's parents, they have lodged a complaint, calling for Michael Nix Armiento to be fired immediately for egregious carelessness and incapacity in creating Christine's death certificate and forensic report. Reporters were informed by Dr. Maurici Ramos, a friend of the Dosser family, that a second autopsy was performed on the deceased. He also underlined that the Death Investigation Unit has received the biological fluids retrieved from the second autopsy and will furnish further information following a final review and compilation of all the forensic team's results. The cause of death was consistent with a ruptured aortic aneurysm, according to the pathology post-mortem results from the Southern Police District Crime Lab Division's forensic report, which was then circulated on social media. According to the official autopsy, Christina was not mistreated the night before she passed away. The aorta was the real cause of de Serra's demise. The deficiency weakened as a result of the aorta's continuous rise in blood pressure, and ultimately, the aorta burst. There was blood loss at the moment of the aortic rupture, according to the Philippine National Police Crime Lab report. Christine thus had a number of symptoms, including nausea, weakness, and perspiration. Within a few hours, she died from the blood loss brought on by the aortic rupture. According to the report, this indicates that the girl had an aortic aneurysm that ruptured, causing the lower portion of the aorta, the primary vessel that delivers blood to the entire body, to grow. This conduit passes through the chest and belly after leaving the heart. The aorta is the largest conduit in the body, so if it bursts as it did in this instance, a person could lose a significant amount of blood and possibly pass away. The fact that Christine's aneurysm did not happen recently was also mentioned. It began many years ago. According to the article, dilatation existed long before she passed away and is a chronic illness. Even if she hadn't passed away that tragic night, she would have perished in any situation when her blood pressure would have increased to the point where the aneurysm ruptured. Christina de Serra's undetected hypertension was further confirmed by the autopsy, which also showed that her heart was larger than a healthy heart. Although it is generally accepted that the girl died of natural causes, the 11 young men who attended the party and genuinely attempted to provide Christine with first aid were shamed and persecuted as criminals as a result of the pervasive false information. Since then, all 11 of the men who were initially charged have been freed. In an attempt to correct the problem, the Makati City Prosecutor's Office stated that suitable proof could not be obtained at the time of the publicity and that the evidence offered was insufficient to prove that Christine de Serra had been abused. As a result, they had to construct a version based on indications of the victim's physical decline. 2 further suspects also claimed that they were coerced by the police into making up a story about the presence of illegal narcotics at the scene party on New Year's Eve. Another tale participant described how his kiss with Christine, which was caught on camera the night before she passed away, was captured. The man claimed that Christine was the one who started it, but he made an effort to push her away. When the flight attendant's body was discovered, law enforcement officials came under fire for failing to do a comprehensive toxicological analysis. The men's charges were ultimately withdrawn for lack of evidence, due to suspicious circumstances that appeared to contradict the Philippine National Police's findings. Christine de Serra's death garnered a lot of public attention. As further information emerged from Christine's family, who were unable to accept the reality and believe in their daughter's natural death, her story began to garner a lot of attention online. In an attempt to secure justice for her daughter Sharon, the girl's mother made a plea to President Rodrigo Duterte. "I'm just a regular person. You have a daughter as well. Since I don't want anyone to suffer from the same brutality and cruelty as my Christine, I want to speak out publicly." More than a week after Christine de Serra's passing, her friends and co-workers sent condolence messages, reposts, and farewells over social media. She was interred at Forest Lake Memorial Park, in her birthplace of General Santos. In the end, Christine de Serra's unusual situation is a perfect illustration of how the media may disseminate false information and how it can influence both the public and the individuals involved. The story's goal as it nears its conclusion is to return to the truth, which will eventually, in one form or another, assume its rightful place. Even though there is just one truth, Christine's family continues to believe that these individuals killed the girl and that there is a mystery behind this tale. For my part, I don't understand, and couldn't find any information regarding Christine's body wounds and bruises. Why was it kept quiet? Despite having cuts and bruises, it appears that Christine's death was caused by an aortic rupture, brought on by heart disease rather than by those injuries. As a result, they ignored her body's wounds. You guys are the judge. However, I think there are a lot of strange and inconsistent things in this case. I hope Christine's family comes to terms with the irreversible loss, because young men, guilty or not, will spend the rest of their life remembering the same depressing tale and coming up with justifications. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. It can seem like everything around you is predetermined when the shadows of the past start to close in. Will anyone ever be able to fully avoid what fate has in store for them? The family that disappeared overnight, leaving a trail of unresolved questions and the eerie echoes of unfinished phone calls, is the subject of today's story. This is the tale of Melissa Wolfenbarger, whose abrupt and inexplicable disappearance sparked a true tragedy. On November 26, 1998, a peaceful Thanksgiving night at the Patton home was marred by a feeling of unease. Melissa called to wish her parents a happy Thanksgiving. Melissa is Norma and Carl's youngest daughter. It was a normal and familiar conversation, with topics including Christmas preparations, gift selection, and plans for the approaching holidays. As they did each year, Melissa wanted her kids to spend the holidays at her parents' house. She smiled and said, "Mom, don't forget that old picture of Grandma. I'd love to have it framed under the tree." However, there was neither a phone call nor a knock on the door on Christmas. Despite their concerns, Norma and Carl hoped that their daughter and her family would arrive at the last minute, which they occasionally did. No one showed up as the hours went by. There were gifts under the tree, sparkling with holiday lights, but the atmosphere was solemn, and the quiet became unbearable. It all began on a typical day, but after a few days passed with no communication from their daughter, Norma started to worry. This time it seemed different, but Melissa had always managed to get in touch, especially if plans had changed. When the parents tried to call, no one picked up. Additionally fruitless were attempts to contact their son-in-law Christopher. Melissa's parents continued to reside in their comfortable home in Last Grove, Georgia, while Melissa and her spouse and children lived in Atlanta. When the long period of silence became intolerable in January, Norma and Carl got into their car and drove to Atlanta. Their hearts sank when they arrived at the duplex on Brooklyn Avenue after following the well-known streets. Although the apartment doors were open, the interior felt eerily deserted and lifeless. It appeared as though their daughter and her family had never lived there because the rooms were immaculate and well-organized. It appeared as if someone had purposefully removed every indication of their presence. Asking neighbors if they had seen Melissa or her kids, Norma went door to door. No one knew where they were going or why they hadn't left a message or forwarding address, but one man remembered seeing them packing things into a moving truck just before New Year's. It appeared as though they had made the decision to depart suddenly, without warning, and with no intention of coming back. It was intolerable to Carl and Norma. They were aware that Melissa would have contacted them if something had gone wrong. If plans had changed, their daughter would not have concealed it. She had always been forthright and honest. Norma concluded that this could not be ignored. Someone had to know something if Melissa and her family had left. They located the glass manufacturing company where their son-in-law worked, and the management verified that Christopher had worked there as a truck driver, but had recently been fired. He was fired because he was involved in an accident involving one of the company's vehicles. They were unable to respond when questioned about Christopher's future plans. Like his family, he had just disappeared. January and February saw no updates, but time went by. Norma continued to make an effort, but every day only brought more disappointment. Her February birthday was particularly painful. Despite her busy schedule, Melissa had always called to wish her well, but this time the phone was silent. At last, Norma started to understand that her daughter's silence wasn't a coincidence. There had been a horrible incident. What might have caused Melissa to leave her former life behind? Carl and Norma had a hard time understanding it. Their youngest daughter was always happy and affectionate, they recalled. She distinguished herself from her peers early on by actively competing in school pageants and lending a hand with her older sister Tina's projects. Their dreams of starting a veterinary clinic and helping as many animals as they could were dashed when Melissa's adolescent misbehavior landed her in legal troubles, running away from home and falling in love with Christopher for the first time. During those tumultuous years, when she was caught between her desire to discover herself and her parents' expectations, he became her only source of stability. She was altered by marriage. Everything appeared to be coming together at last. She and Christopher seemed to have a happy life together after they moved to the city and had kids. However, her parents continued to feel a subtle, unnerving feeling, as though there was a deep crack beneath the surface, the calm. Those uneasy feelings had now become a terrifying reality as I stood in that empty apartment on Brooklyn Avenue in January 1999. The questions continued to mount. How had their daughter and her family fared? Why did their searches for answers only result in dead ends? And why did all the leads go nowhere? Where had Melissa's kids disappeared to? And why hadn't any of the neighbors seen her since New Year's? What did that picture she had requested for Christmas represent? These small, unimportant details assumed a sinister tone, giving the impression that something much more significant was going on. It would have felt like betrayal to leave everything unsolved, so Norma continued to look for any information, clinging to the tiniest hints to figure out what had happened to her cherished daughter. Nothing could have prepared her for the truth that lay ahead, a truth that would completely upend their lives, and a story that had started out as a straightforward family vacation had evolved into a grim, desperate search for light in the dark. Melissa's disappearance also perplexed Tina, her older sister, who worked alongside her at a small bakery. Their co-workers said Melissa just stopped showing up, as if she had disappeared into thin air, and the management at Denny's where they worked reported that she hadn't been there for more than a month. If she had found another job, no one knew. All they said was that she failed to report for work one day without providing any prior notice. Even some of her co-workers paid her a visit, but it didn't help. The family had moved out, but no one knew where they went, the neighbors said with a shrug. Time went by. As the year 1999 went on, Melissa had not been contacted. Praying for their daughter's safe return, Carl and Norma were inconsolable. Their hope dwindled with every month, but they held on to it as if it were a lifeline. Since Melissa had always remained close to them, despite her turbulent upbringing, they were unable to think of a good reason why she wouldn't call. They thought they would soon awaken from the nightmare. However, reality only became more grim, and the nightmare continued. The Patton family had run out of patience by January 2000. Norma reported a missing person to the authorities. After starting an investigation, detectives quickly located Christopher Wolfenbarger, Melissa's husband. He had also been out of touch for some time at the time of Melissa's disappearance, but he eventually made a comeback. But there was no sign of his wife or children. Melissa had gone out on her own, according to Christopher. He claimed that one day she simply made the decision to fulfill her dream of starting over and relocating to California. Carl and Norma, however, knew their daughter. They were positive that she would never simply vanish without a word, and that she would never do that. The parents were adamant that Christopher was concealing something, but the police could find no reason to take any further action. Melissa was an adult, and she had every right to travel to California if she so desired. Without any proof of a crime, the police had no reason to declare her missing because her husband had not filed a missing persons report. The inquiry came to a standstill. According to Christopher, Melissa had been preparing the move for some time. In order to save money, she worked double shifts at the bakery. After long, exhausting days, she occasionally even rented a hotel room to avoid the lengthy commute home. He claimed that this was how she was getting ready for the next phase of her life. When she simply disappeared one day, Christopher assumed she had finally carried out her plan and departed for California alone. He maintained that it was nothing out of the ordinary, citing Melissa's wish to make a new beginning. By bringing up Christopher's past, detectives attempted to exert pressure on him. Wolfenbarger had a very turbulent childhood. "Melissa and I were like Bonnie and Clyde, just on a smaller scale," he grinned while being questioned. They did encounter some minor issues. Even before they were married, their lives appeared to be a succession of snap judgments. However, it quickly became apparent that Christopher was lying. Melissa filed complaints, according to the records. She had repeatedly reported instances of domestic violence. It wasn't just him lifting his hand against her, she said. He allegedly gave her illegal drugs and, despite her protests, pulled her down the street by her hair on one occasion. Christopher filed a counterclaim after learning of these reports. The court case became increasingly complex. Christopher requested authorization to speak with Melissa alone during one of the hearings. Melissa backed off from her complaint and went home with him after a brief, private conversation. That was all she said. "We have kids, after all." Following Melissa's disappearance, Christopher took an unexpected action. He left the house they shared and went to live with family. Christopher rarely paid them a visit. The children lived with their paternal grandmother. He appeared to be making an effort to put his former life behind him. Joy and little Christina adapted to life without their mother very fast, and they only ever thought about their father when he would arrive at his mother's house. Christopher had never been liked by Norma Patton. She thought that shortly after graduating from high school, Melissa fled her home because of him. She saw this marriage as nothing more than a source of heartache and disappointment. "He was never who he pretended to be," she would frequently say while gazing at pictures of her daughter. It felt like a terrifying prophecy now that Melissa was gone. Her parents found it hard to believe that their daughter had just up and left her life behind. Why were people who might have known the answer keeping quiet? And what actually happened to Melissa? A darker and more unsettling image of the Wolfenbarger family, where happiness was merely an illusion, began to take shape as the haze of the past gradually cleared. During an interview with detectives, Tina Patton recalled a previous incident. She had seen a handprint-like bruise on Melissa's neck. Normally calm and collected, Melissa started crying and pleaded with Tina to keep it a secret. Following that, one of Tina's friends attempted to speak with Christopher directly, but it was never successful. Things appeared to have calmed down, but this was a facade. The thought that their daughter had just decided to disappear without saying anything was unacceptable to Carl and Norma Patton. Melissa would have found a way to get in touch with her parents even if she had felt the need to leave them. However, days and months stretched into years, and Melissa was nowhere to be found. It appeared as though a young mother of two had vanished into thin air. Melissa's husband, Christopher Wolfenbarger, was constantly rephrasing his claims. When questioned in the spring of 2000, he abruptly revealed that he had seen Melissa on the street close to their house in March or April of 1999, despite initially claiming that he had last seen her in December 1998. This discrepancy did not clarify the case. Rather, it only increased suspicions. The Patton family returned to the public eye in 2003, 5 years later. This time, Carl Patton himself was at issue, not Melissa. They had taken him into custody. As it happened, Carl had already had a run-in with the law in the middle of the 1980s. He was released on parole after serving a brief sentence for theft. He had made an effort to avoid trouble ever since, but over 20 years after the crime, his past finally caught up with him. His participation was verified by DNA analysis. Carl was taken into custody on February 23, 2003, in connection with the death of Liddy Mae Evans, age 31. Her body was discovered in a river in 1977, chained to a concrete block and wrapped in a sleeping bag. A gunshot wound to the head was the cause of death. However, Carl was linked to other crimes as well. Carl's wife, Norma, made the startling declaration that she would testify against her husband in exchange for immunity as soon as he was arrested. After the agreement was reached, Norma started providing in-depth testimony that astounded everyone. She claims that Carl and his friend Joe Quint were involved in several crimes between 1970 and 1977. The murder of Carl's uncle, Fred White, and his lover was the beginning of it all. Carl persuaded Norma to assist in removing any possible witnesses because he knew too much. Norma described how Carl used a shotgun to kill his uncle and his uncle's lover after luring them to their house on December 17, 1977. After that, he and Norma placed weights on the bodies, wrapped them in sleeping bags, and disposed of them in the river. Carl burned the blood-stained couch in the backyard, while Norma cleaned the house and cleaned up the blood. However, their van's blood-stained trunk was not cleaned. Investigators questioned Carl and Norma after discovering blood traces in the trunk that matched the victim's blood type, but there wasn't enough proof to file charges at the time. Carl's involvement was not confirmed by DNA testing until 25 years later, and Melissa's father was arrested on February 23, 2003. Rumors about Carl's potential involvement in Melissa's disappearance started to circulate after his arrest. Her own father, who couldn't risk anyone in the family talking, may have been her victim, according to some theories. However, there was no concrete proof to back up this theory. "I would never harm my daughter. I only dealt with those who threatened my family." Carl denied any involvement, but everyone knew that there was a harsh reality behind those words. Carl was suspected of more than just Melissa's disappearance. Rumor had it that he was connected to criminal groups in the southern United States. He was known as a cold-blooded shooter as early as the 1960s, but he consistently denied any involvement. Carl acted out of greed, according to Norma, who made this revelation in 2003 during the investigation into the deaths of Fred White and his lover. In addition to hiring Carl to look after her unfaithful husband, Fred White's official marriage entitled his wife to an insurance payout. Detective Bruce Jordan handled these old cases. He managed to apprehend and convict Carl Patton after 25 years, but it was insufficient. Now, while incarcerated, Carl pleaded with Jordan, "Find my daughter. Find Melissa." This was a surprising statement from a man who seemed to have no remorse. All of a sudden, his daughter's disappearance caused concern. This gave Norma and Tina hope, but it also sparked a wave of new anxieties. They were concerned that Melissa's disappearance was not an accident, and that the mystery that had been hidden for so long might become even more horrific. Detective Bruce Jordan became interested as soon as the reopened Wolfenbarger case made the news. The story appeared to be set in stone for years, but everything changed when a sudden lead came from the Atlanta morgue. Jordan was contacted by a forensic specialist who told him that they had been storing unidentified remains in their facility for 4 years. These remains were body parts discovered in various months of 1999 in the neighborhood where Melissa's family resided. A severed head had been found close to the Wolfenbargers' residence back in April of that same year. Legs and arms were discovered in a nearby wooded area 2 months later, wrapped in garbage bags. The remains were initially identified as belonging to a male because they could not be properly identified, and the torso was never recovered. These graphic findings were unrelated to Melissa's disappearance because she had not yet been reported missing at the time. Only later did the terrible truth come to light. Those were her remains. Bruce Jordan noticed important details when he got the information. Near the glass company where Christopher Wolfenbarger used to work, the head and limbs were discovered. Back then, experts had assured everyone that the remains were male, but Norma Patton remembered hearing about the unsettling findings on the news. Only years later, following DNA testing, was it determined that the mutilated body belonged to Melissa Carl Patton. While incarcerated, Melissa's father was informed. When he heard that her mutilated remains had been discovered soon after she vanished, but had not been identified, he was overcome with emotion. He was deeply saddened by the fact that the DNA test, which would have provided insight into his daughter's fate, was not carried out until almost 4 years after his arrest. Melissa's remains weren't identified until 2003, when Norma first reported her missing in early 2000. Important evidence that could have resolved the case much sooner was lost, along with crucial time. Experts initially thought the remains were male because Melissa's neck had been cut with a saw and her skull had been bleached. According to forensic analysis, it was impossible to tell if the injuries were caused before or after death because of the same chemical. It was almost impossible to find the perpetrator's car because her head and limbs were strewn along busy roads in trash bags. Her torso was never located, so it was impossible to determine the precise time or cause of death. Christopher was taken in for additional interrogation. He told investigators that he had always been cooperative and had given them all the information he could years before his wife was finally identified. He said he had no reason to hurt Melissa. There were no assets, no debts, and no insurance policy. He made it clear that, knowing that it would raise suspicions, he would never have disposed of the remains close to his place of employment. Even in interviews with reporters, Christopher insisted that he sincerely thought Melissa had changed her name and moved to a new place in the hopes that she would eventually come back, if only for their kids. He never submitted a missing persons report because of this. Melissa's older sister Tina was particularly affected by the loss. She saw it as a persistent, eerie pain, rather than merely an unsolved case. She even experienced nightmares in which Tina was unable to reach Melissa when she called out for assistance. Carl also changed while he was incarcerated. He couldn't help but want justice for his daughter. Losing Melissa appeared to be the first time he had ever experienced the depth of the suffering his own victims' families had gone through. The story's most startling element was that Carl, a convicted criminal, devoted his last years to pursuing justice for Melissa. Even though he seemed to love his daughter, her death was still unknown. Although her remains had been located, no one had been charged or arrested. Norma Patton made contact with Cheryl McCollum, a cold case investigator, once more in 2017. Norma and Cheryl first met at an official dinner. Cheryl is well known for her true crime podcasts and shows. A new investigation started when Norma came up to her that night and said, "My daughter was decapitated and I need your help." Cheryl McCollum immediately recommended to Norma that they re-examine all of the evidence, because she knew the case would not be simple. In an attempt to put the pieces of the puzzle together and uncover even one new clue, she planned a fresh search of the forested area where the bags containing remains had been discovered years prior. However, thus far, the endeavors had failed. Norma was determined to persevere. She had faith that eventually the truth about her daughter's death would be revealed. Cheryl kept looking into Melissa Wolfenbarger's case in an effort to find the final piece that would complete the picture. Cheryl McCollum, the investigator, could scarcely have predicted how many shadowy corners she would have to light when she started her work. She was able to get in touch with Melissa's father, Carl Patton, right away. Carl wrote about his personal experiences and his ideas about who he thought was to blame for his daughter's disappearance. Her husband, Christopher Wolfenbarger, was the one name he kept bringing up repeatedly. In regards to his son-in-law, Carl had no illusions. From the first time they met, he thought Christopher had destroyed his daughter's life. Melissa used to be a bright, upbeat person, but after Christopher came into her life, everything changed. Carl claims that Christopher taught her how to steal, persuaded her to sneak out of the house at night to meet him, and twice attempted to take Carl's car so that she and Melissa could flee to California. He gained complete control over her after she became pregnant and gave birth to their daughter. Norma and Carl only ever saw their granddaughter Christina when Christopher was at work, because he made an effort to keep her away from her parents. In a terrified whisper, Melissa said that if her husband discovered that her parents had come to visit, she would be in serious trouble. Carl remembered how Melissa refused to heed Christopher's warnings. Even though he had repeatedly bruised her arms and neck, she thought she could turn her life around, but Carl realized something had gone horribly wrong when she failed to show up for Christmas. Although he was certain Christopher had something to do with her disappearance, proving it was a different story. Knowing that his grandchildren didn't comprehend that their mother had truly left to start a new life, but had instead gone forever, was the thing that tormented Carl the most. Carl wrote about how, despite being incarcerated, he attempted to help with the investigation. He suggested that whoever tied the knots might have left evidence, and he asked the experts to check the trash bags containing the remains for any DNA traces. Although he wrote, "There's no such thing as a perfect crime," the police were never able to find any evidence that connected Christopher to the case. Carl clung to the hope that the inquiry would eventually produce something. Norma detailed her suspicions to Cheryl McCollum during multiple meetings. Norma believed Christopher was responsible for the death of her daughter. Carl's desire to learn the truth was evident in his letters. Despite his reputation as a convicted criminal, he was prepared to assist. Detectives were still unable to link Christopher to Melissa's disappearance, though. Carl thanked Cheryl for her efforts at the end of one of his letters, stating that he had only realized the seriousness of his own crimes after losing his daughter. To understand the feelings of his victims' families, he had to go through that kind of loss himself. One day, he hoped, his grandchildren would discover the truth about their mom. In order to determine whether any family members might have had a reason for seeking retribution, Cheryl McCollum also looked into the possibility of enlisting the help of Liddy Evans' children, one of Carl's victims. The idea that someone involved in Carl's previous crimes might have sought revenge was entertained by the police, but it was soon disproved. Years passed after Melissa vanished before Carl's crimes were discovered. Despite the fact that her father was a criminal, Liddy's children felt Melissa also deserved justice and consented to be interviewed for a podcast about her story. Joseph Morgan, one of the forensic specialists, discussed the results of the autopsy. He surmised that Melissa might have been dismembered at the glass company where Christopher worked, rather than at home. All the equipment needed to carry out such an act was on hand, and the remains were discovered at a landfill close to the building. The police were unable to verify this theory, though, because they did not discover any blood or DNA traces at the facility where the crime had occurred, and more crucially, who was behind it were still unknown. Cheryl was careful to pay attention to every little detail. She reviewed all the case materials, brought in experts, and communicated with Carl on a regular basis. One thing appeared to be universally accepted by the experts: Christopher was still the most likely suspect. McCollum declared that she was prepared to risk her reputation in order to bring the offender to justice. When Melissa's podcast debuted in February 2023, her story was the first one she discussed. Then, in April 2024, she received a call from a listener who said she had seen Melissa and Christopher fight at a party. The case gained new life and momentum as a result of this information. With newfound vigor, investigators resumed their work. After over 20 years of uncertainty, Christopher Wolfenbarger was taken into custody on suspicion of a serious crime in early August. To piece everything together, detectives re-interviewed witnesses, followed up on old leads, and employed new technology. He attempted to hide behind a dryer when the police arrived at his house, which one of the officers remarked was not the conduct of an innocent man. Although Christopher insisted he was innocent, the charges had already been filed. Tina and Norma attended the press conference. When Norma heard the news of the arrest, she clasped her hands together and prayed in private. "Now he's behind bars," she said, in front of the cameras, "and I hope he stays there." Christopher's motivations remained unclear, and the police did not reveal all the evidence that led to the arrest. However, one thing was for sure. 25 years after Melissa vanished, her family was at last hopeful that justice would be served. I told you this story because the truth always finds a way to come to light, even after years have gone by and everything seems lost. Despite all the difficulties and public scrutiny, the Patton family persisted in fighting for their daughter, and their efforts were rewarded. This case demonstrates that misconduct cannot be disregarded. Families that experience abuse frequently find themselves in dire circumstances, but keeping quiet and concealing the truth won't help. Don't let yourself be broken. Seek justice. Melissa would advise you if she could talk to you right now. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. When 17-year-old Laurel Jean Mitchell left work one warm summer evening in 1975 in the quiet town of North Webster, Indiana, she disappeared without a trace. Her dead body was discovered floating in a nearby river the following day. Who could have done something so heinous? Her murder went unsolved for almost 50 years, leaving the community haunted and her family devastated. However, a discovery in 2023 finally clarified the sinister mystery surrounding Laurel's premature passing. Who was to blame for what happened to Laurel that fateful night? You might be surprised by the answers. Now, let's explore the narrative. Do you know those places where people know your name and things are a little more laid back? That's North Webster, Indiana, to put it briefly. This small town in Kosciuszko County, which is encircled by serene lakes and beautiful scenery, is a place where neighbors become family. As families enjoy the outdoors and friends pause to talk, life moves at a leisurely pace. North Webster's allure goes beyond its lake view, with Friday night lights bringing the community together. The town proudly supports its Whipco Wildcat sports teams. North Webster's love of basketball is unrivaled, even though Indiana is well known for its basketball heritage. Who knows, this hoops-loving town may produce the next Gordon Hayward or Larry Bird. But there's more to this story than meets the eye. This close-knit community has experienced its fair share of tragedy and heartache. The community's resilience has been put to the test, and severe wounds have been caused by crimes. The murder of Laurel Jean Mitchell is one heartbreaking instance. Her life was cruelly ended, leaving her neighbors, friends, and family in shock. Laurel Mitchell was born on May 24, 1958, into a loving family as the second child of Richard and Wilma Mitchell. Her younger sister, Sarah, was only 5 years behind her older brother, Bruce, who was in California serving in the Army. Every part of their home was filled with laughter and family time, as Laurel grew up surrounded by the warmth of a loving family. Through family customs and adventures, Laurel and her siblings created lifelong memories while laughing and crying. The ability to truly connect with people was Laurel's unique gift. She became well-liked in the community because of her easy charm and kind disposition. Laurel's passions were dance and music. She was a committed dance student who honed her skills at a nearby studio. She also had a lovely voice and sang in the choir at her church. For Laurel, dancing and music were more than just pastimes. They were a way for her to express herself, find joy, and celebrate life. Her future appeared to be extremely bright. As she neared her senior year at Wawasee High School, her dreams seemed to go on forever, full of possibilities and adventure. She accepted a job at the Cokesbury Inn, a quaint eatery on the shores of Webster Lake, to add even more excitement to her summer. For a teenager, it was the ideal job, and Laurel enjoyed her job. She became very friendly with her co-workers and made customers happy with her upbeat demeanor. For the Mitchell family, that August day started out just like any other. Laurel, her younger sister Sarah, and a guest got up early and got to work on their morning tasks. The kitchen reverberated with the familiar sounds of laughter and breakfast preparation. Unaware that the day would soon turn into an unthinkable tragedy, Richard and Wilma hurried to finish their tasks and got ready to leave for work. With a cheerful smile and a positive attitude, Laurel left for her shift at the Cokesbury Inn by mid-afternoon. She enjoyed interacting with her coworkers and serving customers at her job, which she loved. She added warmth to the bustling restaurant as she moved about, laughing and joking with the regulars. Unaware of the horror that would soon be revealed, Laurel settled into the steady pace of the evening shift. Adventureland, a nearby amusement park only 0.5 miles from her place of employment, was where Laurel intended to meet up with friends following her shift. With her sights set on the exciting evening, she graciously declined a coworker's offer to drive her home after the restaurant closed. Laurel left the office at 10:15 p.m., bid farewell to her coworkers, and ventured out into the balmy summer evening. The sounds of summer filled the streets. Unaware that it would be her final moment, Laurel ventured into the darkness. Nobody saw her again after that. Laurel's parents thought she was out having fun with friends when they got home. They thought she was at the amusement park as scheduled and had no reason to be concerned. Her friends, meanwhile, believed she had left work to go home. For a responsible girl like Laurel, it was a fair assumption. Unbeknownst to everyone, though, the group had decided against going to the amusement park and instead would be attending the county fair in Warsaw. They would think about this misunderstanding a lot in the days ahead. Fear took hold as the night grew darker. Her heart raced when she realized Laurel hadn't arrived home when one of her friends came back to the Mitchell residence at around midnight. Being a responsible person, Laurel would never stay out past curfew without informing her family. Panic set in and their hearts started to race. The Mitchells made the decision to wait a little while longer in the hopes that Laurel would arrive at any moment, despite their mounting anxiety. They engaged in tense conversation in an attempt to block out the depressing thought that something was seriously amiss. But as the minutes passed, and the minutes became hours, their fear became a pervasive dread. Uncertainty weighed down the once friendly and cozy house, and shadows appeared to grow in the recesses of their thoughts. They ultimately made the decision to report Laurel missing to the police at around 4 in the morning. In the close-knit community, word of Laurel's disappearance quickly spread, causing anxiety to permeate every home. In order to find Laurel, neighbors, friends, and even complete strangers banded together and combed through streets, roadsides, and woods. As they brought ropes, flashlights, and a strong will to find any sign of Laurel, their voices filled the still night. Officers were sent to conduct a canvass of the area after the police took the report seriously. But as the hours passed, Laurel was nowhere to be seen. A growing sense of dread took the place of hope. When Sarah awoke at home, she saw her parents upset, their faces marked with anxiety. Unspoken fear pervaded the air, and the morning routine had been upended. Sarah felt that something was seriously amiss, even though she was meant to be at a softball practice that morning. In an attempt to protect her from the growing panic that had swept the house, her parents encouraged her to leave anyhow. With a forced smile that did little to conceal her own nervousness, her mother said, "Just try to focus on your game." Sarah departed for practice with a heavy heart, but she couldn't get rid of the thought that her sister wouldn't be returning home. As she made her way to the field along the same route, the unsettling thought persisted. About 15 miles from Laurel's place of employment, Glenn Dixon and his son Hager started fishing on the Elkhart River. Instead of a calm morning as they had hoped, they discovered something terrible. A fully clothed body was spotted floating in the river. They were stopped in their tracks by the sight, and they quickly realized that they were not witnessing an accident. It was obvious that this was no accident because the body had been in the water for a while. They phoned the police right away. Glenn and Hager made a desperate call, and officers swiftly arrived. Officers quickly filled the once serene riverbank, their radios blaring with urgent calls. Knowing they were going to break the heartbreaking news to a family, they retrieved the body with a combination of professionalism and solemn respect. There was a noticeable tension in the air as they attempted to identify the victim. Laurel Mitchell was the one. The news was like receiving a kick to the stomach. Her life ended suddenly. and the intelligent, vivacious girl who loved dancing and music was gone. The news was devastating to the Mitchell family. Richard sobbed when the officers came to deliver the heartbreaking news because he couldn't believe his beloved daughter was no longer with him. Wilma was distraught, her sorrow so deep that it seemed to consume her whole being. Known for their close ties and mutual laughter, the family felt disoriented and broken all of a sudden. Sarah felt a wave of dread when she saw the police cars parked outside their house after practice. She had a gut feeling that something was seriously amiss. Her heart was pounding as she entered, each beat echoing the fear that was building inside of her. The truth of their loss started to set in, and their world had been irrevocably destroyed. When the autopsy report was delivered a few days after Laurel's body was discovered, it brought a terrifying sense of closure. Although Laurel had drowned, the report also mentioned that she had fought back against her assailant, as evidenced by the bruises on her hands and shoulders. The confirmation of sexual assault was the most shocking discovery. Questions about how this could occur in their small town caused conversations to become heated and urgent. Who would do such a horrible thing to Laurel, who was so innocent and kind? The community's hearts were troubled for years by the case's unresolved status. The community was left feeling frustrated and hopeless as the investigation stalled despite the police's best efforts. People wanted justice for Laurel and answers. However, everything changed almost 48 years later in 2023. The community was rocked by the arrest of two elderly men who had lived in the same neighborhood and were teenagers at the time of the incident. With a mixture of grief and relief, this moment rekindled hope and was a pivotal moment in the healing process. How did this occur? It's difficult to think that after all these years, a breakthrough would eventually occur. Usually used to calm and serene days, the little town of North Webster was thrown into a state of chaos. Frank Overmeyer, one witness, remembered hearing a car's trunk slam close to when Laurel vanished. He believed the vehicle to be an Oldsmobile at the time. He didn't think it would be important later, and it didn't seem like a crucial piece of information. Investigators diligently gathered all of Laurel's possessions, including her favorite sweatshirt, shoes, a silver necklace, one earring, and clothing. The fact that her blue jeans were discovered unbuttoned and unzipped among these items added to the mystery surrounding her passing. But nobody knew what could be done with the evidence, and the technology at the time was very limited. No one in the town would soon forget the solemn occasion that was Laurel's funeral. Friends, neighbors, and classmates filled the large church, all grieving the untimely death of a young girl. With their hands clasped together, Sarah sat between her father and her older brother, Bruce. She only remembered the excruciating pain that overcame her. She had few memories of the service itself. She was struck with the realization that her confidant, her sister, was no longer there. There was no longer any sense in the world. The case was abandoned. Weeks became months, and months became years, but no answers were found despite the community's efforts and detectives' diligent work. It seemed as though Laurel's murderer had disappeared, leaving an enduring mystery in their wake. Laurel's loving parents, Richard and Wilma Mitchell, never gave up on pursuing justice. In the hopes that someone would eventually come forward with the truth, they kept the case in the public eye. Unfortunately, their health started to deteriorate, and they both died in 2012, 4 months apart. Unfortunately, they never found out who killed their daughter. The case sat on a shelf for years, gathering dust and losing its significance. But in 2007, Captain Kevin Smith of the Indiana State Police was put in charge of the inquiry. He was committed to giving Laurel's family justice. He jumped right into the cold case, carefully going over all the interviews and supporting documentation. He did not, however, discover any new leads, just like his predecessors. Only in 2013 did a woman named Renee Sexton come forward, giving the case the much-needed bombshell it needed. She described a frightening encounter she had in 1975 with a man named John Lehman. Lehman had admitted to helping his friend Fred Bandy commit a murder. Even though he didn't give any information at the time, Renee's disclosure gave the investigation new life. The community started to dare to hope that justice might finally be within reach, after this new lead gave new life to a case that had previously seemed hopeless. A year later, a man by the name of Bill McDonald provided yet another important tip. He remembered that in 1975, at a party, Fred Bandy had admitted to a crime close to the river where Laurel's body was eventually found. Fred Bandy seemed more suspicious the more detectives looked into his past. They were unaware of Bandy's problematic criminal history. Red flags were raised when he was found guilty of abusing a minor in 2001. This information was sufficient to enable investigators to delve further into his background and relationships, even though it was not proof of his involvement in Laurel's case. According to a report on July 3, 2014, Bandy claimed to have committed the crime at Mallard's Roost, a public access location next to the location where Laurel's body was discovered. The Noble County Sheriff's Department was notified on September 25, 2019, that Bandy claimed he and Lehman had killed Laurel together at a high school party years prior. In 2019, Captain Smith made the decision to take a new look at the evidence in Laurel's case. He sent Laurel's clothes for DNA testing since, by that time, forensic technology had advanced. Smith believed that the answers they had been looking for decades might finally be found thanks to scientific advancements. Forensic scientists examined the clothing in great detail for weeks. Their perseverance eventually paid off, as a male DNA profile was found on the fabric. Detectives were able to rule out a number of possible suspects thanks to this discovery, which revitalized the investigation. Two men were the main focus of the detectives' attention: John Lehman and Fred Bandy. The investigation was now more precisely directed by the detectives, but they still required more hard proof. They went to Fred Bandy's home on December 5, 2022, in order to get a DNA sample. Unexpectedly helpful, Bandy, who is now 67 years old, gave the sample without hesitation. He obviously didn't realize how serious the situation was. On January 13, 2023, the results were given to the authorities. According to a certificate of analysis, Bandy had a 13 billion-fold higher probability than any other unidentified individual of contributing to the DNA discovered on Laurel's clothing. Before proceeding with Fred's arrest, the detectives knew that questioning John Lehman was an essential first step. They were aware of the urgency, but they also knew that more information was needed because Fred was strongly implicated in the crime by DNA evidence. It was imperative that both men face consequences for their heinous deed. Detectives learned that Fred had owned an Oldsmobile in 1975. As the investigation went on, Frank Overmeyer, a witness who claimed to have heard someone violently close a car trunk the night Laurel vanished, made an intriguing connection between this detail and his testimony. Fred Bandy and John Lehman were taken into custody and accused of first-degree murder on February 6, 2023-3. The news brought both relief and sadness to Laurel's family. The fact that justice was at last within their grasp gave Sarah and Bruce a sense of closure, but they were deeply troubled by their parents' absence at this time. Sarah felt a range of emotions when Captain Smith called her to tell her the news. Despite both men's not guilty pleas in court, the evidence against them was indisputable. The detectives' meticulous investigation, witness accounts, and DNA matches painted a somber picture of what most likely transpired on that fateful night in August 1975. Investigators thought that Laurel had been kidnapped, beaten, and then driven to the river where she was drowned by Fred and John. The courtroom was rocked by the disturbing details of the crime. Laurel's family prepared for the lengthy journey ahead, while Fred and John awaited their trial. Although justice was on the way, Laurel would not return. Sarah would always feel the anguish of losing her sister. Now that justice was at hand, the reality of it all felt almost unreal after decades of waiting for answers. The first hearing between Bandy and Lehman was originally set for Wednesday, February 8, 2023, in the Noble Circuit Court. Fred Bandy Jr., now 68, was charged with first-degree murder and was set to go on trial by jury for 5 days. Bandy's last pretrial conference was also set for July 29, 2024, at 3 p.m. However, no outcomes have been made public as of yet. On February 5, 2024, he attended another pretrial conference in Noble County, where trial dates were scheduled for October 7 to 11, 2024. John W. Lehman, his 68-year-old co-defendant, is involved in his own legal proceedings. At 1 p.m. on February 26, 2024, he had a pretrial conference. A hearing for a change of plea was also scheduled for June 18, at 11:30 a.m. in the Circuit Court of Noble. It was anticipated that Lehman would enter a guilty plea to the charges against him at this hearing, renouncing his not guilty plea. Lehman recently agreed to a plea agreement on August 15, 2024, which could drastically lower his sentence. The deal would sentence him to 8 years in a state prison in Indiana and drop the first-degree murder charge in favor of conspiracy to commit murder. However, this agreement is contingent upon a judge's approval, which will be decided at a hearing on October 11th. This development could provide closure to the impacted families and represents a significant turning point in the case. The hearing's outcome, which will decide whether Lehman's plea agreement is accepted or if the initial charges remain, will be closely monitored. The trial for Bandy is still set for October. There is an unfillable void left by the tragically short life of Laurel Mitchell. But because of Captain Smith and his team's unwavering commitment, her killers will not escape punishment. For a community that has been waiting far too long, their unwavering efforts have ensured that justice is served. The impact of Laurel goes well beyond her sad destiny. She will live on as a testament to tenacity, optimism, and an inspirational spirit. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Investigators' work is a true art that calls for in-depth knowledge, intuition, and frequently extraordinary perseverance. It goes beyond simply carrying out official responsibilities. Investigations instantly conjure images of dramatic plots with swift resolutions and striking revelations. However, the reality of daily life is very different from this illusion. Investigators deal with a variety of difficulties, each of which calls for a unique strategy. By gathering evidence and reconstructing events, they attempt to paint a full picture of the incident. However, some crimes go unsolved even after many hours of case file research. This could be because there is insufficient evidence, there aren't enough witnesses, or there is conflicting and unclear evidence. The intricacy of the investigator's job is further compounded by the fact that many incidents appear clear-cut at first, but upon closer examination, they become considerably more complex. In some cases, the original versions prove to be totally unworkable. For instance, a crime that seemed to be motivated by jealousy may actually be the consequence of a series of events. Because of this variability, the investigator needs to be especially adaptive and flexible. The instances when a little-known piece of evidence that was previously dismissed as irrelevant turns out to be a clue are especially impressive. Sometimes a fingerprint, an object thrown at the crime scene, or even a word that was dropped by accident can alter the entire investigation and force a fresh perspective on details that appear familiar. These kinds of surprises call for a true investigator to be able to see the invisible and cut through the most complex web of falsehoods and misinformation. In the video for today, we examine one instance that was not initially what it appeared to be. This story, which was set in Canada, caught the public's attention right away because of its peculiar plot. The 34-year-old Nicole Porciello, also known by her last name Hasselman, was a patient and kind person, a true mentor to many children who were occasionally lost in the complicated maze of adolescence. She worked in student support services at Templeton Secondary School. For Nicole, the workplace at this school was more than just a place of employment. It was a second family, a place of friendship, and a place of sincere support. Nicole was viewed as an inspiration by her coworkers because she was always helpful and responsive. Teachers, administrators, and other school employees became friends with her. The miracle of pedagogy was manifested in her ability to relate to the most challenging teenagers. In addition to her professionalism, Nicole's colleagues adored her for her genuine warmth and kindness outside of work. In 2018, Nicole was a mother raising her 10-year-old son. Like her son was a kind and sensitive boy. By investing in both with sincere passion and concern, Nicole was able to balance her career and raising her child. She tried to set an example for him by always opening her heart to the outside world and improving it slightly. Regretfully, Nicole's family and friends' lives were irrevocably altered on January 16, 2018. A 2017 charcoal gray Kia Sorento SUV was involved in a collision in the 8000 block of Barnett Highway on November 16 at around 10 p.m., according to Burnaby Police. Emergency personnel showed up on the scene. The car's mangled body appeared even more menacing after colliding with a lamppost. A man was trapped inside the car, his life now hanging in the balance. Their sirens broke the evening silence in the glare of the warning lights. In coordination with law enforcement and medical personnel, rescuers promptly surrounded the area. They came to see that time had turned into an unseen foe. Every delay has the potential to become tragic. They moved swiftly and accurately. It was a mastery refined by years of practice and training, not merely a skill. As this was going on, another team of rescuers activated specialized equipment. Hydraulic cutters seized the metal and violently tore it apart with a menacing crack, but the operators stayed composed and focused. It was astounding how much hope and faith in the team's professionalism could be sparked by this procedure, which at first glance seemed frightening and noisy. There was no movement from the man in the car. Physicians fumbled around him, prepared to give him medical care. After several minutes of arduous labor, the rescuer's commander finally signaled that the victim could be pulled out of the steel embrace. The man was then carefully removed from the damaged car and placed in the compassionate care of the medics. Emergency services functioned as a well-oiled machine, with each component fulfilling its essential function. Immediately, medical professionals started administering first aid while closely observing the man's condition. They carefully moved the victim to a stretcher and transported him to the ambulance after ensuring that his condition was stable. Preparations for the man's transfer to the closest hospital, where he can obtain more specialized care, have already begun. Jan Popel was the victim. As soon as he was brought to the hospital, the medical staff performed a thorough examination and diagnostics to rule out any potential hidden injuries. Thankfully, no severe injuries were discovered, although they did note a few bruises and a minor concussion. Jan's life was not in danger, and the patient's condition was stable. After receiving the required medical attention, the man was monitored for a while to make sure he fully recovered. According to reports, Jan, a real estate agent, battled an addiction to illegal substances. With romance, intense affection, and mutual understanding, John and Nicole's relationship got off to the typical start of great love. Together, they discussed ideas, made plans, and dreamed about the future. Arguments seemed to avoid them at first, and the pleasure of spending time together grew every day. But as time went on, Jan started exhibiting qualities that Nicole was unable to overlook. His need for control was initially seen as compassionate, but it eventually devolved into an obsessive mania. He asserted that by shielding Nicole from harmful external influences, he was causing her to become estranged from her friends and family. She even checked her social media and cell phones. His jealousy was unrestrained, and he now found it difficult to conceal his aggression. His desire to dominate only grew with each new conflict, and Nicole was caught in a psychological trap that was difficult to escape. He once pushed her chest so hard that it caused her physical pain for weeks. After 7 years of dating, Nicole continued to have faith in Jan's charming assurances that everything would improve, even though their lives were gradually filled with pain and fear. He promised to find the strength to get better and return to the devoted and reliable partner he had been at first. Even though Nicole secretly knew that Jan's behavior would probably never change, those vows prevented them from ending their relationship. They had split up multiple times, but each time Jan asked for another chance, Nicole would give it another go. Their most recent breakup, which Nicole believed to be final, occurred 9 days prior to the car accident, but Jan wasn't going to tolerate the split. He was reluctant to part with Nicole. He was deeply envious. In addition to publishing compromising images of her, he parked his car in front of her home. Following Jan's removal from the vehicle, the police got to work documenting eyewitness accounts and investigating the accident scene. In an effort to piece together the sequence of events leading up to the collision with the lamppost, they meticulously documented every detail. The purpose of the questions was to ascertain the accident's actual causes. For the sake of safety and justice, it was their responsibility to discover the truth. After finishing their portion of the work, the firefighters were packing up their gear and getting ready to head back to base when one of the officers made an unexpected discovery. A woman who was unconscious but still breathing was found in a ditch 30 feet away from the vehicle. Nicole was the one. After being brought to the hospital, the doctors did everything they could to save her, but sadly it was not enough. A few days later, police released a statement stating that the mother and 34-year-old educational assistant who died last week after an SUV crash in Burnaby had injuries suggestive of foul play. The woman had injuries that suggested foul play, but the man is expected to fully recover. Nicole was taken to a forensic laboratory a few hours after her death, where a skilled medical examiner with years of experience performed the autopsy on her body. Using professional tools, he carefully and methodically examined and repaired all of the wounds he saw covering her body. While some wounds were more superficial and might have been caused by a struggle, others were deeper and clearly directed with force. The examiner counted 47 stab wounds in total. 2 separate knives were used to inflict Nicole's wounds. In addition to documenting physical injuries, the expert searched for any marks that could provide insight into Nicole's death circumstances. Missing defensive wounds on the hands, for instance, might have suggested that the victim was immobilized or that the attack came suddenly. The expert understood that his conclusions were what would enable law enforcement to apprehend the offender and secure justice. All of the expert's observations and findings were combined into an official report after the autopsy was finished. In addition to being a document, this report served as a crucial link in the murder investigation's chain, giving the investigators the knowledge they needed to carry out their investigation. Following Nicole's passing, her friends, family, and co-workers were swept up in a sea of grief that struck them with an unanticipated and uncontrollable force. It seemed as though everything had stopped for everyone who knew Nicole, leaving behind only the memories of her smile, the happiness in her eyes, and unmet expectations for the future. Realizing that they would never again be able to embrace their cherished mother, daughter, and sister, hear her voice, or share the memories that were to be so many more, was an unbearable burden for the family. Nicole lost a like-minded friend with whom she shared her most intimate hopes and experiences. They were consumed by the thought of how hard she had worked to rebuild her life, start over, and pursue her happiness. Nicole's co-workers recognized the significant impact she had had on their lives and team. The emptiness left by her passing was nearly tangible, and every day served as a reminder of everything they had lost. Many of them were inspired by Nicole's joy and dedication to excellence, and this unexpected loss helped them to understand how fleeting human life is and how crucial it is to treat one another with more consideration. For Nicole Porcello's family, the holidays have been the most difficult time. Carmine Porcello believes that he will never adjust to the loss of his younger sister. It's difficult to overlook her seat being empty when you're all seated for a family meal. She isn't where he said she would have been. Jan Porcello was taken into custody on November 29, 2018, 13 days after Nicole's passing. The public has been urged by police to provide any information that could help with the investigation. In relation to Nicole Hasselman's death, Jan Popel, 31, was taken into custody on November 29 and subsequently charged with second-degree murder. At some point today, Mr. Popel will appear before a judge. There was no threat to public safety because this was a singular occurrence, and the individuals involved knew one another. Without the tireless efforts of our detectives, today's outcome would not have been possible. They worked extremely hard to gather and secure all the evidence for charge approval. We understand that Nicole Hasselman's friends, family, and everyone else who was impacted by her while she was alive are going through a very trying time. We only hope that we were able to address some of Nicole's family's inquiries. There's always a chance that one or more people have information that they haven't yet shared with me. We live up to that. And once more, one of the reasons I'm standing here today is to address those who may have information that they haven't disclosed for whatever reason. They may only now be becoming aware of it. Come forward now, please. Anyone with information about any of our investigations is welcome to contact us. One of the most important aspects of Nicole's death investigation was reconstructing the timeline. It made it possible for the investigators to put together all of the information they could see, view the sequence of events and the time they took place. This informational organization made it easier to spot contradictions in Jan's testimony and examine his actions. After all, every minute could have an impact on our comprehension of the precise circumstances surrounding Nicole's untimely demise. Investigators examined phone logs, text messages between Nicole and Jan, and surveillance footage. The most accurate picture of Nicole's location at any given time, her contacts, and the specific events surrounding her was given by this data. The chronology was also crucial to the prosecution's case against Jan because, as was previously stated, it would have been challenging to persuade the court of his guilt in the absence of hard proof of his involvement in the incident gathered in a precise order. The events leading up to Nicole's death started 9 days prior to the fatal car accident, but the relationship between Nicole and Jan lasted 7 years, with breaks and reunions. According to reports, Jan's jealousy reached previously unheard-of levels after Nicole informed him that their relationship was over by beginning to speak with another man. He picked Nicole up in a rental car on the evening of November 16 while her son was at hockey practice, and they got into a fight. After that, Jan took out 2 kitchen knives and started repeatedly stabbing Nicole, who was seated in the passenger seat, throughout her body. Then, in a last-ditch effort to save her life, Jan took out his cell phone and began filming video instead of phoning for help. She was heard declaring her love for Jan. Without expressing regret, Jan told her that he stabbed her because he could not bear the thought of her dating someone else. After that, he left Nicole in the car outside and drove home, going inside to send a few emails, including one in which he resigned from his position. While Jan sent emails, paid some bills, and even went online to buy a new TV and dishwasher, Nicole spent 2 hours in the car. Nicole was still alive when he returned to the rental car. He allegedly planned to stage a car accident to give the impression that Nicole had perished in the collision. Nicole, who was not wearing a seatbelt, flew out of the car when Jan Poupel slammed his foot on the accelerator and crashed into a streetlight at high speed. Jan Poupel was accused of second-degree murder based on the evidence that was gathered. For Nicole's family and friends, the trial, which started in 2020 and lasted for several months, was yet another ordeal. The video that Jan Poupel took with his cell phone after repeatedly injuring Nicole was shown in front of the crowd during the trial. The judge asked those in the gallery to leave if they felt uncomfortable and warned the courtroom that it would be graphic. The injured victim was seen having trouble breathing in the 1-minute video. People sitting next to her can be heard accusing her of disrespecting him rather than phoning for assistance. Jan Poupel, who was envious and vindictive, told Nicole that she was solely to blame. In a video he recorded after he attacked Nicole with 2 knives, Poupel said, "You just took from me, disrespected me for months and years." The victim's father, Joe Porciello, left the courtroom as the video was playing, clearly upset, and Poupel sat with his head lowered in the prisoner's dock. Watch the video. The victim's brother, Carmine Porciello, yelled at him. "Raise your head," the brother said. The judge ordered a 15-minute morning break after the video, acknowledging that the footage was distressing. 4 witnesses, including the father and brother, gave moving victim impact statements in court. The father characterized his daughter as the cornerstone of their family and a lovely soul. Speaking directly to Poupel, he declared, "You have destroyed our family." The brother claimed that the crime had turned him into a zombie and that he was furious with the accused, saying, "We cannot forgive you for what you have done." Several other victim impact statements, including one from the victim's young son, were summarized by Crown Counsel Jacqueline Madden. The boy said he had lost a piece of his heart when his mother passed away because she was his best friend. Madden stated in the decision that although Poupel had shown remorse, the judge characterized his actions as self-centered, callous, and cruel. Joe Porciello, Nicole's father, disagreed. "I felt sick to my stomach because he should have had a tear in his eye if he had been sorry." He claimed that he would display any emotion outside of court. He appeared to be out to lunch when he last appeared in the courtroom, where guilty pleas to second-degree murder were made. The penalty for second-degree murder is automatically life in prison. The how many years it would be before he could apply for parole was the only question that followed. Poupel's lawyer requested a minimum of 10 years, but the prosecutor was urging a minimum of 15 years. Given Poupel's past of acting abusively and jealously toward Nicole, neither of these choices was well received by Nicole's family. According to her cousin Gina Giuliano, he ought to have been charged with and found guilty of first-degree murder, which carries a 25-year prison sentence without the possibility of parole. No number is sufficient in my opinion, but if 25 is the upper limit, then I believe that's what he ought to receive. We have someone who is not even 40 years old, and in the worst situation, he might be out when he's 50 or 55, she said, according to Giuliano. That is not acceptable. Nicole's friends and family have started a social media campaign in the week before the sentencing, pointing out the gaps left by Nicole's passing and posing the question of whether the penalty is appropriate for the crime. Giuliano asserts that we cannot tolerate such individuals on our streets. Such a precedent that a vicious crime carries a sentence so light that it is easy for anyone to commit it is unacceptable. Popo conveyed regret and remorse in a statement to the court and Nicole's family. "I have long been waiting for this opportunity to express my apologies to you," he said. Jan Popo received a life sentence in April 2021 and then, in a panic, received prison time. He will be eligible to apply for parole after 15 years. Nicole's family told a group of reporters outside the courthouse that justice doesn't exist in this country and that Popo's sentence was not harsh enough. Gina Giuliano, Nicole's cousin, expressed her disappointment with the decision. "He will truly be able to walk the streets in 15 years? Is that what we want to tell our community?" she asked. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The Jansen family appeared to be just another loving, close-knit family, always willing to lend a helping hand to one another. However, everything changed one day. Even their closest friends found it hard to believe that something so shocking had occurred in their home. A string of incidents that rocked the family and left everyone in their wake in complete shock were concealed behind this mystery. Neighbors, friends, and law enforcement all attempted to piece together what exactly happened behind closed doors and what might have led to the dissolution of this seemingly ideal family. Randy Jansen led an apparently ordinary life in the small, sleepy towns with brick storefronts and quaint coffee shops amidst the thick forests of British Columbia. Randy had grown up in Langley, a small town that many people view as a tranquil haven. However, years of arduous work and aspirations that didn't always result in happiness lay behind this calm exterior. Randy had a strong relationship with his father, who was employed at a nearby lumber mill from a young age. Randy learned all he knew about woodworking from his father, and he followed in his footsteps by working at the same mill after high school. Long shifts and a great deal of physical exertion were necessary for the demanding work, but Randy was used to such difficulties. Randy was just one of many people in Langley who believed that the lumber mill was an essential part of the community's economy and way of life. He committed himself to the arduous task of transporting logs and processing wood for more than 10 years. Even though the work was repetitive and draining, it made him feel secure and proud. Even though every day was the same, Randy found meaning in the routine of his work and his role in the neighborhood. If the lumber mill stood for security, then music was Randy's release, a means of expressing feelings that he wasn't always able to articulate. Since his early years, music had been a part of his life, and as time went on, singing and playing the guitar changed from being a pastime to becoming an essential outlet. He often played at a local bar in Langley, where people would congregate to watch live performances and relax after their own exhausting workdays. Randy transformed his typically quiet and reserved manner into a dynamic and captivating presence that enthralled his audience. His genuine and passionate performances were adored by the locals, and they provided Randy with a sense of fulfillment and connection that was often lacking in his daily life. On what appeared to be a typical evening, Randy met Laurel, the woman who would forever alter his life, at that neighborhood bar. Laurel, who worked as a bartender and was 6 years older than Randy, frequently watched his shows from behind the counter. Charming and self-assured, Laurel was adored by customers for her ability to foster a welcoming environment and her honest, approachable manner. What began as informal discussions, initially about music and later about life, swiftly developed into a more profound bond. They became closer because of their love of music and similar aspirations. Even though her life took a different turn, Laurel always wanted to pursue a career in music and played the piano. Together with a sincere interest in one another, this shared dream quickly developed into something far deeper. Randy's life at the lumber mill went on as usual, but Laurel's presence now added color to it. As they started making plans for the future together, their bond grew stronger. Despite his comfort, Langley started to feel too small for their shared dreams. In their ideal world, music would serve as the cornerstone of their future rather than merely a pastime. Randy gained a renewed sense of purpose, love, and hope for the future from his work at the mill, his performances at the bar, and his evenings with Laurel. Randy and Laurel frequently talked about their 1990 wedding day. Only their closest friends and family were present at the modest ceremony, which had a warm, personal feel. Live music, exemplified by a song Randy sang for his bride, signaled the start of a life full of dreams and love. Their world revolved around their daughter Emily, who was born a few years after their wedding. Anyone who knew the family could see how much Randy loved Emily, and he frequently boasted that she was the best thing that had ever happened to him. Emily's life took a sudden and challenging turn when she was only 8 years old. Her sudden, severe headaches became so incapacitating that she was unable to pursue her musical endeavors any further. Emily had demonstrated exceptional singing ability at an early age, winning prizes in competitions and enthralling her parents with her voice. She had been attending vocal lessons and pursuing her dream of becoming a singer, leading a busy life. Motivated by her achievements, her parents made every effort to encourage her aspiration. Randy and Laurel initially struggled to comprehend what was happening to their daughter. They were unaware of her condition despite multiple medical tests and doctor visits that yielded no conclusive results. Because the bright lights and cacophonous classroom atmosphere caused more severe headaches, Emily was forced to drop out of school and transition to home-based learning. She spent most of her time in her room, which turned into a dimly lit haven. As she suffered, Randy and Laurel took turns taking care of her, doing everything they could to make her feel better. Doctors finally diagnosed migraines after conducting a number of tests. The whole family suffered a terrible blow. Emily's prescribed medications provided only a limited amount of relief, lowering her pain levels but never completely halting the attacks. Her greatest source of happiness, the music she once loved so much, was now out of her grasp. Once a vibrant and active young child, Emily grew more reclusive and spent most of her time in darkness and silence. In a desperate attempt to support their daughter, Randy and Laurel looked everywhere. They looked into alternative therapies, spoke with a lot of specialists, and tried a lot of treatments, but none of them provided the long-term respite they so desperately sought. The medical forecast was bleak. Many people with migraines must live with the pain for the rest of their lives. According to statistics, 34% of people with migraines had trouble finding work, 30% had trouble finishing their education, and roughly 53% were unable to drive because of their symptoms. Even though these figures made Emily's illness medically common, they didn't lessen the pain her parents were feeling as they saw their daughter's vitality wane. For Randy, these were especially difficult years. Once his haven, music, turned into a painful reminder that Emily was no longer able to experience the passion that had made her life so happy. Without Emily's voice to accompany him, his guitar-playing evenings had become meaningless, and he no longer found joy in playing at the neighborhood bar where he had once flourished. He began to spend more time at home, staying near Emily, and doing his best to help. But Randy and Laurel felt more and more powerless as Emily's pain increased. Their once vibrant and determined daughter now spent her days cooped up in her room, shut off from the outside world and light. Randy kept working, but his mind was constantly on Emily, and he woke up every day hoping to find a way to make her pain go away. Emily's health had gotten worse by the time she turned 18. Her migraine attacks increased in frequency and intensity, occasionally lasting several days. She was unable to learn and keep up friendships because of the constant pain. Emily persisted in pursuing her goals in spite of these obstacles. In order to pursue a career in the fine arts and eventually become an opera singer, she enrolled in the arts program at the University of British Columbia. Emily saw going to university as an opportunity to restore her sense of normalcy and get closer to the life she had always dreamed of, not just an academic pursuit. Emily forced herself to remain engaged in spite of her physical tiredness and ongoing pain flare-ups. She studied literature, art history, and music theory in addition to taking voice lessons. She even took part in concerts and student events whenever she could. Her classmates appreciated her perseverance in staying active in university life, despite the obstacles she encountered. Her actions, however, concealed a difficult battle going on behind the scenes. Emily frequently had to skip class and make up lost time on her own. Emily felt weak, sleepy, and exhausted from the strong drugs she was taking to treat her migraines. To reduce her symptoms, she was prescribed triptans, anticonvulsants, and antidepressants, but these medications had serious side effects, including depression, difficulty focusing, and a general deterioration in her physical health. Emily eventually started avoiding medicine as much as she could in order to lessen its effects on her body. Instead, she looked into alternative ways to treat her illness. Emily avoided triggers like bright lights, strong smells, and loud noises, used cold compresses on her head, and resorted to breathing techniques and meditation. Her room turned into a haven where she could go to escape anything that made her suffering worse. Her parents, Randy and Laurel, alternated in taking care of her and doing everything they could to alleviate her agony, but during the worst episodes, she spent whole days in the dark, protected from light and sound. Nevertheless, Emily did her best to keep things normal. Despite not being able to see her friends as frequently as she used to, she maintained contact with them. Her friends never deserted her, even though she occasionally had to postpone plans due to unexpected migraine attacks. To ensure she didn't feel alone, they would pay her a visit at home, spending time with her and providing support. Emily was unable to give up the things she loved, even though her condition limited her options. No matter how challenging the path became, she remained steadfast in her resolve to pursue her music and live life to the fullest. Randy Jansen shocked everyone who knew him with a Facebook post on May 7, 2015. He admitted to doing unimaginable things over the past 10 days in this post. He started off by writing about his daughter Emily, calling her the most ideal daughter anyone could ask for. She was gifted, smart, and compassionate. Emily made their lives so much more joyful by bringing laughter into their home and always lending a helping hand to others, even when she was having difficulties herself. However, she had to let go of the dreams she had fought so hard to realize because her illness had taken so much from her. Migraines had plagued Emily since elementary school. Deep depression resulted from the ongoing pain, and days when it didn't stop for even a second became her reality. Randy explained that while his daughter spent her days in hospitals or in her quiet, dark room, she would observe her classmates going about their daily lives. Emily tried to hope for a better future in spite of everything, but nothing seemed to work. Randy was employed at a lumber mill, but he spent all of his free time with his daughter. He told his friends that he couldn't imagine his life without Emily and that she was everything to him. He was driven to the brink of despair by seeing her suffer and being powerless to stop it. Randy was obviously having a lot of emotional difficulties, as friends remembered when he confided in them about his suffering. Randy made a choice one day that would change everything. He acknowledged taking a gun and killing Emily in a Facebook post, saying he did so to relieve her of the constant agony. He described how he saw her as an angel, free from her agony, floating above the clouds with her long hair blowing in the wind. He continued after that. Randy disclosed that he had also killed his wife, Laurel, because he couldn't imagine her having to deal with the loss of their daughter. He killed his sister Shelley a few days later, claiming he didn't want her to live with the guilt of what he had done. Randy clarified in the post that Emily had made every effort to get better. He talked about how resilient and strong she was, but in the end, the illness had broken her. He talked about how helpless he felt knowing he could do nothing to stop her daily suffering. In the end, Randy felt that this was the only way to help Emily, and he had repeatedly told friends that he would do anything for her. Randy's friends and acquaintances called the police right away after he published the post. They wanted to make sure Randy's family was safe because they were appalled by what they read. Many people were shocked by the post and found it difficult to comprehend the scope of what had transpired. After receiving several calls, including one from Randy's close friend Brian Jones, law enforcement moved swiftly to the scene. To conduct an investigation, officers were sent to Randy's residence. One of Randy's best friends, Brian Jones, read the Facebook post and was overcome with confusion and fear. When he saw the signature at the end, a nickname Randy had used since they were in school, he realized his friend had written those words. At first, he thought it was an error or some cruel joke. Brian realized right away how serious the situation was and that he needed to take quick action. He tried calling Randy on the phone as he made his way to Shelley's house after leaving work early. His worry only grew with each call that went unanswered. There was a pile of undeliverable newspapers on the porch when Brian got to Shelley's house. He thought this was odd because Shelley was dependable and never skipped a duty. The windows were covered with drawn curtains, and her old van was parked in the driveway. There were no signs of activity, and the yard was eerily quiet. Brian repeatedly knocked on the door, but no one answered. The scene was eerily silent and eerie in every way. Following the death of their parents, Shelley had led a solitary life. She didn't have kids, lived alone, and didn't often talk to her neighbors. She was renowned for being reliable and consistent in her work, and her primary duty was delivering newspapers. Brian became alarmed at the sight of the unopened newspapers right away. He made the decision to call the police because he knew something was amiss. He was told that he wasn't the first person to voice concerns about the family when he got to the dispatcher. They had already sent out a patrol unit to see how things were going. Randy wrote at the conclusion of his Facebook post that his family was now pain-free and in a better place. He apologized to everyone he had harmed, accepted full responsibility, and conveyed regret for his actions. Brian experienced a wave of shock and disbelief as he read the post's eerie closing. "Rest in peace, my little family." He had always known Randy to be a good-hearted, loving man who cherished his family. He found it incomprehensible that his friend could have committed such a crime or even had a gun. He remembered Randy's love and devotion when he talked about his family, and he found it hard to comprehend how things could have gone so wrong. Randy Jansen was inside his house when the police arrived, and they tried to get in touch with him. Through a second-story window, officers saw him brandishing a gun. They tried calling Randy on the phone and using loudspeakers, but he did not answer. The officers knew they needed to proceed cautiously to prevent further escalation because they were acutely aware of how tense the situation was. Negotiators surrounded the house and got to work, but Randy didn't show any signs of giving up or wanting to talk. The standoff turned into something much more dangerous after a few hours. Officers saw smoke rising from the upper floor after Randy set the house on fire. There were unsuccessful attempts to enter the house. Access through the windows was cut off as the flames spread too quickly. On the first floor, officers saw a body covered in a sheet, but they couldn't get to it to identify it. The officers were forced to flee as the entire house was engulfed in flames in a matter of minutes. When firefighters got there, the house was completely destroyed by the fire and could not be saved. Even after it was put out, the fire was so severe that it was dangerous to enter the interior for a few days. 3 days after the fire, on May 10, investigators were finally allowed to enter the burned-out remnants of the house to start their investigation. Investigators discovered 3 bodies inside the burned-out house. Emily, 19, was found with her body wrapped in a sheet in her bedroom. Laurel, 50, was discovered in the kitchen, similarly wrapped in a blanket. It was discovered by investigators that both had been shot in the head twice, about 10 days prior to Randy writing his Facebook post. The body of Randy was discovered in a bedroom on the 2nd floor. Before he set the house on fire, he had killed himself with a gun. It was evident from Randy's body's location and the weapon's remnants that he had been in severe emotional pain when he decided to take his own life. Police discovered Shelley's body in the living room when they got to Randy's sister's house. Shelley, whose body was similarly wrapped in a blanket, had also been shot twice in the head. Since there were no indications of a struggle at the scene, investigators deduced that she had passed away 2 days prior to her discovery, indicating that Randy had taken her by surprise. The past year had seen a serious decline in Emily's health. In order to relieve her unbearable pain, doctors had turned to giving her morphine injections. Neighbors frequently witnessed her parents escorting her home following hospital stays, and these injections were a last resort. Emily needed assistance just to walk because she had gotten so weak. Everyone who knew the family found these times to be devastating. Despite all of the difficulties they encountered, Emily's father, Randy Jansen, always did his best to take care of his family. He sought treatment from the family physician a year prior to the tragic events because he was experiencing severe stress and chronic insomnia. He told the physician that he found it hard to watch his daughter suffer. Randy rejected the medication because he thought it wouldn't solve the underlying issue, even though the doctor advised him to try to get more sleep and suggested sedatives. According to Randy's close friend, Brian Jones, Randy had never mentioned having suicidal thoughts or wanting to harm other people. He said Randy was a steady, industrious man who was always willing to help. Randy put his family first, and no one could have predicted that he was capable of such a thing. But Brian pointed out that Randy was at his breaking point. He finally made a terrible choice because he could no longer stand to see his daughter suffer. It was impossible for many neighbors who had known Randy since they were young to reconcile the events with the man they remembered. They said that he had never displayed any signs of cruelty or aggression and was a kind and gentle person. They believed that his acts were motivated by desperation and an inability to handle the suffering and distress that surrounded his family. Randy once told a neighbor that he wouldn't have a reason to live if his daughter ever died. In spite of those statements, Randy spent 10 days living in the house with his wife and daughter's bodies before ending his own life. 4 days before the tragedy, Emily sent out her final tweet, which said, "I complain about the pain, but at least I'm here to feel it. I thank God for the chance to live." It was a reflection of her will to live despite the tremendous suffering she had to endure. She frequently fought to maintain her optimism in her social media posts. She made an effort to remain optimistic despite her illness, even when things appeared dire. Emily was regarded as a good-hearted and sympathetic young lady who made an effort to remain aware of her surroundings. She loved to sing, and when her health permitted it, she did so in the local church. Her performances were remembered with fondness by many Langley residents. Her church attendance decreased as her illness worsened, but she continued to be giving and considerate. On her best days, she would even assist neighborhood children with their homework. She would also bake with her mother and share sweets with neighbors. Emily's mother, Laurel, supported her daughter to the best of her ability. She expressed the anguish and despair she experienced while witnessing her daughter's suffering on Twitter when she wrote, "Emily is back in the hospital, praying to God they can help her. I feel so helpless." Despite being close to emotional exhaustion, Laurel persisted in trying to find ways to improve Emily's condition. Randy's sister Shelley was also unable to predict the tragedy that would occur. None of the family members thought their fates would be determined in such a terrible manner. Randy frequently confided in friends over the past year about the immense stress and strain that Emily's illness had placed on him. Nobody could have foreseen that Randy would eventually become so emotionally unstable that he would choose to murder his family members. As previously stated, Emily kept a Twitter account where she expressed her opinions. She wasn't giving up, as evidenced by her posts. She wrote just prior to the tragedy, "For the first time in 2 years, I've gone 12 hours without pain. I'm so tired of hurting, but I need to keep going." Her words demonstrated her will to fight in spite of the overwhelming obstacles. But Randy was unable to bear the emotional burden any longer. As their daughter's health deteriorated, Laurel was also profoundly impacted. Her distress was reflected in her tweets. The family made an effort to help one another in spite of their desperation, but things kept getting worse, and none of them could predict where it would go. The details have now been revealed, and it is evident how hopelessness, hidden struggles, and despair led to an unexpected tragedy. The Jansen family's story serves as a sobering reminder that, even behind seemingly impenetrable walls, unspeakable suffering can fester beneath the surface and occasionally explode in unexpected ways. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. We examine the events that transpired in Jacksonville, Florida in this video. The body of Kim Dorsey was discovered in her house. Detectives discovered during the scene that she had attempted, but failed, to flee through her bedroom window. With multiple suspects, detectives had to put in a lot of effort to solve this case. Kim Dorsey was 38 years old in 2012. She earned a degree in civil engineering from the University of North Florida. She owned her own construction company, was a certified general contractor, and served as the director of training for Inspection Depot's Quality Assurance Division. She and her husband, Derek Dorsey, occupied a lovely home. Derek was a respected member of his community and had been a firefighter for 20 years. Everyone believed that Kim had the ideal marriage and that she was a lovely person. But when the front door of a perfect couple's house closes, nobody knows what happens inside. When Derek returned home from work on October 28, 2012, he found Kim's lifeless body. He dialed 911 right away. Though he believed Kim was dead, He told the operator that he was performing CPR on her. Derek responded that Kim might have hurt herself when the operator asked him what had happened to her. Police and an ambulance arrived on the scene. At the scene, Kim was declared dead. Derek suggested that Kim might have hurt herself to the 911 operator, but detectives investigating the scene knew right away that foul play was involved. Derek covered his wife's body with a blanket after locating her. Upon the arrival of the medical examiner, they took off the blanket and witnessed the severity of Kim's ordeal. Detectives were informed by Derek that he had left for work the morning before. Firefighters are on duty all day and all night. He expected to find Kim in bed when he entered the bedroom on Sunday morning just after 8 o'clock. It was very dark in there because of the heavy curtains. At the foot of the bed, he noticed Kim sprawled on the floor. Kim had already passed away when he dialed 911. Experts concluded during the autopsy that Kim Dorsey had passed away about 24 hours prior to Derek dialing 999. Police discovered a lot of evidence at the crime scene. Kim had a plastic tie around her wrists and ankles. On the floor was a broken pool stick. On the floor beside it was a gun. In addition, there was a knife on the ground near Kim's body. Both the bedroom doorway and the wall had bullet marks on them. The bedroom appeared to have been the scene of a firing incident. There were numerous things that required clarification. By examining the remainder of the house, investigators were able to determine the cause. The contents of drawers had been dumped out by someone who had gone through the kitchen. There was definitely someone searching. It was quite strange that the kitchen sink had a keypad that was connected to a surround sound system and 3 or 4 remote controls. The front door was undamaged and showed no signs of having been broken into. Nevertheless, investigators did observe an oddity. It was knocked over, a ceramic dog statue by the front door. They immediately reached their first conclusion. It didn't seem possible that a stranger could have broken into the house, stabbed Kim, beat her with a pool stick, and bound her with plastic ties. Either the intruder knew how to enter the house, or Kim Dorsey knew who had attacked her. The fact that Derek was the first suspect and brought to the police station to be questioned was not surprising. Derek was asked to provide more details about his work, his wife, and the previous weekend by the detective. He claimed that Kim spent a few hours shopping on Friday after leaving the house. They watched a movie at home in the evening. Derek rose early on Saturday and headed to work at around 7 in the morning, as he usually does. At 8 a.m. on Sunday, he concluded his shift. Kim was at home by herself during those 24 hours that he was away. He made multiple attempts to reach her on her cell phone on Saturday. In the far north of the county, Derek was employed at a fire station. The call didn't go through, and the cell coverage wasn't always good. With one exception, he is an experienced professional with years of experience. Everything Derek had told them so far made sense, but when he called 911, he informed the operator that Kim most likely hurt herself. How could he have failed to recognize that this was a crime? Did he know? Derek discussed his relationship with Kim, saying that it was basically free. They permitted one another to have relationships with other people. However, Derek went on to say that Kim stopped because she was grieving the loss of her mother, who passed away 3 or 4 years ago. Kim sought medical assistance from a professional. She may not feel as attractive as she once did because she gained a little weight while taking medication. Detectives needed to know whether Derek had adopted a more relaxed lifestyle since Kim had stopped doing so. Frequently, someone dies as a result of marital infidelity. Derek acknowledged that he was seeing another woman at the moment. Investigators wanted to know if Derek intended to divorce Kim. Would her passing have brought him any financial gain? Kim's life was uninsured when Derek was asked if his wife had a life insurance policy. For example, the detectives considered the amount of time it would take Derek to drive home from the fire station. It would take nearly an hour to travel the 15 miles between the two places. He was employed at a small fire station. After speaking with every firefighter, detectives came to the conclusion that Derek had a perfect alibi. The investigators then made the decision to consider an alternative. They were aware that Derek was referring to a girlfriend. Perhaps this woman wished to remove Kim from the situation. Someone may believe they were treated unfairly in a love triangle. Perhaps Derek didn't follow through on his promise to his girlfriend that he would divorce Kim. After being questioned by detectives, Derek's girlfriend was promptly ruled out as a suspect because she had a strong alibi. To examine everything again, investigators went back to the crime scene. Investigations may involve experts like blood spatter analysts in specific situations where it is unclear what happened and who was involved. They are able to elaborate on the specifics of what transpired. It was crucial to comprehend the events that led up to the fight, its beginning and its conclusion. Experts concluded that Kim was hurt close to the bedside table in the first place. The left side of the bed was heavily covered in blood. She spent a considerable amount of time there after suffering severe injuries. Kim then regained consciousness and started to fight back, according to the evidence. She managed to reach her gun storage area. It was a revolver with 5 shots. She shot at whoever might have been standing in the doorway, using all 5 shots. Kim fired 5 shots, but she never hit her assailant. Kim must have been sitting or lying on the bedroom floor when she fired the shots because, as you can see, the bullets flew from bottom to top. She missed 5 shots, as I mentioned. The offender came back into the room with a pool stick and hit her until the stick broke after realizing she had run out of ammunition. The pool stick was broken against Kim's body, and it would take a lot of force to break one. Additionally, the offender stabbed her in the neck. New information about the crime and its possible perpetrator was revealed by the thorough investigation. A pool stick kept on the second floor was the most obvious murder weapon. Kim had plastic ties on her wrists and ankles, which investigators were able to find were also kept in an upstairs office. It was one of a set of knives in the kitchen. All of this suggested that the person who committed this crime knew the house well. He knew Kim well enough to enter her house and was aware of its contents and location. Investigators believed this suggested that the crime was committed by a family member. Kim had contact with a man prior to her death, and that contact was against her will, according to injuries discovered on her body during the autopsy. You understand what I mean. Thus, the police had the offender's DNA sample. There might have been other men in the house while he was at work, according to what Derek Dorsey told them. This increased the number of possible suspects, and all of them needed to be tested by the police. Derek was asked by detectives to provide the names of any men who might have been in the house. Derek worked as a general contractor at a construction site in addition to being a firefighter. Derek's home was once occupied by some of the people he used for his contracting business. According to Derek, he used to work with a man named Lance Kirkpatrick, with whom he became friends. Derek allowed Lance to stay in his home for a few months while he dealt with his issues. Derek, however, requested that Lance leave after he began abusing drugs. Derek claims that Lance was on a boat in the Atlantic Ocean the weekend the crime was committed. Derek mentioned a man by the name of Joshua Veal as the second individual. Derek tried to assist Joshua, made friends with him, and gave him some work. After some arguments, Derek and Kim allowed Joshua to live in their home before Joshua eventually moved out. However, Derek stated that he was still supposed to meet Joshua the morning he found Kim's body and continued to hire him for odd jobs. Derek was going to pick up Joshua Veal on Sunday morning after he got off work. Joshua failed to show up for their scheduled meeting at a convenience store. If he wanted to earn money, why wouldn't he attend this meeting? Joshua thus turned into a suspect. Joshua Veal's criminal history was found by the police, primarily for drug offenses. After being arrested, he was brought to an interview room. Joshua was asked to explain his weekend activities by the detective. He stated that he had spent the entire weekend, including the moment the detectives thought the crime was committed, having a party at his house. The investigator then inquired as to whether he and Kim Dorsey were romantically involved. Although he said no, he made it clear that he thought Kim was a very attractive woman and that he wouldn't mind dating her. The detective eventually told Joshua that Kim had passed away. The detectives were surprised by his response. He broke down in tears. But was he pretending, or were his feelings real? They released him, after obtaining a DNA sample from him. The DNA discovered on Kim Dorsey's body was not Joshua's, according to forensic analysis. The police have one less suspect as a result. Derek gave the police the names of other people who knew his house. They were all excluded after submitting DNA for analysis. After that, investigators made the decision to go back to the crime scene once more. But this time, they wanted to take Derek on a tour of the house. It was quite odd that they discovered 4 remote controls for the surround sound system in the sink. When they first inspected the kitchen, water had been poured into the remote controls, most likely to remove the DNA. When Derek managed to turn on the television, an adult film started right away. According to Derek, it wasn't his film. Is it possible that the offender was watching television? Derek recalled that the house had recently been occupied by another man. They were experiencing issues with both their television system and the remote control. An employee of the business that sold them the system stopped by on Friday afternoon and adjusted the surround sound. About 12 hours prior to Kim's death, this man was in the house. What would happen if he chose to return while Derek was at work? Detectives found this man quickly and started interviewing him. They saw that his hands were cut. He claimed it was nothing out of the ordinary that he had injured himself at work. He consented to give his DNA and denied any role in Kim Dorsey's ordeal. The DNA that was discovered on Kim's body did not match it. When an officer came across a routine police report of temporary unauthorized use of a vehicle, things quickly started to go south. That's a pretty fancy way of saying that you let someone take the car even though it was stolen. Just 17 hours prior to Kim's passing, the theft took place. A police report was filed by the girl who claimed the car was stolen. Lance Kirkpatrick was the man she let use the car, and he never came back. Early in the investigation, Derek Dorsey was recalling who had visited his home when he heard the name Lance Kirkpatrick. However, Derek thought Lance was in the ocean at the time of the crime, on a boat. Detectives were informed by the girl who reported the car stolen that she, Lance, and other people were at a party on Friday night. She let him use her car, and Lance consented to go get a drink at the store. Lance Kirkpatrick departed at that point and never came back. Investigators made the decision to learn whether the vehicle ever came close to Kim Dorsey's house. Neighbors were interviewed by the police when they arrived on the scene. Dorsey's neighbor first told one of the patrol officers that he had spotted a small blue SUV there that day. It was identical to the vehicle Kirkpatrick had taken. The SUV was reported to the police a few days later. They discovered surveillance footage that verified the blue SUV was outside Kim's house at 6:30 a.m. on the day of her death. Lance Kirkpatrick was the top suspect after police saw this surveillance footage. They contacted the woman from whom he had stolen the car in order to locate him. Although she didn't know Lance's location, she claimed to know where to look for Brian Kiefer, one of his friends. After being brought to the police station, Brian was questioned about Lance Kirkpatrick. Brian was at the same party when the SUV vanished, investigators discovered. Being one of the people who allowed Lance to use the car, Brian claimed to have spent the entire night driving around in a taxi in an attempt to find out where Lance was. It took him until the following day to locate him. According to Brian, Lance appeared unkempt and he saw that one of his arms was injured. What Brian went on to say was totally surprising. Lance informed him that he was going to jail because he had killed a man. It was a beating, he said. There are a number of reasons why someone would confess to a crime. To begin with, due to guilt. They are unable to tolerate it. They are unable to conceal it. Keeping it to themselves is not an option. Alcohol and illegal substances may be the cause of reason number 2. When an individual loses self-control and begins babbling. Lance gave Brian information that only a criminal would be aware of. He claimed, for instance, that he used a pool stick to attack Kim. In addition, Lance claimed to have been shot 5 times. It was a 5-shot revolver, so he waited for the 6th shot. But it never came. Because he was aware of the specifics of the crime, there were 2 possible suspects in this case, Lance Kirkpatrick or Brian Kiefer. Brian informed investigators that Lance was hiding in his home's attic. An arrest was made for Lance Kirkpatrick. Throughout the interview, he remained composed. He was questioned regarding his relationship with Derek Dorsey and the last time he visited his home. "I was there a week or a week and a half ago," Lance said. Derek and Lance had communicated long enough. He did a lot of work with him. He was aware that Derek would be gone for 24 hours due to his schedule. Kim would be home alone, he knew. Lance was questioned by detectives regarding her relationship with Kim Dorsey. He claimed that their relationship was trouble-free, but the interview ended there because Lance insisted on having a lawyer and would not respond to any questions. Investigators had to find another way to prove Kirkpatrick was at Kim's house because he refused to cooperate. Numerous questions could have been addressed by DNA testing. Lance's father provided a DNA sample which investigators compared to Kim's body. The parallels were striking. It cleared Brian Kiefer, another suspect, in addition to confirming Kirkpatrick as the murderer. Investigators think Kirkpatrick had some sort of evil scheme based on his actions in the hours leading up to the murder. As you are aware, Lance drove away in someone else's vehicle that Friday night and returned. He was aware of the route to Kim's home. He was aware that Derek would be gone for 24 hours due to his schedule. Kim was alone at home, and he knew it. He was aware that the spare key was stored beneath the statue of the dog. Taking that key, he went inside the house. Kim Dorsey most likely heard him at that point. The specifics of what transpired next, however, remain unclear. Lance Kirkpatrick first entered a not guilty plea in spite of the overwhelming evidence. However, Kirkpatrick acknowledged that he was responsible for Kim's death during a trial that took place almost 2 years after her passing, but he maintained that he had no intention of killing her. Kirkpatrick claimed that Kim Dorsey was training him and that he was good friends with the Dorseys. He claimed that after going to the gym 3 or 4 times a week with Kim Dorsey, they occasionally got together for drinks and flirted, which occasionally resulted in intimate contact. It wasn't anything constant. It was random. It wasn't planned, Kirkpatrick remarked when discussing his private meetings with Kim Dorsey. According to Lance, on the day of Kim's passing, they had intimate, consenting contact. He acknowledged that he was the owner of the adult film's DVD. He asserted that after they were done, Kim Dorsey was upset with him for assisting her husband in meeting other women. She snatched up a gun in her anger and began shooting him. He claimed that everything that transpired after that was because he was essentially attempting to defend himself by fighting back. He claimed that after leaving the pool stick in the kitchen, he fled and hid there. He claimed that in an attempt to seize the gun from Kim, he dashed over and swung the pool stick wildly. He claimed that after knocking her unconscious, he tied her up with plastic ties and placed the gun in his back pocket. He claimed that after the shooting, he decided against tying her up because he believed it would look bad when the police showed up. He claimed to have located a knife to cut the plastic ties, but they began to struggle when Kim eventually grabbed the knife. He claims that he stabbed her by accident. The police never showed up, and he fled because he was too scared to dial 911. I was frantic. I didn't know what to do. I was scared. I just sat and was waiting for the police, Kirkpatrick recalled. The prosecutor tried to expose Kirkpatrick's deceit and inconsistencies in his testimony to the jury during cross-examination. Finally, the state wanted Kirkpatrick to explain to the jury the punishment he believes he should receive. "I'm guilty," revealed Kirkpatrick. "I don't know what I want right now." Lance Kirkpatrick received 3 life sentences without the possibility of parole in May 2015. The jury suggested life in prison, but he could have received the death penalty. His mother pleaded with the jury to spare him from death. With tears in his eyes, Derek Dorsey delivered a victim impact statement following the sentencing. According to Derek, Kim Dorsey was much more than just a firefighter's spouse. All of her achievements, including earning a degree in civil engineering from the University of North Florida and launching her own company, were attributed to her intelligence, strength, and hard work, he said. Derek expressed his disappointment with the sentence in an interview, saying he had hoped for the death penalty. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Teresa Halbach vanished in October 2005 following her visit to the Avery Salvage Yard in Manitowoc County, Wisconsin. Although her car was discovered abandoned, the investigation quickly came to a standstill because the leads were unproductive. Police searched for the truth despite a number of unfounded theories and contradicting reports. As time went on, the case attracted national attention, sparking interest and inquiry. Family members and friends were in a desperate search for Teresa's whereabouts. What was Teresa's actual fate? Was something far more sinister responsible for her disappearance, or was it a tragic accident? Let's investigate this perplexing case. Teresa's small hometown was Calumet County, which is well known for its cheese. Teresa's early years and promising future were set against the tranquil and picturesque backdrop of the area. Born on March 22, 1980. Teresa Halbach was raised in Wisconsin's Calumet County. Prior to her life being tragically cut short at the age of 25, she was a young woman with a bright future. She was raised on a dairy farm as one of 5 siblings in a loving household. Teresa was a remarkable student, in addition to being a girl from a small town. She came home to begin her life after graduating from the University of Wisconsin-Green Bay in 2002. Teresa, who lived in a farmhouse next door to her parents and was still figuring out what she wanted to do with her life, was like many people in their 20s. She spent a lot of time with her parents and siblings and was close to them. She even served as the volleyball coach for her younger sister. They enjoyed spending time together on the family farm, watching Extreme Makeover and hanging out. She had always had a passion for photography, which she turned into a career in 2005. Teresa was a freelance photographer who documented events and weddings. She even took pictures of cars for sale while working for Autotrader.com, an American online marketplace for auto buyers and sellers. She first met Stephen Avery through this freelance work, and he hired her to photograph a car at his family's auto salvage yard. Wrapped automobiles, parts, and equipment were strewn all over the 40-acre Avery auto salvage yard. Their sister Barb lived on the property with her 3 sons, Brendan Dassey and her boyfriend Scott Taddick, while Stephen and his brother Charles managed the yard. Earlier in the year, Teresa had made multiple trips to the salvage yard to take pictures of cars for Stephen, but she wasn't particularly eager to return. According to reports, she once told a coworker that she found it unsettling that Stephen had answered the door while only wearing a towel. Who wouldn't be uneasy in that circumstance? On Halloween Day 2005, Teresa consented to return for one last photo session despite her discomfort. She would, regrettably, be seen alive for the very last time. Teresa Halbach showed up at the Avery salvage yard to take pictures of a car on the afternoon of Halloween 2005. She had a straightforward plan: take the pictures and go. But things took a turn for the worse, and Teresa's family reported her missing by November 3. She had gone to the salvage yard a few days ago and no one had seen or heard from her since. Concerns were raised when she failed to return her mother's calls. Teresa was a self-sufficient young lady with a busy life, and although her family was naturally concerned, they also assumed she might simply be out having fun. However, Teresa's family realized something was amiss when she disappeared for days at a time without speaking. Town volunteers came together to look for her, but they didn't make a significant finding until November 5th. Teresa parked her Toyota RAV4 on the Avery property. Strangely, wood, branches, and even the hood of another car were all over the car. Was the car concealed? That has been the subject of conjecture. The car appeared to have been attempted to be hidden, but it was unsuccessful. Why would anyone need to conceal a car when there are so many on the property? It made people wonder why the car was covered, but it was never made clear why. Police obtained a search warrant after finding Teresa's car at the Avery salvage yard, and between November 5 and November 12, they conducted 6 searches on the property. Police kept a close eye on Stephen Avery for the majority of the day. Officers seized a flatbed truck and a car from his family's retreat in the North Woods. Several troubling pieces of evidence were found during these searches. Investigators discovered burned bone fragments in a burn pit behind Stephen Avery's garage. These were subsequently determined by DNA testing to be Teresa's remains. Remains of Teresa's cell phone, Palm Pilot, and camera were discovered in a burn barrel on the property, and blood was discovered in the front and cargo sections of her RAV4. Police discovered 2 firearms, including a rifle, and Teresa's car key in Stephen Avery's bedroom during a search of his home. After several months, additional searches turned up a bullet and pieces in Avery's garage that were connected to the rifle that had been found in his house. Even though the bullet contained DNA evidence, it was still unclear whose DNA it belonged to, which led to more questions about the case. Although this body of evidence eventually strengthened the case against Stephen Avery, it raised controversy and left many questions unanswered. Stephen Avery made an initial statement without legal representation when he was questioned. That was the last time he saw her, he said. Law enforcement, however, soon began to doubt his account. Things quickly got out of hand when he was first arrested on suspicion of possessing illegal firearms on the property. On November 15, a few days later, Stephen Avery was formally charged with Teresa Halbach's murder. The amount of his bail was $500,000. Investigators had little reason to doubt the evidence, especially the blood, bones, car key, and firearm. The fact that Stephen Avery was no stranger to law enforcement is what makes his case so remarkable. This brings us to Stephen Avery's troubled past. He was raised on his family's 40-acre salvage yard in rural Gibson after being born in Manitowoc County in 1962. He had a reported IQ of 70 and struggled academically, attending special education classes. Avery served 10 months after being found guilty of robbing a bar when she was 18. He was imprisoned for a year in 1982 after being found guilty of animal cruelty for burning a cat alive. Avery was given a 6-year sentence in 1985 for threatening his cousin with a gun, but soon after, in 1985, Avery was falsely convicted of the vicious sexual assault and attempted murder of Penny Bjornson, marking the beginning of the most important chapter in his criminal history. Bjornson identified Avery despite his alibi and sentenced him to 32 years in prison. Avery was exonerated in 2002 after the Wisconsin Innocence Project took up his case and used DNA testing to prove that Gregory Allen was the real culprit. Avery was released in 2003 after serving 18 years. In order to recover $36 million for the erroneous conviction, he subsequently brought a civil suit against Manitowoc County and its representatives. When Teresa Halbach vanished in 2005, the lawsuit was still pending. In 2006, the case was resolved for $400,000. Investigators interviewed a number of people who lived or worked at the Avery salvage yard while Stephen Avery awaited trial for Teresa Halbach's murder. Stephen's 16-year-old nephew Brendan Dassey was one individual who attracted their attention. Although Brendan Dassey was not initially considered a suspect by the police in February 2006, they thought he might have some information regarding Teresa Halbach's disappearance. They believed he was keeping his uncle safe. However, Brendan started making statements during the interrogation that weren't consistent with the actions of an innocent person, which raised questions. Police believed Brendan had important information after an initial interview. Brendan had a borderline IQ, which is lower than the average. Brendan was 16 years old, but his comprehension and skills were more akin to those of a younger child. Brendan was interviewed twice more by investigators without his mother or legal representative present. They got his mother's approval prior to the last interview. The date of this controversial interview was March 1, 2006. Brendan admitted to taking part in Teresa's multiple-hour sexual assault, murder, and mutilation during this session. Brendan was told by police that they were already aware of the specifics. Brendan gave a detailed statement, clearly frightened. He said that after coming home from school, he was asked to enter his uncle's trailer where he discovered Teresa bound. As Teresa begged for assistance, his uncle allegedly encouraged him to sexually abuse her. Brendan claimed that his uncle convinced him to comply, and that after that, his uncle shot and stabbed Teresa. Brendan cut Teresa's throat at his uncle's order. A startling change occurred when Brendan was arrested and charged with sexual assault, murder, and corpse mutilation, but at that time, there was no supporting evidence for his confession. In any event, Stephen and Brendan were put on trial, and it went forward independently. The trial of Stephen Avery started first. Blood in Teresa's car, a spent bullet that matched Stephen's rifle and Teresa's DNA, and a key to her car discovered in Stephen's trailer that contained his DNA, were among the many pieces of evidence the prosecutors produced. Stephen's blood was found inside Teresa's car, and his DNA was found beneath the hood fastener. On Avery's land, Teresa's burned remains and possessions were discovered. Stephen made 2 calls to Teresa's cell phone, one with and one without the 67 feature to hide his identity, according to phone records. The 67 feature makes the call appear private or unknown and prevents your phone number from appearing on the recipient's caller ID. These sparked suspicions and implied that Stephen might not have known the 67 call could be traced by the police. Brendan's older brother Bobby Dassey testified that on the afternoon of Teresa's murder, he saw her making her way to Stephen's trailer. He also gave critical testimony after overhearing Stephen talking about Teresa's body disposal in a subsequent conversation. Stephen's defense team contended that Manitowoc County Police framed him because of his $36 million lawsuit against them, despite the evidence appearing to be against him. They claimed that police used evidence from a prior wrongful conviction case to plant blood in Teresa's car. The main evidence, according to the defense team, cast doubt on it. Only Stephen's DNA, not Teresa's, was present in the key to Teresa's car that was discovered in Stephen's trailer. This was odd, because the key to Teresa's car should have contained her DNA. It was possible that the key was planted and Stephen was framed because Teresa's DNA was missing and Stephen's DNA was present, indicating evidence tampering. The jury's decision was unambiguous. Stephen Avery was found guilty of all charges and given a life sentence. Brendan Dassey's trial, which lasted only a few days, came shortly after in April 2007. Brendan's confession was a key component of the prosecution's case against him, and its veracity was hotly contested. There are concerning indications when examining Brendan's police interview in detail. After being questioned for hours, he made statements that appeared to acknowledge his guilt, but many people thought they were fabricated and unreliable. Investigators questioned Brendan for more details after he described the alleged assault and murder. "That's all I can remember," Brendan said hesitantly when asked about Teresa's head injuries. The officer pressed him further and asked who had shot her in the head. After a while, Brendan acknowledged that he had done it. Brendan responded that he was unable to think of it at the moment when the officer questioned him about why he hadn't brought it up earlier. This conversation sparked worries that Brendan's answers might have been swayed by the investigators, who may have led him to divulge information that wasn't entirely consistent with his own memory. Brendan withdrew his confession during his trial and said he was under pressure from the police. At first, his involvement had been supported by physical evidence, such as bleach stains on his jeans. Brendan, however, provided a different explanation, claiming that the stains were the result of cleaning a garage rather than a crime scene. Notably, Brendan was not directly connected to Teresa's murder by any DNA or supporting evidence. Brendan's conviction raised questions about the fairness of his trial because it was based primarily on his dubious confession. Despite his lower intellectual capacity, he was tried as an adult at the age of 17. In 2048, he received a life sentence with the possibility of release. There were continuous discussions concerning the validity of his confession and the fairness of his conviction, which kept the case contentious. Avery's request for a new trial was denied by a state appeals court in August 2011, and the Wisconsin Supreme Court affirmed the ruling in 2013. In 2012, Avery was transferred to the Waupun Correctional Institution after 5 years of service at the Wisconsin Secure Program facility in Boscobel. Dassey's attorneys petitioned for his release in December 2015, claiming his confession was coerced and that he had incompetent legal representation. The documentary Making a Murderer, which followed the legal disputes between Stephen Avery and his nephew Brendan Dassey, was made available on Netflix in 2015. It questioned their guilt by looking into their arrests, trials, and convictions. Brendan's confession, the dubious evidence against Stephen, and the tense relationship between Avery and the local police force, which resulted in his erroneous conviction in the 1980, were the main topics of the series. Many people questioned whether Stephen and Brendan had fair trials after watching the documentary, which sparked a lot of discussion and drew a sizable audience. Although it highlighted potential injustices, some detractors believed it might have been biased and omitted important information. In 2016, Stephen Avery's case was taken on by famous lawyer Kathleen Zellner, who fought for wrongful convictions. A Chicago-based attorney named Kathleen Zellner ascended to the Hall of Fame by defending numerous people who had been unfairly convicted. With a track record of overturning convictions, Zellner started investigating alternative explanations for the case. She sought to demonstrate that other suspects might have been involved in Teresa Halbach's death, and that the evidence used at trial did not support Avery's guilt. Together with her public advocacy, Zellner's efforts brought the case back into the public eye and maintained the debate over Avery's innocence. The process of making a murderer was not totally impartial. Some critics contend that the prosecution's decision to not participate distorted the facts. They allowed the documentary to mostly represent the defense's viewpoint and left many questions unanswered. Some viewers speculated that the prosecution's decision to remain out was made in order to avoid re-examining the validity of Avery's prior erroneous conviction. The documentary spurred discussion and increased awareness, but it omitted crucial information. For instance, it didn't go into detail about the calls Stephen Avery made to Teresa Halbach's phone, which some consider to be important pieces of evidence. Additionally, it ignored Teresa's prior interactions with Avery, including rumors that she felt uncomfortable around him. Additionally, Making a Murderer minimized Stephen Avery's past violent actions, especially against women. Even though this does not establish his guilt on its own, it does point to a troubling pattern of aggression that should not be disregarded when looking into the case. Important pieces of evidence, like the bullet that was discovered to have Teresa's DNA on it and that matched Avery's rifle, were also mostly overlooked in the documentary. Although this evidence was difficult to ignore, the series paid little attention to it. In Avery's case, the defense contended that the blood sample had been altered and revealed a hole in the stopper. However, a nurse later disclosed that the hole was a routine practice and that the seal had already been broken by Avery's defense team. In the end, the tampering claim was untrue. Additionally, Brendan Dassey's contentious interrogation was minimized in the documentary. Brendan, who has a mild intellectual disability, spent hours being questioned without his mother or attorney present. The reliability of his confession, which was crucial to his conviction, was called into question because it was erratic and appeared to have been influenced by leading police questions. There was no tangible evidence linking Brendan to the crime scene, despite the fact that his confession was essential to the prosecution's case. Thus, his conviction depended almost entirely on the confession, even though there were doubts about how it was obtained. The possibility that Brendan's statements were coerced, or that his age and intellectual limitations made him susceptible to manipulation, was not sufficiently addressed in the documentary. The documentary left viewers with more questions than answers, even though it may have ignited a global movement for justice. The question of whether these two men were genuinely guilty or the victims of a seriously defective legal system was once more complicated. Parts of Brendan's confession were later allegedly misplaced in the Making a Murderer documentary, which, when watched in its entirety, may provide additional insight into the way the police interrogated Brendan. Notwithstanding the media attention, the question still stands: what is the current status of the cases, and have Teresa Halbach and her family received justice? Brendan Dassey's supporters had hope when his conviction was momentarily overturned in 2016. The courts determined that his confession was not coerced, which was the primary question at hand. Experts contend that the courts did not fully take into account concerns regarding his age and intellectual disability, which raised concerns about his vulnerability during interrogation. 2018 saw the U.S. hopes for federal relief were dashed when the Supreme Court decided not to hear Brendan Dassey's case. His legal options are limited because the governor of Wisconsin has also declined to pardon him. His release is still uncertain, and many people still feel that justice has not been done, even though fresh evidence may reopen his case. On the other hand, even after Stephen Avery's appeals were repeatedly rejected, his case is still contentious. Kathleen Zellner, Avery's lawyer, is still arguing for a retrial and additional evidence testing, pointing to incompetent counsel and suppressed evidence. But thus far, these attempts have failed, and Avery's conviction remains. The legal issues Avery is facing appear to be challenging, even as Zellner keeps up her efforts on his behalf. His case has not yet produced any significant developments, and it is unlikely that his conviction will be overturned anytime soon in the absence of fresh evidence or modifications to the law. Although there is ongoing public discussion regarding the fairness of their trials and convictions, Stephen Avery and Brendan Dassey are currently serving their sentences. Dassey is still seeking parole after her most recent application was turned down in 2021. Kathleen Zellner, Stephen Avery's lawyer, filed a motion for post-conviction relief in August 2022, arguing that fresh evidence might connect Brendan's older brother Bobby Dassey to Teresa Halbach's murder. This was a big step because it raised the possibility that Bobby was complicit in the crime. Zellner argued that if there were other credible suspects, it might lead to Avery's relief, even though this had been conjectured previously. This theory, however, begs the question of whether two different groups were involved in Stephen's framing, or if Bobby was collaborating with the police. Zellner presented an affidavit from Thomas Brez, a truck driver, who stated that he saw Bobby Dassey driving Teresa's RAV4 with someone other than Stephen in the passenger seat a few days after Teresa passed away. Although this testimony provides additional context, it does not prove Bobby's involvement in the murder. Furthermore, Bobby is not directly connected to the crime, despite his computer history containing searches for violent pornography. Additionally, Zellner cited Bobby's alibi, which was offered by Scott Tadich, his mother's boyfriend, a man with a criminal record and a reputation for being irritable. Zellner implied that Tadich might have been complicit in the crime, either by lying or by taking part in it. However, in the absence of concrete proof, this remains conjectural. Zellner has also looked into Teresa's ex-boyfriend Ryan Hillegas's involvement. Ryan was heavily involved in Teresa's search and lacked an alibi. Zellner thought it was strange that Ryan had access to Teresa's voicemail and had not told the police about his previous relationship with her. There isn't any concrete proof that Ryan was involved in the murder, though, despite these suspicions. The court rejected Zellner's request for a hearing based on these other suspects, finding that there was not enough evidence or motivation to imply that Ryan or Bobby Dassey were involved in Avery's framing. In essence, the court decided that the defense had failed to show how these people could have committed the crime or fabricated evidence. Avery was transferred to the medium-security Fox Lake Correctional Institution in 2022. Although the case is still complex, Zellner intends to appeal to the Wisconsin State Court of Appeals. In addition to voicing concerns about Brendan Dassey's coerced confession, some experts doubt Avery's innocence because of his violent past and possible corruption. There are still unanswered questions regarding Teresa Halbach's death and the family's ongoing legal battles because the case has not been settled. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today we'll talk about what happened in Maine in 2016. While her husband Luke was shopping at Walmart, Valerie Tiemann, 34, vanished from the parking lot. There was no sign of Valerie when he got back in the car. The police opened an investigation as soon as they heard about Valerie's disappearance, but it soon took a surprising turn. Sarah Jean Sampsarmanen and Jean Allharman welcomed Valerie Jo Harmanen into the world on December 3, 1981, in Salem, Virginia. Valerie attended Hampton Park Christian School and graduated in 2000. She was born and raised in Greenville, South Carolina. She graduated from Bob Jones University with a degree in cosmetology. She was well known for her gregarious demeanor and warm smile. Valerie was well known for her passion for speech and theater. She played the flute and piano and loved music. Valerie worked in pageants, spas, and salons using her cosmetology skills. She helped people look and feel their best in order to support them. Valerie had been seeing a man named Matt Guccio. When Valerie was around 22, they met through a mutual friend. In many ways, they were too dissimilar. Matt was more reserved, but Valerie was gregarious and happy. However, they did not find this difference problematic. Valerie and Matt were married in 2004. They moved into Matt's tiny house after the honeymoon, and while everything was great at first, Valerie's parents started to notice behavioral changes over time. Matt was very frugal with his money. To have some personal savings, Valerie had to open a different bank account. Matt's behavior changed more and more over time. He attempted to exert total control over Valerie's life and held her responsible for all of his and their family's issues. She endured a great deal of emotional suffering and a lot of things, but patience has its limits. Matt and Valerie got divorced 10 years later. Valerie wanted a new chapter in her life, and Luke Tiemann opened it. He helped Valerie move past her past issues. Luke spent 10 years in the army. Valerie saw him as a trustworthy man who cared for her family while he was in Iraq and Afghanistan. Valerie was starting to look happy again. Valerie was once again smiling and full of joy as she had been 10 years before. Luke and Valerie entered into marriage on June 6, 2014. They relocated to the Fairfield home of Luke's parents. Luke was living in Maine at the time, and Valerie's parents were in South Carolina. After visiting Valerie's family in South Carolina, Luke and Valerie returned to Maine in August 2016. The final text message exchange between Valerie's mother, Sarah Jean Harman, and her daughter took place on August 18, 2016. Luke was spotted with a woman he had begun chatting with on Facebook a week prior, on August 24, 2016. This woman and Luke Tiemann had sex on the evening of August 24, 2016, and it appears that Valerie learned of it that evening. In 5 hours, Valerie called Luke 31 times. A mutual friend of Luke and Valerie reached out to the latter through Messenger on August 26, 2016. Valerie was told by a friend that Luke was getting sucked into other women and claiming that they were no longer together. Valerie replied in multiple messages that, although it was heartbreaking, everything would work out because God has a timing and he would never find a better woman than her. She also said that he had lost her the following month in 2016. Luke Timon moved into the home of a woman with whom he was having an affair and told Valerie, his wife, that Valerie had fled with another man. Every week, Valerie would call her parents in South Carolina, but now they were unable to get in touch with their daughter for over a week. They couldn't get in touch with their daughter because she didn't answer their calls or texts. Luke was decided by Alan Harmon and Sarah Harmon. Speak with Luke. They texted him to inquire about his and Luke's well-being. The following day, Luke replied, "We are good. Thank you, love her so much." Another 13 days have passed, but Valerie's parents still can't contact Luso. They call Luke's father. They were shocked by the man's response. Valerie had been missing for approximately 2 weeks, according to Luke's father. In addition, he consulted Valerie's parents about what to do with her belongings. After that, Luke Timon was questioned about why he hadn't informed them about their daughter. "I was waiting for her to get in touch with you because," Timon said, "I never speak poorly of her. I still adore each of you." Luke said Valerie had run off with another man, and he thought she would tell her parents that they had broken up. Sarah Jean and Alan knew it wasn't true. It was a far cry from their daughter's behavior. Valerie couldn't have done that, they were certain. They also thought she would have called them, since she was aware of their concerns. Alan reported a missing person to the Fairfield Police Department the following day, September 9, 2016. Investigators began by visiting Valerie's parents, who were the residents of Luke Timon. They spoke with Laurel Timon, who told them she didn't know where they were. Since Valerie was, the detectives left without finding out where Laurel Timonels were. Because of Laurel Timon's domineering behavior, Valerie's parents felt it was difficult for their daughter to share a home with her. Laurel packed everything she owned in trash bags after Valerie was gone for 2 weeks. It was a clear representation of Laurel's daughter-in-law. She wasn't worried about Valerie at all. All she wanted to do was get rid of her things so they wouldn't occupy space in the house. The police meant to find Luke Timon and ask him a few questions, but they couldn't locate him. He didn't show up at his home, and his parents said they didn't know where their son might be. However, 5 days after Valerie's disappearance, Luke took the initiative to call the police himself. He claimed to have heard that the detectives were interested in speaking with him. When and under what circumstances he had last seen Valerie was one of the questions the detectives asked him. About 2 weeks ago, he and Valerie went to the local Walmart to buy some food, and he said that the response was really strange. While he went shopping, Valerie remained in the car in the parking lot. He finished his shopping and went back to the car, but Valerie was gone. According to Luke, he tried to find Valerie and promised to take her back by calling and texting her after leaving the store and realizing she wasn't there. Luke also disclosed that Valerie and he were approaching the end of their marriage. He claims that Valerie once brought up another man in a conversation, and he thought she was having an affair with him. Luke didn't know the man's name or where he lived. He believed Valerie had fled with him. The police appealed to the public through the media because Valerie's family was not aware of Luke Timon's existence. They asked anyone who has seen Valerie in the past few weeks to report it to detectives by posting a picture of her. From Valerie's disappearance from the Walmart parking lot to the disposal of her possessions in garbage bags, the whole story seemed strange. The fact that Luke Timon did nothing to find his wife was another intriguing element of the narrative. He might have been too preoccupied with another woman. On the day that Valerie vanished, investigators visited Luke Walmart, where Luke and Valerie were. There were surveillance cameras inside the building as well as outside. Consequently, it was simple to verify Luke's story. Examining the CCTV footage took the investigators over an hour. They were in for a surprise. Lucy did not see Valerie or Luke Timon in any of the recordings. Lucian implied that Luke had lied to the police. The police were now aware that he was concealing something. The investigators chose to have a face-to-face conversation with Luke. They did not, however, reveal all of the information they possessed. They thought he would embellish or alter some of Lucci's testimony. It was no secret that Lucci was seeing another woman, Billy Joe Goodman. The fact that he was unfaithful to Valerie was not denied by him. He claimed that his relationship with Billie Joe was an effort to move on from Valerie's breakup. She was in a number of failed relationships. She thought she could start a future with Luke Tiemann when they first met. Another question now faced the investigators. Is it possible that Valerie acted as a mediator between Lucas and Billie Joe? Maybe these two chose to get rid of everything that might interfere with their plans in order to begin a new life. Billie Joe spoke with the police. She thought Louis had already separated from his wife. She claimed to investigators that she had no knowledge of Valerie Tiemann's disappearance. Meanwhile, one of the residents gave the police a tip. In one of the parking lots, the man had discovered a driver's license in the grass. The driver's license that was discovered belonged to Valerie, and this parking lot was adjacent to Billie Joe's house. Many people were suspicious because Valerie's driver's license was located close to her husband's new girlfriend's home. Few people think that on September 19, 2016, 10 days after Valerie's father, Alan, reported her missing to the police, Valerie fled with another man, leaving behind all of her possessions and discarding her documents. Luke Tiemann spoke with the news center Maine about the police. When he got back, Valerie wasn't in the car. He told reporters about Walmart. He didn't know Walmart had security camera footage. His story was not supported by footage. Without a doubt, after hearing Luke Tiemann's words and seeing his actions, each of you has drawn your own conclusions. On September 20, 2016, the following day, this case took a surprising turn. A.S. Luke warrant was obtained by detectives for the Fairfield property owned by Luke's parents. This was, after all, Valerie's last known residence. During the search, police dogs that are trained to detect human remains participated. His stream, and the land lot were to be checked. After searching the woods behind the house for about 5 minutes, a police dog discovered something. As the officer dug through the dirt with his hand, he noticed a shoe protruding from the ground. He was joined by other officers, who also began digging while wearing gloves. They discovered the body of a woman, wrapped in a blanket, and buried it with a number of odd items. These items included a package of sweet tarts, a bag of potato chips, a bottle of Gucci perfume, a flannel shirt, a handwritten note, a Mason note, and a wedding ring, an item that was not found until the evidence was being packaged for trial. While handling the con jar, Sergeant Scott Bryant, chief of Maine's evidence response team, testified that he discovered the ring. There were twigs and flower stems made of dirt in the mason jar. I knew there was something heavy in the envelope when I heard a thud. According to Bryant, it was still unknown if the ring belonged to a man or a woman. But according to Bryant, the discovered ring was significantly larger than his own wedding band. For my sole happiness, the police read, the soiled and soiled handwritten note that was discovered with Valerie's body. Joy, you will always bloom. I love you, Valerie, the note read. May you rest in peace with Jesus in my heart, Joy. I am looking forward to seeing you again. T. Lucio Bear, signed Lucy Bear. Tiemann Lucy Bear Sirs claimed in a police recording that he gave himself the nickname Lucy Bear and used it to sign a number of other notes discovered in Valerie's purse throughout the course of the investigation. Valerie's death was connected to all of Lucy's possessions. They took the body. For an autopsy and identification, the body was brought to the forensic medical examiner's office. Unfortunately, the body discovered behind the Tiemann family home actually belonged to their daughter, V. Lucre, so Jean and Alan Harmon had to worry about the worst thing their parents could hear. In addition to Valerie and Luke, the house was also occupied by his parents and younger brother Sam. Detectives discovered Sam's landscaping tools in the barn. Valerie discovered a contraband device in the same barn where Sam had dug up the burial site using these tools. Detectives soon discovered that Sam, Luke's younger brother, had engaged in illicit substance use. When Valerie visited her parents in South Carolina, she told them she used illegal drugs, which led the police to look into whether Sam Tiemann was involved in Valerie's death. When investigators searched Valerie's parents' bedroom, they found a .45 caliber handgun that Luke Tiemann had bought in 2015. Luke's parents told investigators they were unaware Valerie was buried close to their home. It's difficult to accept that this was the case, of course. Around the same time that Valerie was located, investigators found Luke and Billie Joe, his new friend. Luke Tiemann was taken into custody by investigators and taken to the police station to be questioned. He told the investigators Valerie had used illegal drugs and had overdosed and died nearly 25 months ago on August 25th. It is alleged that Lucian did not want Valerie's parents to be aware of their daughter's illicit drug use. He didn't tell them anything because of this. Since she was already dead, her husband knew that 911 would not be able to help her, so he chose not to call. As an alternative, he left Valerie in bed until nightfall. When it grew dark, he wrapped her in a blanket, left a note outside, and led her to the house in the woods. After that, Luke Clary was buried in a hole that Luke and his brother Sam had dug. Valerie had no physical wounds prior to her passing, according to Luke. Luke Tiemann was lying, though, according to the autopsy results, which showed that Valerie's blood had no traces of illegal substances, only traces of prescription medications were found. It wasn't the most unexpected thing, though. 2 gunshot wounds to Valerie's head and neck were the cause of her death. According to the results of the ballistics analysis, investigators used a .45 caliber handgun to fire the bullets that were taken from Valerie's body. When investigators searched Luke's parents' bedroom, they discovered the same gun. He claimed to have purchased a Buga Gohei gun for his father approximately a year ago, but he did not deny owning one. He asserted that he was unaware that Valerie had a loop shot. Valerie's age is 32. Luke Tiemann was charged with the murder of Valerie Tiemann, 34. The police were unable to uncover any proof that her brother was involved in Valerie Tiemann's death when they were investigating her death at the age of 4. According to Luke, his younger brother, Sam helped him bury Valerie's body, but according to the police, Sam wasn't home when Valerie died, and it's still unclear if his parents knew about it or had anything to do with it. However, it's rather odd that they didn't hear 2018. The 5-day trial started with opening statements on April 2, 2018, at Somerset Skowhegan's principal court. Luke entered a not guilty plea and claimed that he had been set up, although he insisted he wouldn't have left incriminating objects like a note and an engagement ring close to Valerie's body. The investigation linked Luke Tiemann to every item discovered there. After looking over the data on both Luke's and Valerie's phones, a computer forensics specialist also testified. The last time Valerie's phone was used, according to the records, was August 25, 2016, the day authorities think she died. The majority of the detective's time was devoted to outlining the process for monitoring cell phone usage and how it can be used to ascertain an individual's location at the time of a call. According to the documents, Valerie allegedly spent time with his friend Billy Joe while making 31 calls in a single day. Valerie only took the final call, which lasted a little more than 13 minutes. By the end of the call, police think he was at home. Another woman accused him of cheating on her in a message that Valerie received the following morning. After that, she refused to be with Tiemann again, and his defense questioned these phone logs. Luke's younger brother, Sam Tiemann, testified against his brother in court. Sam told the jury that he had no relationship with the 28-year-old, despite Luke's claims to the police that he helped him bury Valerie. Saways, 28, had his work log to prove that he was actually working 2 hours away. Sam testified in court that he overheard his brother confess to being an accomplice, and that Luke chose to confront him about it. He asked Luke why, and he responded with claims. Luke said, "What else do you do with a dead body?" in response to what he said. Luke kept asking questions about Luke, pointing the finger at Sam's parents and accusing him of shooting Valerie. Tiemann said that neither she nor Sam's parents could Luke anything like that. The officer questioned whether PTSD was the reason behind Luke's blackout. He had previously admitted to police that he occasionally had flashbacks due to his PTSD. Afterwards, witnesses that the prosecutor brought to the court discussed Valerie's side of the story and Valerie's team behind closed doors. They testified that the couple used a lot of illegal substances and that Luke informed people that he was divorcing Valerie at the same time that Valerie's ex-girlfriend, Sam's girlfriend, was getting a divorce. Sam Jackie Spencer, the older brother, told jurors that she and the couple had a wonderful relationship. At their wedding, she even served as the maid of honor. Spencer testified that she saw Valerie and Luke using a variety of illegal substances together. Spencer claimed that, around the time Valerie disappeared, Luke began texting her frequently. She had always sensed that he was interested in dating her. He used to tell me that he always felt a connection to me. According to Spencer, he has always wanted to get together or hang out. Jurors were shown additional evidence from the crime scene in addition to witnesses who knew the couple personally. 3 minutes after Valerie's body was found, a video showed the officer walking through dense forest on an overgrown ATV trail. a common sight behind many rural Maine homes, to Tieman's house. At the Tiemann Lucidance, members of the evidence response team gave testimony regarding their fee Tiemann. Luke's defense team quickly objected to a few items, such as a .45 caliber handgun taken from one of the home's rooms and gardening tools found in a property. Tiemann Smith, a team attorney, NC attorney, argued that the state assumed the gun and ammunition that Tiemann had taken because they were discovered in the house. They noted that they never confirmed who owned them, suggesting that someone else in the house might have had access to them. UC Tiemann gave his closing remarks on the fifth day of the trial. Despite his own objections, he testified. Tiemann admitted that he had made many changes to his version. To protect his clients, he provided investigators with multiple stories, he told the jury. According to Luke, he was forced to make a false statement by the detectives. He said he had no motive to take his wife's life and that there was no DNA evidence linking him to the crime. All the evidence pointed to Tiemann, the prosecutor, as the only person who could hurt Valerie. The jury deliberated for less than an hour before finding Tiemann guilty. On May 11, 2018, the jury announced the verdict. Valerie T. Mothers Mothmog Thayed acknowledged her sincere grief and heartache in her statement at the sentencing hearing. Luke is an evil-hearted man who should be sentenced to life in prison because of his persistent denial of the events, which disgusts me greatly. In addition, Luke's mother spoke for her son. She requested that the court take into account Luke Ken Tiemann's entire life. She said, "I don't ask you to ignore evidence, but I ask you to consider the whole person and balance justice with me." When his parents pleaded for the judge's pity, Tiemann sobbed. His mother, La Tiemann, claimed that her son was changed after returning from 3 combat tours in Iraq and Afghanistan. "I'm asking for understanding," she said, adding that she wasn't trying to use post-traumatic stress disorder as an excuse. Valerie's parents wanted Luke Tiemann to receive a life sentence, but he was given a 55-year sentence. The attorney for Harmon's family was shocked to learn that Tiemann's defense did not use post-traumatic stress disorder to obtain a lighter sentence for him. Tiemann changed his testimony once more, but this did not help him either. Tiemann appealed, but it did not have the desired effect while he was incarcerated. Why, in your opinion, did Luke Tiemann bury Valerie's body with other items? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. We examine the events that occurred in the U.S. state of Georgia in this video. At the age of 22, Laken Riley was a medical student at Athens Augusta University College of Nursing. She went for a run on February 22, 2024, and never came back. Her death, which attracted a lot of media attention, happened on a trail close to the university campus. Using surveillance footage, detectives investigated the case and apprehended the offender. Both the president and the media were alerted to Laken's passing. However, Joe Biden had to later issue an apology for remarks he made while discussing her passing. On January 10, 2002, Laken Hope Riley was born in Marietta, Georgia. She had 3 siblings and was the daughter of Allison Phillips and Jason Riley. Laken participated actively in the cross-country team at River Ridge High School in Woodstock, Georgia, where she graduated in 2020. Her high school athletic involvement demonstrated her dedication to health and fitness. Following high school, Laken pursued an undergraduate degree at the University of Georgia before transferring to Augusta University to obtain a nursing degree. She pursued her education at Augusta University with an emphasis on healthcare, which reflected her desire to work as a nurse. Laken was well known for her lively disposition and commitment to learning. In August 2023, she was awarded her honorary white coat, signifying the start of her nursing career and her dedication to compassion and humanism in the medical field. She was a cherished sister and daughter with a promising future, according to friends and family. Unfortunately, on the morning of her death, all of her dreams and plans were dashed. "Good morning, about to go for a run, if you're free to talk," Laken texted her mother, Allison, at 8:55 a.m. A doorbell camera recorded her leaving the house. She shared a rental home close to the university with other female students. Morning jogging was an essential part of Lakin's daily routine because she loved running. Allison called her daughter at 9:24 a.m. after reading the message, but she didn't get a response. Allison didn't believe that anything negative could have occurred at that time. Since she was running, she figured Lakin hadn't responded. Allison sent her daughter a text message 14 minutes later, saying, "Call me when you can." Allison kept attempting to call Lakin, but no one answered. Allison texted Lakin again at 9:58 a.m., saying, "You're making me nervous not answering when you're out running. Are you okay?" Lakin's mother and sister kept trying to get in touch with Allison, but they were all unsuccessful. Other calls, including from Lakin's stepfather, also went unanswered, and at 11:47 a.m., Allison texted, "Please call me. I'm worried sick about you." Another 2 hours or so went by. It was clear that something odd was happening. Lakin's run could not have lasted longer than 3 hours, and she was always in contact with her family. The police were notified of Lakin's disappearance at 12:05 p.m. Her dead body was discovered in a wooded area close to the lake where she had been jogging 30 minutes earlier. Her mother and sister had already arrived when the police discovered Lakin's body. The moment Allison received the worst news of her life was caught on camera. Lakin Riley died from a combination of asphyxia and blunt force head trauma, according to an autopsy. She suffered severe injuries, including several head traumas from blunt force. Her disappearance investigation was changed to a homicide investigation. Police used surveillance footage to identify the culprit behind Lakin's ordeal. Lakin texted her mother at 8:55 a.m. on the morning of her death, and a doorbell camera recorded her leaving the house. A security camera caught her running with her phone in her left hand toward the location, where she was eventually located 10 minutes later at 9:05 a.m. At 9:06 a.m., she was out of the camera's line of sight. Her heart stopped at 9:28 a.m., 22 minutes after the camera took her picture, according to data from the smartwatch she was wearing. Lakin was dead. But it turned out that prior to her passing, Lakin had called 929. 5 minutes after she stepped out of the camera's line of sight, the call was placed. Before the call was disconnected, the dispatcher who took the call had no time to speak. The 911 dispatcher followed instructions and made 2 follow-up calls to Lakin's number, but neither time anyone picked up. Police searched the area surrounding the trail where Lakin was discovered in the early phases of the investigation. Potential witnesses who might have heard or seen something strange were interviewed. A suspicious male who was also captured on camera was spotted by several people. The suspect is seen discarding his jacket in this video. 15 minutes after Lakin's passing, the video was captured. Forensic analysis was essential in identifying the offender, in addition to witness accounts and surveillance footage. Lakin had resisted frantically, as evidenced by the DNA samples that investigators took from the crime scene, including beneath her fingernails. In order to find traces of evidence that might connect the suspect to the murder, the forensic team also looked through objects discovered close to her body. The man on the tape was promptly identified by the police. On September 8, 2022, a 26-year-old Venezuelan named Jose Ibarra entered the country illegally. Ibarra crossed the southern border between the United States and Mexico close to El Paso, Texas, where he was met by Customs and Border Protection officers. He was released for additional processing after being granted parole. Ibarra initially stayed at a migrant shelter before starting to travel the nation, according to officials. On September 14, 2023, Ibarra was taken into custody by the New York Police Department and charged with violating a motor vehicle license and acting in a way that would cause harm to a child under the age of 17. He was accused of riding his moped with a child who was not wearing a helmet. Then, before a detainer could be issued, he was released by New York officials. Jose Ibarra and his brother, Diego Ibarra, relocated to Georgia from New York City. His brother deserves a few words as well. Diego Ibarra, 29, is linked to a dangerous Venezuelan gang, according to court documents. Diego Ibarra was taken into custody for using a fictitious green card to obtain employment at the University of Georgia. Diego's tattoos, attire, and use of gang symbols in social media photos, according to the prosecution, gave the impression that he was connected to a gang. In court filings, the gang was accused of being behind recent violent altercations with law enforcement and civilian victims in New York and other U.S. cities. Members who ride mopeds are accused of dragging victims to the ground in order to steal their devices during a series of violent phone robberies that are said to have occurred in New York City. Ibarra has tattoos associated with the gang, such as a 5-pointed star on the right side of his neck and a 5-pointed crown on the left. He poses with handguns in other photos. Since he is an undocumented immigrant and is therefore not permitted to legally possess firearms in the United States, prosecutors said this was a blatant violation of the law. About a mile from the wooded area where Laken Riley's body was discovered in Georgia, Jose Ibarra resided in an apartment complex. Laken had already been arrested for shoplifting at a nearby Walmart prior to the attack, but he was freed pending trial in December 2023-3. When he did not show up for the theft case in court, a warrant was issued for his arrest. If Ibarra had been taken into custody on the outstanding warrant, police could have stopped the attack on Laken, but they chose not to. Those who witnessed him on campus reported seeing him in places where students congregate. His location close to the scene of Laken Riley's death was also determined by investigators using digital footprints and cell phone data. Ibarra and Riley were not known to be related. At a press conference after the murder, Jeff Clark, the chief of police at the University of Georgia, stated, "This was a crime of opportunity where he saw an individual and bad things happened." Ibarra was arrested after authorities gathered sufficient evidence to connect him to the crime scene. His hands were scratched from the fight with Laken. 3 counts of felony murder, 1 count of malice murder, 1 count each of kidnapping, aggravated assault, aggravated battery, obstructing an emergency phone call, tampering with evidence, and peeping Tom were among the charges brought against Ibarra. The peeping Tom charge stems from Ibarra's observation of an apartment window in a university housing building on the day Riley was killed. The funeral for Laken Riley took place on March 1, 2024. Her departure brought with it unexpected and unwelcome fame. Too much was known about her death and its raging aftermath, and too little was known about her life by many who had heard of her. It makes sense that those closest to her were reluctant to participate in interviews. The absence of someone like Laken, whose light never stops shining, makes the world seem even more hopeless. Simon Mossad, the lead pastor of the church, wrote to the media, "Don't even begin to scratch the surface. She was a loving daughter, sister, and friend. She had a gift for making anyone she was around feel comfortable and seen. Laken was special. She was a gift to anyone who knew her, smart, kind, compassionate, and thoughtful." A wooden sign was located on the shore of Lake Herrick in Athens, close to the spot where Laken made her final run. The murder of Laken Riley and the immigration status of the man accused of it swiftly became a rallying cry for some prominent Republicans to blame immigrants for crime in America and criticize the Biden administration for its handling of the southern border situation. Someone had used black tape to change the word lake to Laken. The untimely death of Laken Riley has caused national indignation and touched the hearts of Georgians everywhere. At the time, Georgia Governor Brian Kemp wrote on X, "Joe Biden's failed policies have turned every state into a border state, and I'm demanding information from him so we can protect our people when the federal government won't." The brutal murderer who took the life of Laken was one of the millions of illegal aliens that the Biden administration simply released and unleashed upon our country, House Speaker Mike Johnson stated on X. During his Georgia campaign stop, Donald Trump had a meeting with Laken Riley's family. "What Joe Biden has done on our border is a crime against humanity and the people of this nation for which he will never be forgiven," Trump said, claiming that Riley would still be alive today hadn't Joe Biden willfully and maliciously eviscerated the borders of the United States and set loose thousands and thousands of dangerous criminals into our country. He continued, "He was an illegal immigrant, and he should not have been in our country, and he never would have gotten into our country if Trump was president." Joe Biden, on the other hand, made a mistake in his speech, but did not downplay Laken Riley's death. To the thunderous cheers of his supporters, Biden mispronounced the victim's name during the speech, saying instead Lincoln Riley. Lincoln Riley, an innocent young woman who was killed by an illegal. He also added, note the word illegal in that quote. Laken's mother, Allison Phillips, posted on Facebook, "Biden does not even know my child's name. It's pathetic. If you were going to say her name, even when forced to do so, at least say the right name." Allison also wrote, "Amen." beneath a comment labeling the 81-year-old Biden a disgrace of a president. Following criticism from some members of his party for using the term to refer to those who entered or are currently residing in the United States illegally, Biden later apologized, but not for referring to the young woman as Lincoln. Instead, he apologized for referring to Ibarra as a illegal. "I shouldn't have used illegal. It's undocumented," said Biden. At the same time, Trump attacked Biden for the remarks while on the campaign trail in Rome, Georgia. He said, "Joe Biden went on television and apologized for calling Laken's murderer illegal," to furious booing and jeering. "Biden should be apologizing for apologizing to this killer." He compared his words to Biden's. "I say he was an illegal alien, he was an illegal immigrant, he was an illegal migrant," and charged that Biden, who has long been regarded as a compassionate leader, lacked regret. He's got no regret. He's got no empathy, no compassion, and worst of all, he has no intention of stopping the deadly invasion that stole precious Laken's beautiful American life, Trump stated. Ibarra was indicted on 10 counts on May 8, 2024. He was refused bail after entering a not guilty plea to all counts. He requested a bench trial during a pre-trial hearing, waiving his right to a jury trial, which was scheduled to start on November 13 with jury selection. In the courtroom, family members of Laken Riley gave statements. Allison Phillips, the mother of Laken Riley, pleaded with Judge Patrick Haggard to punish Jose Ibarra harshly. "There is no end to the pain, suffering, and loss that we have experienced or will continue to endure," Allison stated when making a statement in court as part of the family impact. "This sick, twisted, and evil coward showed no regard for Laken or human life," said Allison. "We are asking the same be done to him." Allison characterized her daughter as intelligent, industrious, considerate, kind, and, above all, a child of God. She claimed that her daughter worked with the elderly in nursing homes and went on mission trips. "This monster took away our chances to see Laken graduate from nursing school. He took away our ability to meet our future son-in-law. He destroyed our chances of meeting our grandchildren, and he took my best friend," the mother of Riley said. Laken Riley's younger sister, Lauren Phillips, stated that she was unable to join her sister in celebrating her acceptance to the University of Georgia. "I had to get accepted into my dream school, the University of Georgia, without my sister telling me how proud of me she is, and finally getting to live in the same town together again," she stated. She said she would miss Riley's contagious laugh, her smile, and her daily good morning messages, and referred to her as her sister, best friend, and role model. She lost her sense of security as well because of the murder. "I cannot walk around my own college campus because I am terrified of people like Jose Ibarra," she stated. She referred to Ibarra as a monster and stated that she was certain he was the cause of her demise. As he read one of Laken Riley's final journal entries to her future husband, John Phillips, her stepfather broke down in tears. "To my future husband, I'm working every day to become the best wife I can be," Laken wrote in part. According to John Phillips, Laken's journal entry only scratches the surface of what was cruelly and tragically taken from her and her family. Prosecutors told the court how the nursing student battled for her life and dignity against a man who had gone hunting for women that day. As the trial finally began on Friday, November 15, Ibarra retaliated when she saw Laken Riley, according to prosecutor Sheila Ross. When she refused to be a victim, he bashed her skull in with a rock repeatedly, Ross stated. Riley's death was tragic, according to defense attorney Dustin Kirby, who also described the case's evidence as graphic and unsettling in his opening statement. He questioned how Ibarra's fingerprints could be on the phone if he was allegedly wearing gloves, though, and stated that there was insufficient evidence to prove that it was Ibarra. "The evidence in this case is very good that Laken Riley was murdered," Kirby stated. "Ibarra, a Venezuelan national and non-citizen of the United States, has no known relationship to the student and no violent criminal history. So the evidence that Jose Ibarra killed Laken Riley is circumstantial. Rather, investigators characterized Laken's death as an opportunity crime. Ibarra's fingerprint on Laken Riley's phone screen and her DNA beneath her fingernails were among the evidence the prosecutor produced. The Georgia Bureau of Investigation's medical examiner informed the court that Laken Riley suffered cuts, bruises, and scratches on her head, neck, torso, abdomen, left arm, and left leg. Ibarra struck Laken Riley in the head with a rock, according to prosecutor Sheila Ross, and 2 rocks at the crime scene contain Laken Riley's DNA. Additionally, according to the DNA expert's testimony, tests revealed that a jacket that police found in a trash can at Ibarra's apartment complex contained both Ibarra's DNA and a blood stain that tested positive for Laken Riley's DNA. Judge Patrick Haggard granted the wishes of Laken Riley's family and friends on November 20, 2024, when he found Ibarra guilty on all counts and sentenced him to life in prison without the possibility of parole. In addition, he imposed a second life sentence and 27 years of consecutive imprisonment on him. Today, the integrity of our judicial process and the pursuit of justice transcended political considerations, said Deborah Gonzalez, the district attorney for Athens-Clarke County within her circuit. No sentence can undo the harm caused by Jose Ibarra's actions, but we hope it brings justice to Laken's family and the community, she said. Our hearts remain with Laken's family and friends as they continue to grieve this tragic loss. The Laken Riley Act was approved by the House of Representatives on March 7, 2024. The Laken Riley Act would allow states to sue the federal government for not enforcing immigration laws and would require federal detention of illegal immigrants who commit theft or burglary if it were to become law. In August, Riley received her honorary white coat, which represented compassion, humanism, and the beginning of her nursing career. And she had just made the fall dean's list. The nursing school issued a statement on Facebook. She was set to graduate in 2025. The College of Nursing will miss Laken's spirit on campus, and our hearts go out to her family and friends. We know that she would have been a wonderful nurse, and her passing is a loss for the profession and the communities she would have graciously served. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Why do some young women marry men who are significantly older than them? Rosanna Galliano's story wasn't the only one. A young college student married a man her father's age after falling in love with him. But this union's tragic demise stunned Argentina as a whole and became one of the most talked about subjects in the media. Who was Galliano? Rosanna? On November 24, 1978, Rosanna Edith Rodriguez Galliano was born in a Buenos Aires suburb. She was the youngest of Reynaldo Galliano and Graciela Rodriguez's 4 children. Rosanna grew up with her sister Monica and her older brothers Oscar and Gustavo. From their early years, the siblings had a close bond. Her father was a skilled mechanic who ran a small auto repair business. Her mother had previously taught at a nearby high school, but she chose to quit teaching after having children in order to focus on taking care of the family and raising her children. According to everyone who knew Rosanna personally, she was a happy, vivacious, and outgoing young lady. She participated actively in dance, had lots of friends at school, and was talented at drawing. One day, she hoped to pursue a career in interior design or art. After graduating, she enrolled at Argentina's National University of the Arts because she was determined to achieve her goals. If Jose Arce hadn't entered her life, she probably would have accomplished everything she set out to do. Jose Jacinto Arce brought his vintage car with a rather complex problem to Reynaldo Galliano's workshop in 2001. The skilled mechanic accepted the assignment. Rosanna stopped by her father's workshop to deliver lunch that her mother had made while they talked about the specifics and price of the repair. Rosanna immediately drew Arce's attention with her youthful beauty, big eyes, and bright smile. The man started going to the workshop every day, ostensibly to monitor the work and see how the repair was going. In the hopes of seeing Rosanna again, he always arrived during lunch. It's now necessary to give some background information about Jose Arce and his troubled past. Jacinto Pedro Arce and Elsa Dorotea Aguilar welcomed him into the world on November 28, 1948, in the Famela department in the northwest of the Argentine province of Tucumán. His mother's side of the family was Greek, and his father's was Italian. He spent a large portion of his early years in Naples and on the Greek island of Crete. According to some accounts, Jose Arce's father had strong connections to organized crime and accumulated a sizable fortune through illicit means. Besito's unexplained death in the middle of the 1980s suggested a targeted attack, perhaps planned by someone with a purpose. Jose was incarcerated for smuggling illegal substances at the time of his father's passing. Jose and his mother resided in the United States until 1996, but he was in danger of being deported for breaking immigration laws. But Elsa, his mother, became a citizen of the United States, purchased a house in Boston, and stayed there with her sister. Jose had been married twice, but he didn't stay in touch with either of his previous spouses or their kids. He disliked discussing his past and preferred to keep his marriages, criminal history, dubious family background, and the mystery surrounding his father's death a secret. Jose, who was over 50 at the time of the events detailed here, had 3 expensive cars, multiple properties in Buenos Aires and its suburbs, and a fashionable opulent wardrobe. He was skilled at projecting an air of sophistication and charm that made an impression on others. Young Rosanna was soon won over by his charm. After exchanging phone numbers, Rosanna asked her out on a date a week later. Rosanna didn't fully comprehend how deeply she had fallen for a man who could have easily been her father, because their relationship developed so quickly. Rosanna's parents were initially unaware of the couple's covert relationship. Her older sister, Monica, was immediately concerned when she told her, but she also pledged to keep it a secret from their parents for the time being. Jose showed up at the Giuliano home 6 months later to formally request Rosanna's hand in marriage. Rosanna was only 22 years old at this point, and he was 52. The proposal surprised her parents, who were unsure of how to respond. Graciela, Rosanna's mother, drew her aside and asked her bluntly if she really intended to wed this much older man. After a brief hesitancy, Rosanna informed her mother that she was prepared to marry Jose because she loved him, but Graciela had a feeling something wasn't quite right. Her daughter looked nervous, angry, and even afraid. Jose most likely exerted pressure on Rosanna to agree to his proposal. Jose, however, asserted that their 30-year age difference did not deter their love or prevent them from beginning a family. 7 months after first meeting, the couple got married at the end of 2001, and Rosanna moved in with Jose. Everything appeared to be ideal at first. Jose seemed to truly love and care for his young bride. He planned a lavish wedding reception, bought Rosanna pricey presents, and planned a romantic honeymoon by the sea. The spiral downward. Geronimo, a son, was Rosanna and Jose's first child together, born in 2002. However, significant issues started to surface in the family after the birth of their child. By controlling Rosanna's every action, Jose effectively imprisoned her in their house. He kept tabs on all of her phone conversations, and she was prohibited from communicating with her own family members as well as friends. Rosanna initially made an effort to hide her problems from her family. She hoped the problems in her marriage would be resolved and felt she could manage the situation on her own. However, the situation only got worse over time. Jose showed himself to be a controlling tyrant who was prone to violent outbursts and was jealous and cunning. In addition to verbally abusing Rosanna and disparaging her family, he even implied that she should be thankful for everything he did for her by saying that he had chosen her out of the trash. As Rosanna's fear of her husband grew, she made every effort to avoid upsetting him. In order to prevent upsetting Jose, she was prepared to forgo communication with her parents, brothers, and sister. However, he didn't really need an excuse to lose his temper or turn violent. The emotional abuse eventually became physical. Jose started using his fists to strike out nearly daily, and it was evident that he relished the authority it bestowed upon him. Rosanna was always afraid, but she was at a loss for what to do. She foolishly thought that her husband would stop torturing her and that the issue would eventually resolve itself. However, things only got worse. Jose had a number of weapons, including 2 handguns that he liked to show off to visitors and kept loaded at all times. With these guns, he regularly threatened Rosanna, saying that if she ever tried to argue with him or leave him, he would use them. Her brother Oscar happened to be an unintentional witness to one of these scenes one day. Oscar was concerned and had dropped in without warning after failing to get through to Rosanna. He went through the front door, which was unlocked, and discovered that the couple was having a heated argument. Jose slapped Rosanna several times while insulting her and her family before drawing his gun. He held the barrel to her face, took her by the hair, and jokingly mentioned how much he would like to pull the trigger. Oscar stepped in right away to protect his sister by putting himself between her and Jose. He insisted that Rosanna gather her belongings, take the child, and accompany him to their parents' house, threatening to call the police. Rosanna surprisingly declined, insisting that he not meddle in their marital issues. She asked Oscar to leave and told him that she would remain with her husband. Despite his shock, Oscar didn't continue to argue. Though he wasn't quite ready to go, he left the house in silence. He was concerned that Jose would not carry out his violent threats and that Rosanna was safe. Oscar waited outside, out of sight, and used his phone to take a few pictures. Even though early 2000s phones had far from ideal cameras, it was evident from the photos that Jose was brandishing a gun and aiming it at his frightened wife, who was sitting on the floor. Only after Jose had locked himself in his study and put the weapon away did Oscar depart. Rosanna and Jose welcomed their second child, a son named Neuan, in 2006, despite the constant nightmares at home. In an effort to preserve their marriage and provide her sons with a two-parent home free from poverty, Rosanna made every effort to patch up her relationship with her husband. However, things did not change. Jose remained as vicious and violent as ever. Jose and his mother, Elsa, had a very close relationship and were always there for him. Although Elsa was a resident of the United States, she regularly visited Argentina and would spend months or even weeks at her son's home. These visits were a humiliating ordeal for Rosanna, a continual trial. She had to take care of her husband's aging mother while putting up with daily taunts and criticism. Rosanna, in Elsa's opinion, was a bad housewife, a bad mother, and a bad housekeeper. She would frequently claim that Rosanna was worthless, that she lived in his home, that she was dependent on him for everything, and that she didn't deserve her son. Elsa had seen Jose's violent outbursts against Rosanna several times, but she had never stepped in to stop them. Rather, she accused Rosanna of inciting him and threatened to take away her sons and ensure she would never see them again if Rosanna ever filed for divorce. Elsa made herself known, even when she wasn't there in person. She stayed in close communication with Jose, asking about everything that went on in the home, giving him advice, and urging him to make sure Rosanna didn't get away with anything. Jose viciously assaulted Rosanna once more in the middle of 2006, when Neuan was only 7 months old, breaking her nose and multiple ribs. Rosanna finally made the decision to report the abuse to the authorities after this violent assault, which was the tipping point for her. She requested a forensic examination after formally reporting domestic violence, and the results showed a history of systematic physical abuse, including numerous bruises and injuries at different stages of healing. Interestingly, Jose was able to persuade Rosanna to give him another chance, and the case was ultimately dismissed. She still shared a home with him, but this time she began to confide in her sister, Monica. Rosanna called Monica whenever something happened to let her know what had happened, and she even began sending her messages with the threats she had received from Jose and Elsa. For more than a year, Monica recorded these discussions in a journal. Rosanna took her 2 sons and spent days hiding out at her sister's house as she repeatedly ran away from her husband's abuse. At least 5 times during these escape attempts, she was forced to return to Jose after he threatened to kill her or take her sons away, according to close family members. Rosanna filed for divorce at the end of 2007 and was successful in getting a court order that barred Jose from being around her and their sons. Jose, however, filed a countersuit, asserting his right to see his sons. For these visits, the court set a schedule that had to be adhered to. They agreed that Jose's vacant country home would be the venue for the meetings. Rosanna was afraid of Jose and felt safer with someone who could step in if something went wrong, so she frequently went to these meetings with her brother Asgar. Rosanna became friends with Daniel Gonzalez, a local gardener, and told him about her terrifying ordeal. Daniel was sympathetic and saw multiple instances in which Jose used derogatory language to publicly humiliate Rosanna. He would subsequently testify in court regarding these incidents. Rosanna met Oscar Lugo, a young man, in August 2007. They soon developed a romantic relationship. Despite being only 3 years Rosanna's senior, Oscar was considerate, kind, and perceptive. He took to her sons right away. After her divorce from Jose was finalized, the couple even began organizing their wedding, giving the impression that she had finally found the right partner. Jose, however, persisted in keeping a close eye on his still lawful wife. When physical violence and threats failed to control her, he turned to bribery. Rosanna adamantly refused his offer of a car in exchange for her return. Jose, who remained in close contact with his mother, confided in her out of desperation that he intended to hire someone else to kill Rosanna. Elsa not only endorsed the concept but also gave her son financial support, sending him a sizable sum of money to commit the crime. Jose had to come up with a thorough plan and locate a hitman for almost 2 months. Rosanna, her sons, and her sister Monica visited Jose at the country house on January 16, 2008, as part of a planned visit. Jose left the women in the house that day to wait for the boys to return after taking them for a walk. Jose sent a message around 9 p.m. stating that he was taking Geronimo, one of the boys, to the hospital because he was feeling ill and had a fever. Rosanna became worried and texted Jose multiple times in an attempt to find out what was happening, but he didn't pick up. Hosanna gave Rosanna a call at around 10 o'clock. The phone call would prove to be a fatal trap. Rosanna would go outside to get a signal, and he knew that cell reception was bad in the house. Monica hurried to investigate after hearing 6 gunshots as soon as she left the house. On the vacant lot next door, she noticed a shadowy figure slipping behind a fence. She discovered Rosanna bleeding profusely on the ground a short while later. Monica dashed back inside to retrieve her phone, but she was unable to immediately connect to emergency services. She called her brother in a panic, told him what was happening, and urged him to call the police and emergency services right away. Rosanna had no chance of surviving after 4 of the 6 shots that were fired struck their target, striking her in the neck and chest. She had already stopped exhibiting any signs of life by the time emergency personnel arrived. Doctors were only able to confirm Rosanna's death after she bled out in a matter of minutes. Rosanna's close relatives were all certain of the person responsible for this terrible incident. When Jose was questioned that same night, he pretended to be shocked and denied any role in his wife's passing. He was released pending additional investigation because he had an alibi. Rosanna's family feared that Jose would just pay someone off and get away with it if there was no publicity, so they chose to take the case to the media. The publicity, though, could have backfired. Rosanna actively conducted interviews and engaged prestigious attorneys, damaging Rosanna's and her family's reputations. He asserted that Rosanna had cheated on him by having multiple lovers, all of whom might have desired her death. He even charged Monica with the murder, claiming that she had called their brother instead of helping her dying sister. However, Monica's potential involvement in the shooting was thoroughly investigated. Ballistic tests showed that the shots had been fired from a .45 caliber pistol, which would have been difficult for a thin woman like Monica to handle, and there were no signs of gunpowder residue on her hands or clothing. Josiah went on to enumerate Rosanna's alleged suitors, which included the gardener and a number of other men from their domestic staff. At first, the investigation proceeded slowly, but with the help of multiple witnesses' testimonies, Monica's thorough diary, and images on Oscar's phone, authorities were able to prove that Josiah had been physically abusing his wife for years. Subsequent inquiries turned up multiple instances in which Rosanna had reported domestic abuse to the police, accompanied by medical documentation. Jose's mother Elsa took care of the couple's sons while he was in custody, even though he was the main suspect in his wife's death. The Galliano family was not allowed to see the boys for almost half a year. Graciela and Monica were denied custody but were given visitation rights only in the fall of 2008. Oscar, who had pictures of Jose pointing a gun at his sister on his phone, was put under witness protection and started getting anonymous threats. He was fitted with a tracking device so that authorities could keep tabs on his movements. When he was abducted by 2 unidentified attackers a few months later, brutally beaten and abandoned to perish in a secluded location outside the city, this gadget saved his life. He was found in time and taken to the hospital with the help of the tracking signal. A year after Rosanna's passing, Jose was taken into custody and accused of assault, abuse, and planning a crime. Despite a lot of work, the hired criminal's identity was never revealed. Paolo and Gabrielle, Jose's cousins, were detained as possible accomplices, though. They were released in April 2009 after the charges against them were dropped for lack of evidence. The main suspect's trial was repeatedly postponed, raising suspicions that the case was being purposefully delayed. It was discovered during this period that Jose's mother, Elsa, had sent a sizable amount of money to her son just prior to the catastrophe, The money was allegedly intended to buy Rosanna and her sons a house to live in following the divorce. But the money vanished from the account a few weeks prior to the crime, and the property was never bought. Elsa was also taken into custody as an accomplice, but she and her son were soon freed on bond. More than 5 years after Rosanna's passing, the trial finally started in the spring of 2013. Since the identity of the offender was still a mystery, Jose and Elsa were the only defendants. Jose had a stroke and was admitted to the hospital just 1 week into the trial, and Elsa was put under house arrest. Geronimo and Nehuan stayed with the Arce family during this period. When the trial recommenced 6 months later, Jose and Elsa were both found guilty in spite of the defense team's best efforts. Jose's refusal to divide property and custody of his sons during the divorce was determined to be the main driving force. At least Elsa knew about her son's plans and encouraged him. The defendants tried to damage Rosanna's reputation during the trial by making multiple, later proven false accusations against her. Ajika and Elsa were found guilty on all counts and given a life sentence in prison in November 2013. But in 2015, Jose's sentence was reduced to house arrest after suffering another severe stroke, and Elsa's due to her advanced age. Geronimo and Nehuan were placed in the custody of Elsa's younger sister during this time. Rosanna's family, the Galeanos, did not obtain legal visitation rights with the boys until early 2017. However, by that time, both sons were teenagers who had spent years apart from their maternal relatives. The boys no longer felt a bond with Rosanna's parents, siblings, and extended family, so their reunions with them were chilly and aloof. Jose died on October 24, 2018, 1 month before his 70th birthday after suffering another stroke. When Elsa passed away the following year at the age of 91, the custody dispute was rekindled. Geronimo didn't want to move or change schools, so he stayed with Elsa's sister, since he was only a few months away from turning 18. However, a court order placed Nehuan in the custody of his Aunt Monica. After experiencing years of trauma and loss, Geronimo and Nehuan both battled persistent anxiety, depression, and other mental health issues. Geronimo decided to leave his maternal relatives, whom he considered to be strangers, and relocate to a different city as he grew older. Until he reached adulthood, Nehuan lived with his Aunt Monica, but their relationship remained formal and aloof. He separated from Monica and other family members on his mother's side after graduating high school and moving into a college dorm. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On Madison Street in New York, Officer Freeman saw a man throwing big black garbage bags into the river's edge early on April 7, 1996. The man froze as Freeman came closer. The officer noticed the 2 cars next to the man, their trunks stuffed with trash bags. He searched and found something startling. Bloody tools and blood-soaked clothing were found in the bags, along with a dismembered body that had been cut into 66 pieces in the most gory way imaginable. The man who disposed of the bags introduced himself as Vladimir Zelinin, 48. The police quickly learned that the person inside the bags was Yakov Gluzman, a 48-year-old billionaire and well-known cancer researcher who had tragically been duped by Vladimir. When Vladimir brought up Yakov's wife, Rita Gluzman, the case took an unexpected turn. The crucial query was, what role did Rita play in this terrible incident? Was she planning to murder her husband, or was Vladimir just assigning blame to deflect criticism and avoid responsibility? We must go back in time and meet Yakov Gluzman, the man at the heart of this whole situation, in order to fully comprehend it. What part did he play in this terrible incident, and who was he? January 2, 1948, was Yakov Gluzman's birthday. He was an internationally renowned scientist who made significant contributions to the study of cancer. Since their early years in Ukraine, which was then a part of the Soviet Union, Yakov and his wife Rita had known one another. 1948 saw the birth of Rita Gluzman in Ternopil, Ukraine. She was the oldest child of Holocaust survivors, Paula and Lob Shapiro. As a child, Rita saw friends and family members killed by the Nazis, which gave her a distinct viewpoint. Nevertheless, Yakov was unable to obtain a visa to depart the Soviet Union due to his importance as a researcher. He was regarded as an emerging, talented scientist. In February 1970, Rita found out she was expecting their son after departing for Israel. To facilitate their emigration, Yakov took a menial job as a carpenter, sacrificing his academic career in the Soviet Union. Rita persuaded the UN to bring her and Yakov back together in America with the aid of Jewish organizations. She even put pressure on the United States by going on an 18-day hunger strike close to the UN Senate to assist in her reunion with Yakov. Rita's will to go on a hunger strike was obvious. She was a very motivated individual. She desired to succeed in her life. Yakov was allowed to join her in the West by the Soviet Union as a result of her efforts. Yakov was able to carry on with his scientific work after the couple eventually got back together in the United States in 1972. They made Long Island, New York their permanent home in 1977, 5 years later. Yakov founded the pharmaceutical business Harbor Laboratory in New York by 1987. With Yakov's assistance, Rita also founded her technology business, ECI Technologies, at the same time. In 1987, Yakov advanced to the position of Director of Molecular Biology at Rockland County's Letterly Laboratories. Yakov worked in Rockland, so Rita had to make the difficult choice to move to Long Island while managing ECI Technologies. As the family's fortunes improved, they eventually moved into a large home in the posh neighborhood of Upper Saddle River, New Jersey, which is a very pleasant upper-middle-class neighborhood. The homes in this lovely neighborhood are very comfortable and sit on 3/4 to an acre of land. Vladimir's claims don't add up. If Rita and Yakov had a happy marriage, is he making this whole thing up to cover up a darker agenda, such as eradicating Yakov for financial gain? Let's go back in time to the discovery of Yakov's body before drawing any conclusions. Officer Freeman made a strange discovery in a parking lot near the river's edge on Easter, April 7, 1996. 2 cars with open trunks were the first thing he noticed. He also saw Vladimir Zelinin, who had one glove on his right hand and was dressed in a t-shirt. Large black trash bags were being thrown into the river by Zelinin. Freeman cautiously approached and saw that Zelinin's shoes and pants were splattered with blood, and that a surgical glove was also covered in blood. The air was heavy with the stench of drying blood. As Freeman continued his investigation, he discovered 2 bags, one containing blood-soaked clothing and the other containing bloody tools, including a hacksaw, axes, knives, and a scalpel. Unbelievably, 8 additional bags containing Jakob Glusman's tragically dismembered remains were found in the trunks of the 2 cars. His nose and lips were even removed, as part of the horrific act of chopping his body into 66 pieces. Vladimir Zelinin, wearing blood-stained trousers, stood beside Officer Freeman. Zelinin, who was Russian, could hardly speak English. He shockingly disclosed that Vladimir's cousin, Rita Glusman, had been instrumental in his immigration to the United States just 11 months earlier. As Vladimir admitted that Rita was the one who coerced him into carrying out the unimaginable deed of killing Yakov, the terrifying realization came to light. Rita had already left with her passport when Bergen County authorities showed up at her house the next day. Prosecutors were concerned that she may have escaped abroad, but Rita was allegedly on her way to Long Island while Zelinin was being held in Bergen County. It was clear that she knew the police would be looking for her. She made a quick stop in Nyack along the way, stealing a set of New York license plates from a parked car to hide her car's New Jersey tags. There was little question that Rita had planned the murder and was now evading the authorities, despite the fact that investigators in both jurisdictions had not formally named her as a suspect in her husband's death. They made it clear in a public alert that they wanted to talk to her. After her husband passed away, Rita disappeared for 6 days. On April 12, 1996, the police finally located her in Cold Spring Harbor, Long Island. Rita was caught breaking into a guest cabin by a cleaning lady during a routine cleaning round at the Hawk's Nest cabin. Her husband had worked for a company that owned this cabin. The woman had quickly called the police because she thought Rita was a thief. Rita attempted to flee by scurrying out a rear window onto the lab grounds after being confronted. She was eventually located and taken into custody by the local police. Notably, Authorities discovered a variety of travel brochures, including some from Switzerland and Australia, inside her car, which also had a stolen license plate. When Rita Glusman was arrested, the police were taken aback to see her. She was no longer the woman who wore expensive clothing. Her clothes, makeup, hair color, and even airline information had all changed. The police became increasingly suspicious because she had completely changed her appearance. However, there was one issue that prevented the police from charging her with her husband's murder under New York law. When flaws started to show in their marriage's apparently flawless exterior, the investigation took a different turn. The couple's hidden tensions surfaced during their move from Long Island to New Jersey. It turned out that moving to New Jersey, even though it was a mutual decision, put Rita under financial strain, particularly for her business, ECI Technologies. Yakov's income was crucial to the company's survival because it was not doing as well as it once did. However, there was one contradiction. Despite Rita's claims that the move left them impoverished, she was spotted driving a BMW, wearing mink coats and leading a fairly opulent lifestyle. On the other hand, Yakov used to wear regular jeans and drive a 1983 Nissan. According to his friends, he was more of an ordinary guy who wore khakis everywhere he went. The American dream appealed to Rita. She desired high living and spas. Yakov Glusman left the home in New Jersey in the summer of 1995 and rented a second-floor apartment in Pearl River, just a few blocks from his place of employment. Yakov had begun dating a woman he had met in 1994 while traveling to Israel to visit his family. By September of that year, the rift between Rita and Yakov had become irreversible. While Rita's technology company was in danger of going bankrupt, Yakov was making progress in his career as a cancer researcher. In a phone call with his father in the fall of 1994, Yakov acknowledged that his marriage to Rita, which had lasted 25 years, was failing. Yakov Glusman filed for divorce. The ECI Technologies company became a focal point during their divorce proceedings. Yakov insisted on thoroughly examining the company's finances before accepting any terms, while Rita desired sole ownership. Rita was devastated to hear this. Yakov claimed marital cruelty as the cause of the divorce when he filed for it. Tragic events occurred 4 months later, in 1996, when the couple's already shaky relationship was further strained when their 25-year-old son died while serving in the Israeli army. Yakov wanted to leave Rita because she was so furious. How could he have the audacity to abandon her, who was so invested in his transformation in the United States? Rita noticed that she was becoming desperate, and some people noticed that her behavior was becoming unpredictable. She found it difficult to control her cravings for luxury, even after Yakov gave her $90,000 when he moved out a year earlier in 1995. She was suddenly in America, where she could eat as much as she pleased. For her, it represented success. Rita Glusman engaged a private investigator to look for any negative information about Yakov in an effort to stop the divorce. She went to unlawful measures such as wiretapping Yakov's phone and even threatening to spread the AIDS virus to his girlfriend. She wanted to discredit this woman in Israel by putting cocaine on her, among other things. She had attempted to hire a lot of people. Her husband was being followed by others. She had extortion attempts against her husband's family. Rita Glusman started planning his murder after these plans failed to stop the divorce. She experienced yet another setback when she was arrested on shoplifting charges after being caught stealing small items from a New Jersey pharmacy. Her business kept failing, and as accusations were made by both parties, the divorce process grew more acrimonious. Rita was prepared to involve her cousin Zelinin and had already made a firm decision. Despite being straightforward, her plan was extremely cruel. Rita got a key to her ex-husband's apartment in the months before Easter. During one of their arguments, she persuaded him to give it to her and had a copy made. She was aware of her ex-husband's routine, which included him spending Saturday nights at the lab and typically coming home at 11:30 p.m. Knowing this, Rita made sure they had everything they would require, including a knife, a scalpel, a hacksaw, and a variety of cleaning supplies. Rita and Zelinin drove from Bergen County in a late-model Ford Taurus registered to her company on the evening of April 6, 1996, just hours before Yakov was scheduled to return home. They parked near Yakov's apartment in a poorly lit spot and waited in silence in the living room. It was 11:30 p.m. when Yakov parked his Nissan Maxima and went inside his apartment. At that moment, Zelenin struck first with an axe. When Yakov entered his apartment with an axe and a hatchet, she and Vladimir were waiting for him and jumped on him, attacking him. Rita Gluzman then approached and started striking her husband with the axe, according to Zelenin. It was then that Zelenin's hand was injured. He was unable to see exactly where he struck Yakov because of the darkness, but the scientist fell to the ground. Rita then attacked her husband with ferocity and violent force. Her axe once slipped and struck Zelenin's right hand, causing it to bleed continuously. Rita insisted that they would examine Zelenin's wound later because they were pressed for time. She took a knife out of the bag and stabbed her ex-husband in the chest to make sure he was dead. His bloody body was dragged into the bathroom, where it was dismembered. Rita was adamant that no part of the man was big enough to be recognized. To make it impossible for anyone who might find the body to identify him, they even cut off his nose and lips, in addition to cutting off his fingertips to prevent fingerprint identification. Rita went into a cleaning frenzy, trying to get rid of any sign of the crime while Zelenin kept butchering the body. Around 3 a.m, Kathy Armstrong, a neighbor who lived 1 floor below Yakov, was the only one who heard a thumping and banging sound. April 7, 1996. She was unaware that the remains of Yakov were being disposed of, his bloody clothes and body parts packed into 9 plastic garbage bags. Another bag was filled with the equipment needed for the gory task. After that, the bags were placed in the 2 cars' trunks. After returning to East Rutherford, Zelenin would dispose of Gluzman's remains in the Passaic River and then, before dawn, dispose of the car. But there was a hitch. They were not on time. Zelenin unintentionally set off the car's theft alarm while loading it. If anyone in the apartment complex heard the alarm, they didn't bother to look into it because it was only a short cry in the night. Rita, however, became frightened, leapt into the Taurus and told Zelenin to run. After circling the neighborhood for a while, they cautiously made their way back to the apartment complex, checked to make sure everything was okay, and went back to their solemn task. And it took longer than Rita had expected to dismember Yakov and clean his apartment. The necessity to treat Zelenin's hand wound, which resulted from Rita's violent behavior against her husband, further threw off this schedule. Zelenin and Rita stopped at a CVS pharmacy in the town of Fairlawn on their way south. It was captured on a security camera that Rita spent $32 on bandages. What at first glance seemed to be a simple murder case turned out to be anything but. After investigators inspected the crime scene at Yakov's Pearl River apartment, the strange traces of forensic evidence that the investigators found had not yet been tested. Even after testing, there was still uncertainty, because there was no assurance that Rita would be directly implicated in the crime. The police knew that even if they were able to locate Rita's stray fingerprint, a competent defense lawyer could have it rejected by linking it to one of the couple's sporadic arguments. At this point, Zelenin's confession was the only solid evidence the police had. This presented a problem, though, because according to New York state law, an accomplice's testimony could not be used as the basis for a murder case unless it was backed up by other witnesses or strong evidence, neither of which was present at the time. Michael Rosen, Rita's lawyer, attempted to obtain bail the day after her arrest, pointing to the peculiar circumstances of the case. Rosen filed a felony examination after the judge denied bail despite the possibility of murder charges. For Rita to be detained without bail, prosecutors had 48 hours to demonstrate that she was dangerous and that there was a chance she would run away again. Since the police couldn't produce enough proof, Rosen was successful and Rita was taken to jail after posting a $250,000 bond. However, everything changed when an FBI agent called. Unexpectedly, Rosen was ordered to bring Rita to the United States, White Plains Federal Court Building. Rosen found this surprising and didn't understand why the federal government was becoming involved. The reason became evident as Rosen and Rita arrived. Local authorities had worked with federal prosecutors to devise a novel strategy to charge Rita for her role in her husband's death, while Michael Rosen had been preoccupied with getting her bail. Federal prosecutors invoked the Violence Against Women Act, a 1994 domestic violence statute, in a brief 4-page complaint. It was a daring step. This law permitted federal intervention in cases of domestic violence committed by someone who crosses state lines, a tactic that had never before been employed against a woman. But it gave the police the power they needed to bring Rita to justice. It was noteworthy because it gave them permission to use Zelenin's testimony. In court, Zelinin described the events leading up to the incident and how they dismembered Yakov. Vladimir Zelinin claimed that Rita Gluzman was behind a wall a few feet away and that he was concealed behind the door as it opened. Zelinin struck Yakov's head with an axe for the first time as soon as he entered the room. With a knife in hand, Rita hacked and stabbed Mr. Gluzman until she nearly cut Zelinin's fingers off his right hand. According to Zelinin, he began by chopping off the arm at the shoulder, followed by the left leg below the knee and the right leg below the knee. Then, he claimed, he severed his head. Witness reports from Yakov's neighbors who saw a couple packing bags into a car at 3 in the morning were among the other pieces of evidence the police brought in. April 7, 1996, Rita was recognized by a pharmacy employee as the agitated woman buying bandages and antiseptic at 4 in the morning. The same morning. In addition, Rita's controlling personality was acknowledged by a private investigator she hired to spy on her husband and his lover. More than a year and a half after Yakov's passing, on April 3, 1997, Rita faced the U.S. Judge Barrington Parker, District Court. Despite her denials, the jury found her guilty of killing Yakov, dismembering him and dumping him in the river after being persuaded by Zelinin's testimony. She was given a life sentence in prison by the judge. In the Soviet Union, the woman who had once been celebrated as a symbol of freedom for a whole class was now imprisoned. Vladimir Zelinin was later given a 22-and-a-half-year prison sentence in May 1997. Rita Gluzman was released from prison on compassionate grounds in 2020 because of her deteriorating health, which included early Parkinson's disease and multiple strokes. Although Yakov's brother wrote a letter opposing Rita's release, expressing horror and fear, the judge took into consideration Rita's request for a second chance to avoid dying in prison. Rita went back home after the judge allowed her release despite reservations. Due to a broken marriage, Yakov Gluzman's life took a terrible turn. The unfortunate thing is that rather than finding a peaceful solution, his wife, once regarded as a symbol of freedom, caused their relationship to devolve into a nightmare. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Vicki Lynn Belk, a young mother, vanished in Charles County, Maryland in August 1979. Later, evidence of a vicious kidnapping, sexual assault, and deadly shooting was found on her body in a remote wooded area. The community was rocked by the horrible crime, and Vicki's family was left with unsolved questions and indescribable sorrow. A lack of leads, witnesses, and forensic evidence caused the case to go cold despite investigators' best efforts. After decades without a conclusion, an unexpected arrest was made in 2023 thanks to advances in DNA. What made the offender carry out this heinous deed? Will Vicki and her loved ones receive justice at last? Let's dive right in. A paradox exists in Suitland, Maryland, which is a census-designated community in Prince George's County. It appears to be a quiet town that offers a blend of suburban and urban living, making it an ideal place to raise a family. The community's residents love to spend their weekends in the well-known parks in the area, where they can take in the serene atmosphere and stunning scenery. Beneath this serene exterior, Suitland has a higher crime rate than the national average. It is comparable to both small rural towns and large metropolitan areas that face high crime rates. The community's safety and the steps required to address its higher crime rate are called into question by this striking disparity. It started like any other day in Suitland on August 27, 1979. The community was bathed in a warm glow as the sun rose above the peaceful streets. Vicki Lynn Belk, 28, and her boyfriend James Hill were having a typical Monday morning. They got up, ate breakfast, and prepared to work at the offices of the Department of Agriculture. They drove James's 1972 Buick out of their apartment and began their journey, making a partial stop at Stadium Armory Station before continuing on into Washington, D.C. For the last portion of their trip, they chose to get out of the car and ride the metro. Vicki reminded James that she would be running errands during her lunch break that morning before they parted ways. James bid them farewell quickly and went on with his work, oblivious to the tragedy that lay ahead. When James finished his work for the day, Vicky intended to meet him in the parking lot and take the subway back to the car. James accepted the plan, believing it to be simple, and promised to see her soon. Without suspecting anything unusual, he said this. But when James got off work that afternoon, he was unable to locate Vicky or his vehicle in the parking lot. He glanced around, but neither she nor the car was there. As the minutes passed, he began to worry that perhaps she was running late. He thought she might be back at their apartment, so he found another way home, but she wasn't there either. There was silence when he called her name. James frantically called every friend and relative of Vicky's he could recall throughout the night. In the hopes that someone would know where she might have gone, he asked each person if they had any idea. However, nobody appeared to be aware of her location, so James was left with only more concerns and questions. James was not reassured by this. He was unsure of what to think or do. He had been clueless about Vicky's whereabouts the entire day and night. By the following morning, James's concern had escalated into a desperate situation. He called the Prince George's County Police because he was so concerned. He informed them that he had not seen his girlfriend in almost 24 hours and that he was now deeply worried about her safety. He wanted to locate her and safely bring her home with the assistance of the police. James attempted to report his girlfriend Vicky missing to the Prince George's County Police Department early on August 28, 1979, but the authorities informed him that an official report could only be made 72 hours after Vicky's disappearance because she was an adult. For James, it was infuriating and unbelievable. How come the police didn't act right away? All he could do was wait and hope that Vicky would come back, which was an agonizing thought. As he considered all the horrible things that might be happening to her, each minute seemed to drag on forever. When he informed Vicky's family, they became very concerned, particularly Maydell Belk, Vicky's mother. Maydell was a strong woman who became anxious and scared because she was unable to comprehend what was happening. She couldn't stop thinking about how dependable and responsible Vicky had always been, and how it wasn't unusual for her to call or let her loved ones know where she was going. Vicky's failure to check on her son was definitely out of the ordinary, and Maydell's mind was churning with the worst-case scenarios. As Vicky's family awaited news, the uncertainty was intolerable. Their fear increased as each hour seemed to drag on forever. Their anxiety grew during the 72-hour waiting period. As they waited for the police to intervene, their minds were racing with horrible ideas and anxieties, and they felt helpless and dreadful. Vicky Lynn Belk, the oldest of 6 children in the close-knit Belk family, was born on March 20, 1951, to proud parents Lonnie and Maydell Belk. Vicky assumed a nurturing role as the responsible and caring oldest sibling, showing kindness and devotion to her younger brother Lonnie Jr., also known as Ricky, and her 4 younger sisters, April, Grenda, Judy, and Kay. The Belk family's children were raised in the lovely Virginian city of Alexandria. Vicky and her sister Judy broke the color barrier at George Mason Elementary School in Alexandria, making history as the first African-American students to do so. For upcoming generations of African-American students in the community, this groundbreaking accomplishment cleared the path. They later received their degrees from T.C. Williams High School in 1969, which is evidence of their diligence and willpower. Vicky grew up in a family that steadfastly upheld their values and relentlessly battled for their rights during the unrestricted civil rights era. The Belk family persisted in seeking equality and justice in the face of hardship and discrimination. The community was inspired by the bravery of the Belk family. Vicky stood up for her community's rights and spoke out for what was right, just like her family did. She was a leader who sought to improve the justice and fairness of society. As a leader, Vicky was respected and idolized by her siblings. Her generosity and compassion, which were apparent in all she accomplished, drew them in. Vicky persisted and became the first person in her family to earn a college degree in spite of many challenges and few opportunities. She graduated from St. Augustine's College in Raleigh, North Carolina, with a Bachelor of Arts in Education in 1974. Vicky's skills and knowledge were recognized. Vicky began a successful career by breaking down barriers and accomplishing great things, and in 1979, at the age of 28, she landed a prestigious job as a management analyst in the Department of Agriculture's Office of Operations and Finance in Washington, D.C. Vicky, a single mother, put a lot of effort into raising her young son, Lamont Belk. She also had a time-consuming and hard-working job in Washington, D.C. Vicky volunteered at Oakland Baptist Church, where her great-grandfather was a co-founder, in spite of the difficulties. She had a strong religious and community commitment. Vicky's family always found time for one another, despite everything, because they were so close. Judy, Vicky's sister, married at Oakland Baptist Church in August 1979. To commemorate this momentous day, the entire family gathered. Vicky was a key player in the wedding preparations and served as Judy's maid of honor. James Hill, her boyfriend and co-worker at the Department of Agriculture, accompanied her to the wedding. Following the wedding, Vicky resumed her usual activities. She still put in a lot of work, looked after her son, and spent time with James. Nobody was aware of Vicky on August 29. Every lead seemed to end in disappointment for her family and friends who had been looking for her. They had no idea that their hopes would soon be dashed by a terrible discovery. At 7 p.m. on that fateful evening, a teenage boy from the area rode his bike down Metropolitan Church Road. In Maryland, he was riding close to the intersection of Route 227 when he noticed something. It was hard to see as he rode because of the long shadows cast by the waning daylight. However, he noticed something. He noticed a strange, still figure in the brush. His interest sparked him to get off his bike and approach the object carefully. His heart sank as he got closer. The body was dead. In a panic, the boy ran home to tell his mother about the horrifying discovery. She called the authorities right away. Authorities confirmed the heartbreaking fact that the remains were those of Vicky Lynn Belk at 910, who acted quickly after reaching the scene. Vicky's body was found about 20 feet from the road in a wooded area. She appeared to be in a desperate attempt to repel an assailant because she was lying on her back with her legs outstretched and her fists clenched close to her collarbone. She was shot in the head and died as a result. Unexpectedly, the medical examiner's further investigation revealed that Vicky had experienced sexual assault. Vicky's parents, Lonnie and Maydell Belk, were contacted by the Charles County Sheriff's Office and asked to visit the police station. They made a suggestion that they knew something about Vicky. Lonnie and Maydell came with mixed feelings, hoping that maybe Vicky was just hurt and had been located at last. But when they got to the sheriff's office, their hopes were dashed. They couldn't handle the heartbreaking news they got. They had brutally attacked, killed, and mercilessly abandoned their firstborn daughter on the side of the road. Following Vicky's horrific murder, her family was overcome with trauma and grief. The man who did this to her daughter was cursed by her mother. They were completely traumatized by the violent and disorderly nature of the crime. They gathered themselves in spite of their suffering and trusted the detectives with the case, hoping that Vicky's killer would be apprehended and given a fair punishment. Detectives secured the crime scene, carefully looked for clues, and gathered evidence as part of the immediate investigation into the homicide. Vicky's pantyhose, brown shoes, hair samples, nail clippings, jewelry, bra, dress, and slip were among the items the detectives found at the crime scene. Despite being extensively tested several times, these items sadly failed to provide any noteworthy leads for the investigation. In addition, the detectives interviewed Vicky's family, co-workers, and witnesses to the crime scene innumerable times. However, despite following up on a number of leads, the investigation didn't appear to be moving forward. In the hopes that it would contain a vital clue that would help them find Vicky's killer, the detectives were still looking for James's car, which she had borrowed to run errands the day she vanished. Within a few days, James's Buick was discovered abandoned in Washington, D.C. Unfortunately, though, no evidence of the murderer was found. Even though there were no new developments in the case, the detectives were committed to finding Vicky's killer. In the hopes that it would eventually result in a breakthrough, they meticulously preserved every piece of evidence. Additionally, they were hoping that technological advancements would eventually aid in solving the case in the upcoming years. The case was further hampered by the lack of forensic resources and investigative methods at the time. Given the time period, other lines of inquiry were either non-existent or very limited. Detectives from Charles County and Maryland State Police worked together to re-examine the evidence in Vicky's case. To make use of cutting-edge technologies, they also collaborated with Sorensen Forensics in Salt Lake City, Utah, and Bode Technology in Lorton, Virginia. Together, they sought to solve the case and provide fresh insight into Vicky's killer. But they once again found themselves disappointed. The identity of Vicky's killer remains a mystery, as the investigation into her assault and murder gradually came to a standstill. DNA testing technology was not developed until the 1980s, and it was not in use when Vicky was tragically killed in 1979. After it surfaced, authorities started building a nationwide database of fingerprints and DNA samples from people accused of crimes. But until the 2000s, despite continuous research, no notable advancements were made. Advances in DNA technology by the early 2000s enabled detectives to re-examine the evidence in Vicky's case. Investigators were able to develop a possible suspect profile after re-examining Vicky's dress and finding a foreign bodily fluid. Even though testing technology had advanced, it still needed a lot of work. The created profile was judged inappropriate for comparison with suspects or database entry. Over the years, detectives continued to retest Vicky's possessions using new technologies, unfazed by previous failures. But in spite of their best efforts, no noteworthy progress was made, and the case was once again unsolved, leaving Vicky's family with unresolved questions. However, new evidence was found in 2022 when Vicky's clothing was re-examined with the aid of new technology. Important hints that had been overlooked for decades were made clear by this discovery. A male's DNA profile connected to the crime scene was discovered. This important finding gave investigators new hope that Vicky's killer would be apprehended at last. An important turning point in the case was reached when the new DNA profile was compared to profiles in the Combined DNA Index System, CODIS. When Noel Gehrman learned of a DNA match connecting Andre Taylor to the evidence gathered in Vicky's case on November 1, 2022, it was a momentous occasion. This crucial discovery led detectives to look into Taylor's past and his ties to Bryan's Road, Maryland, the scene of the crime, as he was a 62-year-old convicted criminal from Washington, D.C. Detectives found that Taylor's address on his arrest records from the 1980s was Bryan's Road, 4 miles from the location where Vicky's body was found. The investigation also showed that Taylor's DNA was added to the national database after he was arrested and found guilty of violent crimes in Washington, D.C. This important discovery strengthened Taylor's connection to the case even more. Once Taylor was identified as the suspect, the next task for the investigators was to find him. Detectives worked in conjunction with law enforcement partners from the D.C. Metropolitan Police Department Homicide, the U.S. Homeland Security Investigations, and the U.S. Baltimore Field Office of the Secret Service to find him. After months of unrelenting search, investigators eventually found Taylor in Washington, D.C., where he was living in a nursing and rehabilitation center. In order to get proof, detectives kept a close eye on him and gathered more details about his past. In March 2023, detectives visited Andre at the nursing home with a warrant in order to obtain a saliva sample for a new DNA comparison with the evidence from the crime scene. Detectives weren't worried about Andre running away because of his poor health and amputated leg. Even though the unexpected visit made him aware of his suspect status, the results of lab tests would not be available for weeks, and authorities were certain he posed no flight risk. Andre Taylor's life took a turn for the worse as he grew older. Even though Taylor had never met Vicky Belk, his actions would eventually bring him back to her case decades later. After killing a man during a street robbery in April 1989, Taylor was charged with murder. The prosecution contended that Taylor should be detained without bail, citing his lengthy criminal history. He had at least 10 prior convictions for drug and gun possession in his criminal history. Taylor received a substantial sentence of 5 to 15 years in prison because he was a repeat offender, even though he was only found guilty of carrying a pistol without a license in the homicide case. Following his release, Taylor made several arrests in the 2000 system and kept circling back and forth through the criminal justice system. Taylor's DNA was added to the federal database at some point during this time. This crucial entry would ultimately connect Taylor to Vicky Belk's murder, providing her family with some closure and justice for her heinous murder. A grand jury heard the case from the Charles County State's Attorney's Office on June 16, 2023, and after considering the evidence, found Andre Taylor guilty of 3 serious charges: first-degree rape, first-degree murder, and second-degree rape. 6 days later, on June 22, Taylor was arrested in Washington, D.C. by a team of detectives from the Charles County Sheriff's Office, the United States Marshals Service, and the Metropolitan Police Department. Taylor was first detained in a Washington, D.C. detention facility before he consented to return to Charles County on June 27. Vicky Belk was 28 years old, and Andre Taylor was 18 when she was murdered in 1979. There is no proof that Andre Taylor and Vicky Belk were acquainted, according to a careful analysis of the original report and follow-up investigations since 1979. Furthermore, the Belk murder and the circumstances surrounding Taylor's arrests in Washington, D.C. are completely different. On June 22, 2023, Vicky Belk's family celebrated a momentous occasion. Vicky's family and detectives spoke to the media during a press conference after Andre Taylor was detained without bail. Although the tearful reunion brought back painful memories, it also brought closure. The family was content and joyful. "I thank God that we are alive and well to witness this historic occasion," Vicky's son said. "I was 7 years old in 1979. Vicky's family expressed their appreciation and treasured memories, saying, "Thank you to the court for holding this person in custody." Through their accomplishments and the establishment of the Vicky Belk Scholarship Foundation in 1980, they paid tribute to her legacy, in spite of the pain. About 100 students have benefited from the foundation, perpetuating Vicky's passion for youth and education. It wasn't over yet. Andre Taylor's sentencing was still pending for the family. Will this be the next one? After 45 years of waiting, will the family finally find peace? Will the memory of Vicky Lynn Belk be buried at last? In the decades-old murder case of Vicky Lynn Belk, a Charles County jury found Andre Taylor criminally liable for her untimely death and returned a guilty verdict on July 18, 2024. According to Assistant State's Attorney John Stackhouse, the 45-year-long incident resulted in generational trauma. Belk's son was raised without a mother figure. Her daughter had to be buried by her parents. Not knowing who killed their daughter, her parents were forced to lie on their deathbeds. There was never an opportunity for her grandchildren to meet their grandmother. However, throughout this case, I have never witnessed a family with such grace, grit, and determination. After decades of evading justice, Andre Taylor was finally held accountable for his horrible crimes. Taylor acknowledged raping Vicky Belk during a detective interview, but he denied having anything to do with her death. Nevertheless, indisputable proof revealed his guilt and connected him to the crime. A 4-decade wait for justice ended on August 25, 2024, at 12:30 p.m., when Andre Taylor was sentenced to life in prison for the horrific first-degree murder of Vicky Lynn Belk. He would be imprisoned for the remainder of his life because the consequences of his crimes had finally caught up with him. "I can't thank the assistant state's attorneys enough for their tireless efforts to bring justice to this case," said State's Attorney Tony Covington, who praised the team. The Belk family had been waiting for justice for 45 years, and this was the culmination of a long and agonizing journey. Even though Vicky wouldn't return, it provided closure and explanation. Vicky's legacy would endure, proving the strength of tenacity. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A person's life can be completely transformed by the emotion of love. It can be tender and loving, or it can be hurtful and disappointing. Almost everyone has times in their lives when they meet someone who becomes special to them, but occasionally these relationships don't work out as planned. In this tale, a man and a woman fell in love, but their relationship ended because of a well-publicized investigation. What transpired between them? For what reason were their parents against their relationship? This video will teach you the answers to these questions. I want to start by saying that this is one of the most unbelievable stories I have ever posted on my channel. Why do those who are meant to protect and serve act indifferently? And everyone will be shocked by this story's conclusion. We will therefore talk about what happened in Kemerovo, Russia, in 2020. The administrative hub of the Kemerovo Oblast is the sizable Russian city of Kemerovo. It is located in western Siberia's southern region. It is one of the biggest cities in Siberia, with a population of over 500,000. On September 24, 1997, Vera Pekteleva was born in Kiselyovsk, Kemerovo Oblast. she developed into a happy, imaginative adult. She enjoyed singing and she won several competitions while she was in school. Despite their divorce while she was in school, Vera's parents, Oksana and Yevgeny, remained friendly. Vera got along well with her mother's new husband and her father's new wife. She was characterized as a non-confrontational, upbeat, and kind individual. As previously mentioned, Vera was a creative person, so her family was taken aback when she chose to attend the State Technical University in Kemerovo after high school graduation, rather than pursue a career in the arts. Vera spent her free time visiting her mother, Oksana, who lived in Kislyovsk, approximately 110 miles from Kemerovo. Vera met a man her own age, Vladislav Kanius, during one of these visits in 2016. The total opposite of Vera was Vlad, as everyone called him. He was reclusive, irritable, and lacked life goals. Vlad was raised in a dysfunctional household and left school after the 9th grade. He lived with his father after his mother abandoned her family. But the challenges in his life did not stop there. In the end, his father committed suicide as a result of his legal troubles. Vlad was profoundly affected by everything that transpired in front of his eyes. Vera fell in love with Vlad despite the fact that they had little in common. Vera's parents opposed this relationship because they were aware of Vlad's identity. Of course, the guy's life wasn't easy, and we felt sorry for him, but we wanted a completely different life for Vera. We disapproved of her choice. We waited for her to end this relationship, Oksana, her mother, said. Vera's father asked her to break up with Vlad after learning about him, but Vlad and his daughter remained together. She simply ceased discussing him with her parents. Vera's mother, Oksana, recalled, "Vlad was never at our family gatherings. He was not in the photos on Vera's social networks. It was like she was hiding him." An essential fact to note here is that Vera and Vlad moved into Kemerovo together in 2019. Vlad, who was unemployed and did not want to change that, loved living with Vera, and her parents helped pay for the apartment. She was intelligent, attractive, and always had cash in her pocket. She gave him financial support. The couple's relationship was strained. It was obvious that Vlad would not stop abusing alcohol. Her parents thought Vlad had beaten her. Vera ultimately made the decision to end this toxic relationship in November 2019, but her boyfriend was adamantly against it. As previously stated, Vera and Vlad shared an apartment that was partially funded by her parents. In November 2019, Vera made the decision to break up with Vlad. According to logic, Vlad ought to have moved out. He was not going to do it, though. He enjoyed living at the expense of others. This is a passage from Vlad's testimony. It will help you understand what transpired after Vera made the decision to break up with him. However, keep in mind that this is Vlad's testimony. Whether or not you believe what he says is up to you. He stated in his testimony, "On December 15, 2019, I got into a fight with Vera because she wouldn't let me go to a nightclub. Throughout our relationship, Vera started to frequently leave for Kislyovsk and gradually started to distance herself from me, telling me that she was talking to someone else. Don't forget that a month prior to that, Vera told Vlad that she was ending their relationship. We continued to live in the same apartment during this period, and I also learned that she was seeing someone else through our mutual friend, who informed me that Vera was seeing another man, Alexander, from Kislyovsk, whom I did not personally know. I wanted to speak with Vera after learning that she was seeing Alexander. After our argument on December 15, 2019, she left and took some items with her, but I kept in contact with her over the phone, and on January 12, 2020, I called Vera and offered to help her move her remaining possessions to a different apartment. Vera accepted my offer to meet and move things, and we decided that I would assist her with the move. We decided to meet in the afternoon on January 13, and she was to come to me for her belongings. On January 13, 2020, at approximately 4 or 6 p.m., Vera arrived, and we packed her and my belongings since I wanted to leave this apartment as well and didn't want to live there without Vera. We drank beer, liqueur, and vodka while packing, and afterward I felt inebriated, and Vera was too. We drank until 5 in the morning on January 14, 2020. We didn't have any arguments while we were drinking, but when I started talking to her about our relationship, suggested that we should get back together, and revealed that I knew she was seeing another man, we started to argue. She didn't like it, so she began to curse, insult me, and hit me, specifically kicking me at least 5 times in the groin and hitting me in the face with her palm at least 8 times. I didn't feel any pain when she slapped me, but I did feel pain when she kicked me between the legs, which is how Vera began hitting me first, and I was upset because she had lied and claimed she wasn't seeing another man. Vera continued to insult me while claiming that I was intruding on her personal life because I was well informed about her. Vlad told the police that version of events. We'll then go over the opposing viewpoint, which provides compelling evidence that Vlad was dishonest in his testimony. Take note of this statement. We drank alcohol until 5 a.m. on January 14, 2020. There were no conflicts between us in the process of drinking alcohol. Vera had no intention of sharing the apartment with Vlad, much less partaking in alcohol. She requested a friend's assistance with the move. Vera left her friend a voicemail at 5:08 p.m. She claimed to have already arrived at the apartment and was gathering her belongings. She promised to arrive at her new apartment around 6 o'clock. Vera requested assistance from a friend to move her belongings from the taxi to the apartment. Vera left another voicemail 3 minutes later. She asked her friend to assist her with the move by coming to the apartment where she and Vlad shared. But before Vera could finish, Vlad interrupted, saying, "No one's coming in here." As a result, he opposed Vera's friend visiting the apartment. 4 minutes later, at 5:15 p.m., Vera asked her friend to come in a low voice, suggesting that things had gotten out of hand. This message appears to have been a request for assistance. She purposefully spoke quietly so Vlad wouldn't hear her. Vlad's commanding voice can be heard once more, at 5:25 p.m., when Vera sent another voicemail. He advises Vera's friend to wait for Vera to text her and not to bother them. Vlad recorded the voicemail himself at 7:19 p.m. Vera was unable to use her phone from that point on. The monster and she were left alone. But we must explain what happened next. The dreadful screams emanating from apartment 738 began to wake up the neighbors on the same floor at around 3 in the morning. A witness referred to the events as a massacre. 15 people gathered in the hallway outside the apartment because the screams were so loud. Among them was Vlad's brother. Since his brother had previously threatened to kill Vera, he recalled Vlad's words and understood that they would have to smash down the door. Since the apartment's door was iron, the neighbors began gathering tools to pry it open. Vera's heartbreaking sobs had been coming from the apartment all along. Eventually, the emergency service calls that people made were included in a different investigation. 30 minutes later, the police were still nowhere to be found. The event ended at 6:30 a.m. People called the police during these 3.5 hours, but nobody responded to Vera's call for help. While Vera was fighting for her life, the witnesses called the emergency services 7 times, but no one answered. Vlad was the last person to speak to them from behind the door. The neighbors eventually located a crowbar in a nearby parking lot and broke down the door after he said, "Vera, forgive me. I love you very much." Vlad was in the restroom by now, and Vera was already dead. He was inebriated. 112 operators were discussing life, laughing, drinking tea, and were extremely upset that they were being bothered, while Vera was suffering a terrible death at the hands of her ex-boyfriend, and the neighbors were futilely attempting to contact the police for assistance. It was only after Vera's death that the police showed up. They will later allege that one car ran out of gas and that no officers were available because everyone was attending to other calls. Consequently, the police officers who were on duty that evening and the 112 operators were also put on trial. The police station video was released while the investigation was underway, but translating it into English is pointless. One word sums it up for me: indifference. And even without subtitles, it is obvious. Recall that Vlad stated in his testimony that he and Vera did not have any disagreements until 5 in the morning, but the forensic analysis revealed that he was lying. 6 hours prior to her demise, Vera sustained her initial injuries. At around midnight, that is, it indicated that she had been beaten and injured by Vlad Knus for 6 hours prior to her passing. She had stab wounds among the approximately 100 injuries on her body. She had broken ribs and a nose. Her neck also had marks from strangulation. And prepare yourself if you were surprised by the police's inaction. You won't be any less surprised by what happened next. At the funeral of Vera Pekulova, over 1,000 people showed up. Not everyone could be accommodated in the church. Vera's mother, Oksana, claims that despite the funeral home's 4-hour makeup attempt, she was still unable to identify her daughter. Her injuries were that severe. Vlad Kanyas, meanwhile, was providing his version of events to the investigators. Naturally, he made an effort to minimize his involvement in this crime. Regarding that evening, he stated, "She didn't like it when I brought up our relationship, suggested that we get back together, and told her that I knew she was seeing another guy. She then began to curse, insult me, and hit me, specifically kicking me at least 5 times in the groin and hitting me in the face with her palm at least 8 times. When she slapped me, I didn't feel any pain, but when she kicked me between the legs, I felt pain. This is because Vera began hitting me first, which infuriated me because I knew everything about her, and she lied when she said she wasn't seeing anyone else. She kept insulting me during this time, so I became enraged and struck her with my palms several times, hitting her head about 4 times, but with little force. When I struck Vera, she fell to the floor, hitting the closet, and she struck me back, specifically hitting my head with her fists and palms, which hurt. I asked her to stop, but she didn't, and I recall that she scratched my back. I then grabbed her by the neck, and after noticing an iron on the floor, I wrapped the iron cord around Vera's neck, tightened it a little, and squeezed her neck for 1.5 minutes or 2. I didn't want to kill Vera, and I didn't know at the time that what I was doing could do so. I was tightening the cord around her neck to frighten her, to make her lose consciousness, to put her to sleep. She began coughing and wheezing for 15 minutes after I took the cord off her neck. Vera was in a prone position when I took the cord off her neck, but I later placed her on her back. At that point, she was unconscious, but she was also making noises, i.e. wheezing, and I assumed she was okay. Vera was not responding when I tried to wake her up, so I put my ear to her mouth and then to her heart to check if her heart was beating. She had no pulse and was not breathing. I don't recall what happened next, but I do recall that I ended up in the bathroom at one point while holding a knife. After a while, the door to the apartment opened and my brother and a policeman were inside, and then I was told to get dressed and taken to the police station. I had a knife with me because I wanted to hurt myself, and I didn't want to live because I knew Vera was dead. I want to apologize to Vera's family for what I did, and I acknowledge that my actions were the reason behind her death. I didn't intend to kill her. Vlad has a selective memory, as you have observed. He recalled strangling Vera, but he couldn't recall how he hurt her roughly 100 times. Furthermore, it was unclear how Vera, lying on her stomach on the floor, could have scratched his back and punched him in the face. It also became evident during the interrogation how Vlad's brother got to the scene of the crime. He lived in a different city after all. Vlad told the police the following. "I called my brother. I told him about what happened. I told him that Vera wasn't breathing, and my brother told me to call an ambulance and give her CPR. I tried to give her first aid. I tried to give her CPR and cardiac massage. He called his brother around midnight and threatened to kill Vera, according to information uncovered during the investigation. When questioned again about Vera's injuries during the second interrogation, he responded as follows. I admit that I caused Vera all of the injuries listed in the report, and I did not count the number of blows I delivered. But I may have been responsible for the injuries the expert discovered on her body. I don't recall how many times I struck her, but I believe it was the same amount. She screamed and insulted me during our argument, and I didn't like hitting her. When I did hit her, I didn't like her screaming, so I wanted her to stop talking. At the time, I didn't consider her suffering." Vlad Kanyas added that he and Vera had agreed to be intimate that night. Since it was impossible to prove the opposite, the charges associated with this were eventually dropped. Negligence charges were brought against emergency service providers and police officers. Unbelievably, they were not suspended from their jobs while the investigation was underway. They persisted in providing absurd justifications for their actions. For each of the 5 defendants, the prosecutor sought actual prison sentences. But the judge made a different decision. They were given suspended sentences ranging from 1.5 to 2 years. Additionally, the court mandated that each give the victims roughly $350. The police department also had to pay about $11,000 at the same time. Although the ruble is the currency of Russia, I have converted all amounts to US dollars so that everyone can understand them. According to the indictment, the police officers had gasoline, and even if they hadn't, they still ought to have taken the proper action to address the situation. However, they didn't view arriving at the scene as an urgent matter. Both police officers did not confess to any wrongdoing and refused to assist with the investigation. They claimed that the investigation team was at another address where a man's body had been discovered earlier when witnesses called to report the woman's screams and cries for assistance. It's likely that we will never find out what actually transpired that evening. Vera had no intention of residing in the apartment. She even asked a friend to assist her in moving. Thus, there is every reason to believe that Vlad poured alcohol into Vera's mouth while she was unconscious, or forced her to drink it. He had time to devise a story that would demonstrate that everything that occurred was accidental. Vlad Canius was given a 17-year prison sentence by the court in the summer of 2022. He partially acknowledged his guilt. Additionally, he was mandated to make a compensation payment of roughly $45,000. Vera's parents were shocked by what transpired next. Since they felt that 17 years was a very light sentence for what Canius had done to their daughter, they intended to appeal the decision. But Vlad was not even imprisoned for a year. Pictures of Canius in uniform were broadcast on the network in November 2023, and it was revealed in April 2023 that he had been pardoned by the president following 6 months of involvement in the war. You are all aware of the nature of the conflict Russia is currently embroiled in. Additionally, he was released from having to compensate Vera's parents in any way. In Russia, Vera Pektaleva's case has generated a lot of interest. Not less poignant was the news of Vlad Canius's pardon. The Russian president's press secretary said the following about it. There is a specific process for pardoning, and we have discussed it on numerous occasions. The first step is for the convicted individual to confess to his guilt. The Federal Bureau of Prisons makes the initial decision, followed by the regional level, the federal district, the Central Commission, and finally the president, who receives the documents for review. This is one method, and there is another in which prisoners, including those incarcerated for severe offenses, redeem themselves on the battlefield by using blood under shells and bullets. When Vera's parents found out that the person who killed their daughter was free and could start over, it's difficult to imagine how they felt. Such a chance will never come to their daughter. She was not given another chance. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In May 2007, a suspect was formally identified by Portuguese police looking into the disappearance of 3-year-old Madeleine McCann, who vanished while on vacation in the Algarve 15 years ago. 3-year-old Madeleine McCann disappeared from her family's vacation rental in Praia da Luz, Portugal, on May 3, 2007. The investigation reached a number of dead ends, in spite of extensive worldwide media coverage and extensive searches conducted in several nations, including Portugal, the UK, Spain, Germany, and Morocco. Time and resources were wasted as a result of the deluge of misleading hints, unreliable reports, and unconfirmed tips. Every lead was followed by major media outlets like the BBC, Sky News, and The Guardian, but none of them produced the breakthrough that everyone had been hoping for. Did authorities discover her whereabouts years later? Why has this case remained one of the most perplexing disappearances in history? And what went wrong? Now, let's explore the narrative. Interest in the enigmatic disappearance of Madeleine McCann has been rekindled by a new search in a new location. When she was a toddler on a family vacation in Portugal in 2007, she vanished. Every family wished for a vacation like this one. Kate and Jerry McCann, both in their late 30s, had been putting in a lot of effort in their respective medical professions. They decided it was time for a break after years of juggling their family and work lives. They made travel arrangements to Portugal's Algarve, a well-liked vacation spot for British families. On May 3, 2007, they left for what was supposed to be a quiet week at the Ocean Club Resort in Praia da Luz with their 3 kids. twins Sean and Amelie, as well as their oldest daughter, Madeline. At the time, Madeline, their third child, was 3 years old. The family stayed at the resort in a spacious, cozy apartment. Despite the basic lodging, the location was ideal for a restful vacation. The McCanns were a close-knit, loving, and well-educated family that was perfect in many respects. In addition to being doctors, Kate and Jerry were also loving parents who were very involved in their kids' lives. They chose a family-friendly resort with a kids' club and lots of activities because they had carefully planned their trip. They weren't the kind to take chances or neglect the security of their kids. Actually, the resort was known for being safe, so they were at ease knowing that their kids would be protected while they spent some peaceful time together. But everything would change on the night of May 3rd, 2007. A night that nobody could have foreseen. After spending the day at the resort, Kate and Jerry McCann made the decision to have a quiet dinner with friends at a nearby tapas restaurant on the evening of May 3, 2007. In their apartment, their 3 kids, Madeline, Amelie, and Sean, were fast asleep. The couple took turns checking on them and felt at ease leaving them alone for brief periods of time. Kate checked on the children at 9:30 p.m. She discovered that everything was in order. Madeline seemed to be sleeping soundly in her bed, and Sean and Amelie were both sleeping soundly. Their friend, who was staying next door, Matthew Oldfield, later offered to come see how the kids were doing. The door to the children's bedroom was open when he went to check on himself, but he didn't look any further and couldn't remember if the window or shutter was open. Kate returned to see how the kids were doing at around 10 o'clock at night. The patio doors were unlocked when she stepped inside. Due to an open window, the door of the children's bedroom slammed shut on its own as she attempted to close it. At that moment, she noticed that Madeline was gone and that the window and its shutter were open. Kate yelled, "Madeline's gone," as she hurried back to the restaurant in panic. "She's been taken." Approximately 10:10 p.m., Matthew Oldfield was asked by Jerry McCann to go to the resort's reception and call the police on May 3, 2007. At 10:30, hotel employees and visitors started the resort's missing child procedure by looking around for Madeline. After searching for hours, they still couldn't find her, although at first they thought she might have gone missing. Together with their friends, the McCanns broadened their search by calling Madeline's name and knocking on doors. Panic increased as the evening wore on. Their fear only grew as each minute seemed to drag on for an hour. Even though Kate and Jerry were desperate to find their daughter, it seemed to be getting harder as time went on. Despite their best efforts to remain strong for their other children, they were overcome with pain and anxiety, and the uncertainty was nearly unbearable. But the police's reaction wasn't the best. Around 11:10 p.m., 2 Guardia Nacional Republicana (GNR) officers showed up at the resort. Following a quick search, they called the criminal police, or Policia Judiciaria (PJ), who showed up at around 1 in the morning. Search dogs were brought in by 2 a.m., and by 8 a.m. the police had broadened their search to include nearby caves, wells, and waterways. But during what are referred to as the golden hours of a missing person case, errors were made. Roadblocks did not appear right away, and it took hours for Border and Marine Police to be notified. Numerous resort employees were never interviewed, and important surveillance footage was never requested. After samples were sent to 3 forensic labs, Madeline's bedroom was found to contain the DNA of an unidentified stranger. However, the evidence might have been compromised because by the time the apartment was sealed off, about 20 people had already entered the room. The investigation was further delayed when Interpol took 5 days to issue a global missing person alert. It was useless by the time the police put tape across the door at 3 in the morning. Crowds were reportedly assembling outside the apartment, including close to the window of the kid's bedroom, which is where the kidnapper may have entered. Even police officers contaminated the scene by handling the evidence improperly. One even dusted the window shutter for fingerprints without gloves. Robert Murat, a British-Portuguese property consultant, was the first suspect 12 days after Madeleine McCann vanished. Murat, who had been involved in the case and offered to assist with translations, lived close to the McCannans' apartment. He was questioned and his house and possessions were searched extensively, but no evidence connected him to Madeleine's disappearance was found. After his suspect status was revoked in July 2008, he was awarded hefty damages for defamation. Portuguese police did not take the McCann's suggestion in June 2007 to use a former police officer's matter orientation system to help find their daughter seriously. The Portuguese police responded by writing to the British government to request more help. As a result, Keela and Eddie, two British sniffer dogs, arrived in July 2007. The investigation took a darker turn, despite the fact that there was no proof whatsoever that Madeleine was dead or that the McCanns were responsible for her disappearance. A number of witnesses reported seeing suspicious people in the vicinity of apartment 5A in the days preceding Madeleine's disappearance, including a man acting strangely close to the apartment and men collecting money for fictitious charities. A man with blonde hair was also frequently spotted observing the McCann's block. In spite of this, the investigation did not immediately make any progress. However, what took place that evening? Was a random crime the cause of Madeleine's disappearance? Or was there a darker motive at work? The reasons behind her disappearance have been the subject of several theories, some of which we will discuss later. Let's examine the DNA analysis in more detail for the time being. Hair and fibers from apartment 5A and the McCann's vehicle were sent for DNA analysis in August 2007. The findings on August 8 moved the investigation from kidnapping to murder. The forensic lab employed a contentious, easily contaminated low-copy number DNA technique. A partial match to Madeleine's DNA was discovered in the car's boot on September 3, but the findings were not conclusive. This raised questions about the validity of the results by implying that the DNA might belong to several different people. The McCanns were formally designated as arguidos, suspects, by September 2007. Although DNA evidence from the apartment and their rental car was provided, the findings were ambiguous and complicated. In spite of this, the Portuguese police urged the McCanns to confess and speculated that Madeleine might have died in an accident. Due to a lack of evidence, the case was later archived in 2008 after receiving progressively negative media coverage. A thorough police investigation was warranted for Madeleine McCann. A dearth of evidence presented significant difficulties for the investigation in the days after Madeleine McCann vanished. No forensic evidence indicated a crime scene, no indications of forced entry into the apartment, and no definitive answers regarding Madeleine's fate were found. The following theories surfaced. 1. During an abduction by a sex offender, many initially thought that Madeleine had been kidnapped by a sex offender who had broken into the apartment while the McCanns were eating. The door to the children's bedroom was discovered ajar, and suspicious men were spotted all over the resort. But there were concerns about how the kidnapper could have gotten in undetected or without leaving any evidence of forced entry. 2. Robbery wrong. According to a different theory, Madeleine was taken during a robbery that went awry. It's possible that thieves broke into the apartment to take valuables, but when they discovered the kids inside, they kidnapped Madeleine. Witnesses reported seeing suspicious men around the apartment, and there had been several reported burglaries in the area. 3. Accident and cover-up. According to this theory, Madeleine may have overdosed on medication or died in another accident while she was in the apartment. The McCanns may have attempted to conceal the death and make it seem like an abduction in a panic. Although some investigators noted discrepancies in the McCanns' account, this theory was not substantiated by any tangible evidence. 4. Suspicious woman. On the evening of May 3, 2007, a number of witnesses claimed to have seen an odd woman close to the McCanns' apartment. Although she was said to be acting strangely and wearing a purple top, there was no evidence linking her to Madeleine's disappearance. Though each theory had its proponents, none of them was able to provide a definitive explanation for Madeleine's disappearance. The mystery remained unsolved, despite the investigation's continued exploration of every potential lead. The disappearance of Madeleine McCann swiftly gained international media attention. What began as a missing child story quickly became a worldwide event. The media started to doubt the McCann's involvement as the investigation was postponed, with some conjecturing that they might be concealing something. According to reports, a police dog picked up the smell of blood in the McCann's rental car and apartment, which heightened suspicions that they might be behind Madeleine's disappearance. A media frenzy ensued, with the world waiting for answers that never materialized, from what began as sympathy for the McCanns. On September 9, 2007, the McCannans left the UK, even though they were named as suspects in their daughter's disappearance case. Chief Inspector Tavares de Almeida came to the conclusion in a report on September 10, 2007, that Madeleine had died inadvertently in the family's apartment, and that the McCannons had staged the kidnapping with the assistance of their friends. A leaked diplomatic cable from September 28, 2007, which showed that US and UK authorities were cooperating on the case, provided more evidence in support of this theory. Tensions with the McCanns grew when they declined to take part in a police reconstruction. Even though Portuguese police had broadened their investigation in October 2007, when the Portuguese Attorney General declared on July 21, 2008, that there was no evidence connecting the McCannons or Robert Murat to Madeleine's disappearance, the investigation was declared closed. But only a few weeks later, on August 4, 2008, the authorities acknowledged the lack of conclusive evidence and made thousands of pages of case files public. Following Madeleine McCann's disappearance, her parents established the Madeleine's Fund, which by March 2008 had amassed over PS 1.8 million. With assistance from individuals such as J.K., the fund provided a PS 2.5 million reward for leads, including Rowling and Simon Cowell. Control Risks and Mateto 3, two private investigators the McCanns hired, may have produced some results in Morocco. In 2008, tensions grew between the McCannons and the Portuguese police. They hired Oakley International, which produced e-fits of a suspect, 4 PS 500,000. When Scotland Yard released these e-fits in 2013, they caused a stir because they had been kept secret until then. The Sunday Times later paid the McCannons PS 55,000 in damages for publishing the story. The McCanns met with British Home Secretary Alan Johnson in 2009 to ask that Madeleine's case be reviewed. Jim Gamble's 2010 report, which criticized the British and Portuguese authorities' lack of coordination and suggested closer cooperation, was the result of this. The British government began Operation Grange, a thorough investigation of the case by Scotland Yard, in May 2011 under Home Secretary Theresa May. A petition from the Sun newspaper served as one of the catalysts for this. By July 2013, the investigation had grown from a team of 29 detectives to a full-scale operation. Over the years, the team looked into hundreds of potential sightings and sex offenders, translated documents, and published age-progressed photos. The investigation's scope was reduced by 2016, but in 2018, the Home Secretary authorized more funding, raising the overall cost to PS 11.6 million. In order to continue the investigation, there were additional extensions in 2018 and 2019. Calls made close to the Ocean Club around the time Madeleine vanished were tracked by police in 2014 using mobile phone tracking. After being questioned, the former bus driver and his associates denied any involvement. Euclid Monteiro, a former employee of the Ocean Club whose phone was found close to the scene, was another important person. No evidence connected him to Madeleine's case, despite the fact that he had previously been questioned about break-ins, and he passed away in 2009. During the same raid on Scotland Yard, believing Monteiro was responsible, issued a request for information in March 2014 regarding a man implicated in sexual assault in vacation homes in the Algarve. Interviews with 4 Portuguese nationals produced no leads, and a thorough search in Praia da Luz in June 2014 produced no fresh evidence. 11 individuals, including Robert Murat's associates, were questioned later in December, but once more, no significant results were obtained. More than 8,600 sightings of Madeleine had been reported globally by 2016, but none of them were deemed credible. Scotland Yard kept investigating every lead, but she was nowhere to be found. Authorities were hopeful that the remaining pieces of the puzzle, including cell site data and leads about possible suspects, including local suspects offenders, would eventually come together as the investigation continued. 10 years after Madeleine vanished, in 2017, her parents continued to hold out hope. They felt that someone out there knew what had happened, so they vowed to keep looking for as long as it took. Meanwhile, authorities in Braunschweig, Germany, got a vital tip regarding Christian B., who allegedly admitted to a friend in 2017 that he was aware of Madeleine's fate. German police made a shocking announcement in June 2020. They had a new top suspect in Madeleine McCann's disappearance. Christian Bruckner, the suspect, was a 43-year-old convicted sexual offender with a history of unsettling offenses. This new lead gave the investigation new hope after years of dead ends. Bruckner had a troubling criminal history. He had a lengthy criminal history that included drug trafficking, sexual abuse, and burglaries during the previous 30 years. Authorities characterized him as an empathetic psychopath who preyed on defenseless girls. When Bruckner was found guilty of sexual abuse in Germany in 1994, his criminal career officially began. He carried on committing crimes after fleeing to Portugal, such as robbing hotels and vacation rentals close to the Praia da Luz resort. Bruckner's actions on the night of Madeleine's disappearance were connected by German police. 3 primary suspects, 2 men and a woman, who were spotted with a girl who looked like Madeleine, are the subject of the most recent development. Investigators found that Bruckner's cell phone had made a call close to the resort an hour prior to her disappearance. The day after Madeleine vanished, investigators discovered that Bruckner had left Portugal and registered his vehicle to someone else. Did he know more than he was revealing, or was this merely a coincidence? When investigators found troubling evidence connecting Bruckner to other crimes, it appeared that his involvement was even more likely. Bruckner was discovered to have posted about his fantasies of abusing children in a Skype pedophile chat room in 2013. It raised suspicions even though he didn't bring up Madeleine. Then, in 2016, investigators discovered images and videos of child abuse in an abandoned factory that had once belonged to Bruckner. Police took years to link Bruckner to Madeleine's case even though he was a known criminal, but when they looked further, they discovered that he had 68 videos and 391 pictures of child pornography. Christian Bruckner was given a 7-year prison sentence in December 2019 for the 2005 rape of a 72-year-old American woman in Portugal, close to Praia da Luz, where Madeleine McCann's family had been lodging. It is thought that Bruckner assaulted the woman, another woman, and a teenager during the assault, which was caught on camera. Portuguese authorities did not disclose the person's identity, but by 2022 they had named him an official suspect in Madeleine's case. Both German and British police had requested the announcement. Whether Bruckner was the suspect or if someone else had surfaced was unclear. Bruckner's criminal record also included drug trafficking sentences. The Barragem do Arade Reservoir, located approximately 30 miles from Praia da Luz, was searched for 3 days by Portuguese and German authorities in May 2023 after Madeleine vanished. In 2008, a lawyer said he had previously searched the area after receiving information from his criminal contacts that Madeleine's body might be there. Bruckner was also on trial in Germany for rape and sexual assault, with the attacks allegedly taking place in Portugal from 2002 to 2017. An email account connected to Madeleine's disappearance was discovered by authorities, according to a German investigator in June 2024. Bruckner was purportedly connected to the account. A second email account used to disseminate pictures of child abuse was also discovered by investigators. Remarkably, the emails associated with this account were erased soon after Madeleine vanished in early 2007. In a separate trial in October 2024, a German court cleared Christian Bruckner, although he has not been charged in Madeleine's case. Bruckner, 47, is currently serving a 7-year prison sentence in Germany for rape. According to the defense, there was not enough proof to find him guilty of the charges. Although no charges have been filed against him in relation to the case, Bruckner is still the main suspect in her disappearance, even though prosecutors had pushed for an additional 15-year sentence. Though they need more proof before they can charge him, German investigators continue to believe Christian Bruckner may have been involved in Madeleine McCann's disappearance. They cite his history of targeting young girls, cell phone records, and suspicious behavior as important connections to the case. "We will never give up hope of finding Madeleine alive," the McCanns wrote on their website, expressing their continued optimism. "But in order to find peace, we must know the truth regardless of the result." The investigation goes on while Bruckner remains silent in prison. Is there more to the story? Or is he the one at fault? We live with this doubt in our hearts, even though we don't know what happened. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The community was rocked in 2010 when several women's bodies were found along Gilgo Beach. While some victims were found that year, others were found in 2011, all of whom had evidence of ruthless murder. Despite conducting a thorough investigation, police were unable to find any leads or suspects, and the bodies were left in appalling conditions. The identity of the murderer and the full scope of the crimes were left a mystery for years. When a sample from a pizza crust that the suspect had thrown away was discovered to match hair on one of the victims, it was a breakthrough. Who was responsible for these horrifying killings, and how many victims remain unaccounted for? Let's investigate this matter. The hunt for Shannon Gilbert was the first step in the investigation into the terrible deaths of multiple women close to Gilgo Beach, Long Island. She was a 24-year-old woman who escaped from a client's house and disappeared in May 2010. Following the discovery of human remains along Oak Beach's Ocean Parkway on December 11, 2010, her disappearance became a crucial component of a more extensive and ongoing mystery. In a heartbreaking 23-minute 911 call, Gilbert said, "They are trying to kill me." After she vanished, Suffolk County Police Officer John Malia searched the gated community where Gilbert was last seen with his cadaver dog, Blue. But even after a rigorous search during the summer of 2010, they were unable to locate any leads. Malia carried out a fresh search on December 11 with an emphasis on the area around Ocean Parkway. They forced their way through a thin layer of snow and dense vegetation. The team discovered Melissa Barthelomew's remains, wrapped in rotting burlap, after the dog detected a scent. 3 more bodies were discovered by the police as they searched further. These victims were later identified as Amber Costello, Megan Waterman, and Maureen Brainerd Barnes. All of them were discovered within 500 feet of one another. Suffolk County Police stayed committed to cracking the case and increased their search and resources as the bodies were found along Ocean Parkway. Patrols along Ocean Parkway were stepped up after the discovery of the first set of remains in December 2010. To comb through the dense brush and marshy areas, police deployed cadaver dogs, forensic teams, and cutting-edge equipment. Police stepped up their search along the same highway in March 2011 after finding additional remains, including those of Valerie Mack and Jessica Taylor. They broadened their scope to include Nassau County and even inspected neighboring beaches. In pursuit of hints that might help them find the murderer, officers endured long hours, inclement weather, and challenging terrain. State police, the FBI, and local authorities were among the law enforcement agencies that collaborated on the investigation. They investigated all of the information that could be used to identify the murderer, investigated forensic evidence, and followed up on tips. Police provided the public with updates as the case became more complicated, and even offered a $25,000 reward for information that might result in an arrest. Despite these tenacious efforts, the case continued to garner attention for reasons other than the discovery of new bodies. Unexpected developments in the investigation included the December 2011 discovery of Shannon Gilbert's remains, which sparked further inquiries about whether her passing was connected to the others. Some thought Gilbert's death was an accident, while others suspected foul play. Every lead was taken seriously by the police, who kept looking for answers. Gilbert's disappearance went unsolved for more than a year. However, a breakthrough happened on December 13, 2011. About half a mile from her last known location, her remains were discovered in a marsh. Her clothes and other possessions were also found close by. Gilbert's death was initially feared to be connected to the Long Island serial killer. Authorities concluded after a thorough investigation, however, that her death had nothing to do with the other killings. Mary Gilbert, Shannon's mother, publicly insisted that her daughter was a victim of the same murderer who left the bodies along Ocean Parkway in spite of this conclusion. The pressure increased as more bodies were discovered, but these were only dead ends. The police remained committed to providing the victims and their families with justice, in spite of the difficulties. Internal conflicts within the Suffolk County Police Department were one of the many difficulties the investigation into the Gilgo Beach murders faced. The department struggled for years with leadership, especially under James Burke, the former chief of police. As investigators ran into one dead end after another, these issues slowed down progress and caused frustration. With so few leads, how were they going to proceed? Only on December 10, 2015, did the FBI formally intervene to assist. Although they had helped with searches in the past, they hadn't taken over the case completely until now. How come the FBI didn't get more involved sooner? The investigation was difficult, even with the FBI's recent involvement. Police continued to encounter dead ends after years of frustration and little progress, when it seemed like there was no way to solve the case. How could they? Clearly something needed to change. Geraldine Hart, the Suffolk County Police Commissioner, took the risky decision to reopen the investigation in 2020. She released important evidence to the public on January 16 in an attempt to spark fresh leads. An image of a belt discovered close to the crime scene along Ocean Parkway was one of the items made public. Initials, either HM or WHF, were stamped on the belt, but none of the victims were identified by them. To whom did it belong? Is this the hint that ultimately reveals the truth about the case? In addition to releasing the evidence, the police department declared that they were analyzing current leads using new scientific techniques. They started the website gilgonews.com to keep the public informed, allowing anyone with information to come forward. Would the same mysteries that had plagued the investigation for years continue to stall it? Or could this fresh push finally result in an arrest? The need to find answers appeared to be greater than before. Researchers used genetic genealogy, a novel tool, in June 2019. Everyone was curious as to whether this novel approach would ultimately solve the case. The investigation had been at a standstill for years, with few leads and innumerable unsolved questions. However, genetic genealogy provided a novel strategy that proved effective. Authorities recognized Jane Doe number 6 as Valerie Mack in May 2020. Her remains had been found in fragments for years, but using this new technique, they were able to match her DNA to her family and finally give her a name. The identification of Jane Doe number 7 as Karen Vergata in August 2023 marked yet another breakthrough. Her identity had been a mystery for almost 30 years, but the case advanced further because of genetic genealogy. These developments provided fresh impetus for the inquiry. The puzzle was gradually beginning to fit together, but there was still a long way to go. The bodies of the Gilgo Beach murder victims, found in 2010, were quickly linked to a horrific series of killings that had plagued Long Island for many years. However, how did investigators make the breakthrough when they were confronted with so many dead ends and unclear leads? Melissa Bartholomew was the first casualty. In July 2009, Melissa, a 24-year-old Bronx resident, disappeared. Before going missing for weeks, she had tried to call an ex-boyfriend and made a deposit into her bank account. Someone using Melissa's phone made threatening calls to Amanda, her 15-year-old sister. The caller made fun of Amanda and even disclosed Melissa's death. Police were unable to identify the caller even after tracking the calls to multiple locations, such as Madison Square Garden and Massapequa. In December 2010, Melissa's body, the first of the Gilgo Four to be found, was discovered close to Marines. It was Maureen Brainerd Barnes who was the second victim. After telling a friend she was heading to New York City, 25-year-old Maureen from Connecticut was last seen on July 9, 2007. She became a mother of two and used sex work to help support her family, but she later went back to it after experiencing financial difficulties. Maureen never came back after setting up a meeting with a client. In December 2010, more than 3 years later, her remains were discovered. One of the leather belts used to bind her body was found to contain DNA that would later be connected to the murderer's wife. Megan Waterman was the third casualty. Megan, a 22-year-old Maine woman, posted escort ads on Craigslist and vanished in 2010. She was under her boyfriend's control and had fallen victim to sex trafficking. When Megan neglected to check in with her daughter, who was 3 years old, her family filed a missing persons report. In December 2010, her body was discovered close to the other victims. Investigators were unable to establish a direct connection between her death and her boyfriend, even though he was arrested on trafficking charges. Amber Lynn Costello was the fourth casualty. After meeting a client who offered her $1,500 in exchange for her services, Amber, 27, of West Babylon, New York, vanished on September 2, 2010. Through the Chevrolet Avalanche he drove, the client, a man who had called her multiple times, would subsequently be connected to the murderer. At first, Amber's family didn't know she was involved in sex work and thought she had entered treatment. Her heartbreaking tale brought to light the precariousness of those caught in the sex trade and addiction. 2011 saw the discovery of additional remains as the search for victims went on. The bodies of Jessica Taylor, Valerie Mack, and an unnamed toddler named Baby Doe were among 4 additional sets of remains found close to Oak Beach and Gilgo Beach. The mystery was only made more complex by the discovery of these extra victims. What other numbers were there? More unsettling remains were discovered when investigators extended their search into Nassau County to the east. Remains of Peaches and her child, Baby Doe, were among the most eerie finds. In 1997, the dismembered torso of an African-American woman named Peaches was discovered. She was later identified by investigators as the mother of Baby Doe, after DNA testing linked her to the remains discovered in 2011. Both victims' identities are still unknown, and there are still unanswered questions regarding how they died. Then, in 2010, the remains of a young Asian person named Asian Doe were discovered close to the first 4 bodies. Although the victim's identity is still unknown, it was thought to be a transgender woman. Even with all of the technological advances, it was not easy to identify these victims. The case appeared unsolvable due to the lack of leads and persistent dead ends. How could detectives, who were already having a hard time identifying so many victims, ever hope to catch the murderer? The Gilgo Beach murder investigation took a dark and complicated turn with the discovery of new remains, leaving the public and police with more questions than answers. With no leads and numerous dead ends, the Gilgo Beach murder investigation seemed to be going in circles for years. Would the murderer ever be apprehended? John Bittroff, a suspect, was briefly regarded as a person of interest in 2017, but Bittroff had a history of killing sex workers and was a convicted murderer. His profile was suspicious because of the parallels between his crimes and the Gilgo Beach case. He hunted and was proficient with tools like hacksaws, which matched the way some victims' bodies were dismembered. Bittroff was never charged, in spite of these unsettling ties, because there was no concrete proof connecting him to the Gilgo Beach killings. However, everything changed in July 2023. Massapequa Park architect Rex Heumann, 59, was taken into custody and accused of killing Melissa Barthelemy, Megan Waterman, and Amber Costello. Investigators searched for Heumann for almost 15 years. However, that wasn't all. In January 2024, Heumann was officially charged with Maureen Brainerd Barnes's murder after being identified as the main suspect in her death. The murders of Sandra Costello and Jessica Taylor, 2 additional victims who had not previously been linked to the case, were then charged in June 2020 for. After all these years of uncertainty, how did police manage to identify Heumann? The breakthrough occurred when investigators used multiple crucial pieces of evidence to connect Heumann to the case. In 2022, they located a Chevrolet Avalanche registered to Heumann close to one of the crime scenes. Then, it was discovered through cell phone records that Heumann had communicated with 3 of the victims prior to their passing. However, mitochondrial DNA testing produced what may have been the most damning evidence. The hair on one of the victims was discovered to match a sample taken from a pizza crust that Heumann had thrown away. The fact that Heuermann's wife's hair also matched samples taken from multiple victims only served to heighten the unease. Crucially, though, she and their kids were out of state at the time of the killings. Is it possible that Heuermann was concealing his darkest secret from his closest friends and family members by leading a double life? Although Heuermann's arrest was a positive development, the investigation had been complicated. Although the case was a labyrinth of false starts and dead ends, Heuermann's arrest ultimately represented a breakthrough. Is he the secret to unlocking the whole mystery? Finally, the eagerly anticipated answers were at hand. Rex Heuermann was charged with 2 additional murders, which was a significant development in the ongoing investigation. After months of diligent work, investigators spent a significant amount of time searching a wooded area in Manorville, Long Island, and going through the evidence gathered from Heuermann's family home. The new charges are related to the 1993 murder of Sandra Costello, whose remains were found in North Sea, Long Island in 1993, and the 2003 murder of Jessica Taylor, whose remains were found in March 2011 close to Gilgo Beach. According to court records, Huerman is currently facing charges for both offenses. Prosecutors claim that DNA evidence, including a hair discovered beneath Jessica Taylor's body, connected Huerman to the killings. Huerman's link to the victim was established by this DNA match, which turned out to be a significant discovery. At first, it was thought that John Bittroff, a different suspect who had been connected to other killings in the neighborhood, was responsible for Sandra Costilla's death. Recent developments in DNA technology, however, have shed new light on the case and identified Huerman as the real murderer. DNA evidence discovered at the crime scene has now been verified by prosecutors as linking Huerman to Costilla's murder. The case has advanced significantly with these new charges, which broaden the scope of Huerman's alleged crimes and raise the possibility that his murders may have taken place over several decades. The number of additional victims Huerman may have been linked to is still unknown in light of this new information. Even more unsettling information is being revealed by the ongoing investigation. Since Rex Huerman's criminal charges were revealed, his family is going through a very difficult time. In addition to fighting cancer, his wife is also dealing with the fallout from her husband's scandal. Due to their father's criminal history, employers are reluctant to hire Huerman's children, who are consequently having difficulty finding employment. However, the relatives of Huerman's victims are still in pain. The pain of losing a loved one never goes away, even though they might feel some relief when justice is done. As they look for closure for the lives lost, they find little solace in the ongoing legal process. The ramifications of this case are extensive and continue to cause great emotional suffering for the families of Huerman and the victims. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On December 3, 1981, Rhonda Casto was born in the tiny Washington town of Gig Harbor. She was raised in a loving, supportive family that encouraged her in everything she did. Rhonda had a bright personality that was evident from a young age. She was driven, ambitious, and tenacious. According to her loved ones, she was able to inspire others and quickly establish a common language with them. When Rhonda graduated from high school, she decided to pursue a career in fashion. She began a modeling career thanks to her charisma, slim build, and inherent beauty. She gradually gained recognition by taking part in photo shoots and small fashion shows. Even though she loved her job, she always hoped for more than cover shots. Rhonda felt that true happiness would come from having a family and kids. We took off right away after she met Stephen Nichols and Nichols in 2009. They were attracted to each other right away after meeting through mutual friends. Although Rhonda's loved ones initially had some reservations about Stephen's age, 15 years older than Rhonda, the couple appeared to be content. Stephen's confidence and attention to detail impressed Rhonda, she told friends. He appeared to be a man she could trust, someone who cared about her. For his part, Stephen found Rhonda's inherent beauty and joy appealing. He viewed her as a companion who could share life's pleasures and challenges with him. They started living together shortly after they started dating, planning their future together. Their relationship took a new turn a few years later. Rhonda learned she was expecting a baby. For her, this news marked the start of a new stage. When tragedy rocked their lives, she was 5 months pregnant. Along with happiness, Rhonda's pregnancy gave her new objectives. She aspired to become a successful mother and keep growing as a person. Stephen seemed happy to be getting ready to become a father and helped her in every way. The baby would be the pinnacle of their happy life together, he assured his friends. Even though they were very different in age, their relationship appeared to be strong and nothing could stop them from being happy. Rhonda, who always aimed for independence, had faith in Stephen and genuinely thought he would make a fantastic husband and father. They led busy, active lives. In order to escape the everyday grind, Rhonda frequently encouraged Stephen to take walks because she loved the outdoors. The area's wooded trails, where they could take in the scenery and clean air, were their favorite spots. Eagle Creek, a picturesque location in Oregon renowned for its rocky cliffs and waterfalls, was one such trail. Rhonda frequently recommended the trail for hikes because she loved it. They made the decision to hike Eagle Creek once more on the day of the tragedy. It was supposed to be a pleasant and easy walk. In order to preserve the memories of the happy time leading up to the baby's birth, Rhonda wanted to take some photos against the backdrop of nature, but nobody could have foreseen that Rhonda's walk would be her final one. On March 16, 2009, at approximately 6:30 p.m., Stephen Nichols reported to emergency services that his fiancée, Rhonda Casto, had fallen off a cliff on the Eagle Creek Trail. According to the dispatcher who took the call, Stephen's voice sounded tense and nervous. He tried to explain what had happened in a bewildered tone. "My fiancée went down. She tumbled off a precipice. I'm not sure if she's still alive." In an effort to explain the scene, Stephen repeated himself. He went on to say that Rhonda reportedly lost her balance on one of the challenging parts of the Eagle Creek Trail and fell while they were hiking along it. He informed the dispatcher right away that the situation was serious in a panicked voice. Rescuers arrived at the scene right away, fully aware that the Eagle Creek Trail, despite its popularity among hikers, can be hazardous. Numerous accidents have occurred in the past due to narrow paths, steep slopes, and slippery rocks, but none of the team could have imagined how messy this tragedy would end up being. Stephen was standing at the edge of the cliff when rescuers arrived on the scene. He appeared perplexed. He was obviously in shock, but his clothes were fine. His face showed a mix of horror and despair, and his breathing was labored. Stephen stated that he had attempted to figure out how to get downstairs to assist Rhonda, but had come to the conclusion that it was too risky. She was ahead. "I shouted at her to be careful when rescuers started asking questions, but she didn't listen," he said. "She slipped all of a sudden, and it happened too quickly." However, his words sounded sentimental. Rescuers found certain aspects of his story strange. Since Stephen was unable to pinpoint the precise location of Rhonda's fall and was unsure of her actions at the time, a group of rescuers descended to locate her. The circumstances were challenging. The ground was loose and the slope was steep. The rescuers themselves might have been in danger if they had made the smallest error. They discovered Rhonda's body on a rocky platform at the foot of the cliff. After roughly 40 minutes, it was clear from her stillness that her wounds were incompatible with life. Rescuers had concerns because the location where Rhonda was discovered was a narrow ledge in the middle of a heavily forested slope. The rocks and vegetation there appeared to be unaltered. There were no signs of struggle, ripped branches, or slip marks, which are typically present when someone falls from this height. The rescuers also saw that, despite being steep, the slope itself did not appear to be dangerous enough to cause such a serious tragedy. At the cliff's edge where Stephen said the incident happened, there were no visible signs, such as ripped shoes or indentations in the ground, that would have suggested Rhonda had attempted to cling on. Although it seemed strange, the rescuers concentrated on evacuating the body, which was the primary objective. Stephen was upset when the rescuers came back to tell him about the discovery. There was a mix of confusion and guilt on his face. He restated his version of what had happened. Together they were strolling, conversing, and taking in the scenery. He claimed that Rhonda eventually made the decision to accelerate and run ahead. She loved the outdoors and occasionally got too reckless, according to Stephen. He recalled that, "She didn't seem to listen when I told her to be more cautious. She slipped and fell a few seconds later." According to Stephen, everything happened too quickly for him to take any action. "I had nothing to do." With a trembling voice he added, while recording Stephen's statement, rescuers observed that, in spite of his emotional statements, he appeared somewhat detached. He was acting strangely. He didn't try to approach the cliff's edge, and he didn't seem interested in learning the specifics of what had happened. When the police arrived on the scene, officers started questioning Stephen, which caused the rescuers to have their first reservations. He was still perplexed by certain details, but his story stayed consistent. For instance, he was unable to precisely explain why Rhonda chose to run ahead of her and what transpired just before she fell. Although officers recorded his statement, they pointed out that his explanation sounded too general and lacked specific facts. "That was a trail we frequently walked. She knew what she was doing," according to Stephen. "It's simply a horrible mishap." Police officers started to question his statements, though, because the accident's specifics did not make sense. Although the tragedy initially seemed to be an accident, rescuers and police were left wondering what actually transpired on the Eagle Creek Trail that day, due to Stephen's actions and the details of the scene. Why was it so easy for a physically active woman to lose her balance? And why did the fall site show no typical indications of struggle or slip marks? Although these issues are still unresolved, rescuers and law enforcement chose to conduct additional research in order to learn the whole truth about Rhonda Casto's fate. Numerous questions were raised right away by the Eagle Creek Trail tragedy, and Oregon police, understanding the complexity of the situation. Rhonda Casto's death seemed to be an accident at first, but as the incident's specifics and Stephen Nichols' actions became more apparent, suspicions started to grow. The investigators were aware that the clue was concealed not only at the accident scene, but also in the lives of Rhonda and Stephen. Therefore, every facet of their relationship, as well as any indication of potential conflict or motivation, needed to be carefully examined. The identification of potential witnesses was the first stage of the investigation. Eagle Creek is a well-liked hiking destination, particularly on a day with clear, warm weather. People who were on the trail at the time of the tragedy were contacted by police. Before the incident, Rhonda and Stephen were spotted by a number of hikers. They were strolling together, and nothing about their behavior raised suspicions. According to one hiker, he saw Rhonda because she appeared to be very content. He was following her as she walked ahead. They were giggling. However, he recalled that no witnesses saw the fall occur. Only Stephen was able to determine the truth at that point. Although his explanation for Rhonda's decision to accelerate made sense, police started looking into other possibilities. Stephen Nichols claimed that his fiancée had called rescuers as soon as the incident occurred, tumbled down a precipice. He appeared startled at first, but his actions later started to seem odd. Though Stephen did not show the extreme panic or acute shock that might be anticipated in such a situation, rescuers who arrived on the scene noted that he was emotionally distressed. His actions in the days that followed were even more dubious. Rather than wallowing in grief, Stephen carried on with his routine. He avoided talking to loved ones about the incident and said very little about Rhonda. "I found it odd that he almost instantly began acting as if nothing had happened," one of Rhonda's friends recalled. Additionally, police observed that Stephen showed no particular interest in the investigation's specifics. He made no effort to inquire about Rhonda's chances of survival or initiate contact with law enforcement. Rhonda's mother stated that in the days preceding the tragedy, Rhonda expressed her fears of something happening to her, which is why her family did not initially accept the accident version. "It's not an accident, I assure you," she informed her mom. These remarks suggested a potentially tense relationship between Rhonda and Stephen, which made them a crucial component of the inquiry. Additionally, according to Rhonda's mother, their relationship has never been ideal. Rhonda reportedly considered ending her relationship with Stephen, even though they were expecting a child. She complained to friends about her partner's excessive control and jealousy. Because it might have revealed underlying conflicts that contributed to the tragedy, this testimony raised suspicions among investigators. Rhonda appeared tense and anxious in the weeks prior to the incident, according to one of her friends. She expressed her fear for her future. According to him, the version of events that Stephen provided started to diverge from the testimonies that were collected from loved ones. The search of Stephen Nichols' house was a crucial part of the investigation. If the tragedy wasn't an accident, investigators were searching for documents that might provide insight into the couple's relationship and potential motivations. Police discovered a $1 million insurance policy in Rhonda's name during the search. Stephen was listed as the only beneficiary. Since it turned out that the policy had only been issued a few months prior to the tragedy, this document caused a lot of questions for investigators. Furthermore, the insurance company claims that Stephen pushed for clauses in the policy that guaranteed the full amount would be paid, even in the case of an accident. It's likely that Rhonda was unaware of the policy. She never brought up the insurance policy or financial issues with Stephen, according to her friends and family. Given that Stephen was in a precarious financial situation, the fact that such a sizable insurance policy had been taken out just before the tragedy raised police suspicions and might have suggested a financial motivation. To ascertain whether he intended to use the funds to address his issues, investigators started looking through his bank accounts and financial documents. Following Rhonda's passing, Stephen Nichols also displayed odd financial behavior. He immediately began the process of obtaining an insurance policy rather than delaying his affairs. Only a few days after the tragedy, investigators saw that he completed the payout paperwork. His actions appeared hurried, which added to the suspicion. Police also observed that Stephen avoided interacting with Rhonda's relatives. He didn't offer to assist her parents with funeral planning or show up for her memorial service. As a result, there was more friction between him and the grieving family, who were beginning to suspect Stephen of being responsible for her passing. The turning point was when Stephen Nichols, who had appeared distant and reclusive since the tragedy, became the target of law enforcement after they had accumulated enough strong evidence to file charges. Be aware that every piece of evidence, including witness accounts and financial records, pointed to a potential motive, and his odd post-event behavior increased suspicion. Police eventually accused him of murder, and they started questioning him. Given that Stephen might have been tense or dangerous if caught, investigators made sure they were ready for the arrest. They were alarmed by his actions in the last few days. It was a cold and calculating attitude toward the situation, not just emotional distress from the loss. Based on the evidence they discovered, insurance, financial records, and his peculiar behavior, the police took Stephen into custody at his residence. There were no problems during the arrest procedure. When Stephen was told of the charges, he reacted calmly. He wasn't hostile, made no harsh remarks, or attempted to flee. There was nothing that could surprise him when police told him he was accused of murder. His face was unbreakable. The first interrogation started after Stephen was taken to the police station. He initially flatly denied any guilt. He asserted that his version of events would remain unchanged when questioned about what had transpired. "I was unable to save Rhonda when she fell. An accident occurred." He persisted in claiming that he was unable to foresee the tragedy and that the incident was an accident. But even though he was certain of his innocence, investigators started to show him evidence that contradicted his account. The police attempted to approach the case more subtly in an attempt to persuade Stephen to confess, rather than immediately accusing him of murder. His own words were being used against him as they meticulously crafted his story. Stephen became anxious during one of the interviews after the investigators presented him with financial records and other supporting documentation. Following the tragedy, police insisted that his actions were out of the ordinary. They highlighted his rash insurance buying decisions, his odd conduct following Rhonda's passing, and other questionable incidents. When an investigator asked Stephen why he had started taking out insurance so quickly, it was a pivotal moment. The man smiled nervously and said something that was practically a confession. "I didn't think it would happen so fast," he said, not seeing right away that what he said might have been taken as an admission of his actual motivations. It was a crucial statement that provided the police with a crucial lead. Although Stephen persisted in claiming that the tragedy was an accident, his arguments started to falter. "You're saying you didn't expect it to end so quickly," the investigator persisted. "You mean you didn't believe Rhonda would pass away?" Since more investigation showed that psychological pressure was a factor, this incident gave the impression that Stephen may have eventually acknowledged his guilt, even if not outright. Perhaps unknowingly, Stephen started to give in to the weight of the evidence. He grew more reclusive, avoiding direct responses and questions about his behavior on the day of the tragedy, even though he had no intention of acknowledging what had happened. In the meantime, the investigators engaged experts and kept elaborating on specifics. Rhonda died from injuries that were obviously not possible to have resulted from an unintentional fall, according to the forensic report. Because of the severe impact that caused these injuries, investigators started to believe that Stephen was most likely to blame for her passing. But in spite of everything, Stephen refused to acknowledge his actions. He repeated his version of events, claiming that he had no idea what was going to happen and that everything had happened by accident. The police understood that gathering reliable evidence would require time and effort, making this a challenging case. In the end, investigators collected all the evidence required for charging. In addition to Stephen's own actions in the days that followed, they also incorporated forensic evidence, Rhonda's insurance policy, documents proving Stephen was the only beneficiary, testimony from her family and friends, and proof of financial motivations. The tragedy served as a crucial component of the inquiry as well. The fact that he processed the insurance payment without hesitation and without displaying the typical human response to losing a loved one astounded the investigators. As a result, the charges had a solid foundation thanks to all of these facts, and the investigation took the case to trial. The trial of Stephen Nichols marked the end of a protracted investigation into Rhonda Casto's unexplained death on the Eagle Creek Trail. Investigators and prosecutors developed a case that they felt demonstrated the tragedy was not an accident. after years of meticulous work. The trial's unexpected conclusion, however, caused a public uproar and raised numerous concerns about the true circumstances surrounding Stephen Nichols' 2015 arrest. According to the investigation, the woman's death was the result of deliberate actions. Prosecutors asserted with confidence that Nichols had a purpose, a plan, and the intention to carry it out. A $1 million insurance policy that was put in Rhonda's name just months before she passed away was a crucial component of the prosecution's case. Stephen was listed as the policy's only beneficiary. The prosecution claimed that the document suggested a possible financial motivation for the crime. Prosecutors also emphasized Rhonda's mother's testimony, claiming that her daughter had voiced concerns about Stephen's unpredictable behavior and had been vocal about the possibility that she might be abused if something were to happen to her. You are aware it's no coincidence. According to the mother, Rhonda stated in court that her injuries were not totally consistent with an unintentional fall. Prosecutors also provided a medical report supporting this claim. The medical examiners came to the conclusion that rather than a simple loss of balance, Rhonda's injuries might indicate a push. The prosecution's case revolved around these conclusions. From the start, Stephen Nichols vehemently denied his guilt. According to his attorneys, Rhonda's death was a tragic but unintended accident. According to Stephen's own account, he and Rhonda were taking a leisurely stroll along the wharf on the day of the tragedy. According to him, Rhonda was feeling good and even decided to pick up the pace in order to feel more liberated and energetic. But she reportedly stumbled and fell off a cliff on one challenging part of the trail. It happened too quickly, but I saw her lose her balance. I was powerless to help. According to Nichols, he also maintained that the accusations against him were the result of speculation and misinterpretation. His attorneys argued that the investigation had rushed to conclusions based on emotional testimony from the deceased's family members and circumstantial evidence. Additionally, the defense argued that married couples, particularly those who were getting ready to move in together and were expecting a child, frequently had insurance policies. They maintained that the execution of such a document did not demonstrate criminal intent, and that its mere existence did not establish that Stephen had harmed Rhonda on purpose. The attorneys stressed that Nichols had no established reason for the murder because, despite their occasional arguments, their relationship was not so tumultuous as to result in tragedy. There were several obstacles that prosecutors had to overcome in order to construct a perfect prosecution. The absence of first-hand witnesses was one of the main issues. Stephen was the only one who witnessed Rhonda's fall on the trail. Nichols' attorneys had a significant advantage because no one could definitively dispute their client's version of events, allowing him to continue insisting on it. The unclear expert conclusions were another flaw in the prosecution's case. There were no other obvious indications of violence. Even though some of Rhonda's wounds weren't consistent with the fall, this ambiguity was actively exploited by defense lawyers. They maintained that the prosecution's conclusions were based on speculation and conjecture, and that Rhonda's death was an accident. Stephen Nichols chose to reach an agreement with prosecutors in 2017, 2 years after his arrest. This ruling was an unanticipated development in the case. Nichols' degree of responsibility and potential sentence were greatly diminished by the agreement, which assumed that he would enter a guilty plea to manslaughter. In turn, the prosecutor's office accepted the agreement, likely understanding that the likelihood of a conviction on the manslaughter count was lower. A strong defense, unclear medical reports, and a lack of concrete evidence might have led to Nichols' acquittal. As part of the agreement, a plea deal in this case permitted at least partial justice. Although it was not his intention, Nichols acknowledged that his actions on the day of the tragedy might have played a role in Rhonda's demise. The public and the victim's family had differing opinions about this admission, which allowed the prosecution to wrap up the case without a drawn-out trial. The court imposed the sentence after the plea agreement. Stephen Nichols received a 3-year probationary sentence after being found guilty of manslaughter. Nevertheless, the court permitted Nichols to depart following his 19-month incarceration pending trial. Many people who had been following the case, including Rhonda's family, were taken aback by this light sentence. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Lynette Dawson's seemingly ideal life was upended in January 1982 when she vanished without a trace in the quiet suburb of Bayview on Sydney's northern beaches. Lynette was a warm, loving wife, mother, and friend, so her family and friends were shocked by her abrupt absence. Lynette left her 2 young daughters behind when she left the family, according to her husband, Chris Dawson, a dynamic former rugby league player who is now a teacher. However, his story almost immediately sparked troubling questions. Why would a loving mother desert her kids? Why didn't she take any cash, clothing, or even a note with her? Let's explore the complex network of love, treachery, and unresolved issues that characterize Lynette's tale, a tragedy that defies extinction. Lynette Dawson, whose real name was Lynette Joy Sims, was born into a close-knit and affectionate family. She was the second of 4 children in the Sims family, which included an older brother named Greg and younger siblings Pat and Philip, and she grew up in Sydney's eastern suburbs. Lynette was well known from an early age for her good nature, upbeat demeanor, and strong bonds with her family. A short stroll from their house, Clovelly Beach is a charming spot where the Sims family frequently spent their weekends. For Lynette and her siblings, the beach, with its crystal-clear waters and expansive views of the coast, became a special place where they created innumerable memories of swimming, family vacations, and spending time together. Lynette married Chris Dawson, a dynamic and athletic man who had gained early notoriety as a rugby league player for the Newtown Jets, in March 1970 when she was just 19 years old. The pair appeared to have a dreamlike romance, and Chris was well known for his athletic ability and attractive appearance. Lynette, who was deeply in love with Chris, helped him with his career while they were starting a family. Their union seemed to be a match made in heaven. The couple chose Bayview, a serene and picturesque suburb on Sydney's northern beaches, which is a great area to start a family. Lynette and Chris had 2 daughters, Chanel and Sharon, in the years after their marriage, and the family seemed to lead a happy life. Lynette balanced her commitment to her family with her career as a nurse and then as a childcare provider. She enjoyed taking care of her daughters and keeping their home cozy and loving, and she frequently put their needs ahead of her own. Chris, on the other hand, kept advancing his career by juggling his rugby commitments and teaching job. Chris was the devoted husband and father, and Lynette was the focal point of their seemingly perfect life for many years. But beneath the surface of their contented family life, their marriage was starting to show signs of strain. Chris's relationship with a young student at Cromer High School would soon fall apart due to his growing infatuation with her. Lynette had no idea at the time that her marriage, which had seemed stable, was about to fall apart, and that a string of startling incidents would soon shake the foundation of her family and alter her life forever, ultimately leading to her death. Joanne Curtis first appeared in Chris Dawson's physical education class at Cromer High School when she was 16 years old. Chris was married to Lynette Dawson, had 2 young daughters, and was in his early 30s at the time. They had no idea how Lynette's life would be destroyed by what started out as a teacher-student relationship. Despite the fact that Joanne was a teenager living with her family and that they were very different in age, Chris's love for her grew rapidly. His marriage to Lynette was strained as a result of his growing obsession. She observed his strange behavior and growing distance. In 1980, Chris asked Joanne to move in with the Dawsons while posing as Chanel and Sharon's babysitter. Chris started to express his feelings for Joanne more publicly after she moved into the Dawson residence. He frequently expressed his desire to be with Joanne and put pressure on her to share his feelings. He also diminished Lynette's sense of significance in the family. Concerning the disintegration of her marriage, Lynette confided in her friends. She was very private about her marital issues. Joanne also became aware of Chris's domineering behavior and felt trapped in a situation from which she was unable to quickly get out. Chris, Joanne, and Lynette's tension kept increasing. In response to Lynette's efforts to keep her marriage intact, Chris became increasingly fixated, making it difficult to distinguish between his personal and professional lives. Joanne's emotional struggles caused her to start separating from Chris, which made him even more desperate. Chris's inability to accept losing Joanne or control over the situation resulted in a growing sense of frustration that ultimately led to tragedy. Lynette Dawson vanished without a trace on January 8, 1982. According to Chris Dawson, Lynette abandoned their family and left behind her possessions, which included her wedding band, clothing, and personal effects. Chris said Lynette had called her mother, Helena Sims, multiple times after she left, stating that she needed time away to get her thoughts straight. Lynette had marks around her throat when she returned from marriage counseling the day before she vanished. Lynette explained that Chris had wrapped his hands around her neck in the elevator on the way to counseling when her sister Annette asked her about it. Chris claimed that Lynette left voluntarily, raising the possibility that she did so in order to get away from the demands of family life. Helena Sims was taken aback by the news at first, but she did not immediately doubt her son-in-law's justification. Lynette had always been a family-oriented woman and had been a loving mother to their two young daughters, Chanel and Sharon. Even so, her mother, who had only spoken to Lynette a few days prior to her disappearance, struggled to believe that Lynette would abruptly leave her family. Helena was worried at first, but she had no reason to believe that something darker had happened. Tragically, she accepted Chris's story, which turned out to be untrue. At first, Chris's account of what happened to Lynette's family and the police seemed credible. Lynette had told him she was going to spend some time with friends and would come back when she was ready, he said. However, there were a number of obvious contradictions in his story that were overlooked. First of all, it would have been unusual for Lynette to have taken any cash, credit cards, or identification with her. In addition, if Lynette had really intended to leave, she would have made plans for the care of her kids, but she hadn't. Chris Dawson appeared remarkably unconcerned in the days following Lynette's disappearance, even acting as if nothing had happened. However, Chris Dawson's quick response to Lynette's disappearance was what alarmed her family and friends. He moved Joanne into their bedroom a few weeks after Lynette disappeared. A burgeoning scandal centered on Joanne. Chris had started an affair with Lynette in the months before she vanished. It was an inappropriate relationship that was hard for anyone to overlook. Joanne was living with the Dawsons at the time, and Lynette's family and friends were taken aback by her presence in the house following Lynette's abrupt departure. Those who knew the Dawsons found it unsettling that this move was made so soon after Lynette was reported missing. It seemed less like the acts of a man lamenting the loss of his wife and more like a quick replacement. This development horrified Lynette's family, especially her brother Greg Sims. They found it incomprehensible that Chris could move on so fast, especially in such dubious conditions. Greg remembered being extremely uneasy as he watched what was happening. He and the rest of the family started to suspect that Chris was concealing something. Initially dismissed as a straightforward case of a wife abandoning her family, Lynette's disappearance started to take on a much darker appearance. Serious questions were raised by Chris Dawson's actions, particularly his inability to give consistent explanations for his wife's disappearance. Although he was adamant that Lynette had left on her own volition, his actions gave the impression that she had not. Furthermore, the fact that Lynette had always been a responsible mother who would never abandon her kids without a trace added to the family's growing suspicions. Lynette's family rejected Chris Dawson's story as time went on, and no new information surfaced. They started their own investigation because they thought something was amiss and wanted to find out the truth. They had no idea that the investigation into Lynette Dawson's disappearance would take decades, during which time Chris Dawson would continue to claim innocence, while details of his role in her demise would eventually surface. Lynette's family battled to learn the truth about her disappearance over the years. They were left heartbroken and perplexed at the time, but their quest for answers would ultimately result in a trial and a conviction. They clung to hope while pondering countless questions as they attempted to make sense of the bizarre and unsettling circumstances surrounding Lynette's abrupt disappearance. Lynette Dawson's disappearance was initially handled like any other missing persons case. When Lynette's friends and family started to voice their concerns, the police dismissed them, claiming that Lynette was an adult and could leave if she so desired. The investigation's initial dismissiveness and lack of urgency irritated Lynette's family, who knew her well and thought there might be more to the story. Chris Dawson's story went mostly uncontested, leaving them to deal with their mounting misgivings and anxieties. Chris's 1984 marriage to Joanne heightened suspicions that he was responsible for Lynette's disappearance. However, the toxic and domineering nature of their relationship was a major factor in their 1990 divorce. In subsequent interviews, Joanne talked about how she felt trapped and controlled by Dawson during their time together, particularly after Lynette vanished. Chris, however, insisted that Lynette had left willingly, and even said she had joined a religious commune. However, his actions seemed inconsistent with his story, as he quickly rebuilt his life with Joanne and filed for divorce a year after she vanished. This time was especially difficult for Chanel and Sharon, Lynette's daughters. In her memoir, My Mother's Eyes, Chanel, who was only 4 when her mother disappeared, later talked about feeling abandoned and unloved by Joanne. This complicated family dynamics and left long-lasting emotional scars. Time and a dearth of hard evidence caused Lynette's case to essentially stagnate between 1984 and 2001. Notwithstanding the disturbing allegations of Chris Dawson's domineering and violent conduct, the inquiry was unsuccessful. Concerns expressed by friends and family were ignored because authorities found it difficult to go beyond rumors and conjecture. Key leads that might have provided insight into Lynette's fate were either ignored or not sufficiently pursued, and the police made little headway. Throughout these years, Chris insisted that Lynette had left on her own volition, despite growing skepticism about his story. Lynette's family endured heartache and frustration during this time, but they persisted in their quest for information. To preserve her memory, they relentlessly pushed for the reopening of her case. The first judicial investigation into her case was carried out by the New South Wales Coroner's Court in 2001, marking a turning point despite the absence of official action. The fact that Lynette had no evidence of her own free will was one of the main issues brought up by the investigation. Additionally, it examined Chris Dawson's actions closely and raised the possibility that he was complicit in her disappearance. According to the coroner, Lynette was probably dead, and Chris Dawson ought to be held accountable for her alleged murder. However, since there was still no concrete evidence connecting Chris to her death or disappearance, the authorities did not immediately pursue the case further in spite of these findings. In 2003, a second court investigation was conducted as a result of persistent pressure from public advocates and Lynette's family. The inconsistencies in Chris Dawson's testimony and the pervasive suspicion surrounding his relationship with Joanne were the main topics of this inquest once more. Once more, the coroner found that there was a high probability that Chris killed Lynette, but the evidence was insufficient to reach a firm conclusion. Consequently, Chris Dawson was not charged by the Director of Public Prosecutions, DPP. The DPP refused to file charges on both occasions, stating that there was insufficient evidence. The family of Lynette was devastated. Despite the coroner's conclusion that Chris Dawson most likely killed Lynette, no charges were brought, leaving them in deep frustration and sadness as years went by without justice for her disappearance. They wouldn't give up, though. By 2018, most people had forgotten about the Lynette Dawson case. The young mother's tragic disappearance appeared to have remained unsolved for more than 30 years, with little chance of justice for her family. But that year, Hedley Thomas, an investigative journalist, reignited interest in Lynette's case with his groundbreaking podcast, The Teacher's Pet. Hedley Thomas uncovered important new information that challenged Chris Dawson's assertions and clarified hitherto unconsidered facets of the case. Thomas studied the chronology of Lynette's disappearance, spoke with witnesses, and reviewed police reports. His research exposed serious inconsistencies in Chris Dawson's statements, casting doubt on his assertion that Lynette had left her family on her own volition. Friends and relatives' testimonies depicted a failing marriage in which Chris was enamored with Joanne. The problematic dynamics of Chris and Joanne's relationship were also revealed in the podcast. Thomas emphasized the rapid escalation of their affair. Important insights were revealed by Joanne during the podcast, including her admission of Chris's domineering actions and the chronology of their relationship. This testimony turned out to be crucial to comprehending what transpired before Lynette vanished. The Teacher's Pet examined the emotional toll that Lynette's disappearance had on her family, in addition to pointing out contradictions in Chris's account. Her loved ones' voices were heard, especially those of her brother Greg Sims, who had fought for justice for decades. Listeners were made aware of the heartache and frustration that Lynette's family went through when the initial investigation was unsuccessful. The podcast also examined the initial police investigation's flaws. Thomas disclosed how important evidence was missed and how authorities were unable to make the connection between Lynette's abrupt disappearance, Chris's infidelity, and his desire to be with Joanne. Chris Dawson was able to avoid suspicion for years because of this lack of thoroughness. The teacher's pet had a significant impact despite the dubious circumstances. It brought Lynette's case back into the spotlight in Australia, sparking protests and demands for justice. After listening to the podcast, a number of people who had been silent for years came forward with fresh testimonies that clarified the case. Legal action was sparked by the podcast, which greatly increased the pressure on authorities to re-examine Lynette's disappearance. Chris Dawson was detained and accused of Lynette's murder in 2018, partly as a result of the disclosures made in the teacher's pet. The case eventually went to trial, which was a major turning point. In addition to uncovering fresh evidence, the podcast inspired public support, demonstrating the ability of investigative journalism to advance justice. Chris Dawson was residing in Queensland when he was arrested. Following his arrest, Dawson's attorneys issued a statement asserting his innocence and vowing to fight the charges. Dawson insisted that Lynette's disappearance was voluntary and that she had deserted her family. He persisted in denying any role in her demise. In 2022, Chris Dawson's trial for his wife's murder got underway in the Supreme Court of New South Wales, which was chaired by Justice Ian Harrison. Because of the case's widespread pre-trial publicity, the trial was held without a jury. Due in large part to the disclosures made public by the Teacher's Pet podcast, Dawson had gained national attention. Without tangible proof, like Lynette's body, the prosecution had a difficult time establishing their case. Rather, they relied on key witness testimony, circumstantial evidence, and a thorough analysis of Chris Dawson's actions prior to and following Lynette's disappearance. Joanne was one of the most important witnesses. Since she had already cut ties with Dawson in 1990, she mustered the guts to tell the truth, which was a pivotal moment in assembling the evidence against him. According to Joanne's damning testimony, Dawson had once brought her to see a hitman to talk about killing Lynette, but he later changed his mind. According to Joanne's story, he was prepared to go to great lengths to get rid of his wife. She also talked about how his domineering and cunning actions intensified following Lynette's disappearance. Joanne recalled how Dawson had moved her into the bedroom soon after Lynette disappeared, highlighting how quickly their relationship had developed and how he seemed unconcerned about his missing wife. Patricia Jenkins, Lynette's sister, provided more details about the Dawsons' tumultuous marriage. She testified that Lynette had told her about Chris's abusive tendencies and erratic temper. Patricia claims that Lynette said Chris was often irate and had black eyes flashing when they argued. In addition, Lynette had voiced concerns about the status of their marriage and her increasing sense of helplessness. Lynette's co-workers attested to her attempts to save the marriage in its last moments. They recalled how, following a counseling session, Lynette and Chris arrived at work hand in hand on January 8, 1982. Lynette vanished a few days later in spite of these efforts, and Chris's subsequent behavior sparked suspicions. Witnesses detailed his repeated assertions that Lynette had left voluntarily, leaving her children unaccounted for, and his lack of urgency in reporting her missing. Since Lynette Dawson's body was never located, the case against Chris Dawson was primarily based on circumstantial evidence. Nevertheless, the prosecution made a strong case based on the testimony of witnesses. When examined more closely, Chris's assertion that Lynette had voluntarily left her family to join a religious commune was refuted. It was mentioned that Lynette abandoned everything she owned, including money and most significantly her 2 daughters, a completely uncharacteristic behavior for a loving mother. Additionally, the court viewed his quick decision to put Joanne Curtis in his bedroom and his divorce filing within a year of Lynette's disappearance as extremely suspicious, indicating a clear motivation to get rid of Lynette and begin a new life with Joanne. Justice Ian Harrison rejected the defense's claim that Lynette had voluntarily left, even though her body was not present. He declared the alleged sightings of her to be untrustworthy and emphasized how Chris's claims were false. The court was persuaded by this evidence that Chris Dawson killed Lynette in order to end his marriage and start dating Joanne. Chris Dawson was convicted of Lynette's murder on August 30, 2022, and given a 24-year prison term without the possibility of release until 2040, when he would be 92 years old. Although Lynette's family received some justice as a result of the conviction, they are still devastated that her body has never been located. In order to properly honor her memory and achieve complete closure, they still hold out hope that her remains will one day be found. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. We take a look at events that happened in 2019 in the UK. On April 28, 2019, 39-year-old care worker Emma Faulds vanished under mysterious circumstances. After receiving a call from her family 2 days later, the police began a thorough investigation to find out Emma's true fate. 700 square miles had to be searched by the police. In 2019, Emma resided in Kilmarnock. Located in southwest Scotland's East Ayrshire, Kilmarnock is a town and former burgh. There was quiet and comfort in her home, and she was always followed faithfully by her dog Maverick. Emma led a quiet, measured life. In addition to having a good heart, she was well known among her neighbors for her ability to relate to everyone. Emma regarded her dog Maverick, a cute West Highland Terrier, as a son, and more than just a pet. They would enjoy the fresh air and the splendor of nature while taking long walks together in parks and woods. Emma visited her parents on April 25, 2019. Her father, Ian, 70, and mother, Margaret Faulds, 70, were thrilled to see their daughter. Emma always brought a sense of coziness and warmth to her visits with her parents. Emma's parents talked about their plans and memories during dinner. Even though she had heard these stories a lot, she always discovered something fresh and motivational in them. Her parents occasionally reminisced about Emma's early years and how the family used to go on picnics at the lake. The conversation at the table was informal and laid back. Immersed in the recollections of her carefree childhood, Emma shared their laughter. However, the discussion continued. In order to prepare for the future, her parents informed her that they would be traveling to Brighton to see relatives who resided there. Emma remarked to herself how her parents, in spite of their advanced age, made plans with ease and joy, still full of life and adventure. They continued their conversation over a cup of coffee in the living room after dinner. For Emma, this evening served as a reminder of the value of family, of the unseen thread that unites generations, and of what is genuinely important in life, in addition to being a chance to spend time with her loved ones. Nobody could have predicted that the family's tranquility would vanish in a matter of days. Emma informed her parents that on Sunday, April 28th, she would be meeting up with her friend Ross Willocks. Ross and Emma had been friends for 18 years. Both of them were wardens at Kilmarnock Prison when they first met. Emma wanted to visit Ross after telling her parents that he had adopted a dog from a shelter. Emma told her sister via text that she was going to have a bit of a mad one. Ross resided in Monkton's Fairfield Park. Emma texted a friend at around 8 p.m. to let them know she was at Ross's house, where she would be spending the night and enjoying a glass of wine. Emma's phone was referred to as an extension of her arm because she was typically in constant communication with her loved ones. However, Emma didn't text or call any of her family members or friends the following day. Margaret, her mother, said this was completely uncharacteristic. Emma's parents were in Brighton visiting relatives on April 30th. Emma's employers called her mother, Margaret, to inform her that her daughter had failed to show up for work. Emma's parents were immediately aware that something was amiss because she spoke to a friend or family member every day. "We were on edge and decided to report her missing because it was so unlike her," said her dad. Around 4:30 p.m. when police officers broke into Emma's apartment on Fullerton Street in Kilmarnock that day, they found her pet dog, Maverick, home by himself. A neighbor had heard Emma sobbing. Everyone knew Emma well enough to know that she would never leave her dog alone. Emma kept Maverick in a cage during his recovery from a recent operation on his cruciate ligament to prevent him from jumping and running around. The investigation, known as Operation Soljan, immediately focused on Ross Willocks because he was the last person to see her alive. At approximately 11 p.m., Willocks informed officers that Emma had made the decision to drive back to her apartment, which was less than 9 miles away. He claimed that while they were at his Monkton home, she became anxious about her recently operated dog and wanted to bring it home. They chose to visit her apartment. He claimed that after traveling with her, he took roughly a dozen lines of cocaine. According to Willocks, Emma was cheerful and upbeat and was having fun. She was planning a cruise and discussing her upcoming 40th birthday. At around 7 a.m., he said, he took a taxi home. April 29. After Emma was reported missing, her sister, Myram Falds, who works in Abu Dhabi, went back to Scotland to assist in the search. On May 1, 2019, she took a plane back to Scotland and started assisting with her sister's search. Emma vanished the following day, leaving a profound sense of unease and uncertainty in her wake. Her family launched a difficult and demanding search for her as soon as they couldn't get in touch with her. The police swiftly acted, coordinating with Emma's friends and relatives. Soon, informational pamphlets with Emma's picture were lining the city's streets. They asked that anyone with information about her contact the police, and they included information about her last known location. On social media, word of Emma's disappearance spread, and every post on her family page drew an increasing number of supportive comments and wishes for her safe return home. Desperate, Emma's family begged for assistance from the public every day. The authors wrote, "Any detail could be crucial. Please help us find Emma." The police also asked for assistance from the town's residents, realizing how urgent it was to solve the case. Private CCTV camera owners were asked to review their footage by detectives. Maybe something suspicious would be captured on camera, or perhaps Emma's figure would be glimpsed among the typical street scenes. A strong feeling of unease was mingled with both hope and fear. Everyone who knew Emma and cared for her, however, remained hopeful. The town was unified by the shared objective of locating Emma and returning her home, despite the fact that hundreds of total strangers did not remain uninterested. The police placed a high premium on gathering evidence related to Emma's disappearance. Every discovery might hold the key to the woman's unexplained disappearance, and every bit of evidence and witness statement added to the puzzle that investigators were attempting to solve. Every little detail had to be considered in their hard work. For detectives, every discussion with neighbors and family members became a source of fresh concepts and theories that might help explain Emma's fate. One of the key success factors was the investigative team's capacity to carefully examine the evidence. They were able to create a tenuous but significant series of events that ultimately led to Emma's demise because of their meticulous attention to detail and unwavering pursuit of the truth. Furthermore, it was critical that the investigators take into account both the psychological and physical evidence. They made an effort to learn more about Emma's personality, relationships with other people, potential enemies, and the reasons behind her actions that most people would find improbable. Emma's vehicle was essential to the chronology. At 5:39 p.m., dashcam footage showed the blue BMW 1 Series parked outside Ross Willocks's residence. April 28. Emma's car was parked outside her house the following morning, but strangely it was parked on the other side of the street. Emma always parked her car directly outside her apartment because she suffered from obsessive-compulsive disorder. When the police were able to obtain footage from a private CCTV camera, they were extremely fortunate to discover that Emma was not the driver of the car, but rather a man. Let's examine the video that was made public by the police. If you pay close attention, you can see the driver cleaning the dashboard and steering wheel of the vehicle. Investigators think Ross Willocks was the driver of Emma's car and was aware of Emma's fate. After Emma was reported missing, her family and friends posted posters and handed out leaflets throughout Ayrshire. But Willocks chose not to participate. Sarah Falls, Emma's sister, told investigators that she spoke with Willocks after Emma vanished, and he provided her with 2 different accounts of what transpired. "Hi Ross, I'm just wondering if she's still with you. No one's seen her," she texted Willocks on April 30, 2019, to which he responded that she wasn't with him. In a subsequent message, Willocks told Sarah that he had driven Emma home himself. When Sarah inquired about the time of her departure, he replied, "Sunday. Maverick was getting rowdy with my dog, Patty, and Emma was getting stressed." Experts started using CCTV and cell phone analysis to map Willocks' movements as the hunt for Emma grew more intense. CCTV footage of Willocks purchasing bleach, rubber gloves, and tins of outdoor disinfectant from multiple stores was found. When we put all those pieces of evidence together, it painted a suspicious picture of Ross Willocks' movements. They also looked into his background and found that he had previously constructed wind farms in Dumfries and Galloway, close to the Galloway Forest, according to Detective Crombie. When cameras captured 2 trips to the region in the days after Emma vanished, this became crucial. The first was in his Mercedes SUV on April 29. The second was in a Jaguar he purchased for his wife, who was working overseas when Emma disappeared. Later, during the search of the Jaguar, a police dog trained to detect the smell of dead bodies repeatedly barked at the boot area, providing a positive indication. In addition to an officer with extensive local knowledge and experience working as a wind farm liaison, police also called in search specialists from the UK National Crime Agency. According to Detective Crombie, some areas of the 700-square-mile Galloway Forest Park resembled the moon's surface. Willox's cell phone was examined by digital forensic specialists, who then superimposed the CCTV footage that was found on the routes he took in the 48 hours following Emma's disappearance. As previously stated, the police dog made a signal when searching Willox's Jaguar. Even though investigators knew Emma was dead, they still needed more solid proof to find Willox guilty. They had to locate Emma's remains. Police called for assistance from the public once more. The Mercedes on Monday, April 29, and the Jaguar on Tuesday, April 30, were both known to have been on the A714 Girvan to Newton Stewart Road. Detective Martin Fergus, who was in charge of the investigation, stated, "What Emma's family is going through is unimaginable, and our priority is to find her. I am thankful to members of the public who have been in touch and have provided us with valuable information which has led us to explore this area. I believe the A714 route is key to helping us find Emma, and I am appealing again to those who use this route regularly. Please take time to think back and consider if you saw a Mercedes or Jaguar car on this road, or parked up somewhere, or even off-road. If you have dashcam footage, please take the time to go through and check it. You may not realize it, but you could have captured footage of the vehicles in these locations, which could provide us with vital information and assist us in finding Emma." Since Willox was the sole suspect in the Emma Faulds disappearance case, he was constantly monitored by the police. Neil Moore, Ross Willox's best friend, gave the police another crucial lead. Moore claimed that after Willox requested to use his device, he noticed the searches on it. On May 8, 2019, Moore told prosecutor Paul Kearney that he discovered searches he had not made on his iPad. They included: do police put tracking devices on cars? Can cars be traced by GPS? And can UK police trace your car without a warrant? Willox was being watched when he was taken into custody at his mother's home on May 8 on suspicion of Emma's murder. Declaring that he had no idea where Emma might be, he entered a not guilty plea. The Galloway Forest is roughly 700 square miles in size. However, police were able to concentrate on a search area by employing specialized techniques. During Operation Salzan and the search of the 700-square-mile Galloway Forest area where Emma's body was suspected to be, police called in Professor Lorna Dawson. Among other things, the soil expert was asked to inspect Willox's Timberland boots. On June 11th, Professor Dawson presented her findings. Emma's nude remains were discovered 24 hours later, concealed in a section of Glen Truel Forest that is not typically traversed by people. When comparing the soil that covered Emma's body to the boots, there was a 92% match. Another potential match from the forest site was discovered beneath the Jaguar car's wheel arch. As a wind farm project manager, Willox was familiar with the area, but he told police that he was only there to walk his dogs if they saw him. He was also located in and around the area by mobile phone analysis. According to Detective Pakalek, Bear, his dog, who was trained specifically to locate dead bodies, started barking, signaling that he had discovered something. To conduct additional investigation, the officer went back to the location. Pakalek put on sterile gloves and stated, "I lifted the vegetation to see if it was a body part or torso. I could see the lower portion of a naked body." A service was held at Holmesford Bridge Crematorium after hundreds of mourners paid their respects at Kilmarnock's New Lay Kirk. Maverick, Emma's West Highland Terrier, was leading the procession out of the church while sporting a blue bow tie. Emma's relatives posted on the family's butcher shop's social media page that they felt compelled to make a public statement. Only now. They claimed that during this incredibly depressing and agonizing time, they had received fields of flowers, hundreds of messages, and countless cards. This proves that there is a great caring community spirit in Kilmarnock and further afield, indeed worldwide, they stated. The Faulds family and Emma's dog, Maverick, signed off on the message, saying, "Thank you all so much for your support and kindness you have shown us during the past few weeks. We're not there yet, and it will be a long time until we get answers to all the questions that have been haunting us, but knowing that everyone is with us makes it easier to bear. Emma Fauld's murder has been charged against Ross Willicks. In addition, Willicks is accused of trying to thwart the course of justice by concealing Emma's body for several days before disposing of it in a forest, and by trying to conceal his alleged role in her demise from April 28 to May 8, 2019. According to the prosecution, he searched online for information on blood and how to disable vehicle tracking and disposed of Emma's clothes, belongings, and cell phone. Prosecutors also claim Willicks asked officers where Emma was and said he was concerned, leaving voicemails on her phone on multiple occasions while feigning to think she was still alive. Despite Emma's apparent neck injury, jurors were informed that her body was so decomposed that a pathologist was unable to determine what killed her. Dr. John Williams, a pathologist, testified in Glasgow's High Court that he examined Emma Fauld's after her death, but because of the state of decomposition, Dr. Williams said he could only determine so much from her remains. He added that he was unable to pinpoint Emma's death date when questioned by prosecutor Paul Kearney. According to Dr. Williams's report, there were no significant natural diseases found, and she did not have any fractures to her arms, legs, or ribs. In response to the question posed by prosecutor Paul Kearney, "So nothing to point to a natural cause, but with the great caveat that your examination was affected by the state of decomposition?" Dr. Williams said, "That is right." It was discovered during the trial that Emma Fauld's toxicology samples included traces of alcohol and painkillers. The jury was informed that the cause of death must be declared undetermined after Dr. Williams read from his report saying, "In summary, the medical cause of death has not been established. The degree of decomposition has limited many aspects of the post-mortem." Joanne Cochran, a forensic scientist, described to the court how, while inspecting the BMW in September 2019, she removed a tape from a seat lever. It matched Ross Willicks' DNA profile, according to the expert. The trial also heard how blood was found in the accused's house. 2 tiny droplets that matched Ross Willicks' father's DNA profile were discovered. According to forensic scientist Joanne Cochran, no additional blood was discovered, but there was a tiny staining of contact blood elsewhere that was thought to match the accused. At the trial, Willicks had denied murder. In his version of events, he claimed to have left Ms. Fauld's fit and well after partying with her for a while before they drove to her apartment in Kilmarnock, Ayrshire, which was about 9 miles away. Willicks' attorney, Donald Findlay, stated that it would not be suitable to offer any apologies on behalf of his client, who disputes his own responsibility. According to Findlay, he is not the kind of person I would have expected to have found himself guilty of a crime of murder. The murder of somebody that he knew and cared for. They cared for each other, not in any romantic sense, but as friends. Something catastrophic went wrong in the early hours of the morning and one life was lost. Margaret Faulds, Emma's mother, described the location of her daughter's discovery on the first day of the trial as, "No one would walk there or drive there. You would have to see it to believe how remote it was." Nevertheless, one individual went there with the intention of ensuring that no one would discover what he had done to his friend of nearly 20 years. Professor Lorna Dawson, a soil specialist, presented her results on June 11 after testing the Mercedes and Jaguar vehicles for soil and a pair of Willicks's Timberland boots. Search teams eventually located Emma after refocusing on damp, marshy areas as a result of Professor Dawson's analysis. She informed the trial that the deposition site was not a place you would typically walk through, and that there was no natural path to it. Her words, "You would avoid it." Professor Dawson stated that rather than originating from a similar common bog habitat, the soil recovered from the boots came from the deposition site. A jury convicted Willicks of murder and attempted obstruction of justice following a 6-week trial. Miriam and Sarah, Emma's distraught sisters and parents, were there to hear the decision. The judge stated to Willicks, "You know what the sentence for murder will be. It will be life imprisonment. Be under no misapprehension. This was a foul crime on a young woman loved by her family. You would have visited upon them a lifetime of wondering if she was still alive had her body not been recovered as a result of the sterling work by the police and experts. It was in such a remote place, and you had intended her body would never be recovered." Willicks showed no emotion as he announced the decision. The heartless murderer acknowledged that he was not involved in Emma's search. He maintained that the bleach bottles were not used to remove any traces of a crime, but rather to clean his decking. Only he really knows what caused Emma's death, and it's still unclear what transpired between them at his house that evening. Ross Woolix received a life sentence in prison in June 2021. Before he can apply for parole, he must serve 20 years in prison. Only you will know what happened in your house that night that led to you killing your friend. You were not as clever as you thought you were, Woolix was told by Judge Mulholland. In a statement issued following the guilty verdict, Emma's family stated, "We are absolutely devastated by Emma's death, and her not being with us has left a tremendous void in all our lives. We cannot believe she was taken from us in such a violent way. And what makes it even worse is that Ross Woolix was supposed to be her friend. The last 2 years have been the worst our family has ever experienced, culminating in a 6-week murder trial in the High Court in Glasgow, which ended earlier today. The conclusion, as you are probably aware, is that the man who murdered our beloved Emma has been found guilty. I feel, on behalf of my family, that I should use this message to thank everyone, friends, customers, and the wider community, for their fantastic support, kindness, and help when needed. We know we will never get Emma back, but we feel, with all the professionals involved in the case, we've got justice for her." And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. We examine the events that occurred in the U.S. state of Florida today. On October 16, 2018, 28-year-old Laura Peicher was last spotted having dinner at a bar in Sebring. An employee at the Tampa restaurant called 911 3 days later after noticing something odd close to a dumpster. The case was solved by detectives using surveillance footage. Laura Peicher was an extremely beautiful and consistently upbeat woman. She was gregarious. In remembrance of his daughter, her father, an art teacher, said this: "In 1989, Laura Peicher was born on a chilly day in Michigan. She had 2 nephews, one of whom she never met, a sister-in-law, an older sister, and a brother. She was born with 2 fingers and a thumb on her short left arm. Throughout her life, she struggled with discrimination due to her physical differences. She worked with individuals with physical and mental disabilities as a job coach at Goodwill. She was disabled, but that didn't stop her. It was a feature of her distinct character. Growing up, Laura lived in Michigan. She relocated to Sebring, Florida when she was 26 years old. Her grandmother was getting too old to care for herself, so she moved to Florida. With a big heart, Laura left her job to visit her grandmother in Florida. The incident started with a 911 call on the morning of October 19, 2018, when staff members at the restaurant reported discovering the woman's body hidden under a wood board and wrapped in a plastic bag close to a dumpster behind the establishment. In a restaurant parking lot, a woman reported a bad smell next to a dumpster by calling 811. She initially believed it to be a dead animal, but upon closer inspection, she discovered what she initially believed to be a dead woman. Investigators showed up on the scene. Face down, the victim was discovered. She was half naked. She was discovered wearing a dress, and a plastic bag was placed over her before the bed's headboard was placed over her body, but the gown was lowered beneath her breasts. Her hands were tied behind her back by the criminal. They discovered a wallet that eventually held an ID card and a clear plastic bag filled with personal belongings, the most crucial of which was mail, by using a purse strap inside the dumpster. Laura Peicher was identified as the victim. She lives in the city of Sebring, Florida, which is roughly 2 hours' drive from where she was discovered, and investigators concluded that she is not truly from Tampa. After more research, it was discovered that Laura owns a silver Toyota Tundra pickup truck. Her pickup truck was not in the parking lot close to where Laura's body was discovered, even though she may have driven it to Tampa. In case it was spotted anywhere, the truck was registered as a stolen vehicle and added to a law enforcement database. In the meantime, the restaurant manager was interviewed by investigators. The body was found on Friday morning, 2 days after the establishment's owners had cleaned the parking lot on Wednesday. This implied that the body had to have been there from Wednesday through Friday. Laura was strangled with a thin rope-like object, as evidenced by the obvious marks on her neck discovered by the medical examiner who conducted the autopsy on her body. Laura's death date was determined by additional indicators found on her body. It was obvious that the body had been on the ground for a long time because the skin was discolored. 2 days before she was discovered, on Wednesday, the medical examiner came to the conclusion that Laura had passed away. Meanwhile, police in Michigan, 1,200 miles away, informed Laura's family of her passing. Her parents were taken aback. In order to allow investigators access to Laura's trailer, Laura's parents drove 20 hours from Michigan to Sebring. Investigators sought to determine whether the trailer was a scene of a crime. They entered and searched the house to see if anything out of the ordinary had occurred, but there was nothing there. Everything had a place. No sign of a struggle had occurred there, which might indicate that Laura had been attacked elsewhere, nor was Laura's pickup truck present. The investigators were aware that reconstructing the timeline of Laura's final hours would be necessary to solve this case. They wanted to know who Laura had met, why she had come to Tampa from Sebring, and what had happened to her pickup truck. On Wednesday, investigators looked through Laura's cell phone logs. She stopped answering calls between 1 and 5 in the morning. It is a clear sign that something has occurred. According to the records, Laura called a man named Vidal Cortez twice on Wednesday morning. Detectives wanted to speak with a man named Vidal Cortez, who became the first possible suspect after Laura's friends disclosed that he was Laura's boyfriend. They needed to know if there had been any issues in their relationship and when he had last seen Laura. However, the police learned that Laura's pickup had been seen outside a Tampa convenience store before they could locate Cortez and speak with him. 3 miles from the scene of Laura's body, the detectives visited a convenience store. Laura's pickup truck was gone when they arrived. Nonetheless, the detectives hoped they could obtain some answers from the surveillance cameras that were placed both inside and outside the store. They saw a pickup truck arrive at the store and park after viewing the footage from those cameras. Although they attempted to zoom in, the video quality was subpar, making it impossible to identify the driver. A man exited the passenger seat of the pickup truck after it had parked. This indicated that the pickup truck had a driver and a passenger, or at least 2 people. It seems that the man who exited the pickup truck was aware that the cameras were recording him. He wore a baseball cap and kept his head down. He went into the store, but as before, detectives couldn't see his face on the videotape due to its poor quality. The picture was excessively grainy. The employees of the store stopped him from stealing the beer. The man went back to the pickup truck and sat in the passenger seat after leaving the store. Neither did the driver exit the pickup truck, nor did he appear on any of the cameras. Patrol officers found Laura's pickup truck about an hour later. It looked like it had been in a small collision and was parked in the street. At the time of his arrest, investigators noticed the same man sitting in the passenger seat on the surveillance footage. He introduced himself as Calvin Gary. He wore a tracking monitor on his ankle and was on probation. In the driver's seat was nobody. The pickup truck's driver had clearly run away, as only a pair of shoes remained. The detective started questioning Calvin Gary, while Laura's pickup was turned over to forensic so they could thoroughly inspect it for any evidence. He claimed that a man named Hot had given him the truck. They were going to steal beer from a convenience store, and Hot had just moved into the area. Calvin Gary was asked by detectives if he was aware of how hot the pickup truck got. "I don't know anything about Laura," he said, adding that he didn't know the answer to that question. "I don't know what happened to her," he said. He informed detectives that Hot was a short African-American man. Calvin Gary also provided detectives with Hot's location. When they spotted them, they proceeded to the designated address. The short man hid in a bushy grove. He was mistaken in his hope that the detectives hadn't noticed him. They invited him to approach them. The man had on a shirt and pants but no shoes when he came out of the shrubbery. He refused to give his name when detectives asked him to do so because he was uncooperative. The detectives then requested that he approach the car. They were able to quickly identify fingerprints thanks to specialized equipment. Detectives discovered a match in the database when they scanned the man's fingerprint. Gary Daniel was his real name, and he had a long criminal history. He was already a 3-time prisoner. The fact that Gary Daniel was from Sebring was another noteworthy detail. Be mindful, Laura was a resident of Sebring as well. Detectives assumed Danielle was the driver of Laura's pickup truck because he was shoeless. Remember how the police discovered shoes inside the pickup truck when they located it? Gary Danielle was therefore a suspect in the Laura Peacher case, due to all of these factors. Nevertheless, the detectives had to release him because there was insufficient evidence at that time for the police to bring any charges against him. Because Calvin Gary had an ankle monitor, they focused on him and the fact that he, Gary, and Daniel used Laura's pickup truck. But the police were able to follow him around. They learned that Calvin Gary had never visited Sebring where Laura lived, or the dumpster where her body was discovered. Following the discovery and interrogation of Laura's boyfriend, Vidal Cortez, detectives ruled out Calvin Gary as a suspect. However, he told detectives that Laura had gone to a Sebring bar on the evening of Tuesday, October 16, since she had been there the night before she died. Detectives were intrigued by this information and went to the bar to talk to the establishment personnel. Since Laura lived nearby, the manager told detectives that she frequently stopped by the bar for a bite to eat. Her most recent visit was on the evening of Tuesday, October 16. There was nothing unusual about her manner. She was smiling and friendly as usual. The existence of surveillance cameras within the establishment, which captured all events within the bar, was discovered by detectives. They viewed the video, which supported the bar manager's claims that Laura was wearing the same dress in which she was discovered. At the bar, she was seated. At the time, she was conversing with a waitress who was employed. She ate dinner. Nothing odd was going on, and she hadn't ordered any alcohol. Around 11 p.m., she left without meeting anyone and only talked to a waitress. Subsequent investigation revealed that the witness saw Laura with a man he described as Shorty at 2:45 a.m., approximately 4 hours after she had left the bar. She was spotted by the witness at a gas station outside a convenience store across town. At that moment, Laura was sitting in her pickup truck and appeared to be in good health. There was no sign that she was having problems or that she needed assistance. In addition, the witness stated that Laura and Shorty took off in their car. Since the gas station was the last known location where Laura was spotted alive, the investigators went there. At 2:54 a.m., when they began watching the security footage, they recognized a familiar face. Gary Daniel had entered to purchase cigarettes. Before he left, he chatted with another customer. Laura's pickup truck was seen backing out of the parking lot and onto the highway in footage captured by another camera. The footage supported an eyewitness's account that he unquestionably saw Laura Peicher and Gary Daniel together at a gas station near Sebring, but it was impossible to determine whether Laura was inside the pickup at the time, whether she was okay, or whether Gary Daniel was with her. Investigators searched the dumpster for clues that might connect Gary Daniel to Laura's murder early on Wednesday morning. Although the ATM receipt was partially torn, it contained information that helped law enforcement identify that it was a specific ATM at a Lakeland gas station. The receipt states that the transaction took place on Wednesday at 3:30 p.m., 12 hours after Laura was last observed in Sebring. In order to locate the ATM of interest, the detectives proceeded to the gas station. With any luck, the surveillance footage would help them solve the case. They could see Laura's pickup truck in the video, but they couldn't make out who was sitting in it. Fortunately, there were several cameras. The detectives watched Gary Daniel exit the pickup and go to the store after it had been parked. After taking out cash from the ATM and purchasing a soda, they departed the establishment. Detectives believed Laura was dead by this point because she was not seen and did not exit the pickup truck. Gary Daniel returned to the pickup truck and headed toward the location of Laura's body. They located him. For interrogation, Gary Daniel was brought to the police station. The only proof the police had at that point was that Daniel had used Laura's pickup truck, so they started interrogating him about it. The only thing he did, Daniel said, was to use an unlocked truck that had keys inside for that purpose. He didn't know who owned the pickup. The pickup truck's interior was fine, he said. He saw nothing out of the ordinary. After showing him a photo of Laura, the detectives asked him if he recognized the person in it. "I don't know the woman," Daniel said. He was asked if he had ever met Laura in Sebring by detectives. "No," he said. Then they told him that a recording had been made at a Sebring gas station. He's on the tape, and Laura's pickup truck is on the tape. He refused to answer any more questions after Daniel learned that the police suspected him of killing Laura. There was no tangible evidence available to detectives at the time to convince a jury that Laura Peicher was murdered by Gary Daniel. A person has a set amount of time to stand trial. The clock begins to run as soon as the suspect is taken into custody. The detectives chose to release Gary Daniel because they were still awaiting the forensic findings. Naturally, there was a significant risk that Danielle would flee, but the investigators determined that the risk was warranted in this instance. Many questions were addressed by forensic analysis. Drops of Laura's blood were discovered by the experts in the rear seat of her pickup truck. This suggests that Laura's body was either in the back seat of the pickup truck when she passed away, or that the crime was committed inside the vehicle. A forensic report on the objects discovered close to Laura's body has been obtained by investigators. Gary Danielle's DNA was discovered under Laura's fingernails, and it matched the DNA on the strap that was used to bind her hands. Gary Danielle was taken into custody after the DNA evidence found in surveillance footage was sufficient to file charges. Danielle used his right to silence and remained silent when he was arrested. He was accused of carjacking, tampering with evidence, and first-degree murder. The investigators attempted to create a timeline of Laura's final hours based on the evidence. They were aware that Laura was in a Sebring bar. At around 11 p.m., she left the bar by herself and went to the town center, where she met up with friends. She met Gary Danielle that same evening. There was no connection between them, and they had never met before. Because Gary Danielle wouldn't answer questions, investigators think Laura agreed to give him a ride, perhaps in return for money. Investigators don't know how he and Laura met, but they do know that she was found alive and unharmed in a pickup truck by an eyewitness at a gas station, where she and Gary Danielle ended up. After they left the gas station, it seems that something happened. Laura was strangled in her own pickup truck, though it's unclear where the truck was when she passed away. Surveillance footage showed Laura's pickup truck at a gas station 25 miles outside of Tampa, where Danielle was taking out cash from an ATM. 12 hours after it was last seen in Sebring. After that, Danielle took a car to Tampa. 2 days after, he hid Laura's body in a restaurant parking lot next to a dumpster. It was discovered. The trial didn't happen until nearly 3 years after Laura's passing. The global situation was the reason for the delay. It took a long time for Laura Pietro's father to go to court and face the man who killed his daughter. Rather than condemning Danielle, the father used his words to discuss the lost young woman. A young boy once pointed out her short arm, according to a story her father told. She was told by another boy that he had asthma. "Don't you know there's something wrong with everyone?" she replied. Her father brought some of his daughter's belongings to court, including her journal, which bore the inscription, "Live the life you've imagined." Because she lived alone and no one was around to do the dishes, she wrote in it that she detested cooking. She expressed her distaste for littering in her writing. On August 24, 2021, she wrote about her 4 tattoos, the most significant of which was a black bird in memory of a deceased sister-in-law and based on a Beatles song. In a deal with state prosecutors, Gary Danielle entered a guilty plea to second-degree murder. Danielle, 50, agreed to a 30-year prison term in exchange for a guilty plea to second-degree murder. He also acknowledged committing grand theft of a motor vehicle and tampering with evidence. In the brief court hearing, Danielle, who was short, gray, bald, bearded, handcuffed, and wearing orange, stood silently in a jury box. To Laura Pietro's family, he remained silent. The case was punctuated by a guilty plea, but it left many questions unanswered, including how Laura met Danielle and why she was murdered. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. 3 8-year-old boys, Steve Branch, Christopher Byers, and Michael Moore, vanished while riding their bikes in West Memphis, Arkansas, on May 5, 1993. The following day, their bodies were discovered. However, the investigation took a convoluted and fruitless turn after receiving a false tip about local teenagers. How did misdirection in the case permanently change the course of justice? And what actually happened to these boys? Would justice be served to the victims, or would the case go unresolved? John Mark Byers called the West Memphis police at 8 p.m. on May 5, 1993 to report his son Christopher missing. The officer was informed by him and his spouse Melissa that Chris had not been seen since approximately 5:30 p.m. while he was in the yard working. Two more parents called in with similar concerns within the next 90 minutes. Steve Branch left for school that day, and Pamela Hobbs said she hadn't seen him since. Around 6 o'clock in the evening, according to Dana Moore, her son Michael had gone out with friends, but had skipped dinner at home. A search was conducted in Robin Hood Hills, where local children frequently played, after 3 missing boys were reported missing. No sign of the boys was discovered that night, despite a thorough search. Chief Inspector Gary Gitchell took over the search the following morning, May 6, 1993. Officer Steve Jones noticed a black tennis shoe floating in a ditch close to the Blue Beacon car wash in the early afternoon. Within 15 minutes, Sergeant Mike Allen found the bodies of 3 young boys who had been murdered in Robin Hood Hills: Steve Branch, Michael Moore, and Chris Byers. In a drainage ditch, the 3 boys were discovered naked, their hands and feet bound with their own shoelaces. Nearby, their clothing was discovered entangled in mud and tree sticks. Christopher Byers suffered from severe genital injuries, including mutilation. Moore and Branch died from multiple injuries and drowning, while Byers' official cause of death was multiple injuries. Because there was insufficient evidence, the police's initial suspicion of rape was later refuted by expert testimony. A pair of pants recovered from the scene contained trace amounts of sperm DNA. Byers' injuries, according to the prosecution, were caused by a purposeful knife attack and castration. However, defense experts contended that rather than a human attack, the injuries on the body were probably caused by animals after they died. The only victim with drugs in his body was Byers. Ritalin, a drug for ADHD, was prescribed to him in January 1993. Nevertheless, the initial autopsy report misidentified the medication as carbamazepine and noted a dosage that was less than what was recommended. Surprisingly little evidence was found at the crime scene on May 5, 1993, despite the heinous nature of the crime. The absence of blood and fibers perplexed the police, who also observed that the area appeared to have been cleaned. They had to deal with a well-known case that attracted national attention, but they had few leads to help them find the person or people responsible. Terry Hobbs, Steve Branch's stepfather, broke down in tears as Gitchell came to the group of people gathered at the edge of the woods to break the terrible news. The town was shocked by the crime's savagery, which prompted an immediate investigation. In this instance, the notion of a satanic connection emerged for a number of reasons. The community was horrified by the gruesome details of the crime, including the castration and the placement of the bodies. The crime scene's remote location further heightened the anxiety. Media reports frequently contributed to the widespread fear of satanic rituals in the United States in the early 1990s. Many communities were especially vulnerable to these fears, particularly those with strong religious convictions. The combination of local beliefs, the graphic nature of the crime, and media coverage made people believe it might be connected to a cult, even though there was no concrete proof of satanic activity in West Memphis at the time. More rational explanations, like the possibility that the boys were harmed by a person they knew, were frequently eclipsed by this suspicion. Chief Inspector Gary Gitchell's announcement that the police were looking into a number of theories, including cult activity, fueled the fire. This preliminary inquiry sparked controversy, resulting in erroneous convictions and posing significant doubts regarding the validity of the evidence and the participants' intentions. 3 young men, Jason Baldwin, Damian Eccles, and Jesse Miskelly Jr., were soon identified as suspects by investigators, and the pursuit of answers permanently altered their lives. A local teen with a problematic past was Damian Eccles. He was a 17-year-old high school dropout who was well known for his sinister hobbies and mental health issues, which included severe depression. He was a prime suspect in the case because of his unusual appearance, which included tattoos, long hair, and black clothes. Because of his interactions with Eccles, Jerry Driver, a juvenile probation officer in Crittenden County, also thought that there was a satanic cult in the area. In the past, Eccles had exhibited erratic conduct, including threatening his father, his ex-girlfriend, and her new boyfriend. Eccles had a history of mental health problems, including being put on suicide watch during his stay in a mental health facility in Oregon. He had additional difficulties in juvenile detention after returning to Arkansas, which ultimately resulted in his hospitalization in Little Rock. He kept going to therapy even after being freed, and he made disturbing claims that he wanted to follow infamous criminals like Charles Manson. Jerry Driver was extremely troubled by these remarks and grew to believe that Eccles was responsible for the killings. Eccles was close friends with another suspect, Jason Baldwin. They were both viewed as social misfits. Despite Baldwin's academic success and his lack of interest in magic, they connected because they had both felt alienated. Eccles had previously been charged with shoplifting, and Baldwin had previously been arrested for vandalism. Baldwin, on the other hand, demonstrated drawing ability, and one of his instructors urged him to study graphic design in college. Jesse Miscali Jr., the third suspect, had little to no relationship to Baldwin or Eccles. He was notorious for getting into fistfights with other teenagers at school and for having a short fuse. Like Eccles, Miscali had left high school, but Baldwin was still doing well in school. Damien Eccles was questioned by police several times between May 7 and May 10, both at his residence and at the police station. During these sessions, Eccles repeatedly asserted that he knew nothing about the boys and called the killer sick. Eccles maintained that on the evening of May 5 he was at home chatting on the phone with friends, but when he implied that the murderer was probably a local, it sparked questions about his personal involvement. Even though Eccles cooperated with the police, the results of his polygraph suggested that he might have been lying or deceiving, which fueled more conjecture. Investigators also focused on Jason Baldwin, who denied any misconduct, but they kept examining both teenagers. When local waitress Vicky Hutchison stated that she thought the killings were connected to a cult, the case took a different turn. She was keen to help the police and advised them that she could make friends with Eccles in order to conduct additional investigation. Miscali got to know Eccles when he worked as a babysitter for Vicky Hutchison. After introducing him to Eccles, Hutchison started questioning Miscali about the case. Miscali reportedly joined Hutchison at an occult event, or Sabbat, where she observed strange rituals and sexual activities involving young people. As a result, Miscali was taken to the police station to be questioned. When Aaron, Hutchison's son, stated that he had gone to the woods with the killed boys and said he had witnessed 5 men acting strangely, the matter became more complicated. This added complexity to a story that was already unreliable due to inconsistencies. Her answers to the police's polygraph test showed that she was telling the truth. Chief Inspector Gary Gitchell and his team made the decision to question Jesse Miscali Jr., a suspect in the killings of the 3 young West Memphis boys, on June 3, 1993. About 9 in the morning, they came up to him. The $35,000 reward for information that could result in arrests was highlighted. Jesse denied having anything to do with the killings during the polygraph examination. Detective Bill Durham thought he was lying, though. After being interrogated extensively, Jesse finally stated that he, Jason Baldwin, and Damien Eccles were responsible for the killings. The officer yelled at him and insisted he knew more than he was confessing, according to Jesse's later account. He found it difficult to claim his innocence and started repeating what the detectives had told him. Gitchell corrected him when he wrongly claimed that the boys were bound with rope, stating instead that they were bound with shoelaces. As a result, Jesse altered his account to fit the officer's specifics. Jesse was questioned for hours before her confession was captured on tape. He stated, "Damien hit Chris Byers and Jason assaulted Steve Branch," claiming to have seen what happened in Robin Hood Hills. Soon after, Deputy Prosecutor John Fogelmill requested warrants to search Jason, Damien, and Jesse's residences. All 3 were taken into custody and accused of capital murder by 10:30 p.m. At a press conference the following morning, Gitchell affirmed his strong belief in the case. Damien Eccles was 18, Jason Baldwin was 16, and Jesse Miscali Jr. was 17 when they were taken into custody. Judge David Burnett held a pretrial hearing in Marion, Arkansas, on August 4, 1993. He made the decision to try Jesse Miscali apart from Jason Baldwin and Damien Eccles. Additionally, even though the defense claimed Jesse's confession was coerced, the judge permitted it to be used as evidence. The defense brought up a number of coercive strategies that the police employed while questioning Jesse. They pointed out how officers rejected his claims and showed a diagram that implied he might either be a member of the murderer's circle or work with them. A disturbing audio recording of Aaron saying, "Nobody knows what happened but me," was also brought to light. In a landmark decision, the judge determined that all three defendants would face adult trials. This ruling raised the stakes in a case that was already garnering national attention and sparking debates about the treatment of young suspects in the legal system. Miskelly claimed he tried to cooperate without realizing the repercussions of his remarks because he was perplexed by the police's actions. The three boys were still being held while the defense and prosecution got ready for trial. Blood was discovered on a knife that had belonged to Chris Byers' stepfather, John Mark Byers, during the evidence collection process. The blood on this knife matched that of Chris and Mark, and it had been given away soon after the killing. The police did not pursue this lead, though. The night the boys vanished, a local restaurant employee also claimed to have seen a confused man covered in blood and mud. Despite gathering samples, the police never pursued this lead and eventually lost the evidence after the man left blood smears in the restroom. Miskelly withdrew his confession and refused to repeat his previous statements, despite the prosecutor's intention for him to testify against Eccles and Baldwin. Baldwin and Eccles' trials began on February 28, 1994. As Judge Burnett, Prosecutor Fogelman, and the defense teams determined what evidence could be presented to the jury, both trials received significant media coverage and encountered legal difficulties. A jury consisting of 5 men and 7 women heard Jesse Miskelly Jr.'s trial in Corning, Arkansas on January 18, 1994. Although Prosecutor John Fogelman acknowledged that Jesse's confession contained inconsistencies, he asserted that these were caused by Jesse's attempt to minimize his involvement in the killings. He maintained that Jesse had relationships with Jason Baldwin and Damian Eccles. Dan Stidham, the defense lawyer, retorted that Jesse was unfairly singled out because of pressure to make arrests. He claimed that the investigation was skewed by what he referred to as the Damian Eccles tunnel vision. Stidham maintained that he was afraid while being questioned and that Jesse's confession was coerced. When the mothers of the 3 murdered boys testified about their final moments with their sons on May 5, 1993, the trial became emotional. Because he was concerned that it might annoy judges who felt sorry for the bereaved families, Stidham decided against asking that line of inquiry. The prosecution's version of events was unsettling. Investigators explained how the boys' bodies were painfully found during the search for them. In the courtroom, the jury noticed the boys' bicycles leaning against a wall. The mood was solemn, as Fogelman displayed more than 30 gory images of the corpses. As more unsettling pictures were displayed, pathologists talked about the autopsy results. Jesse appeared extremely at ease throughout the lengthy interrogation, according to Inspector Gary Gitchell. The jury was silent when Fogelman played a recording of Jesse's 34-minute confession to support his argument. Jesse's statements showed significant inconsistencies during cross-examination. The evidence did not support his claims that the boys were bound with brown rope and that the killings occurred at noon. Detective Gitchell claimed that Jesse's confusion was the cause of these mistakes. Because they were concerned that Aaron Hutchison's story might be discredited, the prosecution decided not to call him. Vicky, his mother, was called instead, and she talked about her quest for justice. She maintained that her concern for the boys drove her, not the $35,000 reward. Jesse's statements revealed some serious contradictions during cross-examination, particularly with regard to the dates of the murders. Aaron Hutchison, a crucial eyewitness, was not called to testify by the prosecution. Rather, they introduced his mother, who spoke about her attempts to get the boys justice. Regarding tangible proof, Jesse's involvement in the crime was not demonstrated by any signs. Regarding certain fibers discovered close to the bodies, a crime lab specialist testified. She subsequently explained, though, that those fibers might have originated from more than just Jesse. Stidham was worried about Jesse's low IQ, so he decided not to have him testify. Rather, he called a polygraph examiner to discuss false confessions in an attempt to raise reasonable doubt. The judge permitted the examiner to describe the pressures that can cause someone to make a false confession, but he decided that the polygraph results could not be used. In his defense testimony, social psychologist Dr. Richard Offshee discussed how Jesse's confession was impacted by police pressure. He was permitted to explain, in spite of the prosecution's objections, that Jesse made a false statement as a result of the pressure he was under, particularly because he had low self-esteem. The prosecutor brought up the fact that Jesse had not been physically hurt by the police during cross-examination. This gave Stidham the opportunity to highlight how Jesse's confession was impacted by the type of questioning, and how psychological pressure played a significant role in what transpired. In his closing remarks, Fogelman referred to the defense's arguments as distractions and advised the jury to believe the detectives and disregard allegations of coercion. The prosecutor emphasized that Jesse's confession was unambiguous, but Stidham cautioned that it would be a grave error to execute an innocent person. The following day, Jesse lowered his head as he walked into the courtroom. He was devastated when the jury convicted him of first-degree murder. When the judge asked him if he had anything to say, he simply replied, "No." The trial brought up serious issues with the legal system, with many people thinking that an innocent person was punished. He was given a life sentence without the possibility of parole. The emphasis on coerced confessions sparked calls for improved questioning techniques and fresh data, which prompted a re-examination of Jesse's punishment. In Jonesboro, Arkansas, the trial for Damian Eccles and Jason Baldwin started 2 weeks after Jesse Miskelly Jr. was sentenced. Dan Stidham, the defense lawyer, declared that Jesse would not testify, leaving the prosecution with scant evidence. The prosecutors could claim that Eccles' apparent interest in witchcraft was connected to his involvement in the case because the judge prevented the two defendants from having separate trials. In essence, they could infer Baldwin's guilt from Eccles' background. John Fogelman, the prosecutor, asserted that they would demonstrate the defendant's guilt for killing the 3 boys. Eccles' lawyer contended that there was no proof of guilt, while Baldwin's lawyer highlighted his client's good character. To talk about the boys' final moments, the prosecution called the detectives and the victims' parents. The judge rejected the defense's request for a mistrial after detectives brought up Jesse's confession. Ridge further asserted that Damian implied he was engaged in supernatural activities by mentioning demonic forces. To bolster their argument, they displayed objects from Damian's house, including a dog skull and occult books. In his testimony, medical expert Dr. Frank Peretti mentioned a knife discovered close to Damian's home that matched the victim's wound. However, it was later discovered that the victim's stepfather's knife might also match. The defense sought to expose contradictions in the prosecution's claims and emphasize the paucity of credible evidence connecting Eccles and Baldwin to the crime. They stressed that the evidence was only suggestive and called in experts and witnesses to discuss false confessions. The jury found both defendants guilty of capital murder in spite of efforts to provide an alibi and cast doubt on the validity of the police investigation. Jason Baldwin received a life sentence without the possibility of parole after the jury found him guilty. In contrast, Damian Eccles was given the death penalty, more precisely a lethal injection. This result generated a lot of public interest and raised questions about the fairness of the trial. The West Memphis Three's defense teams diligently sought to appeal their sentences shortly after their trials, pointing out mistakes in the trial and introducing fresh evidence. Vicky Hutchison acknowledged lying under duress from the police, and the jury foreman was charged with misconduct during the trial, which might have affected the outcome. A new hearing resulted from new DNA evidence that connected Chris Byers' stepfather, Terry Hobbs, to the crime scene. There was broad support for the case. Devil's Knot, written by Arkansas reporter Mara Leverett, focused on the failure of justice, while Paradise Lost, a documentary directed by Bruce Sinofsky and Joe Berlinger, was released in 1996. Johnny Depp, Natalie Maines, and Eddie Vedder were among the celebrities who expressed their support. Following several unsuccessful appeals, the Arkansas Supreme Court scheduled a hearing for the new evidence on November 4, 2010. After realizing that this evidence might not establish their innocence, Eccles' new attorneys negotiated with the Attorney General to forego the hearing and proceed with new trials. They suggested an Alford plea, which limited the defendants' ability to seek damages for their erroneous convictions, but permitted them to enter guilty pleas to lesser charges while retaining their innocence. Jason Baldwin reluctantly agreed to the plea in order to spare Eccles from being executed. After serving 18 years in prison, all 3 men were released on August 19, 2011. However, there was no compensation for their time served and no additional investigation into the initial murders, so their case remained unresolved. After it was initially lost, Eccles' lawyers requested access to the crime scene evidence for DNA testing in July 2021. The majority of the evidence was later found to be undamaged. The Arkansas Supreme Court's decision on April 18, 2024, that people who accept an offered plea still have the right to request a new trial under a particular act, and permitted Eccles to undergo new DNA testing, sparked discussions about justice, the validity of eyewitness testimony, and how societal anxieties can influence court rulings. The case serves as a reminder of the issues with the legal system and the continuous fight for people who were wrongfully convicted and imprisoned. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Lori Eisenberg called the Idaho authorities in February 2018 with a distressing message. She said she was sailing on Lake Coeur d'Alene with her husband, Larry Eisenberg, when he suddenly fell into the water. But after the body was recovered, a medical examination revealed a different picture, which made authorities believe that a more intricate and nuanced story was involved. Born in 1950, Larry Eisenberg earned a degree in forestry from the College of Idaho. He worked in forest cultivation, maintenance, and harvesting. He started working in the woodworking industry after completing his college education. He spent his entire life striving for success because he enjoyed working hard. In 1974, Larry married his first wife, with whom he had 2 children. But after the kids grew up, the couple got divorced. He soon met Lori Barnes, who was born in 1953. Lori's life used to be extremely impoverished. On occasion, her family even had to stay the night on farms that were deserted. She got married in 1973 at the age of 19, and the couple divorced in 1996, but they had 6 daughters together. She moved out after the divorce and became a single mother to her daughters. Many were drawn to Lori because of her amazing laugh and smile, and she was very good with people. Larry has consistently stated that he loves his wife more than anything else since they were married in 2004. Their neighbors and friends said their 17-year marriage was perfect. In northern Idaho, they led a contented life. Lori was the executive director of the North Idaho Housing Coalition at the time, which remodeled homes for impoverished families to buy or rent. Larry was retired but still involved in a number of community activities, and she was a well-respected member of the community. Lori and Larry decided to take their boat to Lake Coeur d'Alene on February 13, 2018, so they could watch the sunrise from Sunup Bay, a beautiful location. Given that Lake Coeur d'Alene is generally regarded as having serene waters, what happened that day was nearly unthinkable. But soon after they set sail, Lori looked very upset and used Larry's phone to dial 911. She reported her husband's drowning to the authorities. Lori described her desperate search for Larry in the water and her need for immediate help. At 11 a.m., officers reached the closest shoreline and sent a rescue boat to retrieve Lori so that she could receive medical care. Sheriff deputies asked the woman for any information regarding Larry's last known location when they arrived at the scene. Lori claimed she couldn't find her cell phone and didn't call emergency services until 2 hours after Larry went overboard. Additionally, Lori stated that she had to manually start the engine again because the ignition key had broken shortly before the incident. She then disclosed that after searching the neighborhood for Larry, she chose not to drive the boat back to shore out of concern that she would lose the trail. She eventually located Larry's cell phone and dialed 911 after taking out a blanket to stay warm. But after she finished speaking, the cell phone fell out of her grasp and into the lake. The officer observed that the woman's emotion appeared to be very real during this exchange. They all believed it to be an accident. Lori was assisted by medical staff in waiting for an ambulance so she could be monitored further. Officers towed the Eisenbergs' boat to a speedboat nearby so they could inspect it. Detectives noticed blood spatter in multiple locations as soon as they got on the boat, most likely from Lori's nosebleed. Officers discovered a switch and cord on the floor, despite Lori's assertion that the ignition key broke prior to Larry falling into the water. Because the switch and cord would have needed to be connected to the ignition switch in order for the engine to start later, investigators thought this was strange. Furthermore, the ignition key was obviously bent, indicating that there may have been a struggle of some kind. Along with Lori's purse, which included an empty juice bottle, officers also discovered a number of additional keys. These things were all taken as proof. Lori's cell phone was discovered by a deputy sheriff during an examination of the vehicle the Eisenbergs used to tow the boat. Additionally, a vial of allergy medication containing the active ingredient dimenhydrinate and an unidentified liquid spilled in the cup holder. Despite being an over-the-counter antihistamine medication that is frequently used to treat fevers and allergies, it still makes you feel extremely sleepy. Unfortunately, a thorough search was necessary because Lori did not provide precise information regarding their most recent location. As a result, it was determined to use a group of divers equipped with sonar. In an attempt to find Larry, search and rescue helicopters were also involved in the search, but to no avail. Detectives were still unable to locate Larry, so 5 days later, on February 18, they called Lori Eisenberg and asked her to go on the lake with the sonar diving team. Despite her agreement, Lori was unable to name any particular landmarks and offered the searchers little help. The investigator thought this behavior was strange. Lori laughed and joked during the search and occasionally broke down in tears for no apparent reason. However, this was not stressed because everyone grieves in a different way. However, Lori's suspicious behavior at her husband's house, which was 20 minutes southwest of town, prompted 2 calls to the county sheriff later that day. Police became interested after the callers, who were the Eisenbergs' neighbors, claimed that Lori's family members were assisting her in moving her belongings out of the house. On February 21, 2018, a startling discovery was made that completely changed the course of the case. Due to Lori Eisenberg's potential fraudulent activities, the North Idaho Housing Coalition, where she had worked for years, notified police officers that it would no longer be working with her. It turns out that the coalition's accountant found errors in the report and that $500,000 was missing from their budget total. That was the amount that only Lori had. Those who knew Lori Eisenberg were shocked by this news because, according to law enforcement, she was a law-abiding citizen with no prior criminal history. Larry's son made the decision to speak with the investigator at this point. He told him about Lori's peculiar actions and the potential role she played in his father's passing. However, the detective was certain that the woman had nothing to do with Larry's death and saw it as merely his personal grievance. However, in response to Lori's fraud charge, a search warrant was issued for the Eisenbergs' residence the following day. Several pieces of evidence were found during the search, including red stains on the floor outside the house, paper towels that appeared to have dried blood on them, black latex gloves, and a Ziploc bag that contained an unidentified white powder. Lori was immediately briefed on the evidence by the investigating detective. She countered that she was unaware of the brown stains in the backyard and that the blood they discovered on the gloves and towels was her own. The red marks on the concrete were later identified by forensic analysis as paint drips that had stained the boards. Lori was arrested on 40 counts of forgery on February 27th. Since the coalition was partially financed by taxpayers, the nearly $500,000 she was accused of stealing would escalate into a far more serious offense. On the following day, one of Lori's daughters posted her $75,000 bail. About 3 miles from the location where Lori claimed Larry fell overboard, Larry's body was discovered floating face down, close to the shore on March 1, 16 days after the tragic event. An autopsy the following day verified that the body belonged to Larry Eisenberg. That's not all, though. Toxicology tests conducted by the coroner's office showed that Larry's blood contained deadly amounts of the antihistamine dimenhydrinate. Experts concur that despite the extremely low frequency of overdoses, the drug is fast-acting and can be lethal if taken in excess in a short amount of time. Although the autopsy results were not made public by the authorities, Lori had previously claimed that her husband took several pills daily and frequently neglected to take the recommended dosage. Larry also had flu-like symptoms, according to Lori. Larry only ever mentioned being sick once, in a message to his friend, but was Larry the one who sent that message? The expert analyst concluded that the last time the cell phone signal was present close to Lori's son's house was when Larry vanished into the lake, despite the fact that Larry's phone had drowned. Given that Lori said the phone fell into the lake on February 13, this was strange. Detectives concluded that Larry's death was most definitely not an accident. As a result of all of this, Lori did not show up in court for her fraudulent fraud case in late May. A warrant for her arrest was consequently issued, but she never showed up. Investigators kept questioning the Eisenberg family's close associates, and soon the idyllic relationship started to show signs of weakness. Despite their apparent happiness, Larry had been very dissatisfied with Lori's recent spending patterns and the fact that she frequently provided financial support for her kids. Investigators also discovered that Larry was one of 3 men Lori had cheated on her first husband with. Furthermore, it was found that Lori herself had handwritten modifications to Larry's will a month prior to his death. According to the will, Larry's children would receive 80% of the estate, while his own would only receive 20%. Authorities chose to make the autopsy results public and declare the case a premeditated murder since Lori was still at large. It was discovered that he overdosed on the antihistamine Benadryl and died from diphenhydramine toxicity. Diphenhydramine, an antihistamine used to treat allergies, is marketed under the name Benadryl. It is also used as a sleep aid because it makes you drowsy, even at standard dosage levels of 1,0,100 nanograms per milliliter. Diphenhydramine induces drowsiness. Larry's body contained a deadly 7,100 nanograms of diphenhydramine at the time of his death. Larry's doctor was questioned by police to see if they saw any indications of a stroke or other medical irregularities, but the doctors said Larry was in perfect health. Investigators concluded that Lori texted Larry's daughter that morning before poisoning her husband, based on all the evidence they had collected. Subsequently, she added the pills to the man's juice. Larry became ill and went overboard near the coast. They also conjectured that before dialing 911, Lori purposefully steered the boat further away from the location. The entire Eisenberg family was uninsured. What was the motive? That was the only question left. It was probably coming to pass that Lori would inherit their shared house in the event of Larry's death, which she could then sell to raise the money she needed to pay for the money she had stolen. Additionally, according to friends, Larry had no idea what Lori was doing at the Idaho Housing Coalition. 2 months after going missing, Lori finally made an appearance at the sheriff's office by herself in July. Until the fraud case was tried in court, investigators were eager to discuss her alleged murder of her husband. Eisenberg consented to enter a guilty plea to 3 counts of wire fraud and 1 count of federal program theft in November 2018. She also consented to make restitution of about $580,000. Eisenberg was found guilty of embezzling over $500,000 and given a 5-year prison sentence. In addition, Lori's daughters entered guilty pleas to individual conspiracy charges. Each of them received a $50,000 fine and a house arrest sentence. Even though that case was resolved, another one was still pending. Lori was questioned about Larry's death once more right after the sentencing. Detectives questioned her directly about whether or not she had killed her husband during that interrogation. Lori behaved apprehensively throughout this interrogation. Her foot started tapping, which is a sign of tension and anxiety. After that, she was informed of the autopsy's findings. The detectives persisted in pressing her with additional compromising evidence, even though she denied any involvement in her husband's death. She eventually demanded an attorney and refused to answer any more questions. Lori Eisenberg was charged by a grand jury with first-degree murder by poisoning, a capital offense, 2 years after her husband's body was discovered floating in Lake Coeur d'Alene. The COVID-19 pandemic caused her trial to be repeatedly postponed. In order to maintain her innocence and admit that she would probably be found guilty if the case went to trial, Eisenberg entered an Alford plea to a lesser charge of second-degree homicide, after initially being charged with first-degree homicide by use of poison. She entered a guilty plea to the lesser charge of second-degree murder in February 2021. Larry's daughter, Jessica McPherson, said she thought the plea agreement, which spared Eisenberg from acknowledging guilt, was a betrayal of her father's family. "The manner in which I lost my father," Lori Eisenberg, "has left a hole in my soul that I will never be able to fill. And for 3 years, that hole has just continued to get deeper and deeper at the web of lies, deceit, and manipulation that have continued to expand," Jessica McPherson said. Larry's son, Dean Eisenberg, stated, "It is impossible for me and those who are deeply impacted by the loss of such a great man and wonderful father to find closure." In an unforgettable way, he referred to his father as his best friend. "Even those who hated him loved him in a way," he stated. As her stepson talked about the man she confessed to poisoning, Lori Eisenberg wiped her eyes with a tissue. He spoke of a decent, industrious man who cherished his family, especially his wife. I can only hope she did what she did to save him the embarrassment of finding out what his soulmate had done behind his back, said Dean Eisenberg. Lori's daughter, Amber Barnes, claimed that her mother controlled the household. Larry dedicated his life to Lori. He loved her, he trusted her, and she killed him, Barnes stated. The pain felt by everyone who lamented Larry's passing was exacerbated by Lori's plea to Alfred. She deserves to be held accountable for her actions and be seen for who she really is, Amber Barnes stated. She saw Lori Eisenberg as a father figure and a great-grandfather who would give her children bear hugs and stroke their hair while telling them he loved them. Our family lost 2 people that day on the lake. We lost Larry, the grandpa we loved, and we lost Lori, the mother and grandma that we loved, trusted, and thought that we knew. Lori shattered our lives when she took Larry's life. But it didn't stop there, Amber Barnes stated. Before the judge sentenced Lori Eisenberg, she spoke to the court for over 45 minutes. She claimed that she started stealing from the coalition because she was having financial difficulties with her daughters, one of whom she had expelled from her house when she was 15. She claimed that she felt unable to express to her husband her desire to support her daughters financially. She emphasizes that they lacked health and dental insurance. I saw my precious little grandchildren suffering because their mothers were not able to have a double-income family and not able to provide what they needed, she said. So what do they do when the kids get sick and have to go to the doctor? According to her, I got to the point where I was torn between adhering to the life and Larry's standards of life and being able to do what I thought I had to do. And so I came up with the most stupid, shameful plan ever, and that was to steal money from my employer. Eisenberg killed her husband, according to the prosecution, to avoid the additional humiliation of losing half of her assets in a divorce. Eisenberg, however, told the court that her husband wasn't supposed to consume the poisoned drink that killed him. Eisenberg claimed that she had considered suicide ever since her embezzlement was uncovered. Her words, "I knew my life was over." She claimed that after drinking the drink she had tainted with Benadryl, she intended to drown in Lake Coeur d'Alene, but her husband discovered it while she was asleep on the boat. "I had 2 options, death or life in prison. I never wanted to get away with anything. I know Larry would still be alive if it weren't for me," she replied. According to the judge, he was convinced that Eisenberg's account of what happened in court was accurate, at least the version she had chosen. "Your truth doesn't hold up in the light of all the evidence," he responded. Eisenberg was given a life sentence with 30 years fixed and credit for time served, according to the judge's ruling. Following the delivery of the sentence, Larry Eisenberg's family silently embraced it. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This apparently calm woman was 23-year-old Omema Array Nelson, who had recently learned of the death of her 56-year-old husband, William Edwin Nelson, also called Bill. She didn't seem to be able to take it all in. But everyone was in for something much darker than they had anticipated. She chose to go far beyond what a human could imagine on Thanksgiving Day, November 28, 1991, when the day, if only she had stopped at killing her husband, investigators would soon discover a much darker truth than anyone had dared to think. In the back of everyone's mind at the time was the fact that it was one of the most horrific crime scenes they had ever seen. Did they think they would find another Jeffrey Dahmer? An unsettling investigation into a murder that would forever haunt Orange County began on December 1st, 1991, when a desperate call to U.S. emergency services was placed. According to Omema Nelson's friend Jose Escovel, his friend killed her husband after he allegedly mistreated her, and he was now offering him $75,000 to assist with the body's disposal. The police sprang into action, eager to learn the truth about this heinous accusation. Officers discovered suspicious trash bags in Omema's red 1975 Corvette when they found her driving her husband Bill's car. After Thanksgiving weekend, Bill Nelson, as he was known, had not shown up for work and had been reported missing. As Omema silently watched, they pulled over and went through the things she had in her car. they discovered something disturbing in the car, which they later discovered to be human flesh. Omaima was taken into custody right away for questioning after this startling discovery, and she appeared to be completely cooperative. She denied right away all of the information that Mr. Esquivel had given to the police. She admitted to officers that she hadn't lived with him for very long and that she didn't know how to contact him. Although she appeared helpful, her responses to questions were a little odd. Following that, the investigation took police to their Costa Mesa, California apartment, where they discovered a scene that would go down in true crime history as infamous. Bill was there when they walked into the apartment, but not in the way they had expected. They appeared to be entering a slaughterhouse. Beneath stacks of cardboard boxes were suitcases containing Bill's remains. On the floor, the police found a broken table lamp, a heavy clothing iron covered in blood and human hair, and human flesh and organs wrapped in bags. Officers discovered Bill's bedroom in complete chaos as they carried out their somber search. The mattress was covered in blood, and the bedpost was splintered and torn off. The freezer held the most startling discovery: Bill's head, wrapped in tinfoil, with stab wounds visible and evidence of deep frying. 2 of the bedposts were also found to be blood-soaked and broken, suggesting that Bill had been brutally murdered and bound. It is by far the most gory crime scene I have ever seen. The horror increased in the bathroom. Skinned and carved, Bill's torso and chest hung over the bathtub, allowing the blood to seep into it like it was in a butcher shop. They had castrated his body. Police entered the kitchen and discovered pans and pots with what looked to be stew left on the stove. Bill Nelson's hands, soaked in the mixture and covered in bruises, were among the turkey meat and vegetables. He had apparently been bound tightly prior to his murder. Bits of his hips, a grim take on Thanksgiving leftovers, were mingled with cranberry sauce in the trash can. Unfathomable horror was depicted in this horrific scene as investigators sought to understand how such a tragedy could occur within what was supposed to be a loving marriage. The case's terrifying details would later be compared to fictional horror stories. The condition of Bill's dismembered body prevented the police from determining the cause of death right away. Although the officers were positive it was Bill, they dug deep into Omaima's past to be absolutely certain and to solve the mystery of this heartbreaking murder. They were about to make one of the most unsettling discoveries of their professional lives. In 1968, Omaima Ari Nelson was born in a small, destitute farming village in southern Egypt, close to the Sudanese border. She was one of 16 children born into a traditional Arabic family, and her early years were difficult and traumatic. From an early age, she experienced physical and sexual abuse at the hands of her violent and irascible father. At the age of 7, she was subjected to the horrifying custom of female circumcision, which further exacerbated the wounds from her early years. She was in excruciating pain all the time after this procedure, which turned intimacy into a terrifying experience. As she grew older, her mother made the painful choice to leave her father and relocate to Cairo, the city of the dead, an Egyptian city notorious for its houses erected around cemeteries. Omaima had to deal with more difficulties in this depressing setting. In addition to impairing her capacity to build close relationships, the suffering she went through left her feeling extremely vulnerable and afraid. Notwithstanding all of the difficulties, Omaima developed into a young woman of remarkable beauty and vitality. By 1986, when Omaima turned 18, her life had taken yet another unexpected turn. Roger Stainbrook, an American oil worker on contract in Egypt, was introduced to her. She fell in love with him because she was drawn to him in the prospect of starting over. Despite her initial reluctance, her mother ultimately agreed to the cross-cultural relationship, perhaps out of concern that no Egyptian man would take her in. Omaima accompanied him to Texas, USA, in search of freedom and better prospects. There, however, she would only face yet another difficult chapter. Their marriage ended soon after the fissures in their relationship became apparent. Omaima, still a teenager, was left stranded and alone in a foreign city, with no one to turn to and only a rudimentary understanding of English. Omaima took on odd jobs like waitressing and nannying because she was desperate to make ends meet. But these weren't enough. At one point, she attacked 2 security guards who caught her stealing in a department store, and she even ended up getting briefly arrested for robbing a pharmacy. She also worked as a model part-time before realizing that her beauty could help her survive. She played a dangerous game to survive by luring men in and captivating them with her attractive appearance, only to rob them when they were most exposed. Omaima would place men in precarious situations, restrain them, use force, and take their belongings. She used this strategy to rob several men, but no one reported her because the officers thought it would embarrass them. She lived off of these items until meeting 56-year-old Bill in October 1991, who seemed like a kind and giving man. He was a former pilot and Marine who now worked part-time at Cannon Mortgage in Tustin as a messenger and computer programmer. Despite the fact that Bill was 33 years Omaima's senior, their relationship developed rapidly, and 2 days after they first met, he proposed to her. Even though Bill was still legally married to his first wife, the two clicked and were married in less than a month. They climbed into his red Corvette and drove directly to Phoenix, where they were married and found a justice of the peace. During their brief honeymoon, she and Bill traveled to Texas and Arkansas to see his family. Bill's family had serious concerns about the marriage despite the tense beginning. They found it difficult to accept the relationship because Omaima was younger than some of Bill's own children, and he was twice her age. Nevertheless, Omaima's kind yet astute manner won over everyone she encountered, creating an impression that, at least initially, seemed to allay some reservations. The cracks appeared after the honeymoon was over and they moved into Bill's apartment in Costa Mesa, California. They gave off the impression of being a normal couple, but there was something profound and unnerving about their seemingly normal existence. Regarding her marriage, Omaima claimed that Bill attempted to mistreat her even on Thanksgiving Day, to which Omaima retaliated using a strategy for which she was famous. She had tied up other men before him. She gained confidence from her past crimes of robbing and tying up men. She felt compelled to destroy him this time because of something about him. Omaima killed her husband without hesitation. She claims that that night Bill sexually assaulted her, and because it was already a controversial act for her, she was unable to control her anger. After repeatedly stabbing Bill with a knife, Omaima used a clothing iron to beat him to death. She did something far more horrifying than murdering her own husband after committing this horrible crime. It is extremely uncommon for a woman to intentionally kill someone. It is even more uncommon for her to mutilate a murder victim. She was completely corrupted. She used coat hangers and other items to hang up his torso piece by piece in the shower so that the blood could drain out. On November 28, 1991, Thanksgiving Day, Omaima had murdered her husband. She mutilated his body over the next few days, a gruesome task she carried out until December 2, 1991, when she was finally too tired to continue by herself. She went to her friend Jose to ask for help, saying her husband had abused her and she needed his support. Instead, Jose went straight to the police out of horror, which paved the way for a terrifying investigation. The officers now had no doubt that Bill's wife was the murderer and that the body they had discovered was in fact his. However, her statements suggested otherwise. Given the marks on her body, Omaima's claims of assault also appeared to be accurate. However, she also did something that raised suspicions. It was clear that Omaima was upset. She appeared to have been crying because she was so upset. Her arms, breasts, and face were all clearly injured. The officers sent Omaima for a medical examination to ascertain the true cause of her injuries, despite her denial of any assistance. She was admitted to the hospital to be examined for sexual assault and to have all of these injuries recorded. Her body was covered in numerous cuts, bruises, and contusions. In order to find out about any oddities they might have observed, the investigators also got in touch with Bill's stepdaughter. As it happened, he did get in touch with her prior to his own wife killing him. Detectives looked to Bill's neighbors as the investigation progressed, in the hopes that someone might have seen something out of the ordinary. They did remember hearing a strange noise that night, a noise that had seemed normal at the time, but had taken on a terrifying new meaning in the context of what had happened. Cutting a body into several pieces and packaging them all to make them appear non-human requires a lot of work. Thanksgiving was supposed to be a time for celebration, but for Bill Nelson, it turned into a day of horror when his young bride brutally murdered him. In the days that followed, what started with his murder only intensified into barbarism. Omaima went to work, systematically and unsettlingly mutilating his body. She crossed boundaries of cruelty, tearing his remains apart piece by piece. Authorities suspected that this degree of savagery wasn't the work of a first-time criminal when they eventually found the evidence. A very violent death was indicated by 25 or more skull wounds. In actuality, the body was dissected in a fairly professional manner, with such accuracy that the coroner's office was quite alarmed. Was this something she had done before? The investigators would be haunted for years by what transpired next. The medical examiners discovered something terrible when they weighed all of the remains discovered in Omaima's apartment and contrasted them with Bill's records. Almost 180 pounds of his body were missing. The officers realized what might have happened in light of the sobering findings already made. The weight that was missing indicated that Omaima had disposed of a significant amount of his body, and the implications were unimaginable. On the same day that her friend reported her, Omaima was taken into custody by the police and questioned. Even though these discoveries about Bill were unsettling, nobody could have foreseen the terrible truth that was concealed in a secret room. Omaima immediately tried to change the case's entire focus when they inquired about the murder, leading the investigation in an unanticipated and unsettling direction. She denied killing her husband when the officers questioned her about Bill's murder and her motivation for doing so. Officers were stunned by Omaima's response when they confronted her about the human flesh they found in the vehicle she was operating. They realized they were dealing with something much darker than they had expected, when the full extent of her cruelty and detachment became horrifyingly evident. In fact, Bill had run afoul of the law while working as a pilot to smuggle electronics and drugs into Mexico from a Texas airport. He had been apprehended and sentenced to 4 years in prison. Here, however, that was not the case. Omaima revealed the possible motivation behind her murder of her husband when the officers called her in for a second round of interrogation. She claimed that after they were married, Bill began to act violently, abusing her both physically and sexually during their brief marriage. She denied killing him, though. Omaima eventually confessed to killing her husband after being pressed further, but she left them with yet another unsolved mystery. The officers were starting to realize that Omaima was mentally ill, perhaps as a result of her traumatic past. Then she made a statement that confirmed the suspicion even more. The officers could tell from her demand that Omaima either had real mental health problems or was feigning them in order to get her sentence lowered. The fact that this was not the first time she had done this further confirmed their suspicion that she was merely making up her psychotic condition to get out of paying the penalty. When her medical report was received, these conjectures took on even more tangible form. Between Omaima and Bill, it was evident from the report who was the aggressor and who was the victim. Her hands, legs, and feet all had cuts that were typical of someone who had mutilated a human body. Additionally, the report disclosed that Omaima was not coerced into having sex. Everyone was horrified by her psychiatrist's startling assertion, which made them all question their loved ones. Omaima was accused of killing Bill for money, first-degree murder, cannibalism, and evidence of premeditation. Nothing short of a media circus was the trial that ensued. The public's morbid fascination was captivated by the graphic details of the crime. On December 1, 1992, nearly a year after Bill Nelson was killed, the trial got underway. She even stated in court that the hallucinations were what caused her to do this and that it was her mind playing tricks on her. She stated that she was unable to remember anything about the murder, including the exact moment it occurred. But a different story about her was told by Robert Hansen, her ex-boyfriend, whom she had also contacted on the day of the murder. In addition, Omaima's psychologist provided testimony supporting her mental health. She described how her delusions were getting worse. The defense never claimed that Omaima was not the murderer. Rather, they emphasized that she committed the crime as a result of her abuse at the hands of Bill and her hallucinations. Omaima claims that, in an effort to get away from Bill permanently, the voices in her head told her to dismember her husband's body, in addition to urging her to kill him. According to the ancient Egyptians, you will not enter the afterlife if your body is dispersed. She then sliced him. She was making sure he wouldn't be there if she made it to the afterlife. She wouldn't, however, say why she cooked him. She boasted to her psychiatrist that nothing was sweeter than her husband's taste, and that the ribs were the best part. Instead of him, she wanted his money. She didn't have to eat him, though. Omaima insisted repeatedly that she had no intention of killing Bill. However, the prosecution pressed for murder charges, and on January 12, 1993, the jury found her guilty of second-degree murder. Following consideration, she was also found guilty of attempting to rob Robert and assault with a deadly weapon. In Chowchilla, California, Omama, who was 24 at the time, received a sentence of 25 years to life in the Central California Women's Facility. A true crime story that remains one of the most unsettling cases in California history, Omaima R.A. Nelson's story is one of tragedy entwined with horror. She was even likened to the well-known serial killer Jeffrey Dahmer, with approximately 130 pounds of Bill's body still missing. The officers speculated about what might have gone wrong on that fateful day. Even though Omaima never admitted to the main details of the story, they hypothesized that he and Omaima engaged in a voluntary bondage session. She most likely wanted money or access to his wealth, which is why she tied him to the headboard. Californians were relieved to see Omaima R.E. Nelson safely imprisoned, as it meant that one less dangerous person was no longer on the streets. Omaima, however, fought to be released from prison. When she applied for parole for the first time in 2006, it was firmly denied. Unfazed, she tried again in 2011, but this time her request was quickly denied, much to the relief of investigators, who thought her release would only increase the risk. She shouldn't be released on parole. She poses a serious threat to society because, since her incarceration, she has been engaging in the same behaviors that she did before. At the time of Mr. Nelson's passing, she married a man she knew. At the time, he was in his 80s. He passed away a few years ago, leaving her a sizable fortune. Omaima is currently unable to access any money she might want to claim outside of her prison, but if she is given parole, her access to money and freedom could completely transform her life. She may be able to rebuild a life outside of prison once her freedom and financial resources are restored, something that has long plagued the victim's family and those who remember her horrific crime. She will be eligible for a parole hearing once more in 2026, and the outcome will ultimately decide her future. This case demonstrated how childhood trauma can result in mental health problems later in life. In light of this, we would like to know your thoughts on this case. Do you believe Omaima killed her husband because she wanted his money, or did she have a mental illness and kill him in a fit of rage? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Born on May 23, 1973, in a small Tennessee town, Matthew Winkler came from a family where religion was very important. His life was centered around church activities from a young age, and his parents, who were devout Christians, gave him a solid moral foundation grounded in Christian principles. Matthew was taught the value and strength of faith at a young age, and it seems that his relationship with God served as his beacon. He was the youngest of 4 children, and despite their lack of wealth, the family was content, despite their financial struggles. Although Matthew enjoyed his studies, it wasn't until he was in his teens that he realized his true calling when he started participating in church ministries and assisting with youth events. He exuded confidence, charm, and a unique ability to connect with others. He made the decision to become a pastor at the age of 18, having already completed his education. Following his high school graduation, Matthew enrolled at Henderson, Tennessee's Freed-Hardeman College. Students from all over the nation who were looking for a theological education were drawn to this university because of its strong Christian tradition. Despite his concentration on his studies, Matthew remembered to engage in extracurricular activities. He served as the soccer team's captain. He frequently planned events for students and took an active part in campus life. He immediately made a name for himself as a leader among his peers thanks to his enthusiasm and drive. He met Mary, his future wife, at the same college. Despite attending the same college, Mary's personality was very different from Matthew's. She was quiet and unassuming, and even though their paths crossed at different occasions, she did not receive the same level of attention as he did. Born in Tennessee, Mary came from a traditional family. Her family always upheld modest values, and she had a mild upbringing. She was more concerned with building a family hearth than she was with ambition, unlike Matthew. However, they were united by their shared religious convictions and a desire to serve God. Matthew first became acquainted with Mary while she was volunteering for student council-organized projects on campus. Her kindness and gentleness of heart impressed him. Mary wasn't looking for attention. She was not overlooked. He started their friendship, which swiftly developed into a more committed partnership for someone with Matthew's charm. Surprisingly, Matthew's vivacious personality was ideally matched by Mary's serene and prudent disposition. They were soon inseparable. The couple started assisting the underprivileged, volunteering at community events, and working together on church projects. In addition to being his wife, Matthew viewed Mary as a ministry partner who shared his philosophy of life. Mary, however, believed she had found a man who shared her beliefs and was supportive. After graduating from college, they got married and relocated to Selmer, where Matthew accepted a position as a pastor at the nearby Church of Christ. There was more to the Church of Christ in Selmer than just worship. It served as the town's most significant hub for activity. It was situated on a hill with a lovely garden all around, and the congregation always congregated there. The entire town seemed to have assembled for prayer. Matthew immediately won over the locals with his innate charm and talent for communication. He planned a lot of charity concerts, youth classes, and events to aid the underprivileged. Everyone was talking about him, and he rose to prominence in the community. Mary actively assisted him in this ministry in spite of her modesty. She was present when Matthew took care of the house, assisted with event planning, and delivered significant announcements to the congregation. She stayed in the background, unlike her husband, but everyone could always see how much she loved and cared for her family. The Winklers seemed to be the ideal family. Patricia, Mary, Alice, and Brianna are the three daughters that Matthew and Mary raised. You could frequently hear the children's laughter reverberating throughout the house because they were energetic and full of fun. The sisters were close and, even though they were young, already exhibited the same Christian values as their parents, but there was a very bad life going on behind the closed doors of their home. The tension between Matthew and Mary was occasionally apparent to those who knew the family a little better. Although some claimed that Matthew was an overly strict man, the rumors never spread beyond a small circle. Matthew was a man of strong character. In a small town, people hardly ever talked about such things openly, but their children, who were always happy and gregarious, showed no signs of trouble for most of them. The Winklers were still a role model. It started out as a typical spring morning on March 22, as the Christ Church congregation started to assemble for services. The town was just starting to awaken. The air was filled with the aroma of freshly cut grass and coffee poured into thermoses that residents frequently brought to meetings. But soon after, the unsettling news that Pastor Matthew had failed to arrive at church broke the stillness of that morning. He never skipped Sunday services, so this was out of the ordinary. After unsuccessful attempts to contact him, a number of parishioners visited his home to check on him. They saw that the door was unlocked and the windows were draped as they got closer to the house. Given how strict the Winkler family had always been about security, this seemed strange. They knew something had gone wrong as soon as they were inside. It was too quiet in the house. A distressing call was placed to emergency number 91 at 9 a.m. Matthew Winkler was the pastor of the Church of Christ, where James Barker, the caller, was a parishioner. Barker stated that because Matthew had not shown up for the morning service, he and a few other churchgoers who were worried about the pastor had made the decision to pay him a visit at his house. A few minutes after the call, Barker found Matthew's body in his bedroom, and police officers quickly arrived on the scene. In order to avoid interfering with the investigation, Barker and other parishioners had already left the house. The house appeared to be in good condition upon first inspection, but the atmosphere was strange. The only evidence of violence or damage in the house was the fight in the bedroom. There was no sign of the family's presence, as if they had just left the house. The police officers were astounded by the house's unremarkable appearance as soon as they entered it. There was an incomplete breakfast in the kitchen, toys on the floor, and cups of leftover coffee on the table in the living room. However, the initially seemingly normal atmosphere did not match what the police officers soon learned when they entered the bedroom. They saw Matthew Winkler's body right away. He was on the bed, face down, in pajamas that showed obvious signs of abuse. Death had finally caught up with him, as was later revealed. The pastor had a noticeable large wound on his back a few hours prior, which was clearly caused by a gunshot, but the gun itself was not present in the room. The police observed that the gunshot shell casing was on the ground as they placed Matthew's body down. This immediately suggested the presence of a firearm, but none was found. There was evidence of a struggle in the bedroom. The nightstand had been knocked over, and books and personal items were all over the floor. As though someone had attempted to hide or flee, the sheet was partially hanging off the bed, and the bedding was wrinkled. This implied that at the time of the crime, the victim and the offender were engaged in combat. A few crucial details were also noted by forensic investigators who arrived soon after the police. The family had gotten up early that day and was getting ready for their morning duties, as evidenced by the empty bottles of shampoo and shower gel in the bathroom. But there were concerns about Matthew's own death in the bedroom and his absence from the church service. The shoe tracks that did not match Matthew's shoes, however, were the most interesting discovery. Someone was in the room when the crime was committed, as evidenced by prints found on the carpet near the bed. The pastor's shoes were not the same size as these footprints. This suggested a potential offender who might have been both directly involved in the incident and a witness to the murder. On one of the night tables, police also discovered a partial palm print that they later determined belonged to Mary Winkler. Her whereabouts were unknown at the time of the murder, but the print provided unmistakable proof that she was present at the scene, making this fact contentious. A child's note was left on the kitchen refrigerator by the family's eldest daughter. The paper said, "Daddy, you are loved." In the midst of the tragedy, the message was especially poignant and made investigators wonder about the motivations behind the crime. After examining the house and documenting important evidence, police started questioning. James Barker, who saw the first events, was the first person interviewed. Barker attested that he and a number of parishioners visited the residence early on March 22 in order to locate the pastor, who had not arrived for service. The next question posed by a neighbor is whether the perpetrator knew the family, because he also stated that there were no indications of violence or forced entry in the house, who also claimed that he saw Mary Winkler on March 21st in the evening. According to him, there were no indications of tension or conflict, and the Winkler family seemed friendly and at ease. The Winkler family was described by numerous witnesses as calm and amiable, so this turned out to be a crucial point. Soon after, the police started interrogating the church employees, who also attested to the absence of any indications of disputes or questionable activities, but it soon became apparent that nobody had any clue as to where Mary and the kids might have gone. The main thing that caught people's attention right away was that Mary and the Winkler kids were nowhere to be found. The family may have been kidnapped or on the run because their car was out of place. This turned into the primary query that investigators were attempting to address. Following the discovery of Matthew's body, a massive search was launched for the Winkler's vehicle, and hotels and gas stations were inspected for possible routes Mary might have taken. When police learned that the Nissan Quest minivan had vanished, they immediately began a manhunt for it. Every patrol team within a few hundred kilometers was told to keep an eye out for vehicles that fit the description. Investigators also asked for surveillance footage from gas stations and major highways. Because Selmer is a small town, there were few options for escape routes, which gave police hope that the missing men would be found soon. The car was seen on a surveillance camera at a gas station in northern Alabama, roughly 200 kilometers from the crime scene, a few hours after the search started. 3 kids were in the backseat of the car, and the driver was a woman, according to the video. Although her motivations were still unknown, this discovery was the first concrete indication that Mary had left the state with the kids. Police started looking through Mary's cell phone's messages and calls while they searched for the car. Cellular carrier's information indicated that her phone was in operation in the Jackson, Alabama area. During the time that the car was spotted, Mary made a number of brief phone calls, none of which were to friends or family. This demonstrated her prudence and desire to avoid leaving an overt trace. Calls made the day before the murder were also examined by investigators. One significant discovery was that Mary had spoken with the bank where the family had a loan about their financial troubles. Based on this information, police theorized that strange financial relationships might have been the driving force behind the crime. Examining Mary's financial activity was another crucial area of attention. The family booked accommodations at a small Jackson motel using their credit card. Police were able to further focus their search as a result, and on March 23, 2006, Just over 24 hours after Matthew Winkler's body was found, they went straight to the address that was provided. Mary Winkler and her 3 kids were discovered by police in a motel in Jackson. A tiny room with 2 beds was occupied by the family. Mary opened the door almost instantly when the officers knocked. She didn't appear panicked, but she did look exhausted. She later discovered that she had purchased the toys her 3 daughters were playing with on the way in. There was no opposition to Mary's arrest. After giving him a hug, the woman calmly climbed into the police car. The investigators were taken aback by her actions. She didn't try to escape or defend herself. She merely said, "I knew you would find us." This was a crucial detail because it showed that she was aware that she was going to be arrested. The kids were treated by psychologists at a nearby social assistance center. They looked healthy at first glance, but they were confused and didn't know what was going on. Patricia, the oldest daughter, informed center employees that her mother had asked them to be obedient while they were on a brief vacation. Investigators also spoke with people who knew the Winklers, including Mary. While neighbors characterized the family as amiable and successful, others noted that Mary had recently appeared to be depressed. According to one of her friends, she hardly ever interacted with people outside of her family and church. According to Matthew's church colleagues, he was a strict man, particularly when it came to family matters. This was inconsistent with the public portrayal of their happy marriage. The Winklers had substantial debts, according to officials at the bank where the family's loan was arranged, and a member of the congregation remembered that Mary had appeared distracted and depressed the day before. The bank sent a letter requesting repayment shortly before the tragedy. The family may have become tense as a result of this. The testimony of witnesses and the evidence collected suggested that the couple's relationship was not as perfect as it seemed. According to Mary, Matthew was emotionally harsh and frequently chastised her, but at the time following Mary's wink, there was no proof of physical abuse. Was taken into custody by police at a motel in Jackson Township. Investigators sought to ascertain her involvement in her husband's murder, and she consented to an interview. Despite appearing exhausted and depressed, the woman maintained her composure. She maintained that what happened was an accident, but her confession became the main focus of the case. Mary made it clear right away during her initial interrogation that she had no intention of concealing her role in the incidents. "It was an accident, but I did it." Her voice trembled as she told investigators about Matthew's death, but she responded to inquiries promptly and clearly. Although she acknowledged that she had picked up a shotgun the night of the murder, she maintained that she had no plans to kill her husband. Mary said it was a tense night. She claimed that she and Matthew had argued about money issues that had been accumulating for months. She claimed that Matthew had accused her of mishandling their finances and of keeping bank correspondence about their debt hidden from him. Mary remembered him telling her that I had ruined everything. Following her husband's remarks that evening, Mary disclosed that she felt depressed and humiliated. According to her, Matthew was frequently severe and insisted on complete order in the home. However, his criticism had gotten especially harsh in the last few months. He allegedly discussed that evening how her behavior had put the family in danger of going bankrupt. Following that altercation, Mary acknowledged that she felt confined. She said that in order to get her husband to listen, she took a shotgun. She claims that she only wanted him to stop yelling and had no intention of hurting him. He was standing by the bed when she came up to him, explaining that she had taken the weapon from a closet in the bedroom. "I wanted him to see me in a new light. I wished he would stop yelling." "I said," she said. Mary said she had no idea how the weapon operated. She claimed she didn't have time to realize anything because it happened so fast. "All I can recall is the sound. It was really noisy." She recalled realizing what had happened when she watched Matthew fall onto the bed following the shooting. Mary recalled that she first froze in place after the shooting because she was in shock and unsure of what to do next. She couldn't get close to her husband to check on him. Instead, she hurried to the children's rooms, where they were already asleep, woke them up, hurriedly packed her things, and walked out of the house. Mary claimed she was in total shock and was worried that no one would comprehend her when investigators questioned her about why she didn't call the police or an ambulance. With no specific objective in mind, she simply wanted to get as far away as she could, so she climbed into the family minivan and drove off, taking her kids with her. According to her, Mary denied that she was attempting to conceal or get away with it. She claims that she chose to simply leave because she was unsure of what to do. She added that protecting her kids was her first priority. Mary's confession raised a lot of questions, but also provided investigators with a foundation for prosecution. The shotgun needed a lot of force to pull the trigger and remove the safety, according to forensic specialists who examined the weapon. The fact that Mary brought the gun with her raised suspicions among the police, who began to wonder if the shooting was really an accident. Investigators suspected this was a deliberate choice or an attempt to conceal evidence after the murder. Despite being emotional, Mary's own confession did not rule out a premeditated crime. In an interview with psychologists, Patricia, the family's eldest daughter, claimed to have heard her parents talking loudly the night before the trip. The girl remembered that her mother had later entered the room, woken her up, and informed her that they were leaving, but she did not understand what was being said. Mary's claim that she left the house right away after the murder was supported by this testimony. To prevent traumatizing the children, the investigation used their testimony with caution. They did, however, support the idea that Mary acted emotionally, even though her actions following the shooting continued to be unpredictable. Investigators concluded that Mary's confession contained enough evidence to bring charges of second-degree murder. Her acknowledgement that she fired the shot herself, the fingerprints found at the scene, and the fact that the gun was found in the car's trunk were the primary contributing factors. After conducting interviews and compiling evidence, investigators also explained her attempts to escape to another state and her escape with her children, which they viewed as avoidance behavior. Prosecutors intended to present the case in a way that would demonstrate Mary's actions went beyond chance, so she was moved to the county jail to await trial. What was ahead was a trial that would spark extensive public outrage and become a national conversation point not just in Tennessee. The trial had a national impact. In the spring of 2007, Mary Winkler's trial got underway in the Tennessee District Court. The case immediately sparked widespread public interest. Journalists from across the nation attended the hearings, in addition to Selmer residents. On the one hand, Mary was portrayed by the prosecution as a cold-blooded killer. The defense, however, contended that Mary suffered from years of emotional suppression and domestic abuse, which ultimately caused the tragic result. From the outset of the trial, the prosecution adopted a tough posture. Using evidence from forensic experts, prosecutors contended that Mary Winkler killed her husband voluntarily. They presented evidence that Mary's behavior the night of the murder was motivated and purposeful. The necessity of removing the safety and purposefully pulling the trigger on the weapon that fired the shot was one of the main points of contention. According to experts, the shotgun was operational and difficult to fire, so this was not an accident. Prosecutors also emphasized Mary's actions following the murder, including her running from the scene, disappearing with her kids, and trying to escape to another state, all of which suggested that she knew what she had done. In order to demonstrate that Mary's actions were intentional, the prosecution presented surveillance footage of her filling up her car and using a bank card as proof. Prosecutors contended that she fled in an effort to escape accountability rather than phoning the police or an ambulance. According to the prosecution, the couple's relationship tensions stemming from financial difficulties were the driving force behind the crime. The family's significant debts were disclosed by the bank in court documents. The prosecution claims that Mary concealed letters from creditors, which sparked a dispute the night of the murder. Prosecutors tried to show that the woman's decision to divorce her husband was ultimately prompted by this circumstance because they felt he controlled her and put psychological pressure on her. Mary's choice to hide the weapon in the car trunk following the murder caught the attention of the prosecution. Prosecutors emphasized throughout the trial that a person who unintentionally fired a shot would not have taken such actions, and that this was not only an attempt to conceal evidence, but also another sign that her actions were conscious. In contrast, Mary's defense centered on her emotional state and the aspects of her family life that might have contributed to the tragedy. Mary acted rashly under intense stress and fear, according to the defense lawyers. They attempted to demonstrate that the flight was the product of shock and panic, and that the shooting was an accident. The assertion that Mary had been experiencing emotional and psychological distress served as the primary defense. She told the court for years that her husband dominated every part of her life, frequently criticized her, and made decisions for the whole family. Mary's lawyers claimed that these situations made her feel scared and powerless, which ultimately caused her to lose it during her testimony. Mary stated that she took the shotgun that evening to persuade her husband to listen to her and cease the abuse, not to murder him. She maintained that the shooting was unintentional. Mary could have acted under the influence of stress and emotional distress, according to a psychologist the defense brought to the trial. The expert pointed out that people frequently do things they wouldn't normally do when they're depressed and afraid. Her actions following the murder were another area of focus for the attorneys. They maintained that she did not intentionally try to hide the crime when she fled. Mary's instinctive defense was to leave the scene of the tragedy with her children because she was afraid that no one would understand her. Mary appeared depressed long before the tragedy, according to defense witnesses, some of whom were close friends of Mary. They recalled that she seldom expressed her emotions, but occasionally brought up the fact that her husband could be too strict. These testimonies enhanced the overall picture of the family's relationship, even though they were insufficient to prove abuse. The jury deliberated for several hours before rendering a decision. Mary Winkler's manslaughter conviction was upheld. Although her behavior following the shooting suggested responsibility for what transpired, the court believed there was not enough evidence to consider her actions fully conscious. Due to a scheduling conflict with one of the attorneys on June 8, 2007, the sentencing phase was postponed from its original start date of May 18, 2007. A judge in Tennessee sent a yeas on the manslaughter charge. Mary Winkler received a sentence of 210 days in prison. According to her record, she had already completed 5 months of that time, and the judge permitted her to spend up to 60 days in a Tennessee mental health facility. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. We will examine 2 cases today that you are most likely unfamiliar with. Both cases occurred in the United States of America, one in Maine and the other in New York City. 2 19-year-old women encountered unanticipated events that ended their plans and aspirations and permanently altered their families' lives. Michaela Conley, 19, lived in Bar Harbor with her mother and stepfather. The town of Bar Harbor is located on Mount Desert Island in Frenchman Bay, Maine. It provides access to the nearby Acadia National Park's mountains and cliffs. When Michaela was 4 years old, her father passed away. On May 31, 2018, Michaela picked up her friend Jaliek Keene at Logan Airport in Boston and drove him back to Bar Harbor. Conley and Keene attended Mount Desert Island High School together. Before graduating in 2015, he played running back for the Mount Desert Island High School football team. According to a friend and coach, he had just finished playing football for the Krausevo Royal Crowns, an amateur team in Serbia. He is thought to have been returning from Europe when Michaela Conley met him at the airport. The same evening, she took him back to her Bar Harbor home on Eden Street, which is directly across from the Connors Emerson School. Michaela and Jaliek decided to go for a walk after leaving the house at around 2 in the morning. Michaela never came home. Later, Jaliek went back to Michaela's house the following morning and informed her mother that he had left his wallet and cell phone in Michaela's room and wanted to get them back. Danielle Timoney, Michaela's mother, was shocked to hear that her daughter had not spent the night at home. Jaliek claimed that after a fight with Michaela, he left her alone and walked away. According to Jaliek, he had not seen Michaela. Michaela's mother then reported her daughter's disappearance to the police. Court documents are the most trustworthy source of information. One such document that describes Michaela's fate will now be read to you. A detective who worked on the Michaela Conley investigation provided this testimony. Thomas Pickering, a detective in the Maine State Police Major Crimes Unit North, is your affiant. As of February 2012, your affiant has been a detective. Due to my own investigative efforts and the efforts of other Maine State Police detectives and other law enforcement personnel who shared their findings with me as part of the investigation, I have first-hand knowledge of the facts and circumstances that are described below. Although this affidavit does not contain all of the information we have learned during our investigation, I think it is enough to show that there is reasonable suspicion that Jaliek Keene committed murder. The Maine State Police contacted Urifiant on June 1, 2018 in Bar Harbor, Maine. On June 2, 2018, around 11:32, Bangor RCC reported a missing person from Bar Harbor. After arriving at the Bar Harbor Police Department, Urifiant was informed by Maine State Police Sergeant Jason Richards of the following facts: that on March 22, 1999, Michaela Conley was reported missing to the Bar Harbor Police Department, that she had left in the afternoon of May 31, 2018, to travel to South to pick up Jalik Keene and a woman named Natasha, that her mother, Danielle Timmons, reported her missing on June 3, 18, at around 1:04 p.m., that Danielle reported that her cell phone was found this morning on the grounds of the Connors Emerson School, that a school official gave Danielle a cell phone, which Danielle recognized as her own, that on June 2, 2018, an MSP canine search team discovered human remains in the wooded area between the Connors Emerson School and the intersection of Eden Avenue and West Street in Bar Harbor, Maine, that a video was uploaded to Snapchat from Michaela's phone on June 1, 2018, at 2:19 a.m., that a male named Jalik Keene was identified in the video, and that the video showed what was thought to be the playground at the Connors Emerson School. The remains were hidden beneath branches, bamboo, and other vegetation. The body had been dragged from the vicinity of the school, as evidenced by the obvious drag marks found upon closer inspection of the scene. Later, it was determined that the remains belonged to Michaela Conley, who was born on March 22, 1999. On June 3, 2018, State Medical Examiner Dr. Margaret Greenwald performed Michaela Conley's autopsy. Dr. Greenwald called me to share her initial findings. She discovered evidence of strangulation and blunt force trauma to the head and face after the autopsy. In addition, there were numerous abrasions and contusions on the torso and extremities, which suggested both dragging and intentional harm. Additionally, there was evidence of anal penetration with injury, including rectum contusions, anus lacerations, and contusions. She believes that strangulation and blunt force trauma are the causes of death. Homicide is the manner of death. Before MSP detectives Jason Fowler and Paul White discovered the body, Jalik Keene was interviewed on June 10. He acknowledged in that interview that Michaela had picked him up at Logan Airport and that they had driven back to Bar Harbor together. He claimed to have stayed with her until the wee hours of the morning at her house, and that while they were there, they both went onto the grounds of the nearby Connors Emerson School at around 2 in the morning. I was able to verify this claim by looking at surveillance footage that was obtained from the school. He claimed that they made out and had sex for approximately an hour while they were together on the school grounds, as will be covered in more detail below. Then she got angry. A physical altercation broke out. He displayed the scratches on his back to the detectives. "She had forced it upon me," he said. He claimed that he left at 3:30 a.m. and never came back. "I never saw her again," he said. Jalik and I had a walkthrough on June 3 before I interviewed him. He acknowledged that they had had vaginal sex at that point, and in response to my questions, he revealed that this was their first time having sex together, and that he had also had anal sex with Michaela. He went on to say that he never saw her again after leaving her on the school grounds at around 3:30 in the morning. He told me that he waited for her for 4 hours after walking down to the shoreline close to the Bar Harbor shore path. I was able to get the video surveillance footage from every camera at the school by collaborating with other detectives. By watching that video, I was able to see Michaela Conley and Jalik Keene strolling along the path that connects Eden Street to the Connors Emerson School at 2:17 in the morning. Jalik and Michaela walk off camera toward the school's Eden Street side, which is where the playground is. After that, I watched more video from a camera mounted on the building's Eden Street side. Low light levels and cobwebs in front of the lens, which partially obscured the view, resulted in poor video quality. It was like taking pictures with night vision. However, I managed to see someone who looked like Michaela enter the scene and sit on the ground in what must have been a very dimly lit space. Then, at 3:36 a.m., I saw a man who looked like Jalik approach her side. Following some sort of conversation, he picked her up over his shoulder and left with her while she was kicking her feet. I then looked at more footage from the same camera that was shot at around 7:05 a.m. the following day in full daylight. I saw someone operating a lawnmower, moving in and out of sight. Shortly afterward, I saw Jaliek Keene emerge from behind a line of bushes into the open, carrying an apparently dead Michaela by her wrists, pulling her over his back with her body stretched out on it, and quickly dragging her across the screen in the direction of the location where her body was eventually discovered. Jaliek had the same eye-catching tattoo on his left arm that I had previously noticed on the video, and I noticed that he was wearing the same black clothing that he had been wearing when they first arrived on school property. Additionally, when he is interviewed, the video footage blatantly disputes Jaliek's assertion that he abandoned Michaela at the school grounds at 3:30 a.m. and never returned. I did not see any other male or female than those mentioned above at any time while I was watching the surveillance tape. Jaliek Keene was taken into custody. Despite facing multiple charges, he entered a not guilty plea. About 50 of Conley's family members and friends packed the courtroom for the 2019 trial. A smaller group of Keene's relatives and friends were gathered on the opposite side of the courtroom, wearing black t-shirts featuring a picture of Keene and the words, "We all love you" in large letters. Meg Elam, the prosecutor, told the jury, which consisted of 6 men and 9 women, that on May 31, 2018, Michaela Conley drove Keene and 2 other people back to Bar Harbor after picking them up at Boston's Logan International Airport. Michaela was unaware that she would die within the next 18 hours, Elam reminded the jury. She also mentioned that Michaela Conley's genitalia and under her fingernails contained Keene's DNA. Since Keene was physically stronger than Michaela, she had very little chance of escaping after the police found and inspected her body. According to the website of the West Virginia University sports team, where Keene played collegiate soccer, Michaela was 5 feet 4 inches tall and weighed just 93 pounds. In 2015, he made a separate opening statement to the jury, stating that he weighed 180 pounds and stood 6 feet tall. Attorneys Don Corbett and Jeffrey Tutaker, who are Keene's representatives, stated that although prosecutors have circumstantial evidence against Keene, they are unable to prove that he killed Michaela Conley because there may have been another person on the school property who escaped being captured on camera. According to Corbett, police never tested objects discovered on the playground, such as cigarette butts and an empty alcohol bottle, in an effort to identify additional suspects. According to her, there is no evidence of Conley's cause of death or the identity of those present when she passed away. Circumstantial evidence, according to Corbett, does not prove anything beyond a reasonable doubt. It makes people guess. Before Corbett told the jury how Conley and Keene, who had known each other since elementary school, went to Conley's mother's home on Eden Street, which was right across the street from the elementary school, when they arrived in Bar Harbor at around 1 in the morning. Elam gave her opening statement. Her mother never saw or spoke to her again after Conley and Keene left. According to Elam, Keene returned to the house the following morning and claimed that he had left his cell phone there the previous evening. Conley's mother discovered that Conley was missing when she went up to her daughter's room to get it. Keene informed Conley's mother that he had last seen her on the school grounds at around 3:30 a.m. when she inquired about the whereabouts of her daughter. Conley's mother was notified later that morning by school personnel that they had located Conley's cell phone on the school's playground. Later that morning, after a thorough search involving Conley's friends and the police, they also discovered Conley's shoes outside the school. Keene persisted in telling people that he last saw her at the playground. Even the defendant took part in the search. Elam claimed that even though he already knew where Michaela Conley's body was, he feigned to search for her. Keene began as Conley's friend, but ended up being a wolf in sheep's clothing. According to the victim's stepfather, "I am completely shattered. I am irreparably damaged. This is my life sentence without my girl. Keene has destroyed our family, Jaliek." According to Danielle Timoney, Conley's mother, Keene made the decision to testify on his own behalf. A video that purportedly showed him carrying Conley's lifeless body and then washing himself in a water spigot was shown to him on the grounds of Connors Emerson School. Keene claimed he couldn't remember what was captured on camera. Prosecutors and defense lawyers questioned Keene. He claims that after an international flight from Serbia, where he played football, he had been up for about 36 hours that night. Keene claims he didn't remember anything from that morning until he left his wallet and phone at Conley's house. As he spoke for himself, Keene informed Judge Murray that he disagreed with one aspect of the case, stating that although he loved Michaela, he was never in love with her. After that, Keene read a written confession in which he acknowledged that he was responsible for Connolly's death and stated that he wanted to exchange his life for hers. He appeared to request the death penalty rather than spend years in prison, saying he would never purposefully hurt any of his friends but would take a bullet for them. A jury found Keene guilty, but Keene added that no one knows what happened the night Michaela was killed in May 2019. During the sentencing on September 11, the verdict was declared. Despite the video evidence, Judge Murray said it was chilling that Keene refused to accept responsibility for Conley's death. Judge Murray also found it unsettling that Keene could appear to Conley's mother while pretending to care for her daughter, 22-year-old Jaliek, only minutes after killing her. Keene received a sentence of 30 years and 58 years for murder. The two terms will be served simultaneously. The event covered in this video happened in January 2022, specifically in East Harlem, New York City. Cristal Bayron Neves, 19, was employed at Burger King on the night shift. As if sensing trouble, she was scheduled to work another shift on January 8, 2022. Even though Crystal didn't want to go to work, her sense of duty overcame her. The girl showed up for what turned out to be her final shift. North of the Upper East Side, East Harlem, also called Spanish Harlem or El Barrio, is a neighborhood in Upper Manhattan, New York City. It is bordered to the east and north by the East and Harlem Rivers, to the south by 96th Street, and to the west by 5th Avenue. Although it is one of the neighborhoods that are included in Greater Harlem, it is generally not regarded as being a part of Harlem proper. Despite its name, the neighborhood is home to one of New York City's largest Hispanic communities, which is primarily made up of Puerto Ricans, Dominicans, Cubans, and Mexicans. In 2019, Crystal, her mother, and her 14-year-old brother relocated to New York City from Puerto Rico, where they gradually made their home. While their mother, Christy Nieves, found employment and tried her best to provide for her children, Crystal and her brother began attending school. Crystal received her high school diploma in 2021. She started looking for work, but since she lacked any skills, she was compelled to accept a position at East Harlem's Burger King in December 2021. Her home was only a few blocks away from her workplace on 116th Street. Her dreams were not limited to working behind the cash register at a fast food restaurant. Of course, she intended to attend college and pursue a career that would enable her to be eligible for a higher-paying job, but for now, Crystal's dream was a personal vehicle, and she set out to earn the money necessary to purchase it for herself. During her first few days at Burger King, Crystal encountered difficulties. She had to work the night shift because of the way the schedule was set up. Since East Harlem has a long history of social issues, including high crime rates, Crystal was understandably unhappy with the night shifts. She was afraid of the homeless people who would gather in front of the Burger King where she worked at night. Crystal asked her manager to adjust her work schedule after she started to worry about her safety. She requested to start working the day shift on January 14, 2022. As her final night shifts came to an end, Crystal was to start working during the day. She grew less and less excited to go to work. Before leaving the house on the evening of January 8, 2022, Crystal was heading to one of her final night shifts. She told her mother, Christy Nieves, that she was scared of the contingent that gathered there at night, and that was why she didn't want to go to work. But the mother insisted that her daughter must do the right thing. "You have to be responsible," Christy said. "You're already on the schedule, so you must leave." The last time Crystal's mother saw her alive, she left for work. Crystal changed her clothes when she got to work and started working. She worked at a Burger King location that was open 24 hours a day, but there was no security. A man wearing all black entered the building at around 1 in the morning. He had a gun in his hand and a black ski mask covering his face. The first person to obstruct the offender at this time was a patron who was seated at a table within the establishment. The handle of the gun struck him in the head. The 59-year-old female manager was struck in the face by the perpetrator after she was next in line. Then, the masked man threatened Crystal as he walked up behind the cash register. He insisted that she take the money out of the cash register and give it to him. Although there was only $100 in the cash register, Crystal opened it took the money and gave it to the criminal in order to comply with the demands. The masked man pulled the trigger because he apparently didn't like receiving so little money. Crystal was struck in the chest by the bullet. The manager called 911 after the offender had left the property. Police and an ambulance showed up and took Crystal to the hospital, where the doctor tried her best to save her life but was unsuccessful. The location where everything occurred was cordoned off by police, but they were unable to track down and capture the criminal on the hot tracks. The female manager told the police everything they could recall after the customer was struck in the head by a gun handle. They claimed that Crystal followed the offender's instructions without question. However, he still shot her. Although the suspect's face was hidden by a mask, the New York Police Department released a picture of him in the hopes that someone would recognize him and report it for information that would result in the criminal's arrest. The $10,000 reward offered by the New York Police Department was quickly raised to $20,000. What took place? Additionally, Crystal's family suffered a severe blow. Funeral arrangements were now a burden for the family, even though her life had only just begun. Outside the Burger King building, a temporary memorial was set up, and worried citizens brought flowers and lit candles. According to Mayor Eric Adams, he met Nieves' mother and observed the anguish on her face. He expressed gratitude to the NYPD for their efforts in apprehending the suspect. Even though I don't attend arrest press conferences, it was extremely personal for a cold-blooded murderer to shoot a 19-year-old girl after she cooperated. There are far too many firearms on our streets, as we have repeatedly stated. Adams said that when a fundraiser was set up for the Nieves family, hundreds of worried people answered the call for assistance. In her native Puerto Rico, Christy Nieves made the decision to bury her daughter. When contributions totaled $45,000, the fundraiser was shut down. Crystal's family members received complimentary tickets to Puerto Rico from JetBlue Airways, which has its headquarters in New York. Police were working to solve the case in the interim. Throughout the city, leaflets featuring the offender's picture were actively circulated. The incident was discussed on television news programs, and the picture was also circulated on social media. There was no justification for shooting this young woman, so it's likely that very few people in New York are still unaware of Crystal's incident. The money had been transferred. She was making an effort to follow the gunman's instructions. She was killed for no apparent reason, according to NYPD Chief of Department Kenneth Corey. 5 days after Crystal's death, police spoke tearfully about the teen's last moments. After the culprit fled the scene, they declared that they had arrested a suspect. Detectives used surveillance footage to follow his movements. On Friday, January 14, Winston Glynn, 30, was taken into custody. The clothes the murderer allegedly wore the night of the attack were discovered in nearby dumpsters when police arrested Glynn at a Bedford-Stuyvesant, Brooklyn address. According to law enforcement, they found a phone that he had taken from the manager of the restaurant and thrown into a subway tunnel. They also used security footage to follow the attacker to a nearby bodega where, an hour prior to the deadly altercation, he made an electronic transaction. Among other charges, he was accused of first-degree murder. Surprisingly, Glynn, a Jamaican native, worked at Burger King for a while in 2020 in the exact location he chose to rob. He also resided in a homeless shelter. Furthermore, he probably went in disguise as a customer the day before the attack to take a look around. Because Glynn was familiar with the facility and knew there was inadequate security, investigators came to the conclusion that he planned the attack. He left before Crystal began working there, so he didn't know her. As officers led Winston, Glynn, out of the police station in handcuffs and shackles, he screamed at the irate crowd of onlookers. "Our reparations for 400 years of slavery are nowhere to be found," Glynn inquired. Then he yelled, "America is going to burn," as loudly as he could. As the suspect was being led from the station, a crowd of bystanders gathered outside and threw profanities at him. Glynn repeatedly accused the judge of lying during the courtroom arraignment. "You didn't see the judge, liar," the suspect yelled. "Liar." At a subsequent court hearing, Glynn was accused of first-degree murder and robbery and was not granted bail. He likened himself to Jesus Christ and Nelson Mandela. Nelson Mandela. What happened to him? What became of Jesus? They weren't guilty. I want to be a leader in all of that, Glynn. Many people are envious. He asked why he would use a traceable payment so soon before the crime, and why it took days for a witness to identify him after the news had broadcast the robbery's video. "I used to work at a tip line, and I'm sure someone called it. That's all," he raged. alluding to the 8 months he worked at the East 116th Burger King in 2020, the location of Bayron Niev's murder. This can only go in one direction. They let me go, and I sue the city for keeping me for so long, he continued. The system treats the lower class as if we are unimportant, which infuriated Glynn, before asserting that the families of the wealthy and powerful truly profit from crime and chaos in the city. He also made strange references to Freemasons and the Illuminati. Glynn entered a not guilty plea in the death of Bayron Nies. Glynn's criminal history includes at least 4 prior arrests, including menacing with a weapon in November 2021 and criminal possession of a weapon in December 2020. Winston Glynn is currently awaiting sentencing. A conviction for first-degree murder carries a life sentence without the possibility of release. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. A person's life can be completely transformed by the emotion of love. It can be tender and loving, or it can be hurtful and disappointing. Almost everyone has times in their lives when they meet someone who becomes special to them, but occasionally these relationships don't work out as planned. In this tale, a man and a woman fell in love, but their relationship ended because of a well-publicized investigation. What transpired between them? For what reason were their parents against their relationship? This video will teach you the answers to these questions. I want to start by saying that this is one of the most unbelievable stories I have ever posted on my channel. Why do those who are meant to protect and serve act indifferently? And everyone will be shocked by this story's conclusion. We will therefore talk about what happened in Kemerovo, Russia, in 2020. The administrative hub of the Kemerovo Oblast is the sizable Russian city of Kemerovo. It is located in western Siberia's southern region. It is one of the biggest cities in Siberia, with a population of over 500,000. On September 24, 1997, Vera Pekdeleva was born in Kishtym, Kemerovo Oblast. She developed into a happy, imaginative adult. She won first place in several competitions because she loved singing while studying in school. Despite their divorce while she was in school, Vera's parents, Oksana and Yevgeny, remained friendly. Vera got along well with her mother's new husband and her father's new wife. She was characterized as a non-confrontational, upbeat, and kind individual. Vera's mother, Oksana, lived in Kiselyausk, about 110 miles from Kemerovo, and Vera visited her mother whenever she had free time. As I mentioned earlier, Vera was a creative person, so her family was taken aback when she moved to Kemerovo after high school and enrolled in the State Technical University rather than pursuing a creative career. Vera met a man her own age, Vladislav Kanyas, during one of these trips in 2016. Vera was nothing like Vlad, as everyone called him. He was reclusive, irritable, and lacked life goals. Vlad was raised in a dysfunctional household and left school after the 9th grade. He lived with his father after his mother abandoned her family. But the challenges in his life did not stop there. In the end, his father committed suicide as a result of his legal troubles. Vlad was profoundly affected by everything that transpired in front of his eyes. Vera fell in love with Vlad despite the fact that they had little in common. Vera's parents opposed this relationship because they were aware of Vlad's identity. Although we sympathized with the man and understood that his life wasn't easy, we wanted Vera to have an entirely different life. We didn't agree with her decision. According to her mother, Oksana, we waited for her to break up with him. Vera's father requested that they break up after learning about Vlad. But Vlad and his daughter remained together. She simply ceased discussing him with her parents. Vlad never showed up for our family get-togethers. The pictures on Vera's social media accounts did not feature him. She seemed to be concealing him, Vera's mother recalled. It's important to note that in 2019, Vera and Vlad moved to Kemerovo to live together. Vlad, who was unemployed and did not want to change that, loved living with Vera, and her parents helped pay for the apartment. She always had some cash in her wallet and was intelligent and attractive. She gave him financial support. The couple's relationship was strained. It was obvious that Vlad would not stop abusing alcohol. In November 2019, Vlad allegedly beat her, according to her parents. When Vera finally made the decision to end this toxic relationship, Her boyfriend was adamantly against it. As previously stated, Vera's parents assisted her in paying for the apartment where she and Vlad resided. Since Vera ended their relationship in November 2019, it stands to reason that Vlad ought to have moved out, but he refused to do so. He enjoyed living at the expense of others. This is a passage from Vlad's testimony. It will help you understand what transpired after Vera made the decision to break up with him. However, keep in mind that this is Vlad's testimony. Whether or not you believe what he says in his testimony is up to you. I got into a fight with Vera on December 15, 2019, he said. I wanted to go to a nightclub, but she said no, so we got into a fight. Vera started traveling frequently to Kislyovsk during our time together. Slowly, she started to distance herself from me. She informed me that she was speaking to someone else. Remember that. Vera had told Vlad she was ending their relationship a month prior, he went on. Our mutual friend also told me that she was seeing someone else. According to her, Vera was seeing Alexander, a man from Kislyovsk. I was not personally acquainted with him. I wanted to speak with Vera after finding out that she was seeing Alexander. During this period, we remained in the same apartment. Following our argument on December 15, 2019, she departed and took a few items with her. At the same time, I kept calling her to stay in contact. I offered to assist Vera in moving her remaining possessions to a different apartment when I called her on January 12, 2020. I offered to meet and move things, and Vera accepted. I would assist her with the move, we decided. We decided to meet in the afternoon on January 13. I was supposed to get her belongings. Vera approached me on January 13, 2020, at approximately 4 or 6 o'clock. I wanted to leave this apartment as well, so when she arrived, we packed our belongings. Without Vera, I didn't want to live there. We consumed beer, liqueur, and vodka while packing. Then I was intoxicated and Vera was intoxicated too. On January 14, 2020, we drank alcohol until 5 in the morning. We had no arguments while we were drinking. But when I brought up our relationship and suggested that we get back together, I revealed that I knew she was seeing another man, which caused a rift between us. It was not to her liking. She then began to curse, insult me, and hit me. Specifically, she kicked me at least 5 times in the groin and struck me in the face with her palm at least 8 times. When she slapped me, I felt no pain. Vera began hitting me first, but I felt physical pain when she kicked me between the legs. It infuriated me. She lied and claimed she wasn't seeing another man at the same time, which infuriated me. Vera kept insulting me, saying that I was intruding on her personal life because I was aware of every detail about her at the time. Vlad told the police that version of events. We'll talk about the opposing viewpoint next, which provides compelling evidence that Vlad was dishonest in his testimony. Take note of this phrase. On January 14, 2020, we drank alcohol until 5 in the morning. We did not argue while doing so. Vera had no intention of sharing the apartment with Vlad, much less partaking in alcohol. She requested a friend's assistance with the move. Vera left a voicemail for her friend at 5:08 p.m., stating that she was already in the apartment packing up her belongings. At around 6 o'clock in the afternoon, she promised to be at her new apartment. Vera requested assistance from a friend to move her belongings from the taxi to the apartment. Vera left another voicemail 3 minutes later. She asked her friend to assist her with the move by coming to the apartment where she and Vlad shared. But before Vera could finish, Vlad interrupted, saying, "No one's coming in here," and he objected to Vera's friend entering the apartment. 4 minutes later, at 5:15 p.m., Vera asked her friend to come in a low voice, suggesting that things had gotten out of hand. This message appears to have been a request for assistance. She purposefully spoke quietly so Vlad wouldn't hear her. Vera leaves another voicemail at 5:25 p.m., and Vlad's commanding voice can be heard once more. He advises Vera's friend to wait for Vera to text her and not to bother them. Vlad himself recorded the voicemail at 7:19 p.m. Vera was unable to use her phone from that point on. The monster and she were left alone, but we must explain what happened next. A witness described the horrific screams coming from apartment 738 as a massacre, and at around 3 in the morning, the neighbors on the same floor began to wake up. 15 people gathered in the hallway outside the apartment because the screams were so loud. Among them was Vlad's brother. Since his brother had previously threatened to kill Vera, he recalled Vlad's words and understood that they would have to smash down the door. Since the apartment's door was iron, The neighbors began searching for instruments to pry it open. People called the emergency service, and these calls eventually became part of a separate investigation, all the while hearing Vera's heartbreaking cries coming from the apartment. The police were still nowhere to be found 30 minutes later. During the 3.5 hours it lasted until 6:30 a.m., people called the police, but nobody arrived to help Vera. While Vera was fighting for her life, the witnesses called the emergency services 7 times, but no one answered. Vlad was the last person to speak to them from behind the door. "Forgive me, Vera," he said. "You have my undying love." Ultimately, the neighbors broke down the door using a crowbar they found in a nearby parking lot. Vlad was in the restroom by now, and Vera was already dead. He was inebriated. While Vera was suffering a terrible death at the hands of her ex-boyfriend, and the neighbors were futilely attempting to contact the police for assistance. Operators were drinking tea, laughing, and discussing life in 112, and they were quite upset about being bothered. It was only after Vera's death that the police showed up. They will later allege that one car ran out of gas and that no officers were available because everyone was attending to other calls. Consequently, the police officers who were on duty that evening and the 112 operators were also put on trial. The police station video was released while the investigation was underway, but translating it into English is pointless. I can sum it up in one word: indifference, and even without subtitles, it's obvious. Recall that Vlad stated in his testimony that he and Vera had no disputes until 5 in the morning, but the forensic analysis revealed that he had lied. 6 hours prior to her demise, Vera sustained her initial injuries. At around midnight, that is. It indicated that she had been beaten and injured by Vlad Kanyas for 6 hours prior to her passing. Her nose and ribs were broken, and she had approximately 100 injuries total, including stab wounds. Additionally, there were marks from strangulation on her neck. If you were surprised by the police's lack of action, prepare yourself. You won't believe what happened next. Over 1,000 people showed up for Vera Pexteleba's funeral, and the church was unable to accommodate them all. According to Oksana, Vera's mother, the funeral home tried to restore her daughter's face with makeup for 4 hours, but she was still unable to identify her. Her injuries were that severe. Vlad Kanyus was telling the investigators in the meantime his account of events. Naturally, he made an effort to minimize his involvement in this crime. He said as much about that evening. "I told her I knew she was seeing another guy and suggested we get back together when I first started talking to her about our relationship. We began to argue. It was not to her liking. She then began hitting me, insulting me, and using profanity. In particular, she struck me in the face with her palm at least 8 times and kicked me at least 5 times in the groin. When she slapped me, I felt no pain. Vera began hitting me first, but I felt physical pain when she kicked me between the legs. It infuriated me. She lied and claimed she wasn't seeing anyone else, which infuriated me. Vera also claimed that since I was well versed in her personal life, I was intruding on her privacy. She persisted in insulting me during this time. So I became enraged and struck her multiple times with my palms, roughly 4 times on the head, though the blows were not very strong. Vera fell to the ground and struck the closet when I struck her. On her stomach, she lay. She struck me back too. Specifically, she used her fists and palms to beat my head. It hurt. She didn't stop even after I told her to. She scratched my back, I recall. I then made the decision to grab her by the neck. On the floor, I noticed an iron. After grabbing this iron, I wrapped Vera's neck with the iron cord. Then I pulled the cord a little tighter around her neck. For 1.5 or 2 minutes, I squeezed her neck. I didn't want to kill Vera at the time, and I was unaware that my actions could do so. I wanted to frighten Vera, so I was pulling the cord tighter around her neck. My goal was for her to faint. I hoped she would go to sleep. After I took the cord off her neck, she began coughing and wheezing for 15 minutes. When I took Vera's neck cord off, I placed her on her back. After she had been in the prone position, she was unconscious at the time. She wheezed and made noises at the same time. She seemed fine to me. I eventually began rousing Vera, but she was not responding. I then began to hear if her heart was pounding. I listened to her mouth and then her heart. Her heart wasn't beating. She was not breathing. I can't recall what came next. I recall that I eventually found myself in the restroom. I was holding a knife at the same time. I wanted to injure myself, so I brought a knife. I knew Vera was dead, and I didn't want to kill her, so I didn't want to live. After a while, my brother and a policeman entered the apartment through the open door. I was then instructed to put on my clothes. The police station is where I was taken. I apologize for my actions. I don't deny that Vera died as a result of what I did. I had no desire to murder her. I would like to express my regret to Vera's family. Vlad has a selective memory, as you have observed. He recalled strangling Vera, but he couldn't recall how he hurt her roughly 100 times. Vera was lying on her stomach on the floor during the interrogation, and it was unclear how she could have scratched his back and punched him in the face. It also became evident how Vlad's brother got to the crime scene. He lived in a different city, after all. This is what Vlad said to the police. I called my brother and informed him of the situation. My brother advised me to call an ambulance and perform cardiopulmonary resuscitation on Vera after I informed him that she was not breathing. I attempted to administer first aid to her. I attempted to massage her heart and perform CPR. He called his brother around midnight and threatened to kill Vera, according to information uncovered during the investigation. When questioned again about Vera's injuries during the second interrogation, he said, "It was probably me who caused those injuries to Vera. Although I didn't keep track of how many blows I delivered, the expert discovered some injuries on Vera's body that might have been my fault. I can't recall how many times I struck her, but I believe it was the same amount as the expert suggested. I acknowledge that I caused her every injury listed in the report. I desired quiet. I didn't consider how she was suffering. During our argument, she yelled at me and insulted me. When I struck her, I didn't like it. I didn't enjoy her yelling. I wished she would stop talking. At the time, I didn't consider her suffering." Additionally, Vlad Kanyus claimed that he and Vera were intimate by consent. Since it was impossible to prove the opposite, the charges pertaining to this were ultimately dropped that evening. Emergency service operators and police officers were charged with negligence. It's difficult to accept, but throughout the investigation, they continued to give ludicrous justifications for their actions, and no one suspended them from their jobs. For each of the 5 defendants, the prosecutors sought actual prison sentences, but the judge made a different decision. They were given suspended sentences ranging from 1.5 to 2 years. Additionally, the court mandated that each give the victims roughly $350. The police department also had to pay about $11,000 at the same time. Although the ruble is the currency of Russia, I have converted all amounts to US dollars. The indictment claims that the police officers had gasoline, and even if they didn't, they should have taken the proper action to address the situation. However, they did not view going to the scene as an urgent task, so everyone can understand these numbers. According to them, neither police officer admitted guilt and refused to assist with the investigation. The investigation team was at another address where the man's body had been discovered earlier, when witnesses called to report the woman's screams and cries for assistance. Vera had no intention of staying in the apartment that night, so we'll probably never find out what actually transpired. She even asked a friend to assist her in moving. Thus, there is every reason to believe that Vlad poured alcohol into Vera's mouth while she was unconscious, or forced her to drink it. He had time to devise a story that would demonstrate that everything that occurred was accidental. Vlad Kanyus was given a 17-year prison sentence by the court in the summer of 2022. He partially acknowledged his guilt. Additionally, he was mandated to make a compensation payment of roughly $45,000. Vera's parents were shocked by what transpired next, since they felt that 17 years was a very light sentence for what Kanyus had done to their daughter. They intended to appeal the decision. But Vlad was not even imprisoned for a year. Pictures of Kanyus in uniform were broadcast on the network in November 2023, and it was revealed in April 2023 that he had been pardoned by the president following 6 months of involvement in the war. He was also released from the duty to compensate Vera's parents in any way, and you are all aware of the type of conflict Russia is currently embroiled in. In Russia, the case of Vera Pektaleva has generated a lot of interest. Not less poignant was the news of Vlad Kanyus's pardon. This is what the Russian president's press secretary had to say about it. Pardoning follows a specific process, which we have discussed on numerous occasions. The convicted individual should first confess his guilt before the documents are sent to the president for review. This decision is made at the level of the Federal Bureau of Prisons, followed by the regional level, the federal district, the Central Commission, and finally the president. This is one method. Another is for prisoners, including those incarcerated for major offenses, to atone for their crimes with blood on the battlefield. Blood under shells and bullets was how they atoned for their sins. When Vera's parents found out that the person who killed their daughter was free and could start over, it's difficult to imagine how they felt. Such a chance will never come to their daughter. She was denied another chance. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. The son of a wealthy businessman, 6-year-old Robert Bobby Cosgrove Greenlease Jr., was abducted from his school, Notre Dame de Sion in Kansas City, Missouri, on September 28, 1953. As the authorities began a large search for the young boy, the city was engulfed in panic and commotion, but the abductor eluded capture. Soon after, Bobby's family started getting a flurry of phone calls and letters demanding an outrageous sum of money in exchange for their son's safe return. The case's twists and turns became even more startling as it attracted national notice. Who was responsible for the abduction? Was it a stranger or a member of the family? Would Bobby's family ever be reconciled with him if he were ever discovered alive? We are examining Bobby Greenlease's unsettling situation today. So let's go straight to the riddle without any more ado. With a population of over 500,000, Kansas City is situated in the western region of Missouri. It is Missouri's biggest city. With a variety of eateries, retail establishments, and entertainment venues, the Kansas City Power and Light District is one of the city's most recognizable attractions. The Kauffman Center for the Performing Arts and the Nelson Atkins Museum of Art provide visitors more opportunities to see the city's thriving art scene. It's difficult to forget the horrifying crime that previously took place in this city in the 1950s, though, despite all of the beauty and excitement. Multi-millionaire Robert Greenlease Sr. lived in Kansas City's affluent Mission Hills area and had it all. He was a vehicle dealer with locations all throughout the nation. Early in the 20th century, he brought General Motors automobiles to the Great Plains, which is how he made his money. The birth of his son, Robert Bobby Cosgrove Greenlease Jr., on February 3, 1947, at the age of 65, permanently altered his life. Robert's second wife was Virginia Pollock, Bobby's mother. The Greenlease family was loyal to their beloved Bobby and had a luxurious lifestyle. Virginia, his older sister, was born in 1941, therefore he wasn't an only child. In addition, he had a 1917-born half-brother named Paul. Robert's first marriage produced a son named Paul. Bobby was enrolled at the esteemed Notre Dame de Sion, a private Catholic school situated at 3823 Locust Avenue in Kansas City, when he was 6 years old in 1953. He developed alongside his contemporaries there. Bobby's future was bright and everything was going well, but destiny had other ideas for the young child and his family. On the morning of September 28, 1953, Bobby's school, Notre Dame de Sion, was much like any other day. Nobody could have predicted, though, how tragically this day would shortly turn out. When Sister Moran, the nun on duty that day, opened the school door at about 11 in the morning, she was met by a chubby woman who claimed to be Bobby's aunt. The woman revealed that Virginia, the boy's mother, had been taken to St. Mary's Hospital after suffering a heart attack while shopping at the Country Club Plaza. She continued by saying that she was told to take the boy to his mother right away by the Greenlease family. Sister Moran went to get Bobby from his classroom without thinking twice. The 6-year-old, who was naive and trusted people, had no reason to suspect the woman's identity or motivations. The nun watched as he took the woman's hand and they both climbed into a taxi and drove away. She figured everything was all right. Nobody realized that the woman wasn't Bobby's aunt. And what happened that day would forever alter the Greenlease family's course in life. Virginia will never forget the phone call she got less than an hour after the unidentified woman took Bobby. Another nun from Bobby's school, Sister Martha Anna, was on the other end of the telephone. She had called the family's residence to ask about Virginia's alleged heart attack. However, the nun was shocked to learn that nothing similar had occurred. Virginia had not suffered a heart attack and was not in the hospital. Both Virginia and the nun quickly realized that something evil was going on, and they quickly came to the conclusion that Bobby had been abducted. Virginia immediately called her husband Robert after speaking with Sister Martha over the phone and told him what had transpired. Like his wife, Robert was astounded and perplexed. As soon as possible, he reported the offense to the Kansas City Police Department. To help with the problem, the FBI was also called in. As word spread that Bobby had been abducted, panic swept the city. Despite launching a large manhunt, the authorities were unable to find the woman who had abducted the boy, which hindered their efforts. Hope started to wane as the hours passed. However, Bobby's parents received the first of many ransom notes on the same day that Bobby was seized. Signed by a person going by M, the letter requested $600,000, 0 cents, to ensure Bobby's safe return. It was an astounding sum of money, more than $6 million, 0 cents in today's dollars. The demands, however, did not end there. Additionally, M demanded that the ransom money be paid in $10, 0 cents, and $20, 0 cents small denomination notes. After learning of the ransom note, the authorities set to work finding the enigmatic M and securing Bobby's release. An additional ransom note arrived on September 29, 1953. This time, a pin Bobby had been wearing the day he was abducted was sent with the letter. Desperate to ensure his son's release, Robert made the decision to go collect the ransom money and sought assistance from connections and trusted friends. Among them was Commerce Trust Company Executive Vice President Arthur Eisenhower. In addition, he was the brother of the U.S. President at the time. Eisenhower made sure that all bank clerks handling the ransom money noted the bill's serial numbers, which were then published in newspapers across the nation. As Bobby's family continued to collect the astronomical ransom requested by the kidnapper, the excruciating wait for his safe return seemed to drag on forever. A man called the Greenlease home several times during this period to let Virginia know her son was still alive. Despite the family's desperation, the kidnapper appeared to relish his perverse game. 6 ransom letters and 15 phone calls were sent to the family in a week. Additionally, they consented to follow all of the kidnapper's directions, but they would quickly come to the realization that they had made a grave error. Robert amassed an incredible $600,000, 0 cents in ransom money for his son's safe return by the evening of October 4, 1953. The funds were then transferred to a bridge close to Highway 40, just east of Kansas City, in a duffel bag. At the time, it was the biggest ransom ever paid in American history. The kidnappers contacted the Greenleases early the following morning to verify that they had recovered the money and that Bobby would be returned in a day. However, no information on the boy's whereabouts was released as the day wore on. Anxiously, the family awaited any updates, but none arrived. The Greenleases were left to question whether the kidnappers had deceived them or whether their son was still alive. It felt like their darkest worries were going to come true, and the tension was excruciating. The most challenging and devastating period of their lives would be the following 24 hours. An ex-convict and taxi driver named Joe Carr was set to become a key player in the inquiry as Bobby's quest went on. In the state of St. Louis, a guy by the name of Carl Austin Hall had employed him as his personal driver. Carr was aware that Hall was a newcomer to the area and was spending money carelessly. Hall was living like a king after renting an apartment and purchasing new clothing. Carr chose to get in touch with his employer at the taxi firm Joe Costello because he was skeptical of Hall's actions. In addition to having links within the St. Louis Metropolitan Police Department, Costello was a man with ties to the mob. On October 6, 1953, after the sun had fallen, Costello tipped Patrolman Elmer Dolan and Lieutenant Louis Shoulders about the man showing off a lot of cash in St. Louis. They hurried to Hall's residence where he was and took him into custody. The officers discovered 2 heavy metal suitcases stuffed full of cash inside the room. The sight was stunning. After that, Hall was taken to the Newstead police station in North St. Louis, where he was questioned by the police on the money's origin. Hall insisted that he had done nothing illegal at first, but investigators quickly started to piece the puzzle together. Because Hall had so much cash on him, they assumed he was implicated in the kidnapping of Greenlease. Hall eventually broke under pressure and admitted his involvement in the crime. However, The most startling discovery was still to come. When questioned about Bobby's whereabouts, he disclosed that the boy had passed away. He had not acted alone, Hall disclosed. A woman named Bonnie Hetty was his accomplice. They had come up with the idea to kidnap Bobby and demand a large ransom from his affluent parents. Investigators were able to piece together the events and discover the startling specifics of how the kidnapping took place, thanks to Hall's confession and a comprehensive background investigation. It was a network of treachery and deceit, with avarice at its core. It was discovered by authorities that Hall was from a wealthy family. He was a lawyer's son. He received a sizable inheritance and his parents' 1,100-acre Pleasanton, Kansas homestead after they died. However, Hall's life took a turn for the worst when he lost his riches, was divorced, and developed an addiction. When he was condemned to the Missouri State Penitentiary for robbing a cab driver of just $38.00, his life reached its lowest point. Hall recalled the rich Greenlease family when he dreamed of one huge score that would set him up for life while he was incarcerated. You see, Hall had learned about the family's fortune years earlier when he had gone to a military reform academy with Bobby's older adoptive half-brother, Paul. Hall quickly came up with a scheme to pay the ransom. The only thing left to do was figure out how to kidnap the youngster. Bonnie entered the picture at that point. Bonnie was a contradictory person. She continued to engage in prostitution and extravagant parties, even though she was the recipient of a substantial bequest from her father. She also appeared to be attracted to crooks. Her first spouse was a bank robber who was shot and killed by the police. She ended up inheriting a house from the divorce settlement, though, because her second marriage didn't work out any better. Bonnie first met Hall in the bar of the Hotel Robideau in St. Joseph, Missouri. Their fortuitous encounter signaled the start of a sinister and perverse collaboration, which could have been the result of fate or simply the cosmos coming into harmony. Hall gradually told Bonnie about his perverse plan over the course of the months, and to his relief, she was all too willing to join in. Thus, like two ravenous wolves pursuing their prey, Hall and Bonnie started following the Greenlease family in the summer of 1953. In an attempt to identify a vulnerability to take advantage of, they observed the family going about their everyday activities. They initially intended to kidnap the Greenlease's daughter, Sue, but they quickly came to the conclusion that Bobby, their 6-year-old son, would be a simpler target. The stage was prepared for the kidnapping that rocked the country to its foundation, because they understood they had to move quickly if they wanted to score the big score. Pretending to be Bobby's aunt, Bonnie had taken him up from school without causing any trouble. After that, Hall was waiting at a pharmacy when Bonnie and Bobby were dropped off. Hall took charge and led them to an empty field in Overland Park, Kansas, across state borders. Bobby was left alone with Hall, who had no intention of keeping him alive, after Bonnie exited the car and went a short distance. Hall initially attempted to kill Bobby with a piece of rope, but the rope was too short. Hall struck Bobby in the face, knocking out one of his teeth out of frustration and rage. Hall took out his .38 caliber revolver and shot Bobby at close range when he slumped to the floor of the automobile. After being kidnapped, Bobby did not live for more than half an hour. Both Hall and Bonnie realized they needed to remove the evidence after committing the horrible act. They wrapped Bobby's lifeless body in a trash bag and traveled to Bonnie's house in St. Joseph, Missouri. Then, in order to hide the smell of the corpse, they gently buried the bag in a grave that had been prepared in the backyard. They covered the bag with a lot of lime. In an attempt to pass the grave off as a flower garden, Hall then covered it with chrysanthemums. Now, Hall and Bonnie quickly fled to St. Louis across the state as soon as they had the ransom money. Hall had bought 2 metal suitcases there to hide the cash. In addition, he and Bonnie discovered an apartment on Arsenal Street overlooking Tower Grove Park, where they reveled in their newfound wealth by drinking excessively. As the evening went on, Bonnie's intoxication finally overcame her, and she fell asleep. Hall had another plan, and this was the ideal time to implement it. He snuck out of the flat with the rest of the loot in the middle of the night, after placing $2,000.00 in Bonnie's purse. Hall then picked up a sex worker called Sandra O'Day on the taxi ride to the Coral Court Motel in Marlboro, Missouri. Before he was arrested, he intended to utilize Sandra's assistance to distract the police. Hall arranged for her to travel to Los Angeles so that he could mail the Greenlease family a letter he had written. By doing this, he would have diverted the police's attention. According to stories, Sandra was the one who reported the ransom money that Hall was carrying around to the police when she allegedly saw it. However, it's unclear if this is true or not. It is also thought that Hall purchased a shovel and 2 trash cans. In order to conceal the ransom money, he then rented a car and drove it to a location in St. Louis County along the Merrimack River. However, Hall kept the money with him since he was unable to locate a suitable place to bury the cans. Shortly after this, he was taken into custody. Police took immediate action after all of these revelations were made public. In the apartment where Hall had left her, Bonnie was found and taken into custody. They both faced the full weight of the law for their crimes after being charged with capital murder and kidnapping. Bobby's remains were found where they had been buried on October 7, 1953. Family members and neighbors came together to grieve the untimely death of this defenseless boy at a sad burial conducted at St. Agnes Catholic Church 2 days later, on October 9. As a victim of one of the most horrible murders in American history, Bobby was buried with sorrow and tears in his eyes. Since the crime had crossed state boundaries and was therefore a federal prosecution, punishment was swift for the 2 kidnappers. Hall and Bonnie entered a guilty plea to the accusations against them when they appeared in court on October 30, 1953. After only 1 hour and 8 minutes of deliberation, the jury recommended the death penalty. Hall and Bonnie accepted their fates on November 19, 1953, less than a month later, and neither attempted to challenge the decision. Just 81 days after the kidnapping, on December 18, 1953, they were both put to death in a Missouri gas chamber. Hall was 34 years old, and Bonnie was 41 when they passed away. There were several complexities in the aftermath of Bobby's kidnapping and death. The Greenlees family may have found closure with Hall and Bonnie's execution, but it also exposed a shocking truth. Now, just half of the ransom money was found when Hall was taken into custody. Unaccounted for was $312,000, 0 cents in total. The cops that arrested Hall, Patrolman Dolan, and Lieutenant Shoulders were suspected of stealing the missing funds. At first, though, they denied this, saying they had delivered all the cash to the police station. They ultimately faced federal charges and were found guilty of perjury. Shoulders received a sentence of 3 years in jail on April 15, 1954. Dolan, however, was sentenced to 2 years in prison. However, this was not the end of the story. Shoulders unexpectedly passed away in 1962. Shoulders and mob boss Joe Costello had actually stolen half of the ransom money, Dolan told the FBI after this. It wasn't until Shoulders and Costello were dead that Dolan finally told the truth. He had been too afraid to speak up earlier for fear of reprisals. In July 1965, President Lyndon B. Johnson pardoned Dolan for his assistance. This was the conclusion of Bobby's tragic story. We are reminded when we consider the terrible events of 1953 that Bobby eventually received justice, albeit at a high price. We have to keep asking ourselves, how can we stop catastrophes like this from occurring again? What can we learn from Bobby's story, therefore? And how can we apply this understanding to create a society that is safer and more equitable for everyone? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. A complex network of forbidden feelings and erratic relationships is known as a love triangle. Such circumstances frequently result in emotional upheaval and fierce conflict, which can occasionally escalate to threats against the participants' physical and mental health. When someone is caught in this web without realizing it until it's too late, it's even more terrifying. The plot of Henry Stange's story, which involves passion, deceit, a double life, and struggles with dependency, develops like an engrossing detective thriller. Given their age difference, Henry thought he had found true love with a much younger woman, a relationship that might have been viewed as unusual. Unbeknownst to him, though, the woman was also entangled in another romantic relationship. She deftly used both men to further her own agenda for months before her well-planned house of cards fell apart. Marcus, a hiking enthusiast and amateur photographer, was exploring the desolate terrain of Joshua Tree National Park in Southeast California at around 7 a.m. on Friday, June 5, 2018. Marcus saw a sizable group of vultures scavenging over something as he veered off a main trail. He decided to stay away, assuming it was the carcass of a large animal. Marcus chose to photograph the birds circling in the barren desert using a small camera that he usually used for landscape photography. After taking a few pictures, he forgot about the strange sight and resumed his hike. The next day, as Marcus moved the pictures from his camera to their home computer, he told his wife about his hike. His wife's face changed dramatically as she looked at the pictures. She gestured to one of the pictures and beckoned Marcus over. Zooming in, it was startlingly obvious that beneath the vultures, something like a human leg was partially buried in the sand. The couple, shaken, immediately reported what they had witnessed to the local authorities. Marcus gave them all the pictures and explained the precise spot where he had seen the birds. Investigators found the area, which was close to one of the park's main roads, with relative ease. A seemingly ordinary discovery became the subject of one of the most intricate and astounding criminal investigations in recent memory. A pair of coyotes and a group of vultures stood out in sharp contrast to the barren desert about 30 feet from the roadside. Seeing coyotes scavenging in the middle of the day was unusual, and the officers became suspicious right away. After pulling their car to the shoulder, they got out and went to the scene. They discovered a shallow grave there that was less than 2 feet deep and had been hastily dug into the dry ground. The site had already been disturbed by local wildlife, revealing its squalid contents. This was obviously not a natural occurrence when forensic experts showed up to exhume the remains. The remains belonged to a white middle-aged man who had been interred there for approximately a week. In order to make the body accessible to scavengers, the lower half of the body had been partially unearthed. There were several horrific wounds visible. Multiple fractures in the man's skull were consistent with blows from a blunt, heavy object. The scene depicted a violent and intentional act in a terrifying way. The perpetrator had been in a hurry, judging by the shallow grave's closeness to the road and its hasty construction. The body might have stayed hidden for years if they had dug a little deeper hole and gone deeper into the desert. Rather, they made the hasty decision to hide the crime and fled the scene carelessly. According to forensic analysis, the crime most likely happened somewhere else. Despite the severe wounds, there were very few blood traces in the grave, indicating that the body was moved after death. This inference led investigators to the unsettling conclusion that the crime was, at least in part, meticulously planned. But in spite of their seeming haste, the criminal had left no clear evidence or hints for investigators to follow. The medical examiner concluded that severe blunt force trauma to the head was the cause of death. The blow's force and the attacker's extreme aggression pointed to a very personal motivation. The victim's identity and the circumstances surrounding his death were unknown, although investigators conjectured that the crime was motivated by hatred or a personal grudge. Investigators were able to recover multiple fingerprints from the remains despite the body's state, which was deteriorated by scavenging wildlife and decomposition. No matches were found when the prints were scanned through criminal databases. The absence of previous records indicated that the victim had never before encountered legal issues. However, investigators were able to identify the victim after uploading the prints to the Department of Motor Vehicles database. Henry Stange, a 54-year-old resident of the Californian suburb of Murrieta in Riverside County, was the owner of the remains. About 90 miles separated Henry's home and the location of his body's discovery. In an attempt to learn more about how and why his life had ended so tragically in the isolated Joshua Tree wilderness, investigators immediately went to his home. Henry Stange lived alone in a messy bachelor pad that mirrored his solitary way of life. Empty pizza boxes and takeout containers littered countertops, and personal items were strewn all over the house. There were no indications of forced entry, theft, or a struggle, but the place lacked the coziness of a home that had been inhabited. Whatever had happened to Henry had obviously happened somewhere else. The most disturbing finding was waiting for investigators in the house's attached garage. This area, which was probably the location of the crime, told a graphic tale. The storage boxes, tools, and walls were all covered in dried blood splatter. A sizable pool of congealed blood lay on the floor, partially smeared as if someone had tried to clean it but quickly gave up, as indicated by the empty bottle thrown close by. There was a heap of blood-soaked rags in the garage corner that had been heavily bleached. Investigators discovered what looked to be the weapon used in the crime, a heavy dumbbell smeared with dried blood near the front door of the house. Wires hanging overhead indicated that a security camera had been taken out by force. Additional cameras were discovered, torn from their mounts in the living room and hallway upon closer examination of the house. The perpetrator of this heinous act was aware of the camera locations and had taken them to remove any possible proof. Regretfully, investigators had little evidence left by the offender. No shoe prints or foreign fingerprints were found, and Henry was the only one with blood or DNA. Detectives had more questions than answers because the scene appeared to have been painstakingly cleaned. There were no known legal issues with Henry. He had no apparent enemies, lived alone, and was divorced. He was a quiet, amiable man who kept to himself most of the time, but was always courteous, according to his neighbors. But given how vicious the crime was, it begged the question, who would do such a barbaric thing? Did it have anything to do with Henry's odd pastimes? Or was it someone from his past? Most concerning of all, why hadn't he been reported missing earlier? Henry was raised in a close-knit household that placed a high importance on relationships and respect. In a nearby town, his mother and 2 younger sisters resided with their families. Through frequent phone conversations and sporadic visits, the family regularly maintained communication, but Henry had grown more reclusive in recent months, talking less to his loved ones and keeping personal information private. Though they tried not to overreact, his family was concerned about him. They became more worried when he didn't get back to them for a week or so, but they chose to hold off on setting off an alarm. Henry's mother and sisters were devastated to learn of his violent death. Heartbroken and shocked, they immediately volunteered to help investigators by providing any information they could, in the hopes that it would aid in the case's resolution. At one time, Henry Stange was a man of energy and athleticism. He enjoyed hiking, traveling, having outdoor adventures, and being in nature. Henry was a gifted guitarist and a passionate motorsports fan who loved his motorcycle, a valuable asset that had taken him across several states. However, everything changed in the spring of 2014. One day, as Henry was getting ready to go for a ride, a pickup truck with an inebriated driver collided with his motorcycle. It was a devastating collision. Before coming to a halt, the driver pulled Henry for almost 300 feet. Henry miraculously lived, but his injuries changed his life. Henry's legs were severely damaged in the collision, necessitating several major surgeries. He had to go through months of exhausting rehabilitation in order to be able to walk again. But the physical pain continued. No relief was provided by over-the-counter medication. Strong painkillers were prescribed by doctors to treat his illness, but the drugs soon caused dependency, which in turn led to a crippling addiction. Henry had been married for more than 10 years and was raising 2 children with his spouse at the time of the accident. At first, his wife helped him through his recovery and increasing reliance on medicine, but the strain was too great. In order to be nearer to her family, she moved to a nearby town and filed for divorce in 2016, taking their kids with her. She remained friendly with Henry in spite of their separation, enabling him to continue being active in their children's lives. Due to his physical limitations following the accident, Henry was forced to give up many of his prior interests. Rather, he focused on his passion for electronics and technology. He converted one room of his house into a fully functional radio studio by spending a lot of time tinkering with devices and equipment. Henry then started a podcast, using it as a forum to talk about current affairs and express his frequently frank and unvarnished views. Henry started broadcasting every day. He freely voiced his opinions, frequently venturing into philosophical reflections or daring remarks on contentious subjects. His show's lack of censorship attracted a devoted audience, garnering him both ardent supporters and ardent detractors. He started to be purposefully provoked by some listeners, especially those who held opposing opinions, which caused him to lose his temper. Videos of these outbursts were captured and circulated on social media, frequently edited to portray Henry negatively. Investigators discovered a particularly antagonistic person who appeared to have a deep-seated grudge against Henry in one online community for amateur radio enthusiasts. This individual regularly made fun of Henry's remarks, posted edited snippets of his broadcasts, and insulted him. However, it soon became clear that Henry was not the only one who exhibited this behavior. As a kind of amusement, the user frequently attacked and disparaged prominent members of the community on the platform. Although it was clear that they were hostile toward Henry, it was unclear if this online animosity was related to the crime. 4 months prior to the tragedy, in late January 2018, Henry Stange went through a terrifying ordeal. His family claims that while he was asleep, someone broke into his house in the middle of the night. After breaking in through a window, the intruder struck Henry repeatedly in the head with a hammer. Since nothing was taken from the house, it is obvious that a personal grudge was more likely to have been the motivation than robbery. When they left, the assailant took the hammer that they had brought. Henry surprisingly chose not to call the police to report the incident. He installed covert security cameras all over his house instead, taking matters into his own hands. The person who broke into his house the second time was aware of the camera's locations. Henry's last known broadcast was broadcast on the evening of Thursday, May 24, 2018, according to investigators piecing together his last days. After that, his utilities showed no activity, no text messages, and no records of incoming or outgoing calls. Investigators concluded that Henry's death occurred on this day because neither electricity nor water had been used since that evening. Those closest to Henry were interviewed by detectives as the first step in their investigation. They found out that he was still going through the divorce process. After the split, the couple had been embroiled in a contentious legal dispute over Henry's residence, despite his and his ex-wife's best efforts to keep things civil for the benefit of their 2 kids. In the meantime, his ex-wife had moved in with her mother along with their kids. When it was discovered that Henry's ex-wife had been paying the house's utility bills, the tension increased. Henry survived on a meager disability allowance following the accident that prevented him from working, but it was insufficient to cover all of his expenses. She continued to provide financial support to him even after they split up. Henry's ex-wife reportedly paid him occasional visits, according to the neighbors, most likely to settle their property dispute. However, the couple's shouting matches could be heard all over the neighborhood, as these visits frequently turned into loud arguments. An important question was brought up by the Discord. Was the mother of Henry's children really so desperate to settle their dispute over the house that she went to such lengths? Henry's ex-wife emerged as the main suspect at this stage of the inquiry. She gave a somber account of their relationship when detectives brought her in for interrogation. After Henry's motorcycle accident, his ex-wife claims that their once happy and stable marriage took a drastic turn. The prolonged use of prescription drugs changed his personality and made him more challenging to live with, despite her best efforts to help him heal and adjust to his new life. After a while, she felt compelled to depart. She made sure he had a roof over his head by continuing to support him by paying his bills, even after they parted ways. It was challenging for investigators to ascertain whether she could have committed such a horrible act because of her financial support and loyalty. The investigators needed to do more research. Even though Henry's ex-wife continued to be interesting, her story presented a more nuanced picture that necessitated more research into Henry's tense relationships and unspoken conflicts. At first, Henry's ex-wife tried to settle their property dispute amicably, but when Henry brought a young girlfriend into his life, things drastically changed. Conflict arose when he declared that he and his new partner would be living in the house. Henry seemed so consumed by his passion that he completely forgot about his children's needs. Despite their disagreements, Henry's ex-wife didn't seem to have any reason to hurt him. Instead, she was sympathetic to her ex-husband. She also had a strong alibi for the day that investigators thought the crime was committed. She was in another state for a week-long business trip. Now that she was no longer under suspicion, investigators focused on the enigmatic young lady Henry had fallen so deeply in love with. According to Henry's mother, her son started dating Ashley Stapp, a much younger woman who was only in her early 20s, approximately 10 months prior to his passing. Both Henry's mother and his sisters disapproved of Ashley because they thought her actions were strange and her motivations were unclear. It was difficult to see why the young college student had chosen Henry, considering his age, disability, and dependence on a meager disability allowance. Even though Ashley didn't seem financially driven, it was clear that she had personal motivations for keeping the relationship going. As the romance developed quickly, Henry's family became concerned and made an effort to alert him to possible dangers. But Henry brushed their worries aside, announcing with pride that Ashley was his perfect woman. Further information was given by a neighbor who mentioned that Ashley frequently visited Henry's house and that they had spoken on multiple occasions. In particular, The neighbor remembered Ashley driving a unique blue Chevrolet with a big dent on the back passenger door. Ashley was seen once more on the day that police searched Henry's house. She appeared to watch the scene from a distance, as witnesses saw her drive slowly past the house before accelerating away without stopping. Her behavior sparked suspicion. Why didn't she ask what was going on if she had seen police at Henry's house after noticing that he hadn't communicated for a week? Investigators wanted to talk to her because of her suspicious behavior. Ashley's social media profile showed a shocking turn as investigators dug deeper into her past. Henry was not mentioned in her public images or posts. Rather, it seemed that she was in a committed relationship with another man, a young, healthy American. Marine, the man in question turned out to be U.S. Marine Corps Lieutenant Curtis Kruger, who was 30 years old. Images of Ashley and Henry together showed them smiling and embracing, but there was no sign that Ashley was involved with Henry. This disclosure raised serious concerns about Ashley's genuine motivations and the dynamics of her relationships with both men by implying a complex web of lies and deceit. It was now up to investigators to ascertain whether the violent crime that killed Henry was caused by the unstable conditions of this covert love triangle. Due to his military career, Curtis Kruger was constantly on the move and rarely had the opportunity to see Ashley Stapp. Weekend visits made up the majority of their relationship, and even those were not assured. When they were able to get together, they frequently went out of town to spend time together privately. Ashley blended in with Curtis's world, occasionally visiting him on base for family days and other military functions. In fact, the couple had already started organizing their wedding. Curtis frequently talked about Ashley being the woman of his dreams and how he would never want to lose her. But there were still questions in his mind. He told his sister about Ashley's repeated disappearances, her inability to return his calls, and her lack of justifications. Curtis put tracking software on Ashley's phone out of suspicion in order to keep tabs on her whereabouts. Before long, he had discovered the truth. At a gas station close to Henry Stange's house, Curtis confronted Ashley. She gave Curtis the address and, under duress, acknowledged where she had been spending her time. But instead of admitting to being unfaithful, she disclosed a concerning secret. Ashley stated that she had become dependent on strong painkillers as a result of a hip injury she had suffered years prior. She added that Henry had been attempting to cut back on his use because he was also struggling with a similar addiction. He had a lot of medicine left over from this effort, which Ashley had been taking for herself. She accused Henry of being abusive and said he made her give something in exchange for the medicine. Her story infuriated Curtis, who decided to take matters into his own hands. On a chilly January night, armed with a hammer, he broke into Henry's house and assaulted him while he slept. Curtis later confessed his actions to his sister, who would later become a crucial witness, after he thought he had killed Henry. Curtis was unaware that Henry had survived the assault. Henry believed the assault was connected to his vocal podcasting, so he chose not to notify the authorities. He was unaware that the attack was focused on his girlfriend and her double life. Detectives had a problem because Curtis and Ashley were the main suspects. Both suspects could have requested legal representation and exercised their right to remain silent, which could have delayed the investigation, and they did not have enough evidence to make an arrest. To get around this, the police came up with a cunning scheme to surprise the two. A trap that would eventually reveal the truth. In order to monitor Curtis and Ashley's phone conversations, the authorities first secured a court order. Officers then went to Ashley's brother and asked him if he recognized anyone in a picture of her with Henry. He said he didn't know the man next to her, but he recognized his sister right away. The officers clarified that they needed to identify the man in the picture because they were looking into a serious crime. In order to learn more, they asked the brother to email Ashley the photo. She reacted rapidly. Ashley said she didn't know who the man was or anything about a crime when she called her brother. Ashley called Curtis in a panic shortly after. She explained that the police had somehow linked her to the investigation during the tearful conversation. Confident that they had hidden the body in the desert and removed the cameras to cover their tracks, the two suspects expressed bewilderment over how this had occurred. Although they refrained from using overt language regarding the crime, they did discuss certain details that would only be known by someone who was directly involved in the events. Curtis and Ashley were taken to the station separately for interrogation after being arrested on the same day. Curtis asked for a lawyer and instantly refused to talk, but Ashley found herself facing the taped version of her chat with Curtis. She started confessing after realizing she couldn't deny her involvement. At first, Ashley's remarks were ambiguous and inconsistent. Although she acknowledged being at the scene of the crime the night of the attack, she denied seeing the assailant. She initially claimed that Henry was ambushed in the garage after he went to investigate a break-in at the house. Ashley's story changed when investigators showed evidence that her and Curtis's phones were tracked to Henry's house the night of the crime. She acknowledged having a romantic relationship with both men for almost 10 months. Curtis made the decision to confront him after learning of her relationship with Henry. Ashley admitted that he thought Ashley would avoid Henry after Curtis attacked him in January and seriously hurt him. Curtis, however, was furious to find out that she was still seeing him. Curtis drove to Henry's house the night of the crime and attacked him once more. Ashley acknowledged that she had assisted Curtis in hiding the crime. She disclosed that she had guided him to the location of Henry's security cameras, assisted him in taking them down, and helped conceal Henry's body in the desert. At last, Ashley revealed where Curtis had used the hammer in the January initial attack. When found, this weapon still contained traces of Curtis's fingerprints and Henry's blood, which was crucial evidence in the case. In August 2020, Curtis Kruger and Ashley Stapp's trial got underway. Curtis insisted that he was protecting his fiance's honor and denied any wrongdoing. According to his lawyer, Ashley was the real catalyst, living a double life and controlling both men for her personal gain. The defense also emphasized that Ashley had stolen all of Henry's prescription drugs from his house for her own use following the heinous crime. Curtis was convicted in September 2020 of assaulting Henry, second-degree murder, and tampering with evidence. He was given an 18-year prison term with no chance of release until 2031. Ashley agreed to a plea bargain, acknowledging that she had obstructed justice and tampered with evidence. She received a sentence that included 2 years of probation, 9 months in jail, and treatment for her substance abuse problems. After only 4 months of service, Ashley was released. However, she broke the conditions of her probation and was returned to prison to complete the remaining 5 months of her sentence. Although Ashley has been free for a while, no trustworthy information regarding her life or current location is available. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Victor Auxiliers, a seasoned skydiver, made another jump on a typical sunny day in Wiltshire County. The sensation of wind on her face, the rush of adrenaline, and the view of the infinite sky were all familiar to her. However, she became aware that something had gone horribly wrong shortly after she had deployed her parachute. The reserve parachute did not deploy correctly, and the lines were tangled. Victoria fell with a terrifying velocity. Her only concern during that heart-stopping moment was her kids and how they would be left without her. However, how could a seasoned teacher like this make such a mistake, and why? These questions led to the discovery of a terrifying mystery that would permanently alter Victoria's life. Victoria Cilliers, who is she? Victoria Cilliers was born in 1977 to a retired military officer in Edinburgh, Scotland's capital. She was lively, vivacious, and full of life from a young age. She devotedly pursued a number of sports during her school years, and when she made her first skydive at the age of 16, she instantly fell in love with the sky. Victoria entered the University of Glasgow's medical program after graduating from high school. She obtained her degree in physical therapy while still participating in sports. She joined the British Army as a physical therapist because she wanted to be like her father. Victoria developed into a highly accomplished skydiver in addition to her medical career. She completed more than 1,500 jumps and obtained her instructor's certification. As a mentor with the Army National Parachuting Association and a free-fall coach, she was a true professional. Through perseverance and hard work, Victoria rose to the position of captain by the time she turned 30, marking a significant career accomplishment. She made a good living while juggling her duties as a skydiving instructor and a physical therapist at a military hospital. Her private life, however, was less fortunate. She wed a medical colleague in 2008, but the union disintegrated after just 1 year. A tall, gregarious officer named Emile Cilliers entered the hospital where Victoria worked in the middle of 2009. He ended up attending one of Victoria's therapy sessions while he was recuperating from a skiing accident. He quickly became the love of her life and her second husband, a love that nearly cost her everything. Emile Cilliers, an unfaithful partner and perilous charmer. Let's now examine the primary antagonist of the narrative. Born in South Africa in 1980, Emile Cilliers came from a wealthy British expat family that ran a construction business. His parents catered to all of his needs and desires, allowing him to grow up pampered and conceited. Emile began dating Nicolene Shepherd, a young girl, when he was 17. He was already employed at his father's business and had completed high school by then. Emile knew how to make a good impression, dressed well, and always had money to spend. Shortly before her 16th birthday, Nicolene became pregnant and gave birth to their first child, a daughter. A second child was born to the couple approximately a year and a half later. However, they never made it to the altar, even though they had 2 children together. Emile asserted that he was not prepared for the obligations of family life. He kept having affairs with other women in spite of his role as a father. Although he didn't try hard to conceal his actions, he was always able to win Nicolene back and persuade her to stay with him. Emile made the decision to relocate to the UK in the early 2000s with the intention of establishing a prosperous career, purchasing a house, and eventually bringing Nicolene and the children to live with him. On a work visa, he went to the UK, but his trip didn't go as expected. Emile took on menial side jobs to make ends meet because he was having trouble finding steady employment. He often lived with different women and made fewer calls home to save money. Emile consistently refused Nicolene's requests to bring them to the UK or return to South Africa. Citing financial difficulties, he said he was unable to provide for them. However, he frequently bought pricey things for himself and lavished gifts on his many romantic partners. Nicolene and the kids were temporarily financially supported by Emile's parents. Nicolene's prospective mother-in-law then disclosed a startling secret during one of their conversations. Emile had just gotten married. Carly Taylor, a British woman, became his new wife. Nicolene called Emile that same day and demanded an explanation. He reassured her calmly that the marriage was solely for legal purposes, to obtain permanent residency in the United Kingdom. Nicolene tried to remain composed and trusted his story, but she soon discovered he had no intention of inviting them over. She packed one suitcase, gathered her children, and took a plane to the UK, determined to force Emile to take responsibility. She desired Emile to be involved in raising their kids. By this point, Carly was expecting their second child, and Emile and Carly already had a son together. Carly was unaware of the existence of Nicolene and her 2 children. The unexpected appearance of Nicolene surprised Emile and his expectant wife. In an attempt to make his shocked wife understand him, Emile had to switch to South African Afrikaans. He told Nicolene quite bluntly that he had no intention of continuing to be involved in their children's lives, and that their relationship was over. The always endearing Emile was forced to tell his wife who she was, but the heartbroken Nicolene fled in tears. However, Nicolene was portrayed as a villain rather than a victim in the highly embellished story he told Carly. For about 6.5 years, Emile and Carly were married, but their marriage was not happy. It was the same pattern as in his last relationship. Emile regularly cheated on Carly with several women he met wherever he went, even though they had 2 kids together. Interestingly, Nicolene, Carly, and later Victoria would all talk about Emile's incessant demands for intimacy, even weeks after giving birth, with little consideration for the discomfort or health hazards his partners might face. Emile signed a contract to join the Army Physical Training Corps shortly after he married Carly, joining the British Armed Forces. He basically turned into a fitness instructor who earned a respectable salary and a military rank. Emile and Victoria's love story. Emile broke his ankle in a skiing accident in 2009 and ended up in the hospital. Victoria, a physical therapist, was there when he first met her. Immediately sparks flew between them. It made no difference that Victoria was 3 years older. Emile tried his best to comfort her in any way he could, because she was still emotionally healing from a recent divorce. Victoria was initially unaware that her new romantic interest was still married. Similarly, Carly was unaware that her husband was meeting with a divorce lawyer and getting ready to file for divorce. When the truth was revealed, Emil attempted to blame Carly for his marriage's failure, but she responded by telling Victoria that Nicolai and Emil had 2 other children. This realization astounded Victoria. Her ostensibly ideal partner had a convoluted past, including 4 children and 2 prior relationships. Emil, however, insisted that he had never felt this way about anyone else and declared his unwavering love for her. Victoria had already fallen deeply in love with him, even though those words might have meant nothing to someone else. She discovered that she could accept him for who he was, flaws and all, and forgive the lies. With time, Carly and Victoria were able to establish a true friendship in addition to becoming cordial. The 2 women had become so close that Carly even trusted Victoria to take care of her kids. Emil quickly proposed to Victoria after completing his divorce in 2010. The couple threw a lavish wedding after she gladly accepted. After her parents died, Victoria used the money she inherited from them to buy a large house in Wiltshire, where they now reside. The couple's first child, a daughter named April, was born in 2011. In 2015, their son Ben was born, expanding their family. Spending a lot of time with their children, the new parents seemed committed. Their family appeared to be content and strong from the outside. Victoria was an enthusiastic skydiver who had even introduced the sport to her husband, Emil. He became an expert in packing both main and reserve parachutes and obtained his own certification as a skydiving instructor, giving the family an additional source of income. With 2 gorgeous kids, a devoted husband who had just been promoted to sergeant, and a life that appeared ideal to their friends and family, Victoria's marriage seemed like a dream come true. However, Emil soon got tired of this seemingly perfect life. He started looking for affairs, and even though he didn't do much to conceal his actions, he would constantly beg Victoria's pardon on his knees. He would vouch for the fact that these liaisons were pointless and that she was the only person he loved. In order to keep up appearances, and the appearance of a perfect family in front of friends, family, and co-workers, Victoria repeatedly forgave him. As previously stated, Victoria had been an instructor at the Army Parachute Association and had a deep love for skydiving since she was a young girl. By early 2015, she had performed more than 2,500 jumps without any mistakes or mishaps. Naturally, Victoria had to take a break from the sport she loved so much during her pregnancy, and she missed it terribly. Her second child was born in early March 2015. Emil then shocked her on April 1st by telling her that he had reserved a tandem skydive for the 2 of them. Victoria was ecstatic, perceiving this as a considerate act from her spouse, who appeared to wish to inject some excitement into their everyday routine. The couple arrived at the skydiving base with their older daughter on April 4, the day of the scheduled jump. They prepared, but the weather abruptly changed against them. Heavy clouds rolled in and the wind increased, making it impossible for the plane to take off. The jump was rescheduled for Easter Sunday the following day. Upon arriving home, Emil abruptly informed Victoria that he would not be able to accompany her the following day. In addition to insisting that it would be best to leave the kids at home because they would only grow tired and no one else would be available to watch them, he said that urgent matters had arisen. Emil wished Victoria luck as he bid her farewell on the morning of April 5 and remained behind with their 5-week-old son and 4-year-old daughter. With a positive attitude, Victoria set out, looking forward to her long-awaited jump. However, the weather wasn't great again. After waiting for several hours, the group was finally given the all-clear to take off. The plane carrying 12 skydivers took off at around 3 p.m. One by one, the skydivers started their jumps at the proper altitude. Last to jump, Victoria Cillier relished every moment of her ascent through the sky. But as soon as she pulled the cord to release her parachute, she knew something was seriously amiss. No matter how hard she tried, she was unable to untangle the tangled lines of her main parachute. Quickly, she sliced it off and proceeded to use her backup chute. The unimaginable occurred at that point. Approximately 1/3 of the reserve parachute opened. It looked like this might be the end, as Victoria started to spin wildly through the air at a terrifying speed. Victoria later acknowledged that, although she was afraid, she didn't consider dying. Her husband and their 2 young children were waiting for her at home and she was thinking about them. She tried to position her body to minimize the injuries from the inevitable impact, and did everything she could to slow her fall. In her ears, the wind roared. She lost all sense of time and space as everything whirled around her. The world grew dark. Victoria was lying in a recently plowed field when she came to. She couldn't understand what had happened or why there was so much noise all around her. She was confused. Her co-workers were shocked to discover her alive after racing to the scene. They were taken aback, however, when Victoria opened her eyes and requested assistance in standing up. As it happened, she had been extremely lucky. Her fall had been cushioned by the soft, loose soil, avoiding potentially fatal injuries. Victoria had suffered a broken leg, collarbone, and multiple ribs, but she miraculously survived. However, her head, internal organs, and spine were largely intact on the side she landed on. After being airlifted to the closest hospital by emergency personnel, it is almost unheard of for both parachutes to fail, and it is rarely necessary to deploy a reserve parachute. Red flags were raised right away. After learning of the incident, the skydiving base's lead instructor made the decision to examine Victoria's parachutes in person. Although the main chute's lines were tangled, it was unclear if this was the result of a packer's error or if someone had purposefully sabotaged it. Things became even more suspicious when the reserve parachute was examined. There were two essential pieces of equipment missing. It appeared as though these parts had never been there and had never been torn away because there was no indication of damage. Victoria came perilously close to death as a result of the reserve chute's improper deployment. A mistake of this size was practically impossible because the parachute had been inspected at least 10 times by numerous experienced professionals. The lead instructor was extremely concerned about both parachute failures. He made the decision to report a possible murder attempt to the police on his own. It just so happened that, at about the same time, Victoria's best friend Caroline called the police with a similar worry. But Caroline didn't think twice about naming the suspect she had in mind. When Caroline learned of the suspicious accident, she became concerned. She told investigators that Emile, Victoria's husband, might be connected. Caroline claims that although the marriage appeared to be happy on the surface, Emile was actually a toxic and manipulative partner. Victoria disregarded numerous warning signs because she was so consumed by her love for him. An expanding study. The parachutes turned out to be important pieces of evidence during the police's thorough investigation into the incident. Victoria, meanwhile, recovered remarkably quickly and was in the hospital for less than a month. She credited her husband's constant care and support for her quick recovery. Emile seemed to be the ideal husband, showing her affection, taking care of the house, and assisting with their kids. Victoria was therefore taken aback when policemen arrived at their door to talk to Mr. Cilliers. Emile didn't fight back. He went to the station voluntarily to respond to their inquiries. Emile, a negligent father and an unfaithful husband, maintained his composure while being questioned, but he was aware that investigators would soon find text messages he had exchanged with his many lovers. He made the decision to discuss his affairs with others in the hopes of avoiding the disclosures. He acknowledged that he had been dissatisfied in his marriage and blamed Victoria for not providing for him. He claimed that although he had been preparing to divorce her for some time, he had put it off due to the children. Emile admitted that he had been seeing an Austrian ski instructor named Stephanie Galler for about 6 months, and even had plans to wed her shortly. Emile disclosed his financial difficulties as well. He owed a lot of money to a number of individuals and businesses that provided high-interest loans. He was a self-confessed gambling addict who regularly wagered and lost, which led to his debts skyrocketing. He said that some of his creditors had started threatening him, and he even implied that Victoria's death attempt might have been a warning to him. As it happened, Emile Cilliers did have a mountain of debt, but his account of the parachute incident sounded so implausible. The fact that Emile casually stated that he had personally examined his wife's parachutes and never left them in his sight, even bringing them with him when he used the restroom, only served to heighten investigators' suspicions. The police detained him for additional interrogation after this detail raised serious concerns. Officers conversed with Victoria at home during this time, telling her about the strange details and the suspicions expressed by the lead instructor and her friend Caroline. Victoria was shaken and in disbelief. She acknowledged her husband's extramarital affairs and financial difficulties, admitting that their marriage was far from ideal. She also disclosed that Emile had not been very enthusiastic about the birth of their youngest son and had hardly spent any time with her children. Victoria found it difficult to accept that her husband would ever wish to hurt her, in spite of everything. Emile didn't initially seem to have a strong reason to divorce his wife. First of all, despite his mounting debts, Victoria had always supported him financially and forgiven him for his infidelity, giving him unfettered access to her bank account. Emile led a comfortable life and indulged in his vices. Second, Victoria had safeguarded her resources. In her will, she left her savings account and the house she purchased prior to their marriage to her sister. Her sister would take on the role of guardian for the children in the event of her death, guaranteeing Emile would not be able to access the inheritance. Victoria feared her husband would waste everything because she knew he was not responsible for his finances. Emile was also aware of this and realized that her estate would not be advantageous to him. Investigators believed that he might have been motivated by the possibility that he would receive a life insurance payout of almost £200,000 sterling if Victoria died. Emile was also planning to move abroad with his new girlfriend as part of their future plans. Victoria recalled an important detail when questioned about the parachute. Taking Victoria's backpack with him, Emile had taken their daughter to the bathroom when she needed to use it on the day of the jump. According to the rules, all equipment had to be returned because the jump was cancelled that day due to bad weather. However, Emile persuaded Victoria to leave the equipment in a locker, claiming that doing so would avoid the lines at the equipment window the following morning and save time. Victoria insisted, however, that her husband was not allowed to tamper with the parachutes. She noted that he had only been gone for roughly 5 minutes, which was, in her opinion, not nearly enough time to make any changes to the equipment. Caroline talked about a terrifying experience that happened a week prior to the unsuccessful parachute jump during her interview. Victoria had almost died from a gas leak at home. Victoria and their 2 kids were left alone when Emile said he had to spend the night at the barracks the previous evening. Victoria smelled gas the following morning. When she called Emile to tell him, he told her that she was just dreaming and told her to start cooking without worrying. Fortunately, Victoria was not easily persuaded. When the technician from the gas company arrived after she called, they found a significant leak at the gas valve located inside a cabinet close to the stove. The valve nut's noticeable scratches indicated that someone had used a wrench to tamper with it. Emile was notoriously clumsy with tools, so it appeared that he was the one who made the marks. Additionally, there were blood traces on the valve from a cut he probably sustained while working on it quickly, and he hadn't bothered to clean up the evidence. According to investigators, he had loosened the nut just enough to start a slow leak, not enough to be noticeable unless there was an explosion. Later, Emile asserted that the valve had most likely come loose due to vibrations from a nearby building's construction. The incident was written off as a strange accident at the time, and no one suspected Emile of foul play. However, if an explosion had occurred, Victoria and their 2 small children might have perished, instantly resolving Emile's issues. Determined to depart for Austria with his new partner, Stephanie, he swiftly came up with the plan with the parachutes after that plan failed. The suspected attacker is defended by the victim. Victoria persisted in defending her husband, claiming he could never want her dead, in spite of all the dubious evidence and witness statements. At that point, investigators decided it was time to expose her to the harsh reality of the man she had lived with. They told Stephanie about Emile's messages, in which he essentially asked her to marry him. He had written about his desire to start a new life, and his profound regrets about marrying Victoria. That wasn't all, though. Emile had profiles on several dating apps, was seeing a number of other women, and even went to speed dating events to meet new people for casual dates. But finding out that her husband had been having an affair with his ex-wife Carly was the greatest betrayal for Victoria. Unaware of Emile's dishonesty, Carly and Victoria were good friends who frequently worked out weekend custody arrangements for the children. Although Victoria acknowledged that the gas leak incident had raised suspicions from the beginning, she chose to ignore them because she believed her husband would never endanger their children. In addition, he had been gone nearly 3 times as long as Emile, who had only been in the bathroom for 5 minutes with her parachute. He said their daughter had spent a lot of time in the restroom when he got back. Victoria was also aware that her husband was using her credit cards to make extravagant purchases for his mistresses. Emile, however, had consistently maintained that fraudsters had somehow obtained his account details and pledged to notify the authorities of the theft, even though he never did. The case was taken to court because of Victoria's and other witnesses' strong testimony. An expert would only need roughly 10 minutes to sabotage both parachutes and repack them carefully enough to evade detection, according to a reenactment done during the investigation. The fact that Emil had allegedly attempted to harm his wife twice, putting not only her but also their children in danger, persisted even though the majority of the evidence appeared circumstantial. When the trial started in November 2017, Emil vehemently denied all of the charges. He asserted that he would never endanger his own children and that he would never harm the mother of his children. In addition, he claimed that Victoria had been on the edge of a breakdown after multiple heated arguments with him and that she may have tampered with her own parachute because she was suffering from severe postpartum depression. Victoria was experiencing an odd situation. Emil almost seemed to hypnotize her. She reiterated his allegations in court, saying he couldn't have hurt her or their kids. She even acknowledged that she had experienced depression following the birth of their son. Attendees at the trial were unable to ignore how strongly Emil continued to influence her. Emil was found guilty of all charges on June 15, 2018, and given a life sentence with the possibility of release after at least 18 years. Victoria finally admitted to herself that she had been living with a real monster for all those years, and she filed for divorce shortly after the trial. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In a blueberry field in Michigan, a metal trunk containing the charred remains of an unidentified man was discovered in 2002. He was first known to investigators as Jack in the Box, a nickname that would become well known in the years that followed. Not until more than 10 years later, after countless detective efforts and revolutionary developments in forensic science, was the victim identified as Roberto Caraballo. This revelation, however, came with a terrifying twist: a web of murder, treachery, and a dark family plot. This is the tale of how the Jack in the Box case was resolved, illuminating a horrific homicide that permanently altered Michigan's past. An unusual and unsettling sight was discovered by a farmer on May 8, 2002, while working in a remote blueberry field in Ottawa County, Michigan. An old metal trunk tucked away among the bushes. The trunk had been badly burned, and it smelled awful, as if it contained something gory. The horrific reality of a body that had been mercilessly burned beyond recognition and left to decay in the trunk was what he had hoped was only an illusion. The remains of a body that had been burned beyond recognition were discovered when police arrived and forced open the charred lid. The man had been placed in the trunk, covered in gasoline, and set on fire after suffering blunt force trauma, according to detectives. Investigators couldn't make sense of the scene. Since the fire destroyed any fingerprints or distinguishing characteristics, the condition of the body made identification all but impossible. Detectives thought the murder must have occurred somewhere else before the trunk was left in the remote field, because there were no indications of a struggle at the scene. Because there were no witnesses or hints to help identify the victim, investigators had a difficult time figuring out who this man was and how he met such a terrible end, and the case ultimately went cold. Early leads in the case produced no noteworthy progress, despite the best efforts of law enforcement. In order to gather information about missing people, odd behavior, or anything that might help identify the victim, investigators canvassed the local communities. Due to the limited forensic technology available at the time, detectives were left without answers in the absence of fingerprint identification or DNA database matches. The forensic analysis, which showed that the man was probably middle-aged and had died violently, was the only information available for years. The case turned into one of the most puzzling unresolved mysteries in Michigan. After the story was reported by the media, the victim was dubbed Jack in the Box. The public and fans of true crime were enthralled, curious about the identity of this man and the reason behind his body's ruthless disposal. Detectives kept returning to the case in the hopes that new technology or a different viewpoint would reveal the truth, but the case cooled without any clear direction. The long-forgotten case received new attention in 2015, more than 13 years after the unidentified body was found in 2002. Previously, investigators had run out of leads, but they gained the momentum they required from a new tip from an unexpected source. In early 2015, Deneen Ducharme, a Texas woman, contacted law enforcement, expressing her suspicion that the unidentified man known as Jack in the Box might be her stepfather, Roberto Caraballo, who had vanished for no apparent reason years prior. Around this time, the case also gained more public attention, in part because of a documentary called Jack in the Box that was produced by a group of local students. The movie brought the unsolved murder back into the public eye, attracting more interest in the case and urging anyone with information to come forward. Together with developments in forensic technology, this spike in public involvement created new avenues for investigation. Following the Texas woman's call, investigators reopened the case and used modern DNA testing techniques to examine the victim's remains. Detectives followed the woman's lead and compared her DNA to samples from the Texas family. The woman's suspicion was validated by the findings, which showed that Jack in the Box was in fact 37-year-old Roberto Caraballo, who had resided in Charlotte, Michigan at the time of his disappearance. This discovery changed the course of the case from an unsolved mystery to a targeted investigation, enabling detectives to concentrate their efforts on identifying the people who caused Caraballo's untimely death. Authorities now had a plethora of new information thanks to this identification, including a name and a life story to piece together. Roberto's identification shed light on his family ties and past, generating new leads and providing a novel viewpoint on potential suspects and their motivations. Let's now examine Roberto Caraballo's biography. Friends and family characterize Caraballo as a gregarious and diligent person. He shared a home with his wife, Beverly McCallum, her daughter, Deneen Ducharme, and Christopher McMillan, Deneen's friend. However, his relationship with Beverly was said to have been turbulent at the time of his death. Family conflicts, tension, and financial arguments were reported by friends and family. Detectives looked into the possibility that someone close to Caraballo was responsible for his murder, after it became clear that his life had not been peaceful. Authorities focused on Caraballo's immediate family after his identity was established, especially his wife, Beverly, her daughter, Deneen, and her friend, Chris McMillan. Prior to his body being transported to the Ottawa County field, the investigation found that Caraballo had been murdered in the basement of their Charlotte, Michigan home. Investigators believed that Beverly McCallum, driven by family strife and financial gain, had planned the murder. Witness accounts and interview reports presented a terrifying image of premeditation. The murder was thought to have been meticulously planned by McMillan, Deneen, and Beverly. Although no life insurance policy was verified, there have been rumors that Beverly might have hoped to profit monetarily from Caraballo's passing. Rather, it seemed to be a murder motivated by animosity and personal strife, with McMillan carrying out the scheme and Beverly controlling her daughter. Investigators discovered that the three suspects had enticed Caraballo into their Charlotte home's basement on the night of the murder, where they fatally wounded him with a blunt object. According to reports, they disposed of the evidence by putting Caraballo's body inside a metal trunk after he passed away. With the intention of erasing any evidence of their crime, they drove the trunk to a blueberry field in Ottawa County, doused it with gasoline, and set it on fire. The painstaking preparation and graphic method of disposal demonstrated the brutality and resolve of those involved. In order to link Beverly, Deneen, and McMillan to the crime, forensic science was essential. Traces of gasoline and accelerant on the metal trunk were consistent with attempts to destroy the body, and any forensic traces and blood evidence discovered in the basement matched Caraballo's DNA. A clear narrative that positioned the murder in the family home prior to the body's transportation to the field was established thanks, in large part, to the efforts of forensic analysts, advancements in DNA testing, and cooperation with local law enforcement. Christopher McMillan finally consented to a plea bargain in exchange for a lighter sentence after increasing pressure. He gave a thorough explanation of what transpired before Caraballo passed away. McMillan explained how Beverly had planned the murder and tricked him and Deneen into helping to carry it out. His admission that Caraballo had been murdered in the basement gave the prosecution's case more weight and provided a strong basis for Beverly and Deneen's conviction. In relation to Roberto Caraballo's murder, Deneen Ducharme was charged with both murder and conspiracy to commit murder. Ducharme made an effort to portray herself as a reluctant participant during the trial by claiming that she was coerced into committing the crime by her mother, Beverly McCallum. She asserted that her mother had manipulated her, forcing her to participate in both the actual murder and the disposal of Caraballo's body. According to her defense team, Ducharme was a victim of circumstance and had fallen victim to McCallum's web of coercion. They made an effort to portray her as obedient and passive, implying that she was motivated by a stronger personality rather than intending to actively participate in the crime. Her defense was questioned by the investigators and prosecution, who contended that the evidence refuted her allegations of manipulation. They implied that Ducharme had not only been aware of the scheme but had voluntarily taken part in it, taking important steps to hide the crime. From the physical attack on Caraballo to the actions taken to destroy his body and obfuscate evidence, the evidence showed that she was not merely a passive bystander, but was actively involved. When Beverly McCallum found out that the investigation was refocusing on her, she left the country in 2015. After evading authorities by moving to different countries, she was eventually found in Rome, Italy in 2019. The case became more complicated due to the international nature of her arrest, necessitating cooperation between Italian and American authorities in order to extradite her. Ultimately, McCallum's attempts to thwart extradition were unsuccessful, and she was sent back to Michigan to stand trial for Caraballo's murder. Beverly McCallum and her daughter Danae Ducharme were charged with first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit murder, and mutilation of a dead body at the start of their legal proceedings in Michigan. According to the prosecution, the murder was premeditated, and Beverly was the one who carried out the heinous deed. Driven by both malice and financial greed, Beverly allegedly carefully planned Caraballo's murder and enlisted her daughter Danae and friend Christopher McMillan to carry out her plan, according to the prosecution. McMillan, who had previously accepted a plea bargain, testified against Beverly and Danae, offering details about the crime scene, the plot, and the subsequent events. Because of this plea deal, which reduced his sentence in return for his cooperation, Beverly and Danae were left to deal with the full weight of the charges by themselves. The roles that each person played were established by the prosecution, using McMillan's testimony and additional evidence, emphasizing Beverly's leadership in planning and directing the crime. After years of waiting for the case to be settled, Caraballo's loved ones and the community finally felt some justice and closure as a result of the trial and the ensuing court rulings. The possibility that Beverly McCallum is involved in other crimes, besides the murder of Roberto Caraballo, is another noteworthy feature. According to Amanda, Beverly has a track record of abusing her connections with men, some of whom are from outside the U.S. In one notable instance, Beverly married a man she had known for more than 20 years while residing in Jamaica. This person vanished inexplicably, and despite attempts to get in touch with Beverly, he is still unaccounted for in Jamaica. Following his disappearance, Beverly and her kids are thought to have left the country, which heightens the suspicion that her illegal actions may be a part of a larger pattern. Given Beverly's history of violent and manipulative relationships, and this man's abrupt and unexplained disappearance, it is possible that she is connected to additional unreported crimes. The question of how many more victims might be linked to Beverly's past is raised by this unsolved mystery. The conclusion of the Jack-in-the-Box case, one of Michigan's most eerie unresolved cases, attracted national attention. Audiences found great resonance in the tale of Roberto Caraballo's murder and the treachery of those closest to him. The case's place in American crime history has been cemented by ongoing media coverage and true crime documentaries. Even when all hope seems lost, the investigation's legacy serves as a testament to the commitment of law enforcement and the value of forensic science in bringing about justice. A terrible reminder of the darker side of human nature is the murder of Roberto Caraballo, who was hidden in a metal trunk and set ablaze in a Michigan field. When justice was finally served after years of mystery, a horrifying tale of treachery and family dishonesty was exposed. No matter how much time has passed, Caraballo's memory endures, as a reminder of the extent investigators will go to in order to find the truth and provide victims with justice. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Lam Kor Wan, Hong Kong's first serial killer, was introduced in 1982. He worked as a taxi driver, but at night he was known as the Rainy Night Butcher and the Jars Killer. Over the course of 7 months, he killed 4 young women, concealing their bodies beneath his family's couch and preserving their body parts in jars. Every murder was more graphic than the one before it. They all appeared in unsettling movies, from suffocation to the amputation of body parts. What perverse ideas motivated this man, and who was he? How did these women end up as his gullible victims? Let's discover the terrifying reality that was born on May 22, 1955, in the center of Hong Kong. Lam Kor Wan had a challenging childhood. With 10 children, a legal wife, and 2 mistresses, his father, Lam Weil Lok, led a difficult life. This set the stage for Lam's turbulent early years. Lam was subjected to cruel treatment during his early years while residing in Malaysia with his biological mother. His father violently abused both of them at home. Lam's situation was made worse by the fact that his parents divorced when he was a child. Due to a horrific event in which his father slammed his head against a wall, leaving 2-year-old Lam unconscious with periorbital bruises and a fractured skull, his father had a fierce temper. Following a period in Brunei from 1957 to 1962, during which Lam shared a dormitory with his father's half-siblings and mistresses, despite his academic success in primary school, Lam returned to Hong Kong in 1968 to attend Ricci Middle School in Sham Shui Po for junior high school. Having to balance 2 different school schedules because of his father's work had affected Lam's performance, particularly in mathematics. By 1970, Lam's academic standing had declined due to the demands of managing his father's motorcycle shop after school. His relationship with his father deteriorated even more, and this was marked by harsh treatment. Lam also started running away from home a lot as a result of this. Up until middle school, it had become a recurring pattern in his life. Lam had begun working in his father's motorcycle shop years after he had graduated from high school. He later went on to learn how to service air conditioners from a relative. The entire ordeal, which was replete with family issues during difficult times, had prepared Lam Kor Wan to become the enigmatic individual he would become. After a fight with his father outside a public restroom on Hakuin Street in early 1973, he was expelled from his house and sent home. After forcing a woman into the bathroom with a knife, he touched her lower body in an inappropriate manner. He was arrested as a result of this incident. A doctor examined Lam and determined that he had mental health problems, making him unfit for trial or incarceration. He was therefore ordered to receive treatment at King Shan Mental Hospital. He chose to change his name to Lam Jiao Koang by the time he was 19, after being treated for 102 days and being released from the hospital. Along with his collection of locked-away pornography kept in a metal ammunition box, his family noticed his odd fascination with the female body. Even though his family made an attempt to assist him, nothing seemed to change. His behavior changed to something more unsettling when these measures did not satisfy him. The women chased him down the street after he bought a Polaroid camera and started taking illegal photos of them from beneath the doors of restroom cubicles. At their home in Kwantong, he had later been caught snooping on his sister as she undressed outside the restroom. After that, the family decided to move further away, into Kwa Wan at their new residence. There was an agreement in place for him and his younger brother to share a room and sleep in different parts of a bunk bed. They were to keep their possessions separate and free from outside interference. He officially began working as a taxi driver in 1978, after obtaining a license and assuming the name Lam Kor Wan. His family only saw him every 14 to 15 days after he was moved to the night schedule around 1980. He then developed an intense interest in photography in 1981, which led him to study the art form. But since he didn't have a darkroom at home to print color pictures, he looked for a photo studio. He enrolled in a photography course offered by the Chinese YMCA of Hong Kong at the Waterloo Road Association in order to avoid suspicion. His classmate was employed at a sim shots. Lam made up a story about needing help with autopsy photos because he was a part-time photographer and worked in a mortuary. Surprisingly, his account was approved, and the classmate edited Lam's images to prevent alarming other students. His mother observed a significant shift in his behavior after he had been a night taxi driver for a year. He began to disregard personal hygiene, declining to take a shower or change his clothes. On the gloomy night of February 3, 1982, at the age of 27, his mother even saw him wander home like a sleepwalker in the dead of night, but his demeanor became forlorn. During his time as a taxi driver in the Sim Sha Tsui district, Lam changed from being a simple peeping Tom to something more sinister. He was looking for clients one day who were coming home from a night out. This is where things started to go south. When Chan Feng Lan, a clearly drunk woman, emerged from a restaurant at around 4 in the morning, she was in such need of a ride that many taxi drivers refused to give it to her. Lamb, apparently unfazed by this, accepted her into his taxi and consented to drive her home. The inebriated woman asked to stop halfway through the trip, and when Lamb braked close to a gas station, she opened the door to throw up. Uncertain of where she was, she asked Lamb to return in the opposite direction after this disturbing incident. Later, Lemmy admitted that he had considered killing her, but something inside of him snapped and he decided he had had enough after being initially disgusted by her vomiting. He went into a garage in the Simshasui neighborhood, circled to the passenger door, and strangled the young lady with an electric cable. He drove to his house at 5 in the morning when he usually finished work and parked in front of the building as usual. The night watchman slept on a cot in the entry hall and did not wake up, so he concealed the body in a big bag and carried it across the pavement into his apartment building while the street was empty. After Lamb died, he went into the apartment as quietly as he could and spent several hours hiding the body beneath the sofa. Lamb waited for his family to depart after breakfast while feigning to be asleep in his bed. He woke up and began preparing his room after his brother and parents had left the apartment. Lamb purchased a power saw from the street using 500 yuan that he had stolen from the victim's wallet. To ensure that even the baseboards were adequately protected, he covered the floor with plastic. He began to dismember the innocent woman's body after placing it on the plastic. Despite his best efforts, he was unable to avoid leaving any blood traces, and some of it splashed onto the walls. He continued to dismember the victim's body for hours, taking pictures and videos of the entire procedure before naming the videotape a serious secret. After chopping her body into 7 parts, he wrapped paper around her head, limbs, and torso before sealing it in a plastic bag. The fact that he preserved the private parts in a Tupperware container with rice wine was the most unsettling aspect. In order to remove any traces of the horror that had transpired, he meticulously cleaned the crime scene, scrubbing the walls and floor and rolling up the plastic sheet. He drove to the new areas, making multiple trips to carry the body parts to his taxi while avoiding attention from onlookers who were confident he had removed any traces of the unsettling act. He stopped when he discovered an empty area on the banks of the Xingmun River, close to Shatin. He was determined to find a remote location to dispose of the body. He removed the packages from his trunk one by one and tossed them into the river, making sure no one was looking. The bundles were carried to the sea by the murky waters. The limbs floated from Lucky Plaza to the Bel Air Gardens area after being washed down by the intense rain. Lamb had heard the terrifying news on the radio more than a week after the horrible deed. A limb had been found on the shores of the Xingmun River. More body parts were unearthed in the following days, leaving the police to piece together the tragic puzzle. To determine the approximate time the body was dumped into the river, investigators looked at tidal patterns. Interestingly, one arm had a unique tattoo of a heart with a knife through it, which was uncommon for women at the time. They arrived at this conclusion. Recognizing the victim, it was Chan Fenglan, age 21. The police encountered regrettable difficulties even after issuing a public call for witnesses. Neither the taxi driver nor Chan Fenglan's companions had seen the license plate. Lamb didn't learn of the body part's discovery for over a week. The police had determined that the body belonged to Chan Fenglan, a Simsha nightclub hostess and mother of 2. Chan's night out with her sister and friends, her taxi ride home, and the terrible fate she met at the hands of Lamb Core 1 were all revealed in the grim details. Sui. The next murder was carefully planned, but the murder had been opportunistic. He was determined to be more prepared because he was a perfectionist. His goal was surgical accuracy. He therefore chose to use professional tools rather than a power saw. In the end, he bought specialized surgical instruments and multiple bottles of formaldehyde after studying knives, blades, and scissors in great detail. Formaldehyde was a colorless, pungent chemical that was used for disinfection and preservation. Lamb had claimed another victim on May 29, 1982, 3 days after acquiring his equipment. He was able to capture his second target, a bar employee. This time, he picked Chan Wan Kit calmly and used an electric cable to strangle her before bringing her home. He waited in bed as usual for his family to get off work before beginning the grisly task of dismembering the body. Lamb had carefully prepared the room in accordance with his plan after thinking about what to do for days. After setting a sizable tray underneath the body to keep blood off the floor, he took out his video camera. Investigators later reviewed the video and found that he had carefully dissected the body while placing the tray beneath the family's parakeet cage. When Lamb had finished chopping it into pieces, he displayed remarkable skill. As Lamb considered a secure location for the body's disposal, he once more took photos of the various body parts. After numerous nighttime excursions, he eventually discovered the ideal location. He placed the body parts in a large plastic bag, and put it in the trunk of his taxi this time. He drove through the tunnel to the selected location, Hong Kong Island, early in the morning. A 20-minute drive east of the city center was Tai Hang Road, a residential neighborhood with a lot of trees. Following his parking in a secret area of the road, the heavy bag became difficult for him to carry out of the trunk. As he watched it roll down the slope into a muddy ravine, he carried it a short distance up to the railing and threw the body over it. Lam had been thinking about what had happened that night all the time in the days that followed, not because he was sorry or regretful, but because he wanted to become a better person. On June 17, 1982, 2 weeks later, he had struck once more. Liang Sawan, a 29-year-old nightclub cleaner, had left work at 4 a.m. and was in Lam's taxi shortly after she met her terrible end. Lam took her lifeless body back to his house and engaged in a terrifying string of acts. He recorded his horrifying deeds, titling the recording Operation Rainy Night. Lam used the selfie feature on his camcorder, which was resting on the bunk bed, to record the dismemberment procedure, displaying an unnerving amount of detail in contrast to his earlier action. On this occasion, he even cut open the abdomen, removed the intestine, and even tried to taste human flesh before giving up because it made him sick. Then, in yet another horrific episode of this gruesome rampage, he abandoned the severed limbs in a burlap bag on Tai Hang Road. Lam had grown bolder with every crime. Knowing the bars in the Tsim Sha Tsui neighborhood, he had spent his time meticulously planning his next crime. He was also aware of the locations where women frequently waited by themselves for his cab. He had wanted the next victim to be a woman from a higher social class, but his first 3 victims had been what he had dubbed bad girls. He purposefully chose a young woman who seemed innocent, and this time it was Liang Y Sum, 17. On July 2, 1982, Lam had discovered her outside the Tsim Sha Tsui hotel. Before the final exams, she had gone to a party at her high school, but she had made the decision to leave after dinner. Her high school friends had gotten her a cab to make sure she would get home safely. Lam parked his car and guided her to a remote road. When he took hold of her wrist and handcuffed her to the front seat, the teen was frightened. Surprisingly, he wanted company, which was another reason he wanted to keep her in his taxi, even though it was only 9:30 p.m. and too early for him to go home. Desperate for a friend, he kept Ling confined for hours, asking her about her family, religion, and life in general. He wanted to talk to her without any friends. Lam was generally enjoying her company, but that didn't stop him from carrying out his gruesome scheme. Lam began strangling the teenager with the electric cable after she fell asleep at around 4 in the morning. He then brought the dead girl's body home and, as usual, waited for his family to vacate the apartment. He hung his video camera from a high shelf and started recording when no one else was home. This was the video that the police would eventually play in court. The video wasn't just unsettling. Lam was acting necrophilically, that is, performing inappropriate acts with the dead body, in the video. It should be mentioned that Lam had burned the young victim's skin after falling on her thighs while he was earlier assembling the lighting apparatus to record his activities. In order to later refer to it as the 4/3 operation, he also recorded it on video and took pictures of her. Then, just like he had done with the earlier victims, he dismembered the body, which would later come back to haunt him. On August 10, 1982, he later left the body on Tai Hang Road. Lam tried to make his 4th victim's mutilated photo larger. As it happened, Lam's friend had to move Lam's negatives to the Mongkok branch for magnification because the enlarger at his friend's Photoshop was broken. Suspicious as he was, the branch's photo editors discovered disturbing details in the developed photos during the manual enlargement process, suggesting a possible connection to the dismemberment of a human body. A picture of a severed breast and a burn mark on the victim's thigh were among the features that prompted the shop supervisor to call the police. The Kowloon Regional Homicide Squad was given the case by the police after they received the report. Detectives under the direction of Sergeant Lee Kwon obtained statements from the clerks at the Sima Tsui and Mongkok branches while safeguarding the negatives and photograph. After a thorough examination and analysis of the flesh and blood color, the forensic officer from the Scientific Forensics Department concluded that the photographed corpse had been dead for less than 3 hours. The dismemberment technique ruled out the possibility that the perpetrator was teaching pictures because it implied that they lacked medical anatomical knowledge. The typical green sheet used in autopsies was conspicuously missing. Additionally, forensic specialists verified that the images were taken directly from a real body rather than from printed materials. In one picture, A tiny drop of water also reflected half the face of a girl who looked like Leong Wai Sum, who had disappeared on July 2. The police decided to make an arrest after concluding that Ling had been murdered, based on the results of the Scientific Forensics Division and medical examiner. Sergeant Lee had led the team in an ambush at the photo shop early on August 17. He asked the clerk to mix a Lam set of 13 photos with a few other pictures and encouraged him to talk to Lam about the pictures, where they were taken, and why they were being enlarged. The goal was to document the discussion and collect supporting documentation. Lam arrived by taxi to pick up the pictures at about 6 o'clock in the evening. Following his friend's request, he carefully examined each picture and clarified that the enlarged images would be used for courtroom presentations, especially so jurors could see the contents more clearly. Lam said that he worked in mortuaries on a regular basis. Sergeant Lee revealed his identity after verifying the images and making the payment, and he immediately took Lam into custody. Lam first made up a story, claiming that the pictures were taken by a four-eyed man he had met in Quan who worked for the Oriental Daily. Investigations, however, showed that there was no such individual. In order to gather tangible evidence, the authorities promptly requested a warrant so they could search Lam's home within the allotted 48 hours. Otherwise, they would have needed to let him go. During the search, they found personal belongings, preservatives, anatomy books, surgical instruments, Lam's cupboards, and severed body parts, including the deceased women's breasts and vaginas. His taxi was also seized and searched by the police, who left a note on the windshield stating that it was not to be towed and that it had been involved in a crime. Subsequent investigation of the car turned up evidence like wire and handcuffs in the glove box, as well as 2 holes in the back of the front seat that were probably made by one of the women who died wearing high heels during a struggle. Investigators allegedly recovered a large collection that included 1,900 carefully coded photos, 1,500 color slides, and 696 negatives that documented coronavirus victims at different points in his crimes. His thorough documentation greatly facilitated the police inquiry. All of his victims' body parts were eventually found by authorities, allowing for their identification and eventual return to their families. To assist with the investigation, Lam Korwan was taken to the police station with his father and younger brother. Authorities suspected that the taxi driver wasn't acting alone because of the small living area and the amount of evidence found in Lam and his brother's bedroom. After 3 days of intense interrogation and detention, Linwas was freed. The younger Lam insisted that he had little contact with his brother because of their divergent schedules and was neither involved in nor aware of the incidents to expedite their release. Korwan was pressed by their father and younger brother to make it clear that they had nothing to do with trying to get her son to confess. Lam's mother went to the police station as well. Korwan assisted law enforcement in identifying the victims' body parts. The police, however, continued to suspect the younger Lam of involvement despite their cooperation. As a result, both brothers were brought before the Sanpo Kong magistrates' courts on 4 counts of murder. In order to support the younger brother's persistent denial of involvement, they were later moved to the Su Lam Psychiatric Center for evaluation. After the 6th hearing, he was ultimately freed because there was not enough evidence. The case was sent to the Supreme Court for trial after a medical evaluation determined that Korwan was of sound mind, had a remarkably high IQ, reportedly over 130, and was deemed fit to stand trial with established prima facie evidence. On March 3, 1983, the trial began, and a large crowd gathered outside the court to watch Lam's behavior. Because it was thought that the more than 1,000 pieces of evidence that would be presented in the case were too graphic for women, a number of men were chosen to serve on the jury. Authorities claimed that the specifics of the case were too upsetting for women, so 7 men were chosen specifically to guarantee a fair trial and avoid shock. The only people who could watch Lam's videotapes were the jurors, judges, and attorneys. Furthermore, during the trial, the victims' organs were not allowed in the courtroom. Police officers, Photoshop employees, forensic and scientific specialists, and even Lam's relatives were called as witnesses by the prosecution. Acknowledging the strength of the evidence against him, Lam negotiated a reduced sentence in exchange for admitting to manslaughter. But this appeal was turned down. The jury was instructed by the judge to choose between charges of murder and manslaughter, rather than to discuss Lam's guilt, with testimony from 5 psychiatrists. The trial descended into arguments about Lam's mental health. 3 of them suggested an obsession with women, while 2 questioned his self-control. On April 8 the same year, after 18 days, the judge gave the jury instructions to render a verdict based on whether or not they thought Lam had control over his actions during the crimes. The jury unanimously concluded that Lam was sane, motivated by aberrant desires, and guilty of murder. After more than 3 hours of deliberation, Lam was originally given a hanging death sentence, but thanks to the governor's pardon, his sentence was reduced to life in prison when Hong Kong abolished the death penalty in 1984. Following his conviction, Lam was taken to Stanley Prison and then Shek Pik Prison, where he was called a lamb by the other inmates. He kept a low profile, avoiding conversations about his past and valuing his privacy. Rob. He reportedly had a modest salary, was reticent and rarely interacted with people. He read religious, medical, and newspaper articles and took part in Catholic and Christian classes while incarcerated. While he did not receive family visits, he did occasionally receive visits from church volunteers. He amassed a reputation among the prisoners for his understanding of purple star astrology, a type of Chinese fortune-telling, and his cell was stocked with books and newspapers. When Lam applied for parole in 2018 at the age of 62, after serving more than 34 years, even prison officials sought his counsel, raising public outrage. The parole board decided against changes or parole at that time due to concerns about the possibility of repeat offenses, even though they review parole every 5 years. According to reports, during the 1983 trial, Lam was also observed by some inmates dissecting cockroaches in the prison and making elaborate displays out of them while they were kept in a matchbox. In her testimony, Lam's mother described the physical abuse her oldest son had suffered as a child. The father of coronavirus had even caused severe head trauma when the boy was only 2 years old, leaving him with 2 black eyes. She had also been the victim of domestic violence. Experts have connected severe head injuries sustained as a child to psychological problems like necrophilia later in life. Lam reportedly told a psychiatrist that he thought God had given him the order to carry out the murders. Lam's actions remained mysterious throughout the investigation. Investigators were baffled by his decision to develop films at a Kodak store, even though he had the required equipment. Some conjectured that he may have secretly wished for arrest because he had almost been arrested before the gruesome autopsy results, and the manner in which the bodies were dismembered suggested that a professional killer was at work. However, despite these disturbing facts, Lam's family had difficulties because of the case's publicity. They tried to sell their apartment but were unsuccessful because of its fame, so they were forced to stay after the case ended. The police, concerned about possible media exploitation, destroyed all of Lam's tapes and photographs. Some of the victims' organs, however, had a different destiny there and were kept for educational purposes at the Wan Chai Forensic Medicine headquarters. As our journey through Lamkor, Wan's haunting saga, comes to an end, it is important to remember these 4 innocent women whose lives were tragically taken. Lam's father sought atonement for his son's sins on November 16, 1986, by dedicating a memorial tablet at Yuan Shin College for the lives lost to his son's evil. The story of Lam Kor Wan serves as a chilling reminder of the intricacies of the human psyche and the terrible outcomes they can produce. Such tales act as a forceful plea for greater comprehension, awareness, and attention to mental health. As the first serial killer in Hong Kong's history, Lam Kor Wan, now 68, is serving a life sentence in the maximum security Shek Pik Prison on Lantau Island for the gruesome killings that rocked Hong Kong in the early 1980 CE. His reign of terror came to an end on August 17, 1982, the fateful day of his arrest, when he was just 27 years old. His horrifying post-crime rituals, which included hiding victims under the family couch and preserving body parts in jars, earned him the terrifying nicknames the Rainy Night Butcher and the Jars Murderer. Such unsettling behaviors reveal a terrifying picture of a disturbed mind. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Rosemere Silva, 32, and her fiancé, Uderli Damasceno, 30, were getting ready for their wedding ceremony on Sunday, December 4, 2016, which was scheduled to take place in a charming rural setting close to Sao Paulo. To impress the guests and her future husband, Rosemere had orchestrated a spectacular helicopter arrival, but a sudden tragedy made everything into a nightmare just before the ceremony was scheduled to start. Rosemere, a 32-year-old nurse assistant, grew up in a big family in Sao Paulo. Her parents taught her the importance of kindness and compassion at a young age, which led her to pursue a career in helping people. Her coworkers always felt they had her undivided attention and frequently complimented her on her diligence, patience, and kind disposition. When she wasn't working, Rosemary was a happy, energetic person who loved hanging out with friends, volunteering at her church, and making sure her loved ones were safe and content. Since she was a young girl, Rosemary had dreamed of her wedding day. She imagined herself wearing a gorgeous white gown, walking down a flower-adorned aisle, and being surrounded by the smiles of loved ones. She had been inspired by these fantasies to diligently save money for the ideal celebration. Her spectacular helicopter arrival was one of the unique touches she had in mind, a surprise that would enthrall everyone present. Uderli, who was 30 at the time, was a mechanic from Sao Paulo who was raised in a hard-working household that valued simplicity and honesty. He had a strong interest in mechanics from an early age and progressively developed into a proficient professional. Uderli had a reputation for always carrying out his duties with honesty and for being steady, collected, and trustworthy. Despite his previous marriage ending in divorce, he remained close to his daughter from that marriage and spent as much time as he could with her. Although they didn't click right away, the two quickly became closer after meeting at an evangelical church. At first, they approached their discussions warily, as if they were two strangers who were not sure what they had in common. But as their relationship deepened, it became clear that they were destined to be together. In 2015, the pair started dating, and a year later, Uderli proposed, which Rosemary happily accepted. Rosemary and Uderli immediately started organizing their wedding after announcing their engagement. From the selection of flowers and music to the seating configurations and venue decor, Rosemary was adamant that everything be flawless. This was supposed to be a fairy tale day, and Rosemary imagined every visitor looking back on it with delight. But one element of the wedding was particularly noteworthy. Rosemary orchestrated a memorable surprise by arriving in a helicopter. Her dream had been to descend from the sky like a vision, to make an entrance that would be remembered. She worked with pilot Peterson Pinheiro to arrange for a Robinson R-44, a light commercial helicopter, while keeping this information confidential. Just 6 people were aware of the plan, including her brother Silvano Silva and photographer Nayla Cristina Neves, who was supposed to document the event. Rosemary couldn't sleep on the morning of her wedding because she was so excited. As the stylists meticulously worked on her hair and makeup, she was greeted with smiles and congrats at the beauty salon. She continued to visualize her spectacular arrival, descending from above and witnessing the wonder on her guests' faces. She had been thinking about this vision for months. She was aware that the day's high point would be this surprise. Rosemary arrived at a nearby town by 2 p.m., wearing her white wedding gown, to catch the helicopter's departure. She was accompanied by her 40-year-old brother Silvano, who had always been her rock. He couldn't refuse his sister's wish, even though he, like many members of their family, was nervous about the flight. They were joined by photographer Nayla, who was expecting a child and was prepared to capture every happy moment. The helicopter took off at 3:30 p.m. The flight went smoothly at first. In anticipation of seeing her fiancé and their guests, Rosemary sat next to her brother, smiling and holding his hand. Nayla made sure that every look and smile would be preserved in their wedding album by filming it all. However, things soon changed. The weather started to get worse. The air inside the helicopter became tense as clouds began to gather, then fog and rain. The pilot had to use instruments to guide him through the thick fog as visibility was fading. Already nervous about flying, Silvano displayed obvious signs of anxiety as he tightly grasped Rosemary's hand while she attempted to reassure him. The photographer Nayla continued to record, but her camera trembled every now and then, revealing the tension that had gripped everyone on board. The pilot approached the venue and tried to find a safe landing spot by descending, but the maneuver became dangerous due to the poor visibility. An uncontrollable descent was caused when the helicopter's tail abruptly clipped a tree. The helicopter crashed and caught fire just over a mile from the wedding location. Those involved in Rosemary's surprise plan started to feel apprehensive as time passed. The wedding coordinator, Carlos Eduardo, who had assisted in planning the flight, called the helicopter company to inquire about its progress. He was informed that the flight had left on time and ought to have reached its destination by now. His concern was heightened by this response, which led him to attempt speaking with the pilot directly. Not a single call was answered. When the phone rang and no one answered, Carlos and the other organizers frantically looked for other ways to find out where the helicopter was. Employees of the company also made unsuccessful attempts to contact the pilot. Meanwhile, as the guests became aware of Carlos's nervous manner, Whispers and concerned looks began to circulate among them. The air became heavy with uneasiness, but nobody wanted to cause alarm. Anxious waiting gave way to growing panic after another 15 minutes. In an attempt to learn whether there had been any reports of an incident in the area, the organizers made the decision to contact the local authorities. At that point, they learned of a helicopter crash near the wedding site, which confirmed their worst suspicions. The fact that it was the same flight that was carrying Rosemere was not confirmed, but the information was enough to chill everyone. Carlos Eduardo confided in the pastor because he wasn't sure how to tell the groom. They went together to Uterly and told him what they knew. A few miles away, there had been a report of a potential helicopter crash. Uterly initially found it difficult to understand. He was unaware that Rosemere would be arriving by helicopter. The pastor kindly clarified that Rosemere had planned a surprise for both him and the guests. However, the words didn't seem to make sense. As the realization dawned, Uterly stood in stunned silence, staring at Carlos Eduardo and the pastor. His surroundings appeared to dim, the noises of the assembly fading into a quiet emptiness. When the gravity of the situation became apparent, everyone's eyes were on him. That helicopter might have contained Rosemere. The ensuing silence seemed to go on forever, and nobody knew how to respond. Reports verified that emergency personnel arrived at the scene of the collision within minutes. At first, there were few specifics, as they tried to evaluate the situation. To keep spectators out, police surrounded the area and started their investigation. As news of the crash spread to the wedding location, the guests' anxiety grew more intense by the second, though everyone could feel that the possibility of a positive outcome was dwindling. One of the event organizers suggested waiting for official confirmation before drawing any conclusions. Behind him, the groom could hear whispers among the guests, and he knew that until the specifics were known, no one would tell the truth. Whispers were spreading like wildfire, and the day that was supposed to be a celebration was gradually devolving into chaos. First responders were already working diligently at the crash site, while the guests anxiously waited at the venue. The helicopter had crashed near a highway in a forested area. The fuselage had caught fire upon impact, and the remaining portion of the aircraft was rapidly consumed by the flames. After battling to keep the fire contained, firefighters eventually made it to the wreckage. Those attempting to piece together what had happened were struck with a sense of dread and grief when it became evident that none of the passengers had survived. In order to determine the cause of the collision, police officers started gathering evidence and searching the scene for hints. One officer found a camera that had continued to record even after the impact, and debris was strewn all over a small space. The video might offer important new information about the last few seconds of the flight. However, the cause of the tragedy was still unknown. The hope for a miracle was dashed when the wedding venue received official confirmation of the crash. With a heavy heart, the pastor went to Uterly and delivered the heartbreaking news. The groom's face was marked with pain as he tried to make sense of what he was hearing. Those who were by his side were left in stunned silence, unsure of how to react to such overwhelming grief, as the world seemed to crumble around him in that moment. Unsure of what to say or do, the guests who had come to celebrate love and happiness now stood in stunned silence. The ceremony, which had been eagerly awaited, had instead turned into a scene of shock and grief. What had been supposed to be a lovely day had turned into a sobering reminder of how easily one mistake or unanticipated circumstance could ruin lives and plans in an instant. Brazilian National Civil Aviation Agency investigators started collecting witness statements and analyzing the flight data. Particularly interested were those who had been to the wedding or knew about Rosemere's intentions. In addition to determining the technical causes of the crash, the investigation sought to understand why she chose to arrive at such a high risk. Police and aviation safety specialists carefully inspected the wreckage. Retrieving the flight data and going over recordings that might offer important insights was one of their first tasks. It was crucial to figure out why the helicopter lost control and veered off course. There were several possible causes, including pilot error or mechanical failure, in addition to the possibility of heavy fog and deteriorating weather. The investigation was further complicated by witness statements from people who knew the pilot, Peterson Pinheiro. Pinheiro was a seasoned and well-respected expert who was renowned for managing each flight with care and responsibility. He had years of experience and had flown numerous times in difficult weather conditions. Before taking off, he carefully considered the risks, according to his colleagues. Those who worked with him found the news of the crash even more confusing because of this background. It was difficult for many to accept that he could have made such a serious error, but the facts were still indisputable. The helicopter had clipped a tree and spun out of control in dense fog and rain. In order to ascertain whether there had been a chance for a safe landing, investigators tried to piece together the last moments of the flight. The families of Rosemere and Utery were left to deal with unspeakable grief while investigators worked at the crash site. Close friends, parents, and siblings found it difficult to believe that this tragedy had truly happened. One of the few people who was aware of Rosemere's intention to arrive by helicopter, her sister, recalled their conversations. The idea of surprising everyone with her entrance had filled Rosemere with excitement and enthusiasm. However, nobody could have predicted that this would be her last flight. Uterly stood by the wedding arch, still reeling from the loss. He witnessed organizers and attendees attempting to console one another, but it did not bring him any comfort. He was troubled by the fact that he had been unaware of Rosemere's surprise. He believed that by failing to protect her, he had let her down. What ought to have been the start of their life together had instead turned into one of his worst memories. Soon after, investigators published an initial report confirming that the weather was a major factor in the collision. Visibility was severely limited due to the thick fog the helicopter had encountered. Pilot Peterson lost control of the aircraft and caused the tragic crash after attempting an emergency landing and clipping a tree with the aircraft's tail. But the inquiry was far from finished. Determining why the pilot was unable to prevent the collision and why the helicopter was flying at such a low altitude was crucial. Experts started analyzing the footage from the camera discovered among the wreckage because it might contain important hints for reconstructing the last moments of the flight. Even though it was painful, this step was essential to comprehending what had transpired in those final moments. An eerie silence descended upon the venue as the guests gradually started to depart. Nobody was strong enough to speak. While Uterly's friends and family provided him with as much support as they could, the organizers worked to coordinate with the local authorities. But everyone was plagued by unanswered questions. Why did this happen? What might have led to such a disastrous result? Rosemere's family was also in shock and finding it difficult to accept what had happened. Her mother, who had always been her staunchest ally, was unable to believe that their morning chat would be their final one. She remembered how excitedly Rosemere had described her plan as a gift from the heavens that would astound everyone. Nobody could have predicted that her dream would become such a nightmare. Soon, fresh worries about the flight's actual safety surfaced. Investigators found that the helicopter lacked charter service authorization. Only private flights were allowed under its license. For what reason had the business consented to supply it for the wedding? Who was in charge of failing to notice the weather? These queries sparked additional research and became the main focus of the study. Some witnesses started to remember that bad weather had been predicted in the days before the wedding. However, these warnings received little attention. These circumstances would have needed to be taken into account by pilot Peterson Pinheiro, who is renowned for his meticulous attention to safety. The flight was nevertheless authorized. Who ultimately decided to go ahead with the flight in spite of the obvious risks was now the focus of the investigation. Uterly was trying to think, and every second of waiting was painful. Rosemere had filled his life with so much warmth and light that he couldn't fathom living without her. It was believed that their journey, which began with timid looks at church, would lead to a happy life together. It felt broken now, like a picture that would never be complete. A thick silence fell over the hall, which had once been intended to reverberate with wedding music and exuberant speeches. All that was audible were quiet sobs, consoling words, and reassuring hugs. Nobody knew how to comfort a man who had just lost everything he held dear, or what to say to Udarli. The helicopter crash that killed Rosemere, her brother Silvano, photographer Nayla, and pilot Peterson left a lasting scar on the hearts of their families and the community at large, even though the investigation went on for weeks. As more information became available, one emotion remained constant among those who knew the victims: a deep sense of injustice and loss. The Brazilian National Civil Aviation Agency finished its report a month after the tragic incident. It was verified that the severe weather and poor visibility were the main causes of the collision. When the helicopter lost control at a low altitude, pilot Peterson Pinheiro was in a dire situation after trying to navigate through heavy fog and rain. The collision with a tree, which resulted in the fatal crash, was the crucial moment. Additionally, the report disclosed that Rosemere's helicopter lacked authorization for charter flights. Its registration only allowed for private use, and it was against safety rules to let it be used for a wedding. In addition to drawing attention to the company that rented out the helicopter, this revelation infuriated the relatives of the victims. Subsequent analysis revealed that the helicopter's leasing company had neglected to adequately evaluate the weather and permitted the flight to continue in spite of warnings of poor visibility. After the investigation was finished, the company and its owners were the target of multiple lawsuits because this was considered a serious breach. The relatives of the victims wanted to know why the flight had been authorized in these circumstances and who was responsible for the cancellation. The pilot independently assessed that the flight could be conducted safely, according to the helicopter company. More investigation was necessary, though, after it was discovered that the business lacked permission to use the aircraft for commercial purposes. Their licenses were temporarily suspended as a result, and a thorough audit of their business practices was conducted. The families of Rosemere and the other victims got ready for the funerals while the investigation continued. None of them wanted to confront that moment. Seeing dreams dashed is one thing, but accepting the loss of loved ones is quite another. Hundreds of people came to pay their respects at the solemn funeral. Tears and silence conveyed more than words could ever convey. Unable to express his sorrow, Udurley stood by Rosemere's coffin. His spirit appeared hardened by the weight of his grief, and his eyes were hollow. He had dreamed of being with Rosemere all his life, but in a flash everything was different. He thought his heart might burst as he stood in front of her coffin. He was unable to accept that this was really the end and couldn't say goodbye. Following the funeral, Rosemere's friends and family started a campaign to call for more safety regulations in private aviation. They hoped that no one else would ever experience such a terrible loss as a result of carelessness or oversight. This tragedy struck a chord with the public, leading to broad support for more stringent laws and mandatory supervision to guarantee adherence to flight safety standards. Their local church, which they frequently visited, honored Rosemere's memory as well as that of her brother and the other victims. Udurley made the decision to preserve their legacy in spite of his suffering, in order to provide families impacted by comparable tragedies with tools to deal with their loss. He set up a small fund. Investigators published their final report after several months. It verified that bad weather and poor visibility, which caused the loss of control, were the primary causes of the tragedy. The company's failure to appropriately evaluate the risks involved and adhere to appropriate rental procedures was one contributing factor. The company's flight licenses were temporarily revoked and fined until all found flaws were fixed. Even though the investigation yielded a lot of answers, it was unable to restore the lost. Families were compensated, but it didn't make their grief any less painful. It was only a symbolic gesture that Udurley and everyone who knew Rosemere could not reverse. Life gradually returned to normal for most people months after the tragedy, but not for Udurley. The spark that used to light his eyes had vanished, but he still went to work and saw friends. Nothing could fill the void Rosemere's passing left in his heart. He frequently found himself thinking back on their happy times together in the evenings and wishing that day had gone differently. What started out as a dream for an amazing surprise showed how fleeting life is and how one bad choice can alter everything. Tragically, Rosemere's wedding day was not what she had hoped for, but it was still memorable. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case, with you. At this point, a single horrifying discovery validated the police officer's worst fears. A psychotic murderer was at large. The murderer believed he had escaped, but he was unaware that he had been captured on camera. The police discovered a lead that would turn the case around just when it appeared to be unsolvable. But the first chapter of his dark tale exposed a horror so unthinkable that it rocked even the most infamous offenders to their foundation. On April 7, 2016, at 7:36 p.m., a homeless woman in Pasco County, Florida, dialed 911. She had discovered something she would never forget while searching for cans. The suspected area was in the vicinity of Newport Richey's Woodlands. Matthew Adamo, the Pasco County Sheriff, was scheduled to look into the report. Detectives initially thought it was a homeless altercation gone wrong, but they quickly discovered they were dealing with something far more sinister. The caller, who was questioned by detectives, stated that a man's headless body was found next to a shopping center and a community of mobile homes. She immediately fled again, preventing the scene from becoming contaminated. The investigative team split up into two groups after verifying that the body was indeed in the wooded area. One was to find evidence, and the other was to secure the body. They hoped to find something gruesome that might have been captured on camera at the Metro PCS store, which was fortunately the closest location. The majority of the CCTV footage had been deleted when the staff member led them to the room where it was being recorded. Everything on the camera had been deleted because the building had just been purchased by new owners on Friday. Meanwhile, another group of police officers cleared the path to the body and secured the area. Finding the victim and making preliminary inferences were their top priorities. The investigators were on the verge of discovering something that would completely change the course of their investigation. They had an idea of who the deceased might have been as soon as they discovered the body belonged to a woman. Just over a mile from the forested area, in October 2015, 21-year-old Brooklyn Peck was reported missing. Her case was declared unsolved by the police following a protracted investigation. The hope of finding Brooklyn safe and sound had faded along with the exhaustion of the search for her. However, after 6 traumatic months, Brooklyn's family once again hoped to find some sort of closure when the recently discovered body was reported on the news. However, the coroner's report, which would be obtained once forensics had safely removed the body and performed tests, was necessary to confirm whether it was Brooklyn. However, all of that had to wait until the crime scene was thoroughly examined, and the body's ambiguous location was making things more difficult. They were eventually able to examine the body up close at approximately 9:05 p.m. The officers had no idea that they were going to come across one of the most devastating discoveries of their lives. Since she was still wearing jewelry, the investigators concluded that it wasn't a robbery gone wrong. Her face had been so severely mutilated that it was unrecognizable, and her clothing was pulled over it. Her torn stockings further raised suspicions among the police that this crime scene was more than a landfill. This was the precise location where the victim had died. They had brought her here and killed her. It was extremely unsettling to consider that another person would do this to someone and abandon them without a sense of identity, purpose, or concern. They were certain that the investigation would not be simple. The victim had endured the most terrible final moments, whether or not it was Brooklyn. In actuality, the detectives had never seen a more heinous case of sexual assault. The medical examiner's office eventually informed them that blunt force trauma to the head was the cause of death. The investigators were aware that they had seen the aftermath of a deranged, unsettling fantasy. The real, unsettling tale would begin to take shape here. Their best guess for the Jane Doe's identity was Brooklyn Peck. The detectives immersed themselves in Brooklyn's case file while the body was prepared for forensic examination. They discovered something grim there. They found a physical characteristic that made it impossible for the body to be Brooklyn, even before the forensic report disproved the link between the body and Brooklyn. This was just one of the many twists that made this case feel like a movie. The tip of the recovered body's left pointer finger was still present, but Brooklyn's was missing. They now understood that Brooklyn Peck was not the deceased. They felt a wide range of emotions upon learning that this was not Brooklyn. They had been hoping for some closure, so they went from being relieved and happy that it wasn't her to feeling sad that it wasn't her. The effort to positively identify Jane Doe was a complete failure. Searching through the month's missing persons reports until they discovered a good match was the next difficult task. In an effort to identify the woman, and if at all possible, provide closure to yet another family in need of answers, they launched a thorough search through recent missing persons reports. After searching through the documents, they eventually discovered a match, a woman who had been reported missing just a few weeks earlier and who looked remarkably similar to the body they had found. The detectives realized they were starting a completely new investigation after making this identification. Judith Terrianos, age 52, was the owner of the body. The family of this grandmother, who had been missing for more than a month, was in the same state of desperation as Brooklyn's. They were aware that it would take a careful balancing act between forensic accuracy and unwavering resolve, and maybe a little bit of luck, to find out what had happened to this woman. Their attention now turned to discovering the truth about Judith's terrible fate, even though Brooklyn's case was still pending. Newport Richey was not Judith's home. She was only a guest. She had gone there to visit a friend who was fighting cancer with another friend. Unfortunately, she never came home. Born in September 1963, Judith Terrianos was originally from Maine. When she was younger, she frequently took family vacations to Greece because she loved to travel. The 52-year-old, who had volunteered at a bookstore and worked at a nursing home in the past, was said to be a kind and compassionate individual. In February 2016, the mother of 3 had gone to Florida to take care of a sick friend. By obtaining a fingerprint from the deceased, the medical examiner's office was able to identify the person as Judith Terrianos. The CCTV footage collected from the area gave detectives a vital lead when they eventually identified Judith, which gave the case new life. The detectives divided into groups. A couple of detectives went to a convenience store to get video, and a few others went to find her last known location. They focused on a convenience store and a number of nearby companies. She was seen buying alcohol at a nearby convenience store which she was known to frequent in the first surveillance footage they found. In the surveillance footage, they saw Judith and another individual buying her items at the time. She was seen in the video purchasing alcohol at a nearby convenience store with an unnamed man. That left the police with a suspect to pursue, one who might have the answers to this puzzling riddle. They were unsure whether the man was the cause of Judith's death or if he was just another acquaintance when they found the surveillance footage of her in the convenience store with him. He might be able to help them with the investigation. Since he was the last person seen with Judith, identifying him became the top priority. He wasn't registered, regrettably, because the DNA evidence taken from the crime scene didn't match anything in the database. With only a description and a picture of the man, the detectives had no choice but to search the neighborhood. In the hopes that someone would recognize their main suspect, they went back to the trailer park and knocked on as many doors as they could. All of them provided hazy descriptions, suggesting that they were either unaware of what had occurred or that they were unwilling to speak with the police. They came closest to a man named Grizzly, who possessed both evidence and information. He provided them with concrete proof and information that went beyond mere rumors. He told the police that although he didn't know the man well, he had provided him with a place to stay for a few days. Additionally, he told the detectives that the man had forgotten his bag. Because it directly connected the suspect's clothing to the scene, Grizzly's disclosure was a significant turning point in the case. But that was where Grizzly's knowledge abruptly stopped. He said that aside from the fact that the suspect appeared nervous, bordering on paranoid, and eager to get out of town, he didn't know much about him. Grizzly claims that although the man had discussed purchasing a one-way ticket to Chicago, he had not provided any personal information, not even his name. An unexpected lead was about to be given to detectives, and it developed in a way that added to the mystery's unnerving aspects. The police suspected that there might be a lead so significant that it would completely blow the case apart. They promptly gave him the assurance that anything he revealed would be treated with the highest confidentiality and protection, because they were at a pivotal point in their investigation. Stefan was the first to speak. Stefan knew the mystery man as well as Judith. His name, Stefan said, was Timothy. Timothy had mentioned his interest in Judy while they were together at a convenience store. The investigators had never been closer to the truth, thanks to Grizzly's evidence linking the mystery man to the scene, and Stefan's now implied willingness to divulge something significant. Something Stefan was about to reveal would finally solve the mystery once and for all. Even though the mystery man had finally been identified, Stefan had more in store for us. Police had found a bottle of rubbing alcohol at the scene. They were unaware of its significance at the time. They now knew that in an effort to hide his identity by destroying the DNA, he had poured rubbing alcohol on her body. The man was recognized by Stefan as Timothy Johnson. After expressing interest in Judith, Timothy's feelings would take a deadly turn in a matter of hours. The detectives were on the verge of making a discovery that would completely change the course of events. For them, it marked a significant turning point. After investigating Timothy Johnson's background, detectives discovered that he had been arrested 4 times in Florida for domestic abuse, aggravated battery, and twice for not showing up for court. Curiously, 3 weeks prior to the discovery of Judith's body, one of those arrests for aggravated assault occurred. He broke into a woman's house late at night after drinking too much. More significantly, though, this indicated that he was already under police arrest. Timothy Johnson lacked any genuine regret for his crimes and was incredibly heartless. With CCTV footage, witness statements, and evidence that placed him close to the crime scene, the detectives were now prepared to address the most pressing issue. Just the video evidence was important. Witnesses also recalled Timothy's unpredictable behavior and interactions with Judith in the days preceding her death, and it caught him close to the crime scene around the time of Judith's murder. As the pieces came together, the detectives were ready to construct a strong case because they knew that Timothy's violent past gave the current charges context and substance. When the detectives went to the prison to question the cold-blooded killer, The police thought they had finally located him, but they had no idea that this was only the beginning. Detectives discovered as they dug deeper that they were looking into a pattern of increasing violence rather than just one murder. Johnson's history of arrests suggested that he was used to getting away with grave consequences for his behavior. In June 2015, Timothy entered a no-contest plea for misdemeanor battery, adding to his criminal history. In December 2015, he was also accused of resisting a police officer and violating his probation. Timothy was arrested in January 2016 for using a knife to break into the home of his former roommate. The ex-roommate reportedly claimed that he had previously threatened to break up with her. Timothy, however, was set free in February 2016. Since he had been incarcerated since March 23, 2016, for a probation violation, the authorities didn't have to search far for him once Judith was located. He reportedly acknowledged having consensual sex with Judith, but withheld further details. However, other prisoners came forward with information stating that Timothy had described what had happened and confessed to killing Judith. They anticipated a confession, but they were taken by surprise. He didn't confess to his crimes until he was officially booked, charged with first-degree murder, and put inside the prison walls, but not to the investigators. He conversed with another prisoner instead. He smashed her face in and suffocated her to death, then went to a place that would make anyone's skin crawl. Timothy was merely idly sitting there. He was not in a panic. He wasn't going crazy. He appeared to have experienced nothing at all. Timothy used his victim's pilfered credit card to eat some waffles. Those who dared to imagine what he would do next would never be able to forget it. Timothy Johnson received a life sentence. By commemorating Judith Therianos, we pay tribute to her life and promote a society in which each person is treated with respect and dignity, preventing further victims of needless violence. Nothing really surprises the police, who always see the worst in people. The police were affected by this, even though it was sickening and unsettling. Some people experienced nightmares, not so much because of him, as because of how awful her final moments were. Investigators and the general public were left wondering, was he struggling with guilt, or was there a darker side to his selective silence? This confession's timing and nature sparked numerous debates. Timothy was ultimately convicted of first-degree murder and given a life sentence in October 2017. For the January 2016 incident, he was also found guilty on 2 counts of aggravated assault and sentenced to 5 years in prison each. According to prison records, Timothy is still a prisoner at the Union Correctional Institution in Rayford, Florida. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.
Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Crime is frequently associated with a particular motivation. Acts by people with mental health conditions, those under the influence of alcohol or other controlled substances, or incidents that happen during periods of severe emotional upheaval may be exceptions. Although the phrase motiveless crime is used, criminologists contend that the majority of these cases have unidentified hidden motives. Ohio as a whole was rocked by the disappearance of college student Emily Murray in 2000. The individual who caused Emily's terrible demise had been hiding in plain sight, helping law enforcement with their investigation, and even providing tips to implicate others, until she was discovered dead a few weeks later. Authorities encountered a bewildering dilemma when they eventually took him into custody. There didn't appear to be any clear reason. Many theories were put forth, but none of them were supported, to explain why he did this. To make things even more confusing, the suspect seemed to like Emily and even to be protective of her, but then something changed, and he became a predator. The perpetrator has never disclosed the reason behind his killing of a helpless young woman, even though it has been almost 25 years since the incident. On February 19, 1980, Emily Miranda Murray was born in Sleepy Hollow, a small town in Westchester County, New York. She came from a wealthy family and was the youngest of 4 siblings. Growing up with her 2 older brothers and 1 sister, Emily remained close to them all of her life. Emily's family moved to Shaker Heights, Cuyahoga County, Ohio, when she was 2 years old. Her father quickly rose to the position of head of one of the scientific university's departments after receiving an offer of a distinguished position there. The family's financial stability allowed them to live comfortably, and her mother devoted herself to raising the kids and providing a cozy home environment. The Murray children achieved academic success, graduating with honors from high school and attending prestigious universities. Emily, in particular, had a strong interest in biology and medicine and hoped to work in these fields. She frequently placed at the top of her class, and was acknowledged as a gifted student. Interestingly, Emily was also able to work part-time jobs and donate her earnings to worthy causes. Emily's parents' strong Christian beliefs had a significant impact on her upbringing. Emily followed the family's example by attending church on a regular basis and being always willing to lend a helping hand to those in need, both verbally and physically. She spent a year traveling the world with different humanitarian organizations after graduating from high school. She visited New Zealand, Australia, Japan, and a number of European nations during this trip. Emily Murray moved into the campus residence halls at Kenyon College in Gambier, Ohio, in 1998 to start her studies. According to those who knew her, she was a positive influence on everyone around her, full of vitality and vitality. Emily was very driven, kind, sympathetic, and personable. She did, however, have a sensitive side and frequently displayed moments of melancholy and vulnerability. She wrote down her deepest worries, dreams, and thoughts in a private journal. Emily was in her junior year of college by 2000. She continued to be actively involved in church-based charitable work and worked evening shifts as a waitress at a nearby restaurant in addition to her rigorous academic schedule. She appeared to manage her enormous workload with poise. She even managed to make time for her personal life, going to events that she loved. But soon, it would be evident that her life was more complicated than it seemed. Emily's bed was empty when her two roommates in the dorm woke up on Tuesday, November 3, 2000. They couldn't figure it out. Emily was always thoughtful and informed them if she would be spending the night somewhere else. They thought she might have gone straight to class or stayed late at work because her restaurant shift had ended at 2 in the morning. However, things started to feel strange when they discovered that her notes and textbooks were still on her shelf. The roommates asked friends if anyone had seen Emily before leaving for their lectures in the morning. As it happened, she hadn't been seen since the day before and hadn't attended any of her classes. Her friends initially attempted to explain the situation in the hopes that there would be a plausible explanation, even though her absence was disturbing. Emily had been anticipating the celebration of a close friend's 20th birthday for weeks, and it was scheduled for that evening. She had picked out a thoughtful present and even assisted in planning a surprise for the birthday person. Emily could not imagine missing the party, but her friends became increasingly concerned when she failed to appear. They contacted Emily's family in a desperate attempt to get answers, believing that she might have returned home because of an emergency. When her parents learned that she had disappeared, they became very upset. Desperate to learn what had happened to their daughter, they drove to Gambier that same evening to participate in the search. The Murrays and their older children had reached the campus by morning, and they were desperately attempting to determine what might have happened to their youngest daughter. By then, the college community had become aware of Emily's disappearance. She was not found despite the efforts of several volunteer groups, friends, and classmates. She appeared to have disappeared completely. Emily's car, a dark green Subaru Outback that her father had given her for her 20th birthday, was also found to be missing. The Murrays immediately contacted campus security to report the missing student and ask for assistance in setting up a search, but their worries were dismissed with indifference. Security personnel waved away their concerns, speculating that Emily was probably hanging out alone with a boyfriend and would be back shortly. The family was told to wait a bit longer, even though they insisted Emily would never leave without telling anyone. Emily had not been seen for over 24 hours, and her family was becoming more and more desperate. They reported a missing person to the local police after realizing that campus security would not be able to assist. They were shocked to learn that police initially appeared to minimize the incident as well, assuming Emily might have taken an unplanned break or gone off on her own. She was a 20-year-old college student after all, and they didn't have to explain her every action. Nevertheless, the police finally consented to check Emily's dorm room. At that point, they learned she had forgotten her identification, bank cards, and personal items. It appeared that she hadn't changed since leaving her job because she had last been spotted in her restaurant shift uniform. This cast doubt on the notion that she had taken an unplanned break or gone off to hang out with a boyfriend. It was improbable that Emily would depart without cash or necessities. Emily was officially listed as missing on the second day following her disappearance, which was also her last day of employment. By that point, her friends, family, and community members who were worried were already searching on their own, distributing flyers featuring her picture throughout the town and searching the neighborhoods. The investigation started at the eatery across the street from the campus where Emily was last seen. The Pirates Cove was a well-liked hangout for students because of its convenient location and reasonably priced menu. Emily's shift that night turned out to be her final one. Overburdened by her demanding schedule, she had resigned from her job that evening. She had made the decision to reduce her workload. She had been finding it difficult to balance her rigorous coursework, her part-time evening shifts, and her volunteer work at the church. Her personal life had suffered as a result of her hectic schedule. She had broken up with her boyfriend Adam just a month prior because they hardly ever had time together. Many of Emily's friends came to the Pirates Cove that night to cheer her on her last day of work. However, Since they had classes the following morning, nobody stayed up too late. Emily stayed for an extra half hour to complete some tasks, even though her shift ended at 2 in the morning. As a result, her coworkers were the last to see her, and the police would use their testimonies to piece together what happened that night. During those last moments at the restaurant, Emily wasn't by herself. She was assisted in closing up by her friend Olivia, who was also a waitress, and a bartender named David Kale. Around 2:45 a.m., they completed cleaning the dining area together. Everyone started to head home shortly after that. Gregory McKnight, a 24-year-old cook who was the last to depart and shut down the restaurant at 3:15 a.m., confirmed this. Nothing out of the ordinary caught the attention of her colleagues. Emily was being kind, happy, and courteous as usual. She told them she was just going back to her dorm to get some sleep before her morning classes, without mentioning any plans for the rest of the evening. Investigators discovered Emily's personal journal, which had disturbing entries, when they searched her dorm room. Emily had been fighting a protracted bout of depression, which she had kept a secret and attempted to handle on her own, despite her cheerful and amiable manner. Emily was well known for being sensitive and sympathetic, and she frequently internalized other people's suffering, which made her both emotionally vulnerable and incredibly compassionate. Emily was frequently exposed to the harsh realities of life, such as tales of cruelty and injustice, through her charitable work. She gave her all to helping those in need, but she felt helpless in the face of the world's more powerful forces, which frustrated her. She described in her journal how difficult it was for her to handle the weight of her empathy and how overwhelming these feelings could be. Detectives were unable to completely rule out the possibility that Emily may have made the decision to leave her life, even though the journal made no explicit mention of plans to harm herself or take extreme measures. Emily's close friends and family were extremely offended by this theory. They vehemently denied the notion, stating that Emily would never entertain such an act because her faith was so important to her. Because of her strong religious convictions, such behavior was considered an unforgivable sin. In addition, Emily had detailed her aspirational plans for the future in her journal. She drew a picture of her ideal life in one entry, which included a big house, her future spouse, their 5 kids, and a dozen dogs. Her desire to create a life focused on community, family, and love seemed to inspire her daily. At first, investigators thought Emily might have run away because she had vanished along with her car. They speculated that she may have chosen to leave town to contemplate her life due to her battles with depression. This is a reasonable explanation for her disappearance, because it could have been made worse by her recent breakup with her boyfriend and resignation from her job. Adam, Emily's ex-boyfriend, was the first person investigators focused on, which makes sense in situations like this. Their relationship had been turbulent, with several breakups and reconciliations, but it had lasted for roughly a year and a half. But this time, Emily had made the decision to permanently break things off, and she had told Adam so in what seemed to be a peaceful and friendly exchange. Investigators couldn't help but wonder what if Adam hadn't been able to let her go. They decided to stay friends. When contacted, Adam voluntarily went to the police station. He seemed truly upset and genuinely concerned about Emily's welfare. He clarified that he and his roommate had visited the Pirates Cove the night before Emily vanished, but they had departed at midnight. Other students attested to seeing them when they returned to their dorm. According to 2 other roommates, Adam and his roommate spent the remainder of the night inside. Adam was promptly ruled out as a suspect because he had a strong alibi and no evidence of involvement. After that, investigators focused on Emily's colleagues. In the course of their investigation, one of the Pirates Cove's cooks revealed an unexpected fact. Emily was rumored to have rejected the romantic feelings that the bartender David Kale had for her. Emily and Kale worked the same shift, stayed late to close, and left the restaurant 10 minutes apart on the night of Emily's disappearance. After she turned him down, could Kale have waited for her outside and hurt her in some way? They brought David in for another round of interrogation. He acknowledged that he had once asked Emily out, but he had never brought up the subject again after she declined. He insisted that their relationship was merely cordial and business. In addition, David gave what investigators considered a very strong alibi. He was picked up from the restaurant by his father after his shift, and they immediately drove to another state to attend his sister's wedding. Investigators had no evidence to connect him to Emily's disappearance after the alibi was confirmed. The same cook, Greg McKnight, gave detectives a new lead after the bartender was ruled out as a suspect. He implied that Dave Yoakum, another cook, was also strangely attracted to Emily. Dave had a reputation for having trouble relating to women. When rejected, he was prone to losing his temper and was awkward and rude. This behavior was corroborated by other waitresses, who also reported that Dave had awkwardly approached them. He frequently made scathing comments in response to his attempts being rejected and acted in a generally disrespectful manner. Additionally, investigators found it highly suspicious that Yoakum was fired from the restaurant after a heated argument just 4 days after Emily vanished. Yoakum had not been at the restaurant the night Emily disappeared because he was off work, but detectives had to question him and find out where he was. When asked, Dave said he was genuinely shocked to be named as a suspect in the case. He gave a convincing alibi by claiming that he had gone to a rock band concert in a nearby city that evening with friends who corroborated his account. The investigation came to a standstill after all suspects were exonerated and no fresh evidence surfaced. Emily's friends and family prayed for her safe return home and clung to hope, but seasoned investigators suspected she was dead and feared the worst. Let's go back to an incident that at first glance appeared to have nothing to do with Emily's case, which occurred around a month prior to her disappearance. A small car accident happened on the outskirts of Harrison, a small town in Vinton County, Ohio, on October 1, 2000. Ronaldo Hopkins was on his way home when an old Buick swerved into his lane and collided with him. When Hopkins exited his vehicle to inspect the damage, he discovered a gun in the trunk of the other car, which had exploded from the collision. He was so alarmed that he reported the incident to the police right away. Authorities permitted the other driver to depart, even though he was fined for the collision, and the gun was seized. That same driver was accused of participating in a theft on December 9, 2000, more than 2 months later. He lived in a remote trailer park according to the case documents, so 2 officers were sent to deliver a court summons demanding that he come in for interrogation. Officers discovered the trailer in a remote location, far from the other homes in the park. When they got there, 2 rusted, damaged cars that looked unlikely to ever run again were parked in front of the property, which gave the impression that it was deserted. But the officers found a dark green Subaru Outback behind the trailer, which didn't fit the scene. They verified that it was Emily Murray's car, which was reported missing along with its owner, after searching the license plates through their database. The name of the resident of the property where Emily's car was found, as well as information about the car's discovery, were promptly forwarded to the Gambier Division looking into her case. The cook from the restaurant where Emily had worked, Gregory McKnight, was that person. In the past, McKnight had tried to deflect suspicion from his colleagues while evading personal scrutiny. In record time, a police team was sent to the scene and a search warrant for McKnight's trailer was obtained. 2 officers went inside to start their search because the door lock was broken. The foul stench of decay overcame them almost immediately. They located the source of the smell, a young woman's body covered in a carpet, by following it to the rear of the trailer. Emily's remains were immediately thought to be hers, and forensic analysis quickly verified this. A gunshot wound to the head was the cause of death. The weapon had been pressed against the right side of her skull, and the bullet had been fired at close range. The fact that there was a large amount of blood and spent shell casings at the scene suggested that the crime had been committed inside the trailer. Detectives now focused on apprehending and interrogating McKnight, their main suspect. Later that day, Gregory McKnight was arrested on suspicion of participating in an armed robbery, which was initially unrelated to Emily's death. But when they told him about the discovery in his trailer, he fell silent, refused to comment, and asked for a lawyer right away. Police detained him pending additional investigation, even though there was no concrete evidence at the time connecting him to Emily's death. Investigators were informed by the trailer park's neighbors that they had not heard or seen anything strange. Considering how far away McKnight's trailer was from the other houses, this wasn't shocking. The property itself was in poor condition, with rusted, dilapidated cars all around it and trash all over it. Investigators searched the area extensively in the hopes of finding more evidence. They soon discovered a small, overgrown well beneath a sheet of metal that was weighed down by a fallen tree. After draining the well, researchers found a human skeleton at the bottom that seemed to be that of a man. Other bone fragments were discovered nearby, dispersed throughout the property. All of the remains belonged to a single person whose identity was still unknown, according to forensic analysis. Police quickly linked the discovery to a 6-month-old missing person case, though McKnight's friend, a 20-year-old student named Glenn Julius, had disappeared. According to Glenn's girlfriend, he was planning to go to a party with McKnight the last time she saw him. Following the start of the Glenn Julius search, Gregory McKnight emerged as the main suspect, but according to McKnight, Glenn and he got into a fight at the event, and Glenn drove off with a few new friends. No one saw him again after that. Although they couldn't find any hard evidence to link McKnight to the disappearance, investigators also couldn't find any evidence to back up his story. Thus, he was set free. Later, pieces of Glenn's belts and clothes that were found in the well were recognized by his girlfriend. Dental records from his family attested to the fact that Glenn's remains were present. Inside McKnight's trailer, a number of his personal belongings were also found. Shortly after Glenn vanished, McKnight sold his car illegally, according to additional investigation. Associates who were also connected to an armed robbery case purchased the car. The car's license plates had been replaced with fake ones, and it had been hurriedly repainted. Authorities found the car after one of McKnight's accomplices was taken into custody. They discovered sizable amounts of cleaned-up blood in the trunk, which forensic analysis verified belonged to Glenn. This implied that Glenn had been carried in the trunk, either injured or dead. The work had been done sloppily, probably with homemade tools, and Glenn's body had been partially dismembered. The bones were deeply scratched, like saw marks. Investigators discovered an axe, a shovel, and several other tools inside McKnight's trailer. These were all removed for forensic analysis. Although unidentifiable marks were left by other tools, it was definitively established that the axe had been used during the dismemberment. On November 12, 1976, Gregory McKnight was born in a poor Columbus, Ohio suburb. He was raised in a big, impoverished family without a father, where everyone was left to fend for themselves. McKnight began stealing when he was a young boy, and at the age of 14 he first came to the notice of the police. He had committed his first deadly crime at the age of 15, a poorly executed robbery. The jury was lenient toward McKnight because his accomplices were older, and he was given a comparatively light sentence. He was placed in a juvenile detention center and given a sentence of only 6 years. After being freed in 1997, he quickly wed Catherine, who went on to have 2 children. Before McKnight saved up enough cash to purchase his trailer, the couple briefly resided with Catherine's parents, but they never made the move to their new home. Gregory McKnight killed Glenn Julius in May 2000 and concealed his body in the well behind his trailer. He then abducted and murdered Emily Murray in November of that year, leaving her body to decay inside the trailer. Catherine, McKnight's wife, acknowledged during interrogation that she had begun to have doubts about the trailer. Her husband refused to allow her to visit or even come near the property, and he often went there by himself. She believed that he was either using the area to meet potential lovers or to hide his criminal associates from the authorities. She had thought of a lot of things, but she had never thought of him keeping human remains there. The majority of the evidence against McKnight was circumstantial, despite the fact that it was substantial. The precise manner and location of Julius's death were unknown to the authorities. Consequently, the prosecution was unable to pursue the death penalty for that specific offense. Emily's case appeared to be simpler. There were obvious traces connecting her and McKnight to the trailer when her body was discovered at the scene, but there was no apparent reason for such a heinous act, and the murder weapon was never found. Emily had not been robbed, she had not been assaulted, and even her car had been left behind the trailer. Why McKnight would perpetrate such a heinous act against the young college student was still a mystery. Several colleagues attested that McKnight had consistently treated Emily with dignity. He was said to be courteous, and once he had even intervened to shield her from an inebriated patron who had mistreated her. Even McKnight declined to assist investigators. He gave no information about either crime and denied all charges. The prosecution contended that McKnight had tricked Emily into falling into a trap following her work at the restaurant. Given her kindness and trustworthiness, he may have asked her for assistance, and Emily, oblivious to the danger, was powerless to refuse. He may have shown romantic feelings for her once he was inside the trailer, but he went into a rage and committed the crime after she rejected him. A psychiatric evaluation found that McKnight was fully aware of his actions and could be held accountable, despite the defense's attempt to claim that he was mentally unfit. By changing strategies, McKnight's lawyers attempted to portray Emily as a suicidal person with severe depression, alleging that McKnight only helped her carry out a purported death wish. Emily's loved ones were incensed by this argument, but it didn't change the court's decision. Gregory McKnight was convicted of 2 indictments of first-degree murder, kidnapping, and armed robbery in 2002. He was placed on death row to await execution after being given a death by lethal injection sentence. Every appeal and clemency request was turned down. Gregory McKnight, who said in 2015 that he would sooner die than rot in prison while awaiting execution, asked that his sentence be carried out. He quickly had second thoughts, though, and made another unsuccessful attempt to appeal the sentence. McKnight filed a lawsuit in 2020, claiming that he was subjected to unfair treatment and racism during his trial. He maintained that the punishment was unduly severe because the jury and the judge were both white and had acted biasly against him. Gregory McKnight is still waiting to be executed on death row as of right now. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.